Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was the Prince of Asia? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. We follow a young man walking toward UA. This man is Izuku Midoriya, and he isn't an ordinary guy. He holds one of the highest ranks in Asia as the Prince of Asia, where individuals possess strong quirks, superpowers that everyone has. Many believe that the power one holds determines their rank, and even with that in mind, Izuku ranks above all others. He possesses the powers of devil fruits and haki. Normally, Izuku wouldn't be able to walk around alone without servants and guardians, but he ordered them to let him go by himself. His mother, Queen Inko, wished him luck, knowing this day would come. Since he was a little boy, Izuku dreamed of becoming a hero, loving to help people. Inko and his father, Hisashi Midoriya, the current king of Asia, supported his dream. They arranged for teachers to help him learn everything he would need to become a hero, training his quirks and body from a young age. They taught him medical treatment, cooking, and combat skills, including sword fighting and firearms. As Izuku grew, he excelled academically, with an IQ just below Nizu, one of the smartest people in the world. He was also extremely kind-hearted, often helping staff with their tasks. They would tell him not to burden himself, but he always smiled and insisted on helping. Izuku became known as a kind-hearted prince, even to the outside world. He grew into a handsome young man, standing at an impressive 6 feet 5 inches with a well-defined physique. His black hair had dark green tips, neatly combed back, and he had appealing green eyes like his mother's, along with freckles on each cheek and a sharp jawline. Tabloids often called him one of the hottest people in the world, especially after a picture of him emerging from a swimming pool went viral. He was aware of his appearance and wore a hoodie and face mask to maintain some anonymity. As he approached Duel, he tripped on his own feet, nearly falling, but was saved by a brown-haired girl who seemed to lift his gravity, leaving him floating upside down. "Would be bad luck if you fell," she said with a smile. Izuku froze, feeling flustered by her beauty and struggling to speak. The girl found his stuttering cute, and as they both blushed, they were interrupted by a blonde boy who yelled, "Get out of my way, extras, before I destroy you both." Izuku moved aside, thinking how rude that was. He wanted to introduce himself to the girl but was stopped when a pink-skinned girl and an invisible girl ran up, grabbing the brown-haired girl and dragging her inside while laughing. The pink-skinned girl called back to Izuku, "Don't worry, big guy. Make it into UA, and you can ask her on a date." Izuku blushed even more at the unexpected comment. He quickly composed himself and entered the grounds, taking his place next to a red-haired boy who complimented him. Present Mike explained the exam, and Izuku, a hero enthusiast, wanted to ask for his autograph but decided to wait until later. During the explanation, a dark blue-haired boy with glasses pointed out what he believed to be a flaw in the instructions, directing his comments toward the rude blonde boy for his continued cursing. After the explanation, it was time for the written exam, which posed no problem for Izuku. He completed it in about 30 minutes while others took the full 2 hours. He spent the remaining time meditating and using his haki to observe the auras of everyone on the school grounds. He noticed some strong contenders around the school as he prepared for the practical exam. When they arrived at the exam site, Izuku spotted the brown-haired girl and her pink-skinned friend. She noticed him and waved with a smile, causing Izuku to blush and return the gesture. As the alarm sounded and the doors opened, Izuku rushed in at his usual speed, with the 2 girls following him, despite others laughing at their eagerness. Why wait for a countdown? Those don't exist in real battles. Follow them, slowpokes. Present Mike yelled, prompting everyone to panic and rush inside. Izuku utilized the Pika Pika no Mi, Glint Glint fruit, to destroy robots, creating small ball of light that he shot at them, defeating multiple targets in one go. His haki alerted him to his surroundings, allowing him to move at incredible speeds to locate more robots or to maneuver around the area. He kept his distance from the robots to avoid revealing his identity. Meanwhile, the 2 girls worked together effectively to earn points. "Achiko, how are you holding up?" Feeling sick yet? The pink-skinned girl Mina asked. I'm fine, Mina. How about you? Is your skin hurting yet? Achiko replied. Mina assured her she could handle it for days. They devised a solid plan. Achiko would make some robots float, halting their movements, while Mina would then use acid to break them down. This strategy earned them a good number of points, and they also took time to assist others by clearing rubble or fighting off overpowering robots. In the teacher's area, Cementos remarked, "This year has some potential." Indeed, replied a mouse-like creature. Look at those two girls working together, very smart. That boy in the hoodie has been playing it smart too. He keeps his distance and uses strong attacks to quickly defeat any robot that gets close, a tired man observed. You're right, Aizawa. I wonder who he is. He seems to know what he's doing, said Midnight, one of Izuku's pro-hero crushes. Let's see if this group of heroes can handle a real challenge, the principal said, chuckling as he prepared to press a massive red button. Suddenly, a massive robot emerged, wreaking havoc and terrifying everyone nearby. Achiko and Mina found themselves trapped under rubble, pushing their limits and unable to move. They screamed for help, but no one came. As the robot wound up a punch toward them, they closed their eyes, tears streaming down their faces, fearing the worst. Earlier, Izuku sensed the overwhelming fear around him with his haki. He noticed two individuals radiating fear of death, prompting him to act. Using Yada no Kagami, he reflected himself off nearby windows and arrived at the scene at light speed. Spotting the two girls trapped, he felt anger at the bystanders fleeing. Izuku rushed in front of the girls, blocking the robot's punch. He made a fist and used the Gura Gura no Mi, Tremor fruit, creating a bubble around his fist. He swung it forward, stopping the punch without making contact, causing the robot to crack under the pressure. A shockwave erupted, sending the robot flying backward and causing it to explode. Unbeknownst to him, his hoodie and face mask were blown off in the blast. Turning around, he saw the girls still crying with their eyes closed. He approached them, removed the rubble and crouched down beside them. Hey, don't cry. You both look prettier with a smile, Izuku said, prompting them to open their eyes. Though still in shock, they recognized him as the boy Achiko had spoken to earlier. They thanked him repeatedly, hugging him tightly, oblivious to his ripped hoodie. Soon, heroes arrived at the scene, including Midnight, Present Mike, Eraserhead, Nizu, Recovery Girl, Gran Torino and All Might, who carried Nizu and Recovery Girl on his shoulders. They recognized Izuku and quickly bowed, kneeling in respect, which confused onlookers. My apologies, young lord. We had no idea you were participating in the exam, Nizu said calmly, leaving Izuku puzzled about how they had discovered his identity. He looked down at the two girls and noticed their deep blushes, realizing his hoodie was ripped. Panic set in as he muttered, damn it, damn it, damn it. Grabbing a random stone, he placed it on his head and activated the powers of the Fuka no Mi, Garb fruit. Making the hand sign for rat, he exclaimed, Doran. In a poof of smoke, he was covered again. Please get up. Could we perhaps speak of this in private? Izuku asked the heroes, who agreed. RG went around helping everyone in need. What did they mean by young lord? Mina asked Izuku. He crouched down and whispered, Please keep this a secret, but I'm kind of the Prince of Asia. My name is Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you both. Both girls were shocked to learn they were speaking to a prince. Well, you're a PP prince? Achiko stuttered. I am, but I hope we can be friends. Here, so we can keep in touch. Please don't give this to anyone else and don't lose it. Izuku handed them a note with his number and email before heading into an office with the heroes. Welcome to Yue, young prince, Nizu said, but Izuku interrupted. Sorry for interrupting, but could you please not call me prince? Just call me Midoriya or Izuku, and call me Shimura when people are around. Speak freely, no need to beat around the bush if you have questions. Of course, young Midoriya. The main question I have is, why are you taking the exam? Nizu asked, prompting a small laugh from Izuku. I wanted to earn my place here, that's all. I must ask you all to score me fairly without favoring me. The heroes nodded, and then Eraserhead asked, Why would you want to become a hero, Midoriya? Everyone in the room was curious about the prince's motivations. Ever since I was a child, even before my quirk, I wanted to help people. I spent my younger years learning all I could to hopefully become a hero in time. I went to my father repeatedly with ideas to help those in need. It was all I ever wanted, Izuku explained, leaving the heroes in awe. While the true royals were often nice and friendly, many common leaders were rude and saw themselves as above the rest. Well then, we thank you for your time, young Midoriya, and we will let you know if you make it or not, Nizu said, extending his hand for a shake, which Izuku accepted. Just before he left, he added, I do have an important request for each of you. The heroes grew serious, knowing this was a request from the next king of Asia. Could I please get your autographs? He asked with a soft smile, causing some heroes to lean forward and others to burst out laughing. They all agreed and even took a big picture together, with Midnight and Present Mike playfully dragging Eraserhead into the frame. It had been a week since Izuku took the entrance exam at UA. He was now sitting in the house his parents owned near the school. He hadn't been contacted by the two girls he met, which he found disappointing but understood, as his royal status often intimidated people. At that moment, he was reading a book when one of his servants entered the room. Young prince, your letter from UA has arrived, said an older gentleman in a nice suit with neatly combed white hair. Thank you, Alfred, Izuku replied, taking the letter. How are your wife and children? He asked his butler. They're fine. My oldest just became a father and I couldn't be happier. Go and take the day off, Alfred. I'm fine. Spend some time with them, Izuku told his butler, who agreed and thanked him. Izuku sat at his table, nerves high. He was confident he would pass, but the possibility of failure lingered. He opened the letter with a letter opener, and a disc popped out. Confused, he pressed the button on the disc, and out popped Midnight. She stood with a playful smile, one hand on her hip and the other waving. Hello, Izuku Midoriya. I'm here to give you your results from the entrance exam. You did extremely well. Midnight commented, making Izuku blush deeply. Your written part was perfect, and as we looked at the camera footage, we noticed that you only took around half an hour. The rest of the time, you looked asleep. Which wasn't a problem. I found it rather amusing. The practical part was also impressive. You scored 108 villain points and 120 hero points. The hero points were awarded to those who saved others. You gained 120 points not only for saving those two girls but also for the many saves you performed during the exam. Then it showed Izuku teleporting around with the Pika Pika no Mi, removing robots and rubble from the paths of others. The true job of a hero is not just about defeating villains but about saving others. You surpassed both the previous records, beating the villain points by 2 and the hero points by very impressive. Midnight said as she blew a kiss at Izuku through the screen. Welcome, Prince Izuku Midoriya, to your Hero Academia. See you in class, hot stuff. Midnight finished with a wink at Izuku, causing him to blush. She will be the death of me for sure, Izuku said to himself. He quickly stood and ran toward his laptop, calling his parents, who were in East Asia discussing laws with local rulers. They answered the video call quickly. Hello, honey. Is something wrong? His mother, Inko, asked. No, mother, I am fine. I have something to inform you and father. All right, honey, let me get your father. Inko left the screen and returned with Hisashi. Hello, son, Hisashi greeted. Hello, father. I hope you both are well. Of course we are, son. What was the news you had for us? Izuku smiled. I was accepted into UA. I passed with a perfect score and even surpassed the old records. Well done, son. I am proud of you. Hisashi exclaimed. Oh honey, how great. I am so happy for you, baby. Inko added, both parents congratulating him. Son, both your mother and I think it's time you receive something we plan to give you later, but we believe you deserve it now. I will inform Gene about it, and he will make sure you receive it when you enter UA. Thank you, Mom, Dad, Izuku replied, tears in his eyes, making his mother tear up as well. Oh honey, don't cry, you'll make me cry too. You know, son, it might be time for you to settle down, Hisashi said with a small smirk, enjoying teasing his son. Remember what the quirk doctor said, honey? Your quirk will give you an increased energy, so you might need multiple partners. Hisashi teased again, causing Izuku to blush while Inko giggled. I hope for many grandbabies to spoil. This made Izuku even redder. I know, but having the title of Prince of Asia doesn't really help with getting the girls, as they often get scared away, Izuku said a little dejectedly. Don't worry, son. I am sure that during your time at UA, you will find someone for sure, his father assured him. They talked for a little longer about various topics. A week later, Izuku woke up on the day he would start at UA, excited not only to meet new people but also to take the first real step toward becoming a hero. He would also receive something from his parents. He walked to the kitchen and made himself breakfast. Normally, he would have a chef do it, but Izuku enjoyed cooking and preferred to do things himself. After making scrambled eggs, lots of bacon, 4 pieces of toast, and a large cup of strawberry tea, he felt satisfied. After breakfast, Izuku went upstairs to get ready. He showered, brushed his teeth, and got dressed. He had stopped shaving the previous week after his father suggested it might help him with the girls, and Izuku thought, why not? After getting dressed, he walked downstairs and was greeted by one of his older butlers, Jean, whom Izuku had known since childhood. Jean wore a nice suit and had a neatly trimmed beard. Young'un, how was your rest? Jean asked with a smile. Come on, Jean, you know you don't have to be formal with me, Izuku replied, and Jean laughed, hugging him. I know, but it's just so much fun. Jean and Izuku chatted about life until Jean got to the reason for his visit. You know, Izuku, I came here with a reason. Let me get it for you. Jean walked back and grabbed a long box. This is for you from your parents. I hope you like it, Jean said as he placed the box on the table. Izuku wasted no time opening it, revealing a katana. The sword had a pure white hilt with a circular handguard. The sheath was painted white, and the blade was a Shinogi Zukuri-style katana, featuring a traditional yet stunning pure white Ito wrapped around a gray Samigawa covering the tsuka hilt, leaving a diamond-shaped pattern. The end had a simple kashira matching the color of the tsuba, which was a rounded oval thick tsuba in a nice metallic golden color. To once again convey the appealing simplicity of this blade, the colors of the edge are divided in perfect equality. The inner bohai is a deep black, while the outer ha, or edge, is a shining white. The blade curves slightly towards the end. The sheath represents a peaceful harmony, being completely white with a modest kojiri at the end. The blade itself wasn't sharp, as it was dulled to avoid causing serious injury. What is its name? Izuku asked, still in awe at the sword. It's called Wado Ikemanji, meaning straight line through the path of harmony, Jean explained to Izuku as he pulled out the blade to admire it. It's appealing. Please thank my parents for me, Jean, Izuku said. I will, but you should go to school. You don't want to be late now, do you? Izuku looked down at his watch and panicked. Don't worry, young prince. I took the liberty of making sure your motorcycle is ready at the front, Jean reassured him. Izuku thanked Jean as he placed his new sword in a pocket on his chest using the Poki Poki no Mi, pocket fruit. He got on his bike, a custom-made black motorcycle. The bike was constructed from a nearly unbreakable steel frame with bulletproof casing, providing protection if he ever found himself in a dangerous situation. It ran on both gas and electricity, which he could charge using the Goro Goro no Mi, rumble fruit, for stealth or in case of an EMP. The bike also featured a GPS tracking system with multiple trackers to help him locate others, as well as deployable drones for scouting. The tires were bulletproof. It was a formidable machine. He drove to UA but unfortunately arrived a bit late and had no idea where his class was. Thankfully, Midnight was waiting at the front gate. Hello, Prince. You are a bit late, Midnight told Izuku. I am so sorry, Miss Midnight. I got lost after receiving a present from my parents. Do you know where I could park my bike? Izuku asked, still sitting on his motorcycle. Sure, but you'll have to drive me there, handsome, Midnight replied, sitting behind him and wrapping her arms around his waist. Izuku took off his helmet and handed it to Midnight. In case we crash, we don't want to hurt that pretty face of yours, he said, making her blush, though the helmet concealed it. As they drove to a location where he could park his bike, It was close to the classroom of 1A, and everyone could see the bike arrive, sparking conversations among the students. "That's a cool bike," a blonde boy with a lightning streak said. "Look at who's riding with him." "That's Midnight. She was going to be my date," a short purple-haired guy exclaimed, receiving disapproving looks from the girls nearby. The bike parked just as Aizawa entered, preventing the students from getting a clear look at Izuku's face, as they could only see his hair. "What are you all looking at?" "Sit down and be quiet," Eraserhead commanded, and the students complied. "It seems we are missing someone. Well, he should show up shortly. My name is Shota Aizawa, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years. Here at UA, we teachers can do what we want to help you all become heroes. That is exactly what I will be doing." As the door opened, Izuku entered wearing a face mask that revealed only his eyes, with Midnight right beside him. Izuku bowed in front of Aizawa. "I apologize for my lateness, sir." Aizawa noticed the mask and assumed Izuku wished to keep his identity secret for now. "Kid, I won't accept you being late again. Next time, it will be 50 laps around the school building." "Understood." Grateful that he wasn't outed yet, Izuku replied, "Yes, sir," just as Midnight playfully grabbed his face and placed a quick kiss on his cheek, pulling down the side of the mask momentarily before putting it back up. Izuku blushed intensely, drawing jealous glances from 2 girls nearby. Izuku received some dirty looks from a purple-haired student as he went to sit down. "Don't bother sitting down. Everyone grab your UA gym outfit and go get changed," Aizawa instructed. Everyone stood up, but Izuku was stopped before he could make it out. "I understand you wish to keep your identity a secret, but that won't work for long. For now, I will go along with your plan. What do you want me to call you?" Aizawa asked him. "Izuku Shimura would be fine. Please don't treat me like royalty, sir. I just want to be a normal student for now. I know that when my identity is revealed, people will start acting differently around me, and I want to make friends beforehand. It's tough not having real friends, so thank you for agreeing to this, sir," Izuku explained. "Sure, kid. Now get changed," Aizawa replied, and Izuku nodded, rushing to the dressing room. Izuku changed as quickly as he could, being the last to come out still wearing his face mask. As he emerged, he noticed that the other students were just starting to get to know each other, with Aizawa standing nearby, waiting for him. "Good, everyone is here. We are going to do a Quirk apprehension test to see where you all stand. You will all do 8 exercises, and at the end, we will see your ranking. This will be fun," a guy with big elbows said as he punched his palm in excitement. Aizawa smirked. "Fun, you say? Then the last place gets expelled." "But sir, that is unfair," Achiko protested. "The world is unfair. Nature and villains are unfair. Our job as heroes is to fight that unfairness and win. So just push past your limits and go plus ultra," Aizawa told the young students. "Now, these tests will be similar to what you all have done in high school before, but the only difference is that you can use your quirks. We as a society act like learning quirks is something only for heroes, but that's not logical. Here, you get used to them," Aizawa continued, getting more students excited. They had thought this would be a normal competition, but now they could use their quirks? How cool! However, out of fear of Aizawa, they stayed quiet. The first test will be a 50-meter run. Everyone lined up, and it was time for Izuku to run against a guy named Katsuki Bakugo, the blonde-haired kid from before who had a fiery attitude. Bakugo stood at 1.75 m with lean muscles and spiky hair. The record time so far was held by Tenya Ida, who stood at 1.82 m and was quite muscular, with what looked like engines in his calves. His impressive time was 3.67 seconds. Katsuki took a running position while Izuku stood straight with his hands in his pockets. "I'll smoke you extra," Bakugo taunted Izuku. Found it amusing that Bakugo dared to speak to him like that. The signal was given, and Izuku used his quirk to move at incredible speed, arriving at the finish line in a fraction of a second, leaving everyone around him shocked. The robot timing the run malfunctioned, unable to process his speed. Bakugo, though shocked, reached the 50-meter mark in 5.98 seconds. "Holy hell, how did he do that?" a big guy named Sato exclaimed. Izuku walked back with his hands in his pockets. The next test was grip strength. Izuku used his quirk to grow additional hands, increasing his strength to 600 kilograms, beating the second place by 60 kilograms. Everyone was surprised as he continued to excel, making Bakugo even angrier. The following test was the standing long jump. Many students cleared the box using their quirks in impressive ways. Bakugo propelled himself with explosions, while another student used a laser from his belly button. Achiko made herself weightless and also cleared the box, but so far, Bakugo had the lead. When it was Izuku's turn, he transformed his legs into springs and jumped, easily clearing the box and breaking the record. "What is that guy's quirk?" a short boy named Mineta wondered aloud. Mina and Achiko wanted to comment but stayed quiet, not wanting to provoke Izuku. "It seems very versatile. During the exam, I would have never guessed something like this," Ida remarked. Although he had taken the same exam, he had never seen Izuku's face and only knew he was strong, as he had been helping others during the chaos. Izuku performed well in the next tests, including repeated side steps, while Mineta excelled in the ball throw. Achiko scored infinity, and Bakugo scored high at 705 meters, confident he would have beaten Izuku. He looked at Izuku and said, "Beat that." Aizawa almost broke his usual bored demeanor with a laugh at Bakugo's antics. Izuku took a throwing stance and used his quirk to increase the speed of the ball, launching it an incredible distance of 5 kilometers. He looked back at Bakugo, who was now even angrier, and simply said, "Beat it." As he walked back to the other students, they were all trying to contain their laughter. With the remaining tests, Izuku continued to perform well, staying in the top 5. As they waited for the results, Kaminari asked the question on everyone's mind, "Yo dude, what is your quirk? It's so strong." "My quirk allows me to use all the powers of the Sea Devil," Izuku explained, and everyone recognized the myth of the Sea Devil, a tale many parents told their children. He looked over at both Achiko and Mina, who quickly looked away and started chatting with other students when their eyes met. "Your results are in. I won't go over each one, just take a look," Aizawa said, displaying a hologram with their results. Izuku held the number 1 spot, while a boy named Mineta was at the bottom. "No, I didn't get to touch any hot babes," Mineta exclaimed as he lunged toward a black-haired woman with a high ponytail. Izuku swiftly intervened, using his quirk to envelop Mineta in smoke with the move white out. "Please refrain from doing that again," Izuku said, anger evident in his eyes. "Minoru Mineta, you are expelled from UA University. Please gather your belongings and leave the school grounds," Aizawa announced, using his quirk to drag Mineta to the classroom. "Everyone else, change and return to class to get your schedules. See you all tomorrow at Do Not Be Late," he added, glancing at Izuku, who released Mineta from the smoke. Izuku approached Mina and Achiko. "Could I have a word with both of you, please?" he asked. They nodded and followed him to a more private location. They stood in silence for a minute, apprehensive about what would happen next. Izuku broke the silence. "I assume you both know who I am." They nodded quickly, even closing their eyes. "Please try to forget that information for now," he said, bowing slightly. Mina opened her eyes first, tapping Achiko, who still had hers closed. "Huh?" they both said, confused. "Why would you want that, sir?" Mina asked. "Please don't call me sir. Just call me Izuku or Shimura. I'm not a fan of that strict stuff. I want you to forget it because I want to have a normal time for as long as I can. I haven't had many normal moments, and I didn't have friends my age. Even now, the title of prince kind of scares everyone away," Izuku joked, knowing it was true. "So you just want to be a normal person for once?" Achiko asked, unsure if that was his wish. Izuku's excitement was palpable as he grabbed her by the shoulders. "Yes, exactly that." Realizing his actions, he quickly let go and apologized. "So what do you want us to do?" Mina asked. Izuku sighed. "I know this might be a tall order, but act like I'm just any other person. Act like I'm no prince." They both agreed, apologizing for not reaching out sooner, and together they walked back in silence. Just before rejoining the group, both girls had a question. "Shimura, can I ask you something?" Mina asked first, prompting Izuku to turn to her. "You don't have to answer, but are you dating Midnight?" she inquired, with Achiko wanting to ask the same thing. Huh, why would you think that? Izuku replied. Well, she arrived at the same time as you on the back of your bike and gave you a kiss on the cheek, so I thought you two might be dating, Mina explained, her cheeks flushing. No, I am not dating Midnight. I'm not sure why she kissed me though. This revelation made both girls happy, though they tried to hide it. As they made their way to the classroom, they changed clothes and headed in for their schedules. Once inside, everyone was eager to get to know one another. A boy with shoulder-length blonde hair and a slender build introduced himself. Hello, my name is Yuga Aoyama. I love everything sparkly and cheese. Nice to meet you all. Next was a girl with pink skin and hair, sporting two short yellow horns. Her eyes were mostly black with yellow irises. Yo, the name is Mina Ishido. I like dancing and partying. Hope we can be friends, she said, flashing a peace sign and a wink. Then came a girl with long green hair, her frog-like features giving her a unique appearance. Hi, my name is Tsuyu Azui. Please call me Tsu. I like swimming and my boyfriend Tokoyami. Next was Tenya Ida. Greetings, my name is Tenya Ida. My hobbies include running and reading. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Hi, I am Achiko Uraraka. I like matcha and roller coasters. Achiko introduced herself, her physique similar to Mina's but with larger BRSDS and smaller hips. Finally, a boy standing at 1.78 m with short blonde hair introduced himself. I am Mashireo Ojiro. I like martial arts, Ojiro said with a wave. Next was a guy who stood at the same height as Ojiro, with hair that framed his face and a striking black streak at the front. He had a build that suggested he trained lightly, slightly stronger than the average person. Yo, the name's Kaminari. I enjoy gaming and chilling, and for all you lovely ladies I am single, he said with a wink. Next to him was a red-headed guy, slightly taller than both Ojiro and Kaminari. He had a muscular build, showing he trained often, and a friendly toothy grin. My name is Ejiro Kirishima. I like working out in Crimson Riot. Hope we get along, he said while flexing his bicep. Next was a tall guy, standing at 1.88 meters, with a strong build and a head that resembled a rock due to his hairstyle. He was quiet and spoke only a few words. Hi, I'm Koji Koda. I like animals, he said clearly. Uncomfortable with the attention. One of the tallest in the class introduced himself next. He stood at 1.96 meters, muscular and confident, with short black spiky hair. I'm Rikido Sato. My hobbies are cooking and baking. Then came the tallest of the class, at 2.05 meters, wearing a face mask and having 6 arms connected by webbing. Mizo Shoji. I like takoyaki, he said, making a mouth with his hand and saluting with the other. Next was a shorter girl with short purple hair, her earlobes adorned with earphone jacks. She was petite compared to the other girls. I am Kyoka Jiro, and my hobbies are music, she introduced herself. Then came a tall and lanky guy, standing at 1.91 meters. He wasn't very muscular but was fit, and his quirk allowed him to shoot tape from his elbows. I'm Hantasiro, what up? I like gaming and design. I am Fumikage Tokoyami. My likes are Tsuyu and darkness, said a guy with a bird head, standing at 1.80 meters and looking fit. A guy with hair that was red and white, standing at the same height as Bakugo, introduced himself next. He had a birthmark resembling a flame. Shoto Todoroki, was all he said. Hi, I am Toru Hagakure. I like teddy bears and pink, said an invisible girl. Her clothing suggested she had a similar build to Mina, though with a smaller bust size. Katsuki Bakugo. You extras, was all Bakugo said before Izuku introduced himself. Hi, I am Izuku Shimura. My hobbies include riding my bike, reading, and cooking. Hope we can be friends, he told them, using his mother's maiden name. Lastly, a woman with black hair styled in a spiky ponytail introduced herself. She had the largest bust of all the girls in the class. My name is Momo Yayarozu. I like teas and reading, she said as she greeted the students. After everyone got to know each other, they went home since class was over. Izuku got on his bike after a short talk with some of the boys about it, downplaying its true specifications. It was a new day at UA. The entire day for Class 1A had been filled with regular schoolwork, but one lesson stood out: art history with Midnight, who flirted with Izuku at every opportunity. Now, they were waiting for their next lesson, heroics with All Might. The students split into different groups. Shiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Bakugo, and Ojiro formed one group, while Mina, Achiko, Tsu, Tokoyami, Ida, Toru, Jiro, Momo, and Shoto sat together, not really talking. The last group consisted of Aoyama, Koda, Shoji, and Sato. Izuku sat by himself, not because the others disliked him, but because he struggled to engage with peers his age. He was reading while observing how the groups interacted, listening to their conversations. "What do you guys think of Shimura?" Jiro asked her group, curious about their thoughts on their most mysterious classmate. "He seems nice. At least he hasn't done anything bad," Toru replied, with Momo adding, "Yeah, and he made sure that creepy guy from yesterday wouldn't bother me." Ida chimed in, "Looking at him objectively, he seems to have been raised well, with good manners. I don't yet have a complete picture of his character, but so far, he seems respectable." "What about you two?" Toru asked Mina and Achiko. "Yeah, he wanted to talk to both of you, so you must know him a bit." "How is he?" Tsuyu inquired, noticing both girls stutter as they responded. "He's, nice, but we don't really know him," they admitted. "He just wanted to ask if they were okay after the exam." Mina told them, hoping to change the subject. "Huh, exam? What happened?" Momo asked, as she and Shoto had not taken the normal exam. "Oh, you mean with the massive robot, right?" Ida asked the two girls, who nodded. They looked at Ida for him to explain. "Well, during the exam, there was a zero-pointer that was larger and stronger than any other. This robot wasn't worth engaging, so it was advised to avoid it. When it first appeared, it was as large as the buildings, so I decided to run away to score more points. But apparently, both Uraraka and Ishido were stuck under rubble with no way to escape while the robot was coming right for them. Shimura arrived and protected them by destroying the zero-pointers and blasting them away. Heroes showed up shortly after, but I had already left to help others with injuries." Ida finished, and everyone who took the exam looked wide-eyed at Izuku and the two girls, both of whom nodded in agreement. "Wait," Toru said, making them all look at her. "Does that mean both of you have seen his face?" she asked, sparking curiosity among everyone, even Todoroki, though he didn't show it. Both girls tried to think of an answer but couldn't come up with anything. Just before they were going to respond, All Might entered the room. "Ha! I am here to teach you all about heroics," All Might announced as he entered the classroom, causing everyone to forget about the previous question and start talking about him. "Oh wow, that's his Silver Age costume. He looks so much stronger in real life. He's so tall. Haha, calm down, students. We are going to have a fun lesson. Today will be battle training," All Might said, pulling out a card that had the word battle written on it. "We will head to ground beta for today's training. When we arrive, you will change into your hero costumes, and then I will explain the exercise. You all provided instructions for your costumes when filling out your applications, so we have them ready." All Might clicked a button on his desk, and 19 suitcases popped out. "Take them and meet me at ground beta," he instructed before jumping out the window and rushing toward the grounds. Everyone grabbed their suitcases and made their way to ground beta to change. They all wore the same outfits as in canon. As they walked out, they noticed someone was missing. "Where is Shimura?" Momo asked, worried that one of her classmates was lost. "Sorry, it took me slightly longer than I expected," Izuku said as he walked up to the class. He was wearing a white suit with a blue dress shirt and a red tie, along with a large white coat over his shoulders, leaving his hands free. On the back of the coat, the kanji for justice was written, and he still wore a face mask covering everything below his eyes. "Looking cool, Shimura," Shiro said with a thumbs up. "Thank you. You all look great as well," he replied, glancing over the class and their costumes. He slightly blushed at the girls' outfits but managed to calm down without anyone noticing. "Good, you're all here. Now we will do 2v2 battles, but since we are missing one student, someone will have to go again. Do we have takers?" All Might asked, with Izuku raising his hand instantly, eager for the chance to participate again. Alright then, now for the teams, we will pick lots. All Might said, pulling out a box. Everyone took one of the ball, with Izuku taking 2. Sir, why would we pick teams randomly? Ida asked. Does anyone have an answer for young Ida's question? All Might prompted, and Momo responded, because agencies often have to team up on the spot with random heroes to quickly address a problem. Correct, young Yaoyorozu. Okay, the teams are Team A Uraraka and Shimura, Team B Bakugo and Ida, Team C Todoroki and Shoji, Team D Shimura and Yaoyorozu, Team E Ashido and Kirishima, Team F Aoyama and Toru, Team G Sato and Koda, Team H Azui and Tokoyami, Team I Siro and Kaminari, Team J Jiro and Ojiro. One team will be the heroes and the other will be the villains. The villains will have 5 minutes to prepare while the heroes wait outside. Then the heroes will be given the signal and will have 15 minutes to either capture all the villains or capture the bomb. Now for who will fight whom. Team A versus B, Team E versus F, Team G versus H, Team I versus J, Team C versus D. Best of luck to all of you, All Might said. I guess we are a team, Izuku said to Uraraka, who looked nervous. They waited at the front gate for the signal. So what will our plan be? Uraraka asked, but as she finished speaking, her stomach growled, and she quickly turned red, causing Izuku to laugh a little. Sorry, I wanted some mochi for breakfast but didn't have any, so I didn't eat, she admitted, feeling embarrassed. Wait, you like mochi? Izuku asked, and Uraraka nodded. Without hesitation, Izuku used the Mochi no Mi to create a mochi donut the size of a frisbee. Here, enjoy, he said, handing her the mochi donut, which made Uraraka's eyes light up with excitement. Ah, really? She asked, and Izuku nodded. She took it and began eating, loving every bite. Back at the students, many were laughing, especially at Uraraka's expression when she saw the donut. Dimon, that made me kinda hungry, though, Siro said, with others agreeing, including All Might. 5 minutes are over. The heroes can enter, All Might announced. Izuku, please walk behind me, Uraraka said, thinking he didn't want to walk next to her. She nodded sadly and complied. Nothing against you, Uraraka. I quite enjoy your company, but I can feel that Bakugo will attack first and I wouldn't want you to get hurt, now would we? He said, causing her to blush as she continued nibbling on the mochi donut. As they walked, Izuku made small talk with Uraraka, wanting to know more about her, until he was suddenly hit in the face with an explosion. Huh? Next time pay attention, extra, Bakugo taunted. But as the smoke cleared, Izuku stood there with his top half turned to diamond. Since entering the building, Izuku had been using observation hockey to keep track of both of them. Uraraka, please go to the middle of the 5th floor. Ida is there, so I assume the bomb is around him, Izuku instructed, allowing Uraraka to walk past them. However, Bakugo had other ideas and tried to attack her, but Izuku kicked him down a hallway. I will join you in a minute, just try and do your best, Izuku said, turning his attention to Bakugo. Let's not involve the pretty lady now, shall we? Let's see what you can do. Bakugo, angrier than before, rushed forward, launching explosion after explosion that Izuku tanked by turning his body into diamond using the Kira no Mi. Bakugo's frustration grew as his attacks did no damage. Is all you can do stand still and wait, you weakling? Bakugo shouted, creating a flashbang to blind Izuku before unleashing a massive explosion aimed at him. But it did nothing, and Bakugo continued with smaller explosions, his hands growing sweaty. Suddenly his gauntlets beeped. Great, they are ready, Bakugo said, lifting his gauntlet. If the costume companies followed my instructions, then my gauntlets should have stored up the sweat, and that beep means they have a full tank. He pulled back the pin on his wrist gauntlet and unleashed a massive explosion. Just before it detonated, All Might shouted, Young Bakugo, stop this at once. If that makes contact, it could seriously injure him. The spectators watched in fear, knowing Bakugo was a strong fighter, while Izuku stood calmly with one hand in his pocket and a smile on his face. Just before the explosion reached him, Izuku crossed his fingers and used the Bari no Mi, creating a barrier in front of himself. As the smoke cleared, Izuku was seen behind a green glass barrier. That was quite the explosion. It might have even hurt if I let it touch me. Good job, I'm impressed, he said, uncrossing his fingers and letting the barrier disappear. Bakugo, wanting to use his other gauntlet, lifted his arm, but Izuku stood in front of him with his arms stretched out, appearing to prepare for a clothesline. However, instead of pain, Bakugo felt the cold grip of thick black iron cuffs around him, immobilizing him as Izuku used the Ori Ori no Mi to capture him. Let's stop the big explosions for now, as they do more damage to the building than to me, Izuku said, noticing Uraraka's concern. Are you okay? The building started shaking, she asked, clearly worried but trying to remain quiet so Ida wouldn't notice her location. I'm fine, thanks for worrying. I just captured Bakugo, so I'll be on my way toward you now. Try and capture the bomb or keep Ida busy, Izuku instructed, and Uraraka nodded before heading to face Ida, who had prepared by removing all items in the room. Izuku then used the Nuke no Mi to walk through the walls and ceiling toward Ida and the bomb. Meanwhile, the spectators were perplexed. Is there anything this guy can't do? He can make food appear out of nowhere, move at light speed, turn into diamonds, create unbreakable barriers, and make iron cages to capture people. What can't he do? Kaminari said, feeling defeated. Well, we haven't seen him fly, so maybe that, Shiro replied, unsure if Izuku could fly. All Might, listening to the students, found himself in the same spot, not out of jealousy but out of curiosity about how strong this kid truly was. Izuku made his way toward the bomb quickly and saw Ida running away with it, Uraraka chasing him, trying to touch both of them. Izuku decided to use the Hana no Mi, flower fruit, to grow hands all over Ida, stopping him in his tracks and allowing Uraraka to touch the bomb. The heroes win, All Might announced to everyone. On their way back, Izuku made Uraraka a mochi donut again, which she happily took and started munching on. As they approached the observation room, they were met with congratulations and praise for their efforts. So who was the MVP of that battle? All Might asked, bringing silence to the room. Yaoyorozu seemed to think she knew the answer. Shimura, sir. What do you think, Shimura? Were you the MVP? All Might inquired, wanting to know Izuku's thoughts. No, sir. It was Ida or Uraraka. Both acted on the objective of the training while I wasted time and allowed damage to the building. I could have ended the fight with Bakugo faster, but I got caught up in my own interests. In a real-life scenario, that could have cost lives, Izuku said, disappointed in himself for letting his obsession with quirks interfere with his critical thinking. Correct, young Shimura. Now, the next up is Team E as heroes and Team F as villains. Please get ready. All Might instructed, and both teams prepared. Toru and Aoyama entered the building to play the part of the villains, while Ishido and Kirishima stood outside to strategize. Izuku was curious to see how both teams would work together or against each other. Uraraka approached him, breaking his solitude. Hey, Izuku, thanks for the mochi. It was really tasty, she said, getting closer. Denki, wanting to befriend Izuku, joined them, accompanied by Shiro and Ojiro. Yo, Shimura, how many foods can you make with your quirk? He asked. Yeah, and Uraraka, how did it taste? Was it just normal mochi or did it taste different? Shiro added. It was like normal mochi but a little sweeter, Uraraka replied, piquing their interest. With my koku no Mi cook fruit, I can make a lot of food, but it doesn't have much flavor. Real powers would be mochi, biscuits, cream, candy syrup, and candy, as well as butter, Izuku explained, making everyone hungry. He clapped his hands together, producing biscuits from thin air, sharing them with everyone except Bakugo, who wanted nothing to do with them. Oh, these would go perfect with the green tea my mother bought, Momo said, blushing as Izuku smiled at her. If you ever want some, just ask. It doesn't take much to make them. That power seems kind of weak, doesn't it? You can just make food, Denki remarked, as there was still time before the team started. It's not really about the power but how you use it. Each power can become strong if trained enough, Izuku replied, demonstrating by creating a small biscuit man. When Denki hit it, it didn't break. Just because something looks weak or strong doesn't make it so, Izuku said just as the alarm went off, signaling the start of the match. Kirishima led the charge, using his quirk to break through walls, while Mina picked up rubble and threw it in random directions. They moved slowly but steadily. As they reached the third floor, Mina dropped stones on the stairs to prevent any surprises. Kirishima soon encountered a laser beam aimed at him, which he blocked with his quirk. He saw Aoyama striking a pose and charged at him, causing Aoyama to panic and fire his laser again. Kirishima used his arms to block it and, getting closer, punched Aoyama in the stomach, taking him out of the fight. Meanwhile, Mina was caught in a sleeper hold from behind by Toru. Struggling to escape, she was unaware that Kirishima had found the bomb in the next room and touched it, securing their victory. Team E wins, All Might announced, prompting Toru to release Mina. "Ah man," Toru said, slumping down, but since she was invisible, no one could tell except Mina, who heard her. "Don't be sad too. You tried your best, and you almost had me," Mina encouraged her friend as they walked out together with Kirishima and Aoyama. Izuku enjoyed watching the match, appreciating the spirit of both Kirishima and Toru, who never gave up. He munched on some biscuits as All Might announced, "The next fight will be Team G, Sato, and Koda as heroes versus Team H, Azui and Tokoyami as the villains. Both teams, please get ready." As the other teams returned to their seats, Momo approached Izuku. "Shimura, can we talk strategy for our match?" "Sure, what do you have in mind?" Izuku replied. "How about we lock ourselves in so the other team can't reach the bomb room and win by waiting out the time? That could work. Now we have a strategy to win," Izuku said with a smile. "5 minutes are up, hero team. You can enter," All Might instructed as Sato and Koda walked in. They had a plan for sneaking around. While Sato could fight with his quirk, Koda's ability to control animals wasn't as useful in this situation. As they moved past the first corner, they encountered a dark hallway where Tokoyami and his quirk, Dark Shadow, awaited. Sato sprang into action, consuming 4 sugar cubes to enhance his strength and rushed to fight. However, the darkness of the hallway favored Tokoyami, allowing Dark Shadow to overpower Sato quickly. Meanwhile, Koda found an alternate route and managed to sneak up on Tokoyami. Just as he was about to attack, he was caught by a tongue. Azui, keeping an eye on the heroes, seized her moment to strike. With Koda captured, she signaled Tokoyami, who commanded Dark Shadow to capture Sato, whose sugar boost was wearing off. Team H wins. Next teams I and J, please make your way toward the building. Jiro and Ojiro knew they were at a disadvantage in this fight. They could handle Siro, but Kaminari posed a significant threat with his electric quirk. They needed to outsmart both opponents. As Kaminari and Siro entered, they saw Ojiro taunting them. Frustrated, they rushed at him, but Ojiro dodged and led them on a chase. Jiro, hiding nearby, took advantage of their distraction. When they caught up with Ojiro, Kaminari charged up, but Ojiro had already set the stage. Jiro sprang forward, using her jacks to knock both Kaminari and Siro out with a powerful sound wave. Team I is the victor. Well done, All Might announced as it was now Izuku and Momo's turn. They entered the building and stood by the bomb. "So, how are we going to barricade the building?" Momo asked, ready to create items. "No need to worry," Izuku replied, using his quirk to transform the hallway into a solid wall, blocking access to the bomb. "Done," Izuku said as he returned to Momo. She opened the door to see the hallway was completely blocked. "What now?" Momo asked, unsure. "Well, if you make some chairs, we could just sit and wait until time is up," Izuku suggested. Momo created 2 stools for them to sit on. "Do you want something to eat?" Izuku asked. Momo requested some mochi, which Izuku happily made for her. "What do you normally do, Shimura?" Momo inquired, wanting to fill the silence as they waited for Shoji and Todoroki to arrive. "I mostly read. I don't go outside much. I never really had any friends, so I usually do things alone," Izuku admitted. Momo understood his feelings. She had a few friends, but some only wanted her for her money. "How about we play some chess while we wait?" Momo suggested. Izuku nodded and created a stone table for their chessboard. Are they playing chess? Kirishima asked, and other students nodded in agreement. Todoroki froze the entire building, but the ice never reached Izuku and Momo. They walked through the building, enjoying each other's company, but never found the way into the room where they could play chess together until the time was over. When the time was up, Izuku removed the stone wall and exited with Momo, engaging in light conversation as they discovered they had much in common. However, Izuku wrestled with his own feelings, often disliking that he withheld important information from her. As they returned, Todoroki was frustrated by his loss, which felt more like a setback than a defeat in battle. Good job, students. I understand some of you may feel disappointed in your performances, but remember, it's only your second day here. You're still learning, so don't worry and focus on improving your skills. All Might encouraged the class, lifting their spirits a bit. When it came time to decide on the MVP of the day, the class unanimously suggested Shimura, except for Izuku, who sat quietly in a chair, lost in thought. Huh. Izuku snapped back to reality when All Might addressed him. Young Shimura, who would you suggest as the MVP? Well, everyone did well with their strategies, but I would suggest Ida or Yaoyorozu. Ida had a solid plan and executed his role effectively, while Yaoyorozu came up with a strategy that worked perfectly. Jiro and Ojiro also had a great plan and did well despite a tough matchup, Izuku explained. Good choice, young man. I fully agree, both of you performed exceptionally well today. That's it for now, All Might said as he hurried off, and the students made their way to the dressing room to change and head home. As Izuku left the classroom after retrieving his hero costume, he made a decision. He wanted to ask Midnight out on a date. Midnight often teased him, both in class and in the hallways, and he felt a mix of excitement and nerves as he approached the teacher's room. He knocked and was told to enter. Inside, he saw several teachers, but no Midnight. Excuse me, does anyone know where Miss Midnight is? Izuku asked. She should be near the cafeteria, kid, Snipe replied. Izuku thanked him and rushed off. He made his way to the cafeteria, where Midnight was chatting with Present Mike and Nizu. As he approached, his nerves intensified until they noticed him. Hello, young Shimura, Nizu greeted. Present Mike added a cheerful, "Yo," while Midnight waved and winked at him. Hello, I was wondering if I could speak to Miss Midnight for a moment in private, Izuku said, trying to keep his composure. Despite having interacted with girls before, he had never asked one out. Midnight stood up and walked a little farther away from the others with him. What do you think they are talking about? Present Mike asked Nizu. If I had to guess, I'd say young Shimura might be asking Namuri on a date or to stop the teasing, Nizu speculated. So, what did you want to talk about? Midnight teased, her playful tone making Izuku blush. I wanted to ask you something, he stammered, growing redder with each word. Finally, he thought, forget it. Would you like to go on a date with me? He asked, closing his eyes. Midnight blushed, surprised as she had never been asked out like this before. Sure. How about this weekend? She replied, regaining her composure. Okay, how about I pick you up at 7, and then we can go back to my place for dinner? Izuku suggested, not fully considering the implications of his words. To him, it was simply about avoiding distractions, but Midnight interpreted it differently. Oh, you want to do that on the first date? How daring! She teased, her cheeks flushed. Izuku quickly realized how his words might have sounded and began to apologize, explaining his reasoning. It's fine, honey. How about you pick me up Friday at 7 from my place, and then we can go to yours? And call me Namuri, she said, writing down her number and address on a piece of paper before giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. Izuku was momentarily stunned, his mind racing as he processed the kiss and the plans for their date. After a moment, he gathered himself and headed home, already planning ahead, though he was met with playful teasing from Alfred, Jean, and some of the other staff. Meanwhile, Midnight returned to Nizu and Present Mike, who were now joined by Aizawa and All Might in the cafeteria. So, Namuri, what did the little prince want? Present Mike asked with a mischievous grin. Oh, young Midoriya wanted to ask me something, Namuri replied, trying to keep her excitement under wraps, though she knew it was futile. Come on, spill it. Present Mike urged, eager for the details. Fine, he asked me on a date, that's all. This made All Might do a spit take and caused Aizawa to choke on his tea. You go, girl. You got yourself a real prince. Present Mike teased Midnight, now realizing she had a date with a real prince. If this worked out, she could become a princess. The teasing continued for a while, with all the teachers at the table joining in. Izuku woke up today feeling happy. His day couldn't get better. He had a date with Namuri on Friday and enjoyed his favorite breakfast again. He started preparing for their date, already knowing Namuri's favorite food since he was a massive Hero fan. He rode his bike to school, wanting to avoid drawing attention with an expensive car. The day went smoothly. When Midnight's lesson came around, she winked at Izuku, causing him to blush and making some of the others feel jealous of both him and Midnight. After that, it was time for homeroom. As Aizawa entered the room, he spoke, "Shut up and sit down. We have things to discuss." Everyone quickly quieted down and took their seats. Good. First thing for later. Today we will go to the USJ. We will go with Midnight and another teacher who will be waiting for us there. Now, something else to do. You need to choose a class representative and vice representative. Do this however you want, just be quiet about it. Aizawa said as he grabbed his sleeping bag and fell to the floor. As Aizawa went to sleep, the students became loud, yelling out reasons for why they should be chosen. Aizawa grew frustrated, but suddenly, the noise faded. Don't worry, Mr. Aizawa, I made a silent bubble so we won't interrupt your sleep, Izuku said, using his calm fruit. Aizawa thanked him, appreciating the gesture. Okay, everyone, please calm down. We all know everyone wants the position, but yelling won't help. Let's find a way to get the best result for everyone. We need 2 people, so let's first choose the class representative. I agree with Shimura, yelling won't get us anywhere. Let's vote on this, Ida suggested. But won't everyone just vote for themselves? Kirishima asked. Well, I see it 2 ways. We either keep it the same and see who gets the most votes, or we don't allow self-voting. Let's do the first one, Mina said, and the rest of the class agreed. Shortly after voting, Izuku was elected as representative, and Momo was chosen as vice representative. Izuku received 8 votes, while Momo got 5, with Ida close behind at 2 votes. Standing in front of the class, Izuku spoke up, "Thank you for electing me, but I wish to trade places with Yayorozu. I believe she would be a better fit for the position." Everyone agreed, and the positions were suched. Izuku then removed the silent bubble around Aizawa, who quickly became disheartened. I guess it was too good to be true. Well, in 5 minutes, it's lunch, so do what you want. I will be getting everything ready for later, Aizawa said as he walked out of the room, and the students quickly began talking among themselves. Hey, Shimura, thanks for giving me the position, Momo told Izuku. Don't worry about it. I just spoke the truth. It was because of your plan we won, so that shows you have the smarts, Izuku replied with a smile. Want to join us for lunch? Momo asked. Sure, I would love to, Izuku said as he joined Momo and her group, which included Todoroki, Jiro, Ida, Achiko, Azui, Tokoyami, Mina, and Toru. He enjoyed conversations with them about various topics. As they arrived at the cafeteria, they continued chatting and answering random questions. Izuku kept his family a secret as best as he could. They got their lunch, and as Izuku sat down, everyone looked at him eager to see his face. As he prepared to take a bite, an alarm sounded, and Izuku paused. Level 3 security breach. Please make your way toward your classroom. Level 3 security breach. Please make your way toward your classroom. The alarm blared. What does a level 3 security breach mean? Tokoyami asked, as a third-year student rushed past, explaining before hurrying away. It means someone entered the school grounds. I've never seen this happen in my 3 years here. The students quickly followed him, but they found themselves stuck in a large crowd, pressed against the glass. It's just the media that entered. We need to inform the rest, Momo said, glancing outside. I can help with that, but I'll need to use my smoke, Izuku said, activating his quirk. With a cloud of smoke, he lifted Momo above the crowd, allowing her to speak freely. Students of UA, calm down. It's only the media. Please act like heroes and return to your classrooms as normal, Momo called out, and the students complied. Well done, Neurozu, Izuku praised, gently lowering her back to the ground. They returned to class, lunch nearly over, and engaged in casual conversation until Aizawa entered, accompanied by Midnight, who was visibly frustrated. How did they find out he goes here already? Midnight complained, and Aizawa looked equally irritated. Okay, in a moment, each of you will grab your hero costumes and wear them to the USJ. We'll be doing rescue training, and you must be prepared in your hero gear. As for what just happened, the media thought someone important was at this school and found a way in. Don't worry, it has been addressed, and this incident won't happen again, Aizawa explained. Izuku wondered how the media had discovered this information, suspecting it might be linked to the recent exam. Aizawa pressed a button, causing the costumes to emerge from the wall. Each student quickly grabbed theirs and headed to the dressing room. Once dressed, they boarded the buses. Izuku sat down, and Midnight took the seat next to him almost immediately. On the way, Tsuyu asked the question on everyone's mind. Hey, Shimura, why do you wear the mask? He's probably ugly and doesn't want anyone to puke at the sight of his face, Bakugo joked, causing Achiko, Mina, and the teachers to stifle laughs at his comment about one of Japan's most handsome men. Izuku laughed heartily, finding Bakugo amusing. Who knows why I wear the mask? Maybe it's just a fashion statement, or maybe Bakugo is right, Izuku replied, enjoying the banter. But why don't you all guess what it could be? I'm curious to hear your thoughts, and don't worry about offending me. Kirishima went first. I think it's a super manly scar or something badass. Kaminari chimed in, maybe he has no lips. It could also be buck teeth, Siro added. Maybe it's the opposite of what Bakugo said, and he's so good-looking that he has to hide it, Sato suggested. Or maybe he's hiding his identity, Jiro joked, causing a few to sweat nervously. Those are some good guesses, Izuku said, smiling. But joking aside, we're here. Aizawa interrupted as the bus stopped at the USJ, and the students filed out. They approached the massive building, awed by its size. The doors opened, revealing 13. As you can see, the other teacher helping us today is 13, the one responsible for creating the USJ, Aizawa explained as the students entered, marveling at the vast interior. It featured 6 distinct zones: a broken city, an inferno, a mountain zone, a forest zone, a shipwreck zone, and a storm city. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. Before we start, I have to say 1 or maybe 2 things, perhaps 3, although it could turn to 4, maybe even 5, 13 rambled, leaving the students puzzled. Ahem, 13, Aizawa interjected, pulling him back to focus. Oh right, sorry about that. We've all used our quirks, but never in a combat situation. With Aizawa's apprehension test, you saw how your quirk could help you improve. With the All Might lesson, you learned how to use your quirks in combat. Now, with me, you will learn how to use your quirks to save others. Today, we'll focus on using your abilities to help, not to harm, 13 instructed, and the students responded positively. As 13 continued explaining their activities at the USJ, a purple portal suddenly opened in the center of the facility, and a group of villains emerged. Within seconds, the middle part of USJ was filled with hundreds of villains, and out last came a massive figure covered in hands, with skin as dark as night and tears revealing exposed muscles. Its head resembled a beak, with a brain visibly exposed, surrounded by a mist. The man with hands spoke up, "Hello, young heroes. We are the League of Villains, and we have come to kill Prince Izuku Midoriya. Give him up, and all of you will live to see tomorrow." He yelled at the group of students still standing on the stairs. Aizawa responded, "You have wrong information, villain. We have no student under that name." The villain smirked. "Oh, of course, he would say that. Thankfully, we also have his name, Izuku Shimura. Does that ring a bell?" "What is he talking about?" Siro asked, unsure of the situation. Midnight and Aizawa moved to the front, with 13 behind them. The man with hands commanded silently, "Get rid of the heroes." A group of long-range quirk users quickly fired a barrage of attacks. The heroes attempted to dodge, but Midnight was hit in the left leg and Aizawa received a scratch under his eye. Seeing his teacher and someone he cared for getting injured filled Izuku with rage. He stepped forward, anger evident even through his mask. Mina and Achiko rushed to him, trying to stop him. "Don't do it. They are here for you, just run," they urged, fear for his life evident in their voices. The villains fired again, this time wounding Achiko's left arm and hitting Mina in the right leg. Izuku's anger boiled over. He had feelings for both of them, and these villains had the audacity to hurt them. They would pay. He quickly moved Mina and Achiko behind him. Aizawa wanted to rush forward but was stopped by Izuku. "Aizawa, you stay here and make sure nobody gets hurt worse," Izuku instructed. Aizawa couldn't refuse. "What the hell? You can't order a hero around," Kaminari exclaimed, confused like many others about the situation. Sure, the villains claimed Izuku was the Prince of Asia, but that couldn't be true. This was Shimura, their classmate. The thought raced through the minds of all the students. Izuku removed his mask, revealing his face and confirming the truth. In front of them stood the Prince of Asia, the next king of Asia, a figure held in high honor for his kind spirit and overwhelming power. No one truly knew the prince's quirk, as his family had always been careful to keep it a secret. Some students quickly bowed down, while those who remained standing were shocked. Before walking down, Izuku said, "Sorry for finding out this way, but could you all take care of the injured while I deal with these trespassers?" As he descended, the students rushed to their injured friends and teachers, applying first aid while glancing at the fight, eager to see what he would do. Each step Izuku took instilled fear in the villains. With every step, he released a wave of low conqueror's haki, enough to incapacitate villains but also to make them feel as if they were facing a massive dragon intent on their slow and painful demise, causing some villains to panic. Finally, he reached the bottom of the stairs, surrounded by villains. "Now you will find out why you should have never angered me this much," he declared as he stepped forward. "Kill the prince," the man ordered his minions, leaving him with a swordsman, a figure shrouded in mist with only 2 yellow eyes visible, and the massive beast with black skin and exposed muscles. The minions rushed at Izuku, who prepared to unleash his powers. Izuku then used Hatarubi, pointing his open palms outward. Both palms shone light green, releasing small green ball of flame that resembled fireflies. The villains slowed their charge, captivated by the glowing flames. The flames were warm and harmless, but they quickly filled the area, surrounding the villains with multiple green fireflies. Izuku shouted, "Hitaruma!" The fireflies exploded, engulfing the villains in flames that burned but did not kill. Most of the villains fell to the ground, knocked out by the intense heat, while a small number remained standing. Enraged by the ease with which their comrades had been defeated, the remaining villains cast aside their earlier fear. They no longer cared about facing the Prince of Asia. Their only focus was on injuring Izuku. They prepared for a fight, activating their quirks and rushing toward him. Izuku noticed their approach. They were moving slowly. He pet his fist back, igniting it in flames, and punched forward, declaring, "Heiken!" His fist grew. Larger as it shot forward, now the size of a small house, barreling toward the villains. Only 4 managed to escape the attack, but they emerged slightly injured, with burns and scratches covering their bodies. Believing they could now win, they charged at Izuku, thinking he was reaching his limit. Izuku decided to engage in close combat. One thug, using a quirk that caused his knuckles to explode on contact, attempted to land multiple punches. Izuku dodged a right hook and countered with a powerful hook to the thug's chin, knocking him out with a dislocated jaw. With his left hand, Izuku grabbed the fallen thug's head and used it to strike Thug 2, breaking his nose upon impact. Thug 1 was thrown aside as Izuku stood over Thug 2, who clutched his broken nose in pain. Thug 3 swung an axe at Izuku, who dodged the attack and countered by punching the thug's hand, causing him to drop the axe, which shrank to the size of a marker. Izuku then delivered a front kick, sending Thug 3 crashing into Thug 4, forcing them to team up for a better chance. Meanwhile, their leader, Shigaraki, watched eagerly and ordered his ally, Kensher, you will strike him down the moment he's finished. Izuku rushed forward and drop-kicked one of the thugs, sending him flying with multiple broken ribs. Thug 4 attempted to stomp on Izuku's head, but he rolled out of the way and dodged a roundhouse kick. As Thug 4 stumbled, Izuku landed a punch on his leg, causing him to buckle. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku executed a clothesline, bringing Thug 4 down. As Izuku turned back to assess the situation, he sensed danger. Kensher charged at him, sword drawn, and struck, seemingly decapitating Izuku. His classmates gasped, fearing they would face dire consequences for allowing the prince to fall. However, Izuku's head remained afloat in the air. Using the Bara no Mi, he ensured no blade could harm him. Kensher, believing he had succeeded, smirked and threatened the students and teachers, "You will be next." "It's not nice to attack when someone's back is turned," Izuku replied, reappearing behind Kensher. He used Haki to kick Kensher with full force, causing him to collapse in pain. Izuku returned to normal, seizing the sword and hilt. Shigaraki, frustrated but aware he couldn't win alone, prepared for a final move. "Nomu, take him down now," he ordered, but the monstrous creature merely roared in response. It rushed at Izuku at high speeds, but he was able to react and use the Gomu Gomu no Mi, RBB fruit, to absorb the attack. The force of the punch sent Izuku flying backward, but he quickly regained his footing. He realized that while the Gomu Gomu no Mi was a good defense, it lacked offensive power. He knew he was in for a big fight against a beast that looked larger than All Might. Determined, he activated his Uo no Mi model, Suryu, Fish Fruit, model, Azure Dragon, and transformed into his hybrid dragon form. His body grew covered in scales, his face became more dragon-like, and his muscles expanded significantly. The Nomu charged at him, delivering a punch that Izuku caught in his palm. With a dark smile, he used his other arm to punch the Nomu into the ground, cracking the floor beneath them. Izuku and the large beast exchanged powerful blows, with Izuku gradually overpowering the Nomu. The other students watched in awe as the two delivered punch after punch. Aizawa had already called for backup as soon as Izuku took the main force of the attack. The teachers would arrive any minute, but Shigaraki, seeing the Nomu was losing, decided to cut his losses and escape. Izuku felt every punch he received from the Nomu, but he knew his own punches in this form would inflict far more damage. This intense exchange continued for several minutes, with Izuku's thick scales protecting him from most of the damage, though he still felt the sting of each hit. Just then, the heroes arrived, with All Might jumping in to assist Izuku. Together, they easily overpowered the Nomu, even playfully tossing it back and forth for a brief moment. After the battle, Izuku returned from the police station, where he had been brought in for questioning. He thanked the detective and entered UA, where he was met by Midnight, who took him to Recovery Girl for a checkup. After being examined, he learned he had only a few cracked ribs, which Recovery Girl quickly healed. Next, he met with Nizu and shared all the information he had gathered about the villains, including their appearances, behaviors, and potential quirks. Only 2 villains had escaped, but the goal remained to capture them all. Izuku also informed Nizu about the sword he had taken, which was currently with the police for documentation. He requested that it be returned to him once the process was complete. The sword, named Shigyur, was a normal katana with a blue handle and guard featuring a 4-petal design. The sheath was elaborate, with a green, bumpy design on the first half and a smooth white finish on the second half, adorned with circular patterns. Nizu, curious about Izuku's interest in the sword, asked, "Excuse me, but why would you want such a blade?" Izuku explained, "Shigyur is one of the Maito. As you might know, the Maito are swords crafted with such skill that they are considered the strongest in all of Asia. There are 4 ranks of Maito. Shigyur is classified as a grade sword." Midnight interjected, "But if it's the lowest grade, why would you want it?" Izuku replied, "Saying it's the lowest rank is like saying someone finished last in the Olympics. These swords are still extremely well made and powerful. Even grade swords can cut steel and deflect cannonballs. The next rank is skillful grade, with 50 swords in that category, capable of cutting down trees and houses in one swing. Then there's the Great Grade, which includes only 21 swords known for their exceptional strength and sharpness. Finally, the highest rank is the Supreme Grade, believed to be gifted by the gods, capable of cutting mountains as if they were paper. He concluded, "Many of these blades have fallen into the hands of villains, and my wish is that no evil will wield one of them." The teachers understood his passion and assured him that if they ever came across such a sword, they would ensure it was returned to him. Grateful, Izuku thanked them and was told he could head home. Friday. It was the day of his date, and Izuku was filled with excitement. He wore a smile throughout the day, and ever since his classmates discovered his secret, he had stopped wearing his mask in class. He now wore it outside of class, such as during lunch or free PRDS. His classmates were distant, but he expected that much. Uraraka and Mina were the main ones he had contact with, as they had known about his secret the longest. He hoped that in time, they would act normally around him. His classes were normal, the teachers behaved as they should, and it was only a bit awkward for the first few minutes of each lesson. His classmates acted differently. Ida still used Prince to refer to Izuku in class, but thankfully everyone used Shimura outside of class when talking to him. The ones who acted like nothing had changed were Shoto Todoroki and Eijiro Kirishima. Shoto was his usual self, while Kirishima became friendlier with Izuku, not in a way that suggested he wanted something, but in a genuine buddy kind of way. Many of the other guys tried to act as normal as possible, but being in class with a future king was a bit intimidating. The girls, except for Azui, had trouble talking to Izuku without blushing. Azui was in a relationship with Tokoyami and even talked about marriage in the future, but the other girls struggled to think clearly when they saw his face. Izuku, as a prince, was the subject of many magazines and had been deemed the hottest guy in Asia 3 times in a row. Many women even had dreams about him, some of which ventured into more mature territory. Now the class was waiting for Aizawa. As they waited, they made conversation. "Did you guys see that new body pillow of Lioness? They've been trying to sell it like mad at the comic store," Kaminari asked the guys. "Yeah, I heard there was even a limited edition of covers she signed herself," Siro added. "She looks cool in her hero suit on the pillows," Ojiro chimed in. "So, Mina, Oka, what do you know about Midoriya?" Toru asked her 2 best friends. "Just as much as you girls, why?" Mina responded. "Nothing much, I was just wondering if Midoriya was dating anyone," Toru replied, making each girl feel a bit uneasy. "Well, I don't think he is dating anyone, but are you going to ask him or something?" Mina suggested. Before Toru could respond, Aizawa entered the room, and each student rushed to their seats, stopping their chatter. "Good, you all are learning," Aizawa said as he stood in front of the desk at the front of the class. "Now then, your fight's not over yet." Many students braced themselves, thinking of more villains, but Aizawa continued, "The sports festival is coming up." This announcement made the students pause for a moment, but then excitement filled the room. "You all will have 2 weeks to train for the sports festival. I understand that after the villain attack at the USJ, some of you might think it's too soon, but we will increase security measures to ensure your safety. My second point is that I understand some of you may have trouble sleeping due to the attack. If that's bothering you, you can talk to Hound Dog. It's nothing to be ashamed of, many heroes need therapy after their first encounters. Lastly, Midoriya, I know you need time to prepare for your plans tonight, but we need you to see the principal beforehand. Also, Kaminari and Siro, please make sure your homework is done on time. The rest of the lesson will be a free PRD." After Aizawa left the room, the students began to chat freely. What Aizawa said piqued many students' interest about Izuku's plans, but not many had the courage to ask him until Mina spoke up. "Hey, Izuku." Before she could continue, Ida interrupted, noticing Izuku's surprised expression. "Ashido, you shouldn't address him so casually." "It's fine, Ida. I don't mind at all, it just caught me by surprise." "But what's up, Ashido?" Izuku asked. "What are your plans tonight?" she inquired, a light blush coloring her cheeks. "I've got a date," Izuku replied with a smile, surprising many in the room. "Nice, bro. So who is the lucky lady?" Kirishima asked, placing an arm around Izuku's shoulder, drawing even more attention from the girls. Is it midnight? Shoto asked, making everyone look at him in surprise. It was a logical guess, considering how she often acted around him. After Shoto's explanation, many girls felt a pang of disappointment. Well, is it true? Shoto pressed. It is. I have a date with Midnight today, Izuku confirmed, smiling. This news saddened the girls. So, hoping to make her your girlfriend, huh? Kirishima joked. Yeah, at least one of them for sure, Izuku replied, causing everyone to look at him in confusion. What's wrong? He asked. Did you not hear what you just said, bro? Kirishima pointed out, prompting Izuku to tilt his head in confusion. Is it about the girlfriend part? He asked, getting nods from the class. Oh, well, I am required to have multiple girlfriends because of how my quirk works. Without going into details, having only one lady will bring harm to both myself and her, Izuku said, rubbing his head, embarrassed about the whole situation. Hearing this made all the single girls in the room excited, imagining a night with him. The news of him dating multiple girls made each of them extremely happy, to the point where they wanted to jump around. Izuku noticed the time and put his face mask back on to get ready for lunch. He overheard some of the guys talking about his date with Midnight, and while some were jealous, who could blame them? Midnight, also known as Namuri Kiyama, was stunning, and many guys could only dream of a date with her. Every straight guy in Japan had fantasized about her at least once. As the bell rang, everyone in Class 1A stood up to go to lunch. Ida was the first to open the door, and to his surprise, he found a crowd of students waiting outside. What the hell? Kaminari exclaimed, echoing the confusion of many others. Izuku stepped forward, towering over the other students, which made them feel intimidated. Can you please get out of the way? I want to get lunch, he asked, but no one moved. Then a purple-haired guy spoke up. We're scoping out the competition. Well, most of us are. I'm here for a declaration of war. I'm aiming for a seat in the hero course. Before the purple-haired guy could continue, Izuku interrupted. Good for you, but I don't care. I just want to get some lunch and have something important to say to someone. So if you could move out of the way. He said impatiently. You don't get it, do you? I'm going to take you all down, the guy said, anger clear on his face. No, it seems you don't understand. You act tough now, but those words won't mean anything when we fight. We're in the hero course for a reason, but I want you to try and take us down so we can show what we have. But I have no time for this. I just want to get some lunch. Now move. Izuku released a low wave of Conqueror's Haki as he finished speaking, making the students quickly disperse in fear. As Izuku walked out, he encountered a small group of students from Class 1B. He paid them no mind and continued on his way. He knocked on the teacher's lounge door, and Namuri opened it. Oh hi, Izuku. What are you doing here? Do you need Aizawa? She asked. Izuku shook his head. No, I wanted to talk to you in private for a second. They moved to an empty classroom. So, what did you need? She asked, placing a hand on her hip. Well, I have something to tell you that might shock you. It's about us, he said, making her blush. This will sound weird, and I accept that, but if we were to date, you should know that I need multiple partners. Her blush faded as she looked at him for an explanation. I'll explain. My quirk requires a herm released during intimacy to become stronger. Because of my quirk, I also have an increased drive that requires multiple partners, or it could hurt both of us. Midnight understood but felt her blush return. I appreciate you telling me before we start dating, but it doesn't change my mind. I still want to go out with you. Izuku smiled, feeling happier than before. Great. I have a present for you. I know you might want to dress up nicely, so I had some clothing sent to your house. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Thank you, Izuku. Now you should get some lunch. I'll see you later tonight, honey. She kissed him on the cheek and skipped away. Izuku went to the lunchroom, got his meal from Lunch Rush, and made his way to the roof of UA, a place where he could eat without his mask. The rest of the day passed quickly. When it was over, he headed toward Principal Nizu's office. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door and was told to enter. Inside were Aizawa, Present Mike, Nizu, and All Might. Ah, welcome, young Izuku, Nizu said, gesturing to a seat which Izuku took. You must be wondering why we asked you to come here, Nizu continued, and Izuku nodded. It's about the sports festival. First things first, will you wear your mask during the festival? You got first place during the entrance exam, so it's customary for those who placed first to give a speech to start the events. You are allowed to do so, but I am afraid that doing so will let everyone know who you are, so we wanted to know your thoughts on this, Nizu said, making Izuku think about the whole situation. Well, I will wear the face mask, as unmasking at the beginning of the whole event would just be more trouble than it's worth. And about the speech, I ask you to give it to Yaoyorozu, Izuku replied, surprising each teacher slightly. Why her, if you don't mind me asking? Aizawa inquired. With her upbringing, she shouldn't be afraid of big crowds, and with her intelligence, she could undoubtedly inspire not only the students but also the people watching the event from home, Izuku explained, prompting Aizawa to smirk and the others to nod in understanding. That was it, young Izuku. You may leave if there is nothing else you wish to discuss, Aizawa concluded, allowing Izuku to stand up and give a slight bow. As he walked out, Present Mike called out to him from the door. Midoriya, 2 things before you go. Don't you dare break Nemuri's heart, because if you do, it wouldn't matter if you were a prince or even a king. Understand? Izuku chuckled and nodded in response. Good, then enjoy your night. This made Izuku happy. He now knew that there were people who truly cared for Nemuri. He went home and got ready for his big date. Izuku was preparing himself for his date with Nemuri, more commonly known as Midnight. He showered twice because of his nervousness. He had never been on a date before, so this was new and rather intimidating for him. He had stood in front of crowds before as his father gave speeches, faced the media, and even confronted villains. But for some reason, this date scared him more than any of those experiences. He wanted nothing more than for this date to succeed. He hoped he was prepared. He wore a black 3-piece suit with a white shirt and a black tie, complemented by a nice pair of black Oxford shoes. His cufflinks were black with the golden kanji for Midori, and his watch was black leather with a gold face. Inscribed on the watch was the phrase, "The time you enjoy wasting is not wasted time." He looked in the mirror before heading out to pick up his date. Normally, he wasn't one for dressing up, but today he wanted to impress Nemuri with his appearance. His hair was styled by a hairdresser into an undercut with a fade, and he was clean-shaven. He held a bouquet of purple flowers with a yellow center, known as Viola Celestial Midnight. Feeling ready, he made his way to his car, which for this occasion was a Polestar. It was reinforced for safety and had features to keep a low profile. He got into the car and drove toward Nemuri, his nervousness increasing with each passing second. He wanted to see what outfit Nemuri had chosen. He knew she would look amazing, but he was eager to see her. After around 30 minutes, he arrived and parked right in front. Checking his watch, he saw he still had 5 minutes to spare. He stepped out of the car for a final check, ensuring he was presentable and ready. It was time. He walked forward, looking at the house, which was smaller and well-maintained, with a lovely garden filled with tulips of various colors. He knocked on the door, and the silence that followed felt like an eternity. When the door opened, Izuku was met with a sight he would not forget. Nemuri stood before him in a stunning black dress with an open leg, black heels, and a golden bracelet adorned with diamonds. The dress had spaghetti straps that accentuated her figure, and her hair flowed down her back. She wore tomato red lipstick and leaned against the door, speaking in a playful tone, "How do I look?" Izuku was momentarily speechless. She looked breathtaking. If he hadn't been wearing a face mask, his jaw would have dropped. He was sure he had died and gone to heaven. "Why, you look amazing," Izuku stuttered. Nemuri laughed at his reaction, feeling a surge of happiness inside. This was exactly what she wanted from him. She looked at Izuku, who also looked great in his perfectly fitted suit that showcased his muscles. Izuku lifted a bouquet of flowers. "These are for you." Nemuri took the flowers and inhaled their sweet fragrance. She loved them. Flowers had always been a passion of hers. She quickly went inside, placed them in a vase, and set it on her living room table. Rejoining Izuku, she took his offered arm, and they made their way to his car. Izuku opened the door for her, and she took a seat. Once inside, he pressed a button that tinted the windows slightly darker and removed his face mask, causing Nemuri's blush to deepen. She had seen his face before, but never so clean-shaven. "You ready?" Izuku asked, extending his hand for her to take. As they drove toward his house, Nemuri asked if she could play some music, and Izuku happily agreed. They held hands while enjoying the tunes. When they arrived, it was the first time Nemuri saw his house, a large mansion that could easily accommodate a family. The entire building was surrounded by beautifully arranged gardens, each section showcasing different flowers, reflecting great care and planning. As the car parked, Izuku stepped out first and quickly opened the door for Nemuri, who felt overwhelmed. It finally sank in that if this date went well, her life could change dramatically. Strangely, she wasn't afraid of that future, she wanted it to happen. They entered the mansion, and to their surprise, stood Alfred, Izuku's butler. "Good evening," Alfred greeted. "I thought I told everyone to take the night off," Izuku said, puzzled. "I understand, but I wanted to be here. It wouldn't be good for the atmosphere if you had to leave the conversation each time for food. So, some of us decided to ensure your date goes as smoothly as possible. We'll only assist with dinner. After that, it's all yours to enjoy," Alfred explained, making Izuku smile as he hugged him. They made their way to the dining room, where the table was set for two, complete with candles that created an NTMT ambience. Izuku pulled back a chair for Nemuri, who quickly sat down, followed by him. They exchanged smiles as Alfred presented the menu, which was concise with only a few courses listed. Nemuri was the first to order. "I would like the crab cake stuffed mushrooms." Izuku chose the same for his appetizer. For the main course, Nemuri selected a hamburger steak, her favorite, while Izuku opted for katsudon. They decided to share a chocolate lava cake for dessert. Alfred left to inform the chef and select a suitable wine. The dinner was perfect. They enjoyed the delicious food and the music Alfred had arranged. They talked about their pasts, likes, and dislikes. Izuku learned that Nemuri was planning a costume upgrade soon, as her current outfit was getting worn out. She discovered that Izuku's quirk prevented him from swimming, a drawback he had learned about at a young age. He recounted the amusing story of the first time he tried to swim at 4 years old, jumping into the pool and sinking to the bottom. His mother had jumped in to save him, while his father slipped and fell, which made Izuku laugh despite the scare. Nemuri found the story hilarious, laughing so hard that she snorted, which embarrassed her but only made Izuku think she was cute. After dinner and dessert, they decided to watch a movie together. Nemuri loved her dress but felt it wasn't suitable for lounging, so she wanted to change. Thankfully, Izuku had some comfortable clothes. He changed into sweatpants and a slightly oversized white t-shirt, while Nemuri opted for shorts that showcased her legs and one of Izuku's t-shirts, which was much too big for her, nearly covering her shorts. She styled her hair into a large top bun. As she walked out, she found Izuku already sitting on the couch, ready for their movie night. He sat straight up with one arm leaning on the back of the couch. Nemuri came into his line of sight, and he felt a rush of excitement. She gently pushed Izuku down into a lying position and laid down next to him, using his arm and chest as a pillow. As she settled in, she took Izuku's other arm and wrapped it around her waist, prompting him to hug her closer. Nemuri nuzzled into him, and he couldn't help but notice how sweet she smelled. Without realizing it, he hugged her tighter. They debated watching a movie but decided on a show instead, agreeing to watch Daredevil. They enjoyed it immensely, watching 3 episodes before noticing the time. "It's getting late," Nemuri said, and Izuku replied with a hint of sadness, "Yeah, it is. Do you want me to bring you home?" Nemuri hesitated. She didn't want to leave but also didn't want to impose. As she stood up to get her shoes, Izuku grabbed her wrist. She turned to find him looking down, and without warning, he leaned in and kissed her softly. It was their first real kiss, and both felt a surge of happiness. As they melted into the kiss, it grew more passionate. Nemuri jumped into Izuku's arms, her legs wrapping around him as he lifted her. They fell back onto the couch, their kiss deepening. They parted for air, a thin trail connecting their lips. Izuku looked into her eyes and finally asked the question he had been wanting to pose for a while. "Nemuri, Do you want to become my girlfriend? She had hoped for this moment and was too happy to say anything but yes. Instead, she leaned in for another kiss. Yes, I would love to be your girlfriend, she said as they broke apart. They continued to kiss on the couch for 20 minutes until Namuri spoke up. Hey Izuku, can we go to your room? Izuku didn't respond verbally, he simply stood up with Namuri still in his arms, a smile on his face. He couldn't get to his room fast enough. The next morning, Izuku was the first to wake up. He felt a weight on his chest and looked down to see Namuri still asleep. Her hair was tousled, but to Izuku, she looked amazing. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was nearly 10 in the morning. As Namuri rolled off him, he seized the opportunity to get out of bed and make breakfast for both of them. Before heading to the kitchen, he leaned down to kiss her forehead. In the kitchen, he prepared eggs, toast, bacon, and tea. Just as he was finishing up, Namuri woke up. Confused at first, she quickly realized she was in her boyfriend's bed. The smell of food wafted through the air, and she decided to stay in bed a little longer. Sitting up, she grabbed the shirt she had discarded the night before to cover herself. Checking her phone, she saw over 45 messages from Present Mike, all inquiring about her date. Nem, how was the date? Namuri, answer me this minute. The messages continued in a flurry. As her phone rang again, it was Mike once more. I can see you read the messages, he texted. Sighing, Namuri decided her friends deserved to know how it went. Yeah, calm down. I will tell you. It was a great date, and I enjoyed it immensely. As soon as she sent the message, Mike began typing again. So, are you a princess now? She could almost picture the grin on his face through the text. Placing her phone on silent, she looked up just as Izuku walked in, wearing only pajama briefs and carrying a plate of food. Good morning, he said with a smile. As he approached, Namuri kissed him on the lips. Morning, handsome. They enjoyed breakfast in bed, sharing kisses in between bites. Afterward, Izuku got up. I'm going to take a shower, then we can go out in the city for a while. Is that okay with you? No, she replied, leaving Izuku confused and a bit worried. Before he could respond, she added, we're going to take a shower together, then we can do that other stuff. With that, she stood up, removed her shirt, and walked into the shower room, making Izuku look at her in shock and excitement. You coming, sweetie? He heard Namuri call out from the bathroom as he removed his briefs and hopped toward her. After their long shower, they made their way to the living room, with Namuri piggyback riding on Izuku. Why do you want to go shopping? Namuri asked, resting her head on Izuku's shoulder. To get some extra clothing, maybe grab something to eat, and of course, to spend more time with you, he replied, kissing her cheek. Once dressed, Izuku in jeans and a white shirt, and Namuri in his sweatpants and a t-shirt with the kanji for shirt written on it. They got in the car. Izuku drove them back to her place so she could change into something nicer. Izuku sat on the couch in Namuri's house, looking around at the many pictures of her family and friends. The house was a bit messy, which was expected of a hero and a teacher, but he appreciated her design style, which had a modern feel. Namuri emerged, now wearing jeans, heels, and a white blouse, her hair styled in a high ponytail. How do I look? She asked, and Izuku gave her 2 thumbs up. They got back in the car and drove toward the mall. They visited a couple of clothing shops, where Izuku picked up some jeans and a t-shirt for himself, along with some clothes for Namuri, enough for her to wear if she ever wanted to sleep over. She chose a pair of jeans, some sweats, shirts, and a few essentials. After loading the clothes into the car, they headed to a makeup store for her to pick out what she needed. Though it took a while, Izuku didn't mind. He enjoyed spending time with Namuri. After getting the makeup, they decided to grab some lunch. Suddenly, Izuku's attention was drawn to something in the distance. He activated his observation haki, scanning the area for any signs of trouble. He sensed a strong emotion, fear, coming from a child who was running fast, as if fleeing from something. Expanding his haki's range, he detected an overwhelming feeling of anger nearby. Grabbing Namuri's hand, he sprinted toward the source of the fear, with Namuri struggling to keep up. They soon reached a dark alleyway, where Izuku crouched down just as a small white-haired girl tackled him. The girl had long, messy white hair and wore a tattered dress. Her arms and legs were covered in bandages stained with old blood, and she had no shoes. Tears filled her eyes as she looked up at Izuku. "Please help me," she whispered, gripping his shirt tightly. "Please don't bring me back to that scary man." Izuku hugged her tightly, reassuring her that she was safe. He quickly used his powers, first activating the gyro no Mi to read the girl's mind. He saw flashes of her in a chair with a man wearing a bird beak mask, and in a dark room with that same man glaring at her with anger. Next, he used the memo no Mi, extracting a roll of film from the girl's memories while she clung to him. Nemuri, looking over his shoulder, felt sick at what the girl had endured. Izuku's anger toward the man grew immensely. If he ever encountered him, it wouldn't be a fight, it would be an execution. He stopped using his quirk and looked toward the alleyway, anticipating the man's arrival. He gently handed the girl to Nemuri, speaking softly. "Don't worry, but I need you to stay with her for a moment. Is that okay?" The girl nodded lightly. Nemuri, being a hero, hugged the girl and spoke to her soothingly until the man emerged from the shadows. "Can you give my daughter back?" he said, causing the girl to flinch and cling to Nemuri even tighter. Izuku stepped forward, his eyes shadowed by his hair, and without warning he punched the man in the face, sending him flying back into the alleyway. "Call the police and an ambulance. Make sure they bring a body bag," Izuku said as he stepped into the dark alleyway. The man with the bird-like mask got up, his mask damaged from the punch. He used his quirk to repair it, and as it was fixed, he glared at Izuku. "Do you have any idea who I am, boy?" the masked man sneered. "I know who you are, Overhaul. But what you don't know is that I also know exactly what you've done to that little girl." Overhaul was taken aback that Izuku knew his name, but even more shocked that he was aware of his actions. "So Eri talked, did she? I guess after I win this fight, I'll have to teach her a lesson," Overhaul said, rising to his feet. "You're wrong. This isn't a fight. This is an execution," Izuku declared, using the Goro no Mi, rumble fruit, to unleash Thor. A beam of light shot down from the sky, striking Overhaul and leaving him scorched, his screams echoing in the alley. Eri, initially frightened, felt a sense of relief hearing his pained cries. Izuku, still furious, wanted to continue the punishment. "Get up, you son of a... we're not done yet." He had held back on his previous attack, but now he unleashed another strike. 20 million volt bari, he shouted, directing a line of lightning at Overhaul, who screamed again in agony. Overhaul lay on the ground, gasping for air, blood streaming from his eyes. Izuku kicked him over and placed his foot on Overhaul's chest. "Any final words?" he asked. In a desperate attempt, Overhaul grabbed Izuku's ankle, but his quirk failed to work. "What?" Overhaul said, confusion etched on his face, just as Izuku unleashed Thor again, this time at full power and close range, ending Overhaul's life. Izuku stepped back from the now lifeless body. "Your end was far too quick and not nearly painful enough," he muttered before walking toward Eri. He emerged from the dark alleyway, the sun shining brighter now, illuminating the scene. Eri remained huddled in fear, and Izuku crouched down 6 feet away from her and Nemuri. "Are you scared of the mask?" he asked gently, and Eri nodded slightly. To most, the mask was just an accessory, but for Eri, it represented Overhaul. Without hesitation, Izuku removed his mask, revealing himself to the onlookers as the prince of their continent. The police were on their way, and the crowd was uncertain how to react. Some knelt, others fled, and a few took pictures. Izuku approached Eri, who released Nemuri and hugged him tightly, repeatedly thanking him. He sat on the ground, holding her close as the police arrived. Initially frozen upon seeing Izuku, they quickly shifted focus when a request for a body bag was made. A detective, familiar with Izuku from the USJ incident, arrived. Nemuri briefed the officers on the situation, explaining they needed to take Izuku in for questioning as protocol dictated. However, the junior officers hesitated, intimidated. Understanding what needed to happen, Izuku stood and walked over to the detective. "Hello again, detective. I know what's needed. All I ask is no cuffs and that you don't separate me from this child." The detective nodded in agreement. As Izuku entered the police car, he turned to Nemuri. Can you inform Jean and Alfred about what happened? Also, ask Nizu if he and Recovery Girl could meet us at the police station to check on Eri. He handed her the keys to his car and his phone before getting into the vehicle, still holding Eri close. News trucks arrived just in time to capture Izuku entering the police car without a mask, caring for the girl. Reporters clamored for answers, questioning why the prince was in a police car, his connection to Midnight, and what had happened to the deceased. Nemuri called Alfred first to relay the events. "Hello, young prince," he answered. "Hey Alfred, it's Nemuri." "Oh, is something wrong with the prince?" "Well, there is something, but it's not as bad as it sounds." Izuku went with the police for questioning regarding a murder. "What?" Alfred exclaimed, shocked. Midnight, overhearing, sounded worried. As Nemuri explained the situation, Izuku continued to provide his account to the police. At first, they were skeptical about what he said, but after showing the girl's memories and the detective's Quirk confirmed the truth, Izuku was freed of all charges. Now, Izuku sat in the waiting area with Eri still hugging him, but she looked up with red, puffy eyes and asked, Mister, what will happen to me now? Will I have to go away?" Sadness and fear were evident in her voice. Izuku hugged her close once more. "That is up to you, Eri. If it were up to me, you would live with me. But if you want to go somewhere else, I will help you with that." Eri shook her head, burying her face in Izuku's chest. "I don't want to go to scary people anymore." "Then do you want to stay with me?" Izuku asked. The small girl nodded. "Thank you, mister." Izuku hugged Eri again, making her feel a little safer, but as 3 new people entered, she began to get scared again. The newcomers were Nizu, Recovery Girl, and Alfred, along with Nemuri, who Eri knew wouldn't hurt her. As Alfred entered and saw Izuku, he wanted to rush over but was stopped by Nemuri, who placed a hand on his shoulder. They calmly entered the room and stood on the opposite side. Nemuri took a seat next to Izuku. "Mr. Midoriya, could you perhaps explain what is going on? I have a slight understanding, but I would like the full story," Nizu asked. Izuku explained everything, including what he and Eri had just discussed. Everyone took a moment to process the information. "I see. Could I also ask what your plan is with the young lady?" Nizu inquired, a question everyone wanted answered. "Well, this may sound a bit rushed, but I've decided to take care of Eri myself." This revelation shocked them all. Nemuri was particularly surprised. "So you will become her guardian?" Izuku nodded. "I don't want to see her scared anymore. She has been through enough. I want to do what I can to help her become happy again." Eri felt a flicker of happiness at his words, but also fear. In her mind, 2 voices battled. One reassured her that she was safe from Overhaul and that Izuku was her hero. The other voice warned that Izuku could be just like Overhaul, that this was all an act. "Are you ready for this, young prince? This is a significant responsibility. What if your parents do not agree with your choice?" Alfred asked, knowing that Izuku's parents would support him but wanting to test his resolve. "Then I would still take care of you," Izuku replied. Nizu then spoke up, "And what if your actions lead to you being kicked out of UA?" Both Recovery Girl and Nemuri looked at Nizu in surprise. "Then I would simply look for a new school or give up on my dream." Hearing this made Nizu laugh. "Good to hear. But don't look for a new school just yet. It won't be a problem to have little Eri at UA, and I'd love to help if needed." Alfred added, "Anything you need, sir. I would never turn my back on you or young Eri," giving a kind smile to Eri, who was still holding on to Izuku. "I do have one request, Nizu. I was wondering if I could take Eri with me to class. I'll make sure she stays busy and doesn't disturb any lessons." "I see no problem with that. I will inform you that Aizawa will have an extra student on Monday," Nizu said as he started to leave the room, waving to everyone. "Alfred, could you please start the paperwork for me?" "Of course, I'll be on my way," Alfred replied before leaving. Now, in the room were Nemuri, Recovery Girl, Izuku, and Eri. "Recovery Girl, could you make sure Eri is healthy?" Izuku asked. Recovery Girl nodded and walked toward them. Izuku placed Eri in front of him, but the small girl got scared and grabbed his arm. Eri, don't worry. This is a hero who will make sure you are healthy. She won't hurt you, okay? Eri was still scared but trusted Izuku and walked with Recovery Girl to the other side of the room, still able to see Izuku and Nemuri. Once they were alone, Nemuri spoke up. Izuku, you should have discussed this with me first. Izuku looked slightly shocked that he had forgotten. I'm sorry, Nemuri. I kind of forgot that I'm not alone anymore. I hope you don't mind. I don't mind. She is a sweet kid, but next time you want to adopt a child, please inform me about it, Nemuri said, kissing Izuku on the cheek. After about 20 minutes, Eri was checked out and told she needed some vitamins as they were low, as well as gain some more weight as she was really thin. Both Nemuri and Izuku took Eri to Izuku's house and ordered some clothing that she would need. While at home, Nemuri told Izuku that she had a meet-up with some other heroines but was considering canceling to be with him and Eri. He encouraged her to go and meet up with her friends, suggesting she could come by afterward. Eri was scared as she didn't know where she was, but she believed he would never hurt her. The rest of the day was calming for them all. Eri was distant, but Izuku and Nemuri took every opportunity to ask her about things she liked or wanted. They discovered that Eri only knew about one thing she liked: apples. Izuku was happy to learn at least one thing about her but felt conflicted about how quickly he had dealt with Overhaul as he learned more about her. It was Monday morning at UA University, but this day was different. Before they could make it to UA, they were stopped by news reporters. The media was on somewhat of a manhunt. On Saturday, a Quirk user had taken 2 pictures of Izuku, one with a mask and one without. Those pictures were all over the news in Japan, and many people were giving tips about his whereabouts. One of those tips suggested that the masked individual was at UA, resulting in everyone having trouble getting in because they wanted answers. Everyone in Class 1A didn't know how to respond and acted as if they knew nothing. As they entered the classroom, they discussed the situation. Man, there were like 40 or 50 reporters asking questions about Midoriya, Kaminari said. Well, what do you expect? His secret was spilled. I kind of feel bad for the guy, Siro added. Kirishima chimed in. Yeah, the dude wanted nothing more than to be a normal guy for once, and this happens. Totally not cool of the media. Where is Midoriya? Isn't he usually early? Momo asked, looking around and not seeing him. This made everyone look around and shrug, but they also noticed something else. Speaking of missing classmates, where are Shoji and Koda? I haven't seen them yet, Ojiro said. Everyone looked around, guessing, but then the door opened, and Aizawa entered, making all the students rush to their seats. Good job shutting up. I have a lot to say. First of all, about your missing classmates. Both Mizo Shoji and Koji Koda have chosen to change schools. This shocked all the students as they processed the loss of 2 classmates. I am not done yet, Aizawa said, activating his quirk to quiet the class again. We also have 3 students joining our class. You may enter. Aizawa gestured for the new students to come in. First was a young woman with straight fawn-colored hair that reached just below her shoulders and dark brown eyes. Next was a taller woman, slightly shorter than Aizawa but still taller than all the girls in Class 1A, with shoulder-length black hair and a long, defined nose. Last was a woman of similar height to the first, with long orange hair that reached the lower part of her back and a confident demeanor. Introduce yourselves, Aizawa instructed as he settled into his sleeping bag while still standing. The first to speak was the young woman with fawn-colored hair. Yo fam, it's totally lit to be here. The handle is Kami Atsushimi, she said, giving a double peace sign. The second girl followed, saying, Hi, my name is Robin Nico. It's nice to be here. The last woman introduced herself. My name is Nami Nico. Hope we can be friends. This left the students a bit confused, prompting some to raise their hands. Yes, what is it, Yayorozu? Aizawa asked. Both of them are sisters, so how do we address them? She inquired. Aizawa looked at the 2 to answer. Just call me Nami and her Robin. That would make it a lot easier, Nami replied, and everyone nodded in understanding. Good, now sit down. The only seat that is not open is the one behind Bakugo. Now, the next point is about that seat, but I won't be explaining it, Aizawa said, sending a message on his phone before settling back into his corner. Sir, are we waiting for something? Mina asked. You will see soon enough, don't worry. I will say this now, and believe me when I say there will be consequences if you do not listen. You all will stay calm with what you will see in a minute. Am I understood? Aizawa said very seriously, using his quirk to emphasize the importance of his words. After a minute, the door opened again. The first to enter was Midnight, followed by Izuku, who had someone with him that no one recognized. The three new girls in Class 1A were shocked. They had heard rumors about the prince being at UA, but seeing him in person was surprising. They remained quiet, curious about why he had brought her along. Izuku stood in front of the class as Aizawa took a seat at his desk to listen. I know you all have many questions, but please wait until I'm finished speaking, Izuku said, prompting everyone to nod in understanding. This is Eri. I found her on Saturday, and after some time, I was able to bring her with me. I will explain more later, but I don't want her to hear it again, so that will have to wait. You might be wondering about our relationship. I have adopted her. As he said this, he noticed their eyes widen in surprise. It took all their effort not to shout. I understand your shock. The reason she is here is that she is scared of other people. Right now, she only feels safe with me or with Midnight. If you have questions, please raise your hand, and I will answer them. He handed Eri to Namuri to hold. Everyone raised their hands almost instantly. He pointed to Uraraka. Does that mean she is your daughter? Izuku nodded. That is correct. Many of the girls found this extremely cute, while one red-haired boy thought it was very admirable. Next was Ida. What will she do? During class. For now, to help her feel less scared, I've arranged for her to stay active with drawing or watching movies. Later, if she feels more relaxed, I'll provide her with materials to learn a bit on her own. This response satisfied Ida, who nodded and sat back down. Other questions were answered until only one remained, asked by one of the new girls, Nami. Are you single? Aizawa rubbed his temples, and each girl blushed, curious about the answer. Some boys were interested too, not for the same reason, but they wanted to know how the date went. Midnight giggled at the question. Izuku hesitated but looked at Midnight, who stepped forward to respond. Well, no, but actually yes, Midnight said, leaving the three new girls confused. Izuku created a small bubble of silence around Eri using his powers so they could explain. He is not single. This hunk of a man is in a relationship with me, but you can join. As Midnight said this, the three girls exchanged glances, unsure if she was joking. They looked around for answers and saw people nodding in confirmation. But that will have to wait until after the sports festival, as I want all of you to do your best, she added, which many girls saw as a good opportunity. Izuku scanned the room for more questions, but before he could continue, the door opened, and All Might entered, carrying a small table and chair. Ah, young Midoriya, I brought the table and chair for little Eri. All Might placed them in front of himself. Thank you very much, sir, Izuku said with a small bow of gratitude, which puzzled the three new girls. Don't worry about it, I have to be off, All Might said as he hurried away. Izuku attempted to hand Eri back to Namuri for a moment so he could set the table next to his, but before he could turn, Kirishima stood up and moved the table. Izuku nodded in thanks to Kirishima. See you during lunch, Namuri said, kissing Izuku on the lips, making him blush slightly. Now then, I have one more thing to inform you all. After the sports festival, we will be implementing a dormitory. Midoriya's status gave us a good chance to move forward with this, as it has been under consideration for a while. Please take one of these and pass them on. Make sure your parents read and sign them, Aizawa announced as the lesson continued. The rest of the lesson was straightforward. Eri spent a lot of time drawing and occasionally listened in on the lesson, though she didn't understand much. Some teachers, like Snipe, weren't her favorites, but she found him amusing. After present Mick's English lesson, it was time for lunch. Since present Mike had to leave, they had 10 minutes before lunch began. Kirishima wanted to connect with Eri, so he asked Izuku, Yo, Midobro, can I try and speak to Eri a little? Sure, just try to keep your distance, Izuku replied. Kirishima nodded and approached Bakugo's desk, crouching down next to Eri. "Hey there, little one," he said with a friendly wave. Eri shyly waved back. "I see you're drawing. Can you tell me what you're drawing?" Kirishima asked gently. Eri looked around at Izuku, who nodded encouragingly. She proudly showed her drawing, which depicted green grass, a sun in the corner, and a house. In front of the house were 3 stick figures, one smaller than the other 2. One of the larger figures had a green afro, and the other had purple hair resembling a Christmas tree. The smallest figure had gray hair. Eri shared it with Kirishima, and everyone gathered to take a look, instantly understanding its significance. "Wow, that is super awesome," Kirishima exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Can you tell me what it is?" Eri felt a bit embarrassed but spoke up, encouraged by Izuku's trust in their friends. It's Papa and Nem with me in a grass field in front of a house." Izuku's heart skipped a beat at her words. Many had to look away, overwhelmed by the cuteness of the moment, but then they realized the implications of what she had just said. Eri, what did you call me?" Izuku asked, his voice gentle. Eri's face fell, and she quickly began to apologize, sensing his surprise. Izuku rushed to her side and hugged her tightly, tears welling in his eyes. "Don't cry. There's nothing wrong. I'm not mad, I was just surprised, that's all." "So you're not mad for what I called you?" Eri asked, her voice trembling. "No, sweetie, I'm not mad. I'm really happy," Izuku replied, his joy evident. He stood up, still holding Eri. "Let's get you some food. Anything you want, anything at all." The class followed him, all of them sharing in his happiness. As they entered the cafeteria, the room fell silent, eyes turning toward Izuku, who held Eri in his arms, a massive smile on his face. Surrounded by his classmates, they chatted excitedly as they approached the lunch line. Whispers about Izuku circulated throughout the room. When it was his turn, Izuku ordered everything on the menu. Lunch Rush confirmed the order and began cooking. As they waited, Izuku noticed Namuri sitting at a table with 2 seats next to her, surrounded by Ida, Kirishima, and the girls. Once they sat down, food arrived quickly. Izuku let Eri try every dish, eager to see what she liked. By the end of lunch, more than half the table was still filled with food, and everyone looked at Izuku, who hadn't taken a single bite yet. "What will you do with all this food, Midoriya?" Ida asked. "Well, I'm gonna eat all of it, of course," Izuku replied confidently. "But it's too much for one person, and we only have 5 minutes before class starts again," Ida pointed out. The others shared the same concern, but Izuku just smiled and began to eat. His speed was impressive, and he managed to clear the table in just 3 minutes, leaving no mess behind. "Now let's get back to class," Izuku said, patting his stomach. His classmates nodded in agreement, still in awe of what they had just witnessed. The rest of the day passed simply, but the dorm system sparked excitement and chatter among the students. As Class 1A trained together, they had 1 week left before the sports festival, and everyone was determined to win. The students formed groups to improve their skills. The 3 new girls at UA worked alongside the other girls, while the boys, including Kirishima, Kaminari, and Sato, focused on muscle workouts. Kirishima needed strength for his quirk, as a stronger physique meant stronger skin hardening. Kaminari didn't require strength for his quirk, but being able to overpower opponents would enhance his control. Sato aimed to increase his muscle mass with sugar to become stronger overall. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Todoroki trained alone. Bakugo focused on refining his movements with explosions, developing strong attacks for situations where his explosions might be negated. He kept his distance from the group, determined to perfect his techniques while minimizing his explosions without sacrificing power. His explosion, although powerful, was losing strength due to its spread, and Todoroki wanted to change that. He needed to impress his father during the sports festival. Both of his parents were high-ranking heroes. His father, Endeavor, was the number 2 hero, and his mother, Blizzard, held the 15th rank. His older brother, Toya, known as the cremation hero Dabi, had chosen a different path as an underground hero, while his other brother, Natsu, aspired to be a therapist and was currently in medical school. His older sister, Fuyumi, was studying to become a teacher's aide and had been in contact with Nizu about potential opportunities after her graduation, which was just a month away. Todoroki wanted to prove he was strong enough to protect the royal family, just like his father had done in the past. He focused on using both his flames and ice simultaneously, managing to prolong the side effects, though it was far from a complete solution. Meanwhile, the rest of the class was sparring, except for Izuku, who was concentrating on enhancing his skills. He was using the Ito Ito no Mi, string fruit, to create various creations, entertaining Eri, who was surrounded by a flock of white doves and even some white wolves. Midnight and All Might, who were observing the class, remarked that it resembled a scene from a Disney movie, only cuter. Izuku made each creation move as if they were alive, with some even landing on Eri's arms as she reached out to them in awe. She would often call out the names of animals she wanted to see, and Izuku would create them from string. The girls in the class were also working together to grow stronger, hoping to catch the attention of others by showcasing their strength. Achiko and Kami were sparring in hand-to-hand combat. Achiko aimed to learn better ways to utilize her quirk, as simply touching her target left her vulnerable. Kami, whose quirk allowed her to create illusions, needed to improve her offensive skills, so they sought tips from Aizawa. Momo was training with Nami, who had a wooden staff that could be extended into 3 sections. Although Nami's quirk, which allowed her to perceive the climate, seemed less useful for combat, it could help predict natural disasters, making her an asset in emergency situations. Momo, already familiar with the bow staff, hoped to learn from Nami's chaotic style to enhance her own skills. Robin was practicing with Toru and Jiro. Toru would sneak around quietly to try and punch Jiro, who was tasked with detecting her movements. Robin's role was to use her quirk to create noise, which she could do by growing her limbs in various places. Her quirk was an enhanced version of her mother's, allowing her to create multiple limbs and even facial features. Mina and Toru were engaged in leg workouts, with Mina doing squats and box jumps while wearing a weighted jacket. Azui, also in a weighted jacket, performed small jumps to strengthen her muscles. During their workout, they chatted to get to know each other better. "Hey Nami, were you serious when you asked out Izuku?" Mina inquired between exercises. "Yeah, I was. Why do you ask?" Nami replied, blocking a sideways swipe from Momo's staff. "Weren't you a little embarrassed about it?" Mina pressed. "You asked it in front of everyone," Achiko said as she and Kami tried to get their hold correct. "Maybe a little, but not enough to take a shot at becoming a princess or a queen," Nami replied, attempting a leg sweep with her staff. "It is quite interesting that the prince has the opportunity for multiple lovers," Robin remarked while slapping the ground. "Yeah, and after this sports festival, I am gonna make my move," Nami announced, glancing at Robin just as Momo took the chance to swipe her legs, slamming her staff next to Nami's head to signal her win. "Don't think you're the only one going to try," Momo said bravely, though she felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, Yamamo is also stepping into the ring," Mina chimed in as she finished her final rep. "Don't think it's just those two," Toru added, inadvertently revealing her location to Jiro, who used her earphone jacks to grab hold of Toru's legs. "Gotcha," Jiro said, catching her. "Wait, who is all going to ask him then?" Nami asked, unsure of the number of potential suitors. "Well, so far it's you, Momo, Toru, and Achiko, as soon as she gets the guts for that," Jiro replied, causing Achiko to blush and shout a playful protest. "How about you then, Jiro? I've seen how you look at him during class," Toru teased. What are you talking about? We all have some attraction toward him. He is super nice," Mina said, taking a sip of her drink. "But it doesn't matter at the moment, our first challenge will be the sports festival," Momo reminded them. "It's gonna be totally lit," Kami added. "About the sports festival, who will give the intro speech?" Robin asked. "Yeah, it always got me hyped when I used to watch it," Achiko agreed. "I have the honor of doing the speech," Momo announced. "Cool, but I thought you did the recommended exam, so you wouldn't give those?" Jiro questioned. Momo explained, "Well, at first Midoriya was supposed to give the speech, but he wanted me to do it." Just then, Jiro pointed out, "Speaking of the devil, here he comes," as Izuku walked toward the group. "Hey, Could I speak with Yayorozu for a second? Izuku asked, leading Momo to a more private spot. This might sound like a weird request, but could you perhaps do something for me? Izuku asked, making Momo blush. She nodded, unable to trust her voice. Could you, during your speech, tell everyone not to hold back against me? He requested. Why would that be necessary? She asked. With me being the prince, people have been acting as if the slightest thing could set me off. I want everyone to try and defeat me. I don't want people to be scared and forfeit the second they go against me, Izuku explained. I can do that, but could you then also do something for me? Momo asked, seizing the opportunity. Izuku nodded for her to continue. Could we perhaps go on a date after the sports festival? Sure thing, Yayorozu. I would be honored to have a date with someone as appealing as you, Izuku said, gently taking her hand and kissing it. Momo blushed deeply, nearly fainting. When she returned to her friends, they immediately began teasing her. Time skipped to the day of the sports festival. It's the day of the sports festival. UA Stadium is packed with pro heroes, families, and media. Outside, large crowds gather, eager to witness the live action. Pro heroes patrol the area, ensuring safety for the attendees. In the stands, many high-ranking heroes are present, including the number 2 hero Endeavor, the number 6 hero Mirko, the number 8 hero Hawks, and the number 10 hero Ryukyu, among many others. Midnight was initially supposed to be the MC, but due to Eri, that role was vacated. Now, she was enjoying the show with her friends in a private area, including Nemuri, Eri, Mirko, Ryukyu, MT Lady, and Iwabami. Nemuri had formed close friendships with Mirko, Ryukyu, and Iwabami during her time at UA. Who is the little kid? Mirko asked as Eri clung to Nemuri, frightened by the new faces and loud sounds. This little angel is Eri, Nemuri introduced her. So that explains the mom bod. How sweet, MT Lady commented. Hello there, Eri, Ryukyu said gently, and Eri, though too scared to speak, gave a small wave. Nem, who are this little one's parents? Ryukyu inquired, while Iwabami expressed her curiosity. How about she tells you? Eri, can you tell them what your papa's name is? Nemuri encouraged softly. After 2 weeks of trust building, Eri confidently replied, My papa is called Izuku Midoriya. The revelation left the women, except for Nemuri and Eri, wide-eyed and shocked. Is she speaking the truth? Mirko asked Nemuri, who nodded. How on earth did you get the babysitting job for the prince? MT Lady asked, incredulous. Oh, he asked me, of course, Nemuri replied with a smirk. When? Ryuko asked her friend. When else but when we were watching a movie? Eri, do you remember what movie it was? Yeah, it was Moana. This revelation made Nemuri smile as she gave Eri a kiss on the cheek. Wait, the prince is the guy you're seeing? Lady MT asked, hoping it was a joke. Yep, and he has been seeing a lot of me lately, Nemuri replied, playfully covering Eri's ears for a moment. But don't worry, ladies, I can always introduce you. He needs some extra ladies in his life. But that's for later, it's starting. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the UA Sports Festival for the first years. Today we have a great show for everyone. First to enter the arena is Class 1A. They faced villains during the USJ incident and are still standing strong. Present Mike announced as Class 1A entered. The crowd erupted in excitement upon seeing the prince, while Class 1A felt nervous at the sight of such a large audience. Next up are also from the hero course, Class 1B. They may not have faced villains, but they are still part of the hero course. The excitement was less than for Class 1A. Following them are Classes 1C, 1D, and 1E from General Studies. After that, we have the support courses of Classes F, G, and H. Finally, we have Classes I, J, and K from Management. Now, for the intro speech, please welcome Miss Yayorozu. Present Mike signaled Momo to walk toward the microphone. As she stood there, she heard cheers mixed with some boos and calls for the prince to speak. Hello and welcome to the UA Sports Festival. I understand that some of you might have preferred someone else to give this speech, but I have been given the honor of doing so. Today, All of us first years will compete against each other in a variety of events. We will use everything within our power to not only put on a show for you but also to demonstrate that we are the next generation. We are all students of UA, and we are the future of the world. Just because we are in the heroics department does not mean anything. We are not helping people today, we are not fighting villains today. Today will just be a competition, and I hope you all will give it your best. Now, I have one more thing to say, and this does not come from me. I have been given this message by the prince. Do not shame yourself or him by holding back. Give it your all, try to defeat him. Give it 100% and go plus ultra. Everyone joined in for the last part of the speech. As she walked down, Momo received praise from her classmates. Izuku gave her a thumbs up and a wink, making her blush. The other students from UA were still a bit intimidated by the prince, but seeing Kirishima act like a normal friend around him helped ease their nerves. The first event will be a race around the arena. The course itself is a good 5 kilometers, but the real challenge will be the obstacles. So it's not just competing against each other but also against the course itself. Good luck, because the race starts in 5 minutes, Present Mike announced, prompting most students to rush toward the starting line, except for Izuku, who walked toward Eri and Nimuri. Using his haki, he quickly located them and jumped up to cling onto the railing. Hi, Eri. Oh, hello ladies, Izuku said, surprised to see the other pros there. They were momentarily speechless. Hi, Papa. Why you here? Don't you need to run? Eri asked, tilting her head. I know, I just wanted to see how you were doing. Are you hungry? Eri nodded. Ryukyu wanted to offer to get her something, but Eri spoke first. Daddy, can I get some mochi? You mean mochi, sweetie? Eri nodded happily. Izuku transformed his hand into mochi and made a large set of small mochi ball, enough to share among the women present. Nimuri took one. So tasty, Eri exclaimed as she took a bite. Now, Snowball, how do you want me to race? Izuku had often told her about his abilities, and she loved hearing about them. Oh, do the bluebird, Papa, she said excitedly, jumping up and down in her seat. Sure, Snowball. Now enjoy the mochi, I hope it's to your taste. Izuku let go of the railing and calmly walked back to the others. You weren't joking, you said, half asking. Nope, I wasn't, Nimuri replied, taking a second mochi. You should try some, they're really tasty. Each of the women took one and enjoyed the flavor. Suddenly, the signal sounded, making all the students run, except for Izuku, who was still walking toward the starting line. Shoto was the first to act, freezing the ground and trapping nearly everyone. He started running, having now trapped most of the other classes, including Izuku. Class 1A had anticipated something like that and jumped as soon as the race started. Class 1B was lucky enough to break free and soon followed Class 1A's lead, hoping it would help them. They ran, hoping to get an early lead. Oh, would you look at that? The hero courses are on the front line with Todoroki and Bakugo in the lead. Todoroki's incredible opening move incapacitated many other students, including his classmate Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looked down at the ice surrounding his shoes, realizing he was stuck in place, just like many others. Some begged for help, while others yelled in frustration at their quick defeat. Shaking his head, Izuku used the Gura Gura no Mi, Tremor fruit, on his fist and punched the floor, causing the ice to crack and freeing not only himself but everyone around him. Taking this chance, everyone ran back into the race, eager to win and grateful for Izuku's action. Present Mike was shocked by the quick turnaround. Izuku found himself alone again, which he preferred, and activated the Tori no Mi, Model Phoenix, Bird Fruit, Model Phoenix. His arms transformed into blue flames, alerting the Todoroki family. As his arms morphed into what appeared to be wings, he spun around, the flames surrounding him, and soon a magnificent bluebird emerged, larger than All Might himself. The sight left everyone in awe as the flaming bird soared through the gate at high speeds, just as Present Mike announced the first obstacle, the Robot Inferno. Todoroki had reached the first event, facing numerous robots. Hearing Present Mike speak about them, he felt underwhelmed and used his eyes to immobilize them. Allowing these things as my opponent is insulting, he said, encasing the robots in ice and running through them. The robots began to topple, causing panic among the other students. Class 1A reacted skillfully, avoiding the falling debris, while Class 1B scrambled to safety, some frozen in fear. Suddenly, a large metal robot fell, but it was swiftly slashed and kicked aside by a figure with 3 talons. Everyone turned in awe to see the source of the attack. Class 1A was shocked. They had never witnessed such a full animal transformation before. Monoma from Class 1B was furious, not only because he needed saving but because it was by someone from Class 1A. He silently resented the prince for giving his classmates an advantage. Izuku, not wanting to show off, began flying again, flapping his wings and shooting past Bakugo, who cursed at him. Without even landing, Izuku soared past all the obstacles, not giving Present Mike a chance to announce them. First place is Izuku Midoriya, he declared as Izuku flew through the gate. He landed, transforming back into his human form, slightly out of breath and sweaty. He laid down on the grass, reflecting, I would have preferred not to use full power, but it was necessary to ensure they don't hold back during the fight. Todoroki, still in the race, was frustrated with himself. I didn't even reach the second obstacle, and he's already won. How weak am I? He muttered as he finally arrived at the second obstacle. The second obstacle is the pits. Your objective is to get across to the other side. Use drops, jumps, or fly, whatever it takes, Present Mike announced, trying to excite everyone for the rest of the race. As Todoroki strategized, Bakugo sprang into action, using his explosions to boost himself from pillar to pillar. The Class 1A students arrived at the pillars, and the girls decided to work together to ensure they all reached the next stage. Todoroki, lost in thought, created a brittle bridge of ice, allowing him to ride it before it broke. Meanwhile, the girls coordinated their efforts. Robin created multiple hands to grab each girl, linking them in a chain, while Tsu wrapped her tongue around Robin. Achiko made everyone weightless, except for Tsu, as they prepared to cross the pits together. Tsu jumped from pillar to pillar, clearing the obstacles quickly and efficiently. The others followed suit, trying to navigate the course as best they could. Tokoyami had Dark Shadow propel him from pillar to pillar, while Ojiro used his balance and martial arts skills to maneuver over the ropes with ease. Ida activated his engines, gliding smoothly across the rope. Kaminari and Kirishima didn't have a significant boost, but Zero helped by taping himself to his friends and pulling them along. As they raced, Bakugo, now in second place, and Todoroki, close behind in third, approached the minefield. Ignoring Present Mike's warnings, Bakugo charged ahead, triggering an explosion that sent him flying backward. What was that? He yelled in frustration. Present Mike reassured the audience that the explosions were more for show than danger. Aizawa, sitting beside him, reminisced about their second year at UA when they faced the same obstacle. Todoroki carefully observed the ground, avoiding the bumps, while Bakugo had no choice but to do the same. They both reached the third event, where the girls decided to split up. Robin had a plan to secure her second place, growing hands between each bump to create a new path above the mines. Realizing they could lose their positions, Bakugo blasted through the air with explosions, while Todoroki created an ice path for himself, both advancing in the race. As they entered the final stretch, Todoroki and Bakugo were neck and neck, with Todoroki slightly ahead. They reached a tunnel without cameras, adding to the excitement. Todoroki crossed first, with Bakugo right behind him, followed by Robin in fourth. As more students finished, it was announced that all competitors had made it to the next round. The standings revealed Izuku Midoriya in first place, followed by Todoroki, Bakugo, Robin, and Ida, with other students from classes 1A, 1B, and support courses also advancing. Present Mike announced the next event, a battle royale. Cementos would create a field, and competitors would have 15 minutes to devise a strategy. Rules were laid out. No flying, and stepping outside the designated area would result in elimination. The last 16 standing would move on to the next round, and teaming up was permitted. As students began to strategize, Izuku lay on the grass, watching the clouds. Eri, observing with her friends, wondered why he was so relaxed. "It looks like he's sleeping," one friend remarked. Eri explained, "No, Papa is watching the sky." They were puzzled but accepted her explanation. Bakugo was eager to fight Izuku, wanting to prove his strength. Todoroki focused on the strongest competitors, including Izuku, Bakugo, and others. Ida wrestled with his longing to win while respecting Izuku's power. Kamakiri saw defeating Izuku as a way to gain recognition, while Monoma aimed to showcase 1BS superiority by targeting the most prominent student in 1A. Tetsutetsu wanted to prove himself as well. Show how manly he is. So far, he wanted to demonstrate how well he performed. Sure, in the race, he placed 11th, but that wasn't good enough. Cementos made the ring, and all 42 competitors made their way inside. It was clear that some teamed up together. The girls stuck close, with Azui and Tokoyami remaining near each other. Some of the guys had planned to stay together or at least help each other if needed. Bakugo ensured nobody was behind him and was already in a combat position, ready to confront anyone in his way. Todoroki made sure he was safe within the ring but also close enough to kick people out without too much trouble. The girls decided to help each other but could still fight for a chance to win once some competitors were defeated. Teaming up could be seen as weak, but they viewed it as a strategy to defeat a greater threat. Izuku stood in the middle. His usual strategy would have been to fly up and wait for the fights to play out, but this time he needed to find a way to avoid the chaos. Engaging in battle now would reveal his powers and intimidate others. The battle royale starts in 5. Everyone was alerted. 4. They got into position. 3. The crowd roared as Present Mike announced the countdown. Some started warming up their quirks, with Bakugo generating small sparks from his hands and Tokoyami revealing Dark Shadow. 2. More quirks were activated, Ida's engines roared, and Momo opened her vest to create weapons. 1. Each competitor prepared to move, ready to fight as soon as Present Mike gave the signal. Go! The signal was given, and they all sprang into action. Izuku was the first to move. He used the Bari Bari no Mi, barrier fruit, and crossed his fingers, creating a barrier around himself. Many tried to take him out but met the barrier with no effect. Bakugo attacked the barrier, but it held firm. Kamakiri used his blades, but they too failed to penetrate. Many shared the same fate as they attempted to attack. Izuku stood in the center, fingers crossed. Realizing the barrier wouldn't break easily, Bakugo decided to focus on others for now. Todoroki knew that if he fought Izuku, it would be after others had been eliminated. Shiozaki employed a similar strategy to Izuku, creating a dome of vines while keeping an eye on him. She had heard many things about him, especially a memorable moment from an interview when during the interview, he was asked about faith and the importance of allowing various beliefs to coexist. His response resonated with her, as she had faced ridicule for her own beliefs. She had learned about Christianity from her aunt after losing her parents, and it provided her comfort and connection. Meanwhile, Bakugo charged at anyone in sight, starting with Kamakiri. He launched a right explosion hook, catching Kamakiri off guard and disorienting him. This allowed Bakugo to grab him by the wrist and slingshot him away. Before Kamakiri fell out of the ring, he managed to shoot 2 blades from his forearms, anchoring himself in the match. Monoma observed Bakugo's aggressive tactics and deemed them unacceptable. Monoma signaled to some of his classmates and decided to attack Bakugo 4-on-1. Monoma, Tsuburaba, Kaibara, and Kuwar charged at Bakugo. Meanwhile, Todoroki used his ice to block off a large section, trapping Sato, Kaminari, Shishida, Rin, and Bando. He unleashed flames at Shishida and Rin, forcing them to dodge, which allowed Sato to shoulder tackle both of them out of the ring. Kaminari, hoping to take out a strong opponent, attacked Todoroki with a move he hoped would stun him, allowing him to be thrown out. However, before he could finish naming his attack, he was clotheslined to the ground, his arms freezing in place. Todoroki seized the moment, grabbing Kaminari by the legs and freezing them to prevent any electric retaliation. He then swung Kaminari and threw him towards Sato and Bando, knocking them all out of the ring. Meanwhile, the girls faced off against the Class 1B girls. Kendo struck first, increasing her hand and punching Aoyama out of the ring. Achiko and Momo quickly reacted. Achiko grabbed Yui by the leg, making her float before tossing her outside the ring, while Momo created a staff and hit Tokage in the stomach, pushing her toward the edge. Azui saw her chance and knocked Tokage out of the ring with her tongue. Bakugo was engaged in a fight against 4 Class 1B students, with Monoma being the most memorable due to his loud personality. Monoma attacked first, slapping Bakugo, who retaliated with an explosion aimed at Monoma's face, only to be met with a barrier created by Tsuburaba. Kaibara then used his quirk to punch Bakugo in the stomach with great force, sending him flying momentarily. Bakugo quickly recovered, using an explosion to propel himself back toward the group, now positioned closer to the edge of the ring. He palm-struck both Kaibara and Tsuburaba, sending them out of the ring. Seizing the opportunity, Monoma blasted Bakugo with his own explosion. However, Bakugo, resistant to explosions, absorbed the impact and grabbed Monoma's wrist, attempting to kick him out. He was interrupted by Kuwar and Kamikiri, who were back in the fray. Kuwar lurked in Bakugo's shadow, waiting for the right moment to strike, while Kamikiri sought revenge for his previous loss to Bakugo. Kuwar managed to grab Bakugo's arm, and Kamikiri created a dull sickle, pressing it against Bakugo's neck. Bakugo aimed to unleash an explosion at Kuwar, knowing it would hurt his own wrist, but he did it anyway, knocking Kuwar back. Kamikiri tried to take Bakugo down, but Bakugo countered with an elbow to the face. He then seized Kuwar, using him to knock Kamikiri and Monoma out of the ring. Izuku observed the chaos around him until he noticed a figure without lips approaching the dome. The figure touched the barrier, causing it to collapse like water, impressing Izuku. As the barrier fell, more opponents attacked. Using his observation skills, Izuku dodged punches from Hananuki, Shota, and Awaze with ease. He narrowly avoided a right hook from Awaze, blocking Shota's punch with his elbow, and kneed Hananuki in the face when he attempted to tackle him. However, as he landed, he was knocked off balance by a second impact to his elbow, causing him to fall and receive a back kick from Pony, breaking his nose. Despite the injury, Izuku stood up with a smile of enjoyment on his face, clearly thrilled by the challenge. Izuku rolled his shoulders to get ready for a fight. He first targeted Hananuki, elbowing him in the face, stunning him without causing serious harm. Grabbing him by the collar, Izuku pulled him in for a headbutt, further disorienting him. Turning quickly, he blocked a punch from Shota using Hananuki's body, then pushed them both into each other, sending them to the floor. Rushing toward Pony, Izuku noticed her face was covered in blood, and her frightened expression made her raise her hands defensively. In response, he gently lifted her bridal style and tossed her out of the ring, ensuring she landed safely. Hananuki and Shota charged at him, but Izuku ducked, causing both to trip over each other. Meanwhile, Awaze attempted to flee, realizing he was outmatched. As he ran, Ojiro struck him with his tail, but Awaze clung to it, dragging Ojiro along with him. Jiro, along with the other girls, was quickly overwhelmed by Komori, Fukudashi, and Yanagi. Although her quirk was useful, Jiro knew it wouldn't hold up in a full-on fight. Hagakure, aware of her disadvantage, decided that if she was going to lose, she would take some opponents with her. She tackled Komori, but as she landed, Fukudashi tried to grab her to throw her out. Jiro intervened, using her quirk to wrap up Fukudashi's arm, but was then grabbed by Yanagi, who attempted to throw her to the ground. Just then, a new challenger entered the fray. Mei Hatsum deployed one of her inventions, sending 4 robotic arms from her backpack to push Jiro, Yanagi, Komori, Fukudashi, and Hagakure out of the ring. Shiro sneak-attacked Azui, wrapping one of her legs in tape and dragging her out. As Tokoyami turned to see what happened, he spotted Shiro standing there with Azui out of the ring. Dark Shadow acted on its own, rushing forward to punch Shiro and knock him out. Ida saw an opportunity and charged at Ishido, who had her back turned. However, when he tried to push her, he fell through as Mina turned to mist. Just before he could fall, Ida managed to stop himself, but Kami then tried to push him out. With more combat experience, Ida rolled back, causing Kami to overextend and fall out of the ring. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Our 16 final competitors have been decided. Present Mike announced, calming the crowd. The remaining competitors were Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Ibara Shiosaki, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Ejiro Kirishima, Tetsutetsu, Robin Nico, Achiko Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu, Nami Robin, Mina Ashido, Hitoshi Shino, and Itsuka Kendo. We will have a 30-minute break until we continue. As the remaining students exited the ring and headed toward the cafeteria, Izuku jumped up the wall to join Eri and Nemuri. "Hey, Snowflake," he greeted. "Papa, you need a doctor," Eri exclaimed, noticing Izuku's broken nose. He touched his face and confirmed, "Yeah, I guess I should see Recovery Girl before eating." Eri and Nemuri nodded, concerned about his injury. The other pro-heroines were surprised to see him so nonchalant about his injury. They had all experienced broken noses before, but even the tough Mirko would acknowledge it. "How about we first go to Recovery Girl and then get some food?" Izuku suggested. "Yeah." Eri cheered. "Papa, can the heroes also come?" The heroines agreed, and they made their way to Recovery Girl's office. On their way, they were approached by a small group of 1B students, Pony, Hananuki, Shota, Awaze, and Kendo. They looked remorseful, especially Pony, who seemed on the verge of tears. Kendo spoke up, "Prince Midoriya, they have something to tell you." Before Izuku could respond to the title, they all bowed deeply and said in unison, "We apologize." Eri found their sudden formality a bit intimidating. Izuku sighed, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation as Nemuri and the other heroines struggled to contain their laughter, while Mirko laughed openly. "Please don't be sad or apologize for what happened. I actually enjoyed the match," Izuku reassured them. "Also, Miss Tsunatori, I'm sorry for scaring you during the match. It wasn't my intention." Pony sniffled, "Don't apologize, Midoriya-sama. It was my fault that your nose broke, so I should be the one apologizing, but I was scared. Why would I ever be mad at you for following the rules and trying to win?" Izuku placed a comforting hand on Pony's shoulder. "Don't look so sad. You look better when you smile," he said, making Pony blush as he walked past them to get his nose fixed. Eri marched next to Izuku with a smile. Nemuri gave a calm look toward the rest of them and spoke, "Don't worry, sweeties. You should go and get some food. Don't worry about him." She grabbed the other heroines and made their way toward Izuku. Recovery Girl gave Izuku a small lecture about the need to protect his face and the potential problems that could arise from taking too many hits. Eri then ordered Izuku to get apples as she sat on his shoulder. Izuku laughed and followed her orders, thinking of how Nemuri called her Captain Eri. If Momo were there, Izuku would have asked her to create a captain's hat. As they arrived at the cafeteria, Izuku noticed that others were not used to him being nearby. Thankfully, his classmates acted normally and ensured their parents didn't stare. Izuku enjoyed his lunch with the group, learning much about the heroines, including that Iwabumi was in a relationship. After the 30-minute break, the 16 students were told to return to the ring. When they arrived at the field, they saw that the matches had already been made. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso, Robin Nico vs Itsuka Kendo, Shoto Todoroki vs Fumikage Tokoyami, Ibara Shiosaki vs Mina Ashido, Mei Hatsum vs Nami Nico, Tenya Ida vs Momo Yaoyorozu, Ijiro Kirishima vs Tetsutetsu, and Katsuki Bakugo vs Achiko Uraraka. Everyone looked at the person they were to face, except Bakugo, who exclaimed, "Who is Uraraka?" This made the girl in question a little nervous. Izuku noticed that his opponent hadn't done anything particularly special yet but remembered he was one of the students who had declared war. He knew next to nothing about his opponents, only what he had seen during the matches. Izuku made his way toward the new battle area that Cementos had prepared. His opponent stood ready. Now, the first match of the 1v1 battles will feature the Prince of Asia, Class 1A's own Izuku Midoriya, versus the dark horse of this whole competition, Class C's Hitoshi Shinso. Will Shinso pull off an upset victory, or will Midoriya be victorious? The crowd cheered loudly. Izuku was used to this kind of reaction from public appearances, but Shinso seemed less accustomed to it, evident from his expression as Present Mike signaled for the match to start. As the match began, Shinso spoke, "Let the best man win, right, Prince?" Izuku sensed something was off. Shinso didn't seem like the type to be sportsmanlike. He suspected that if Shinso had a quirk, it was likely mental, given his physique. However, Izuku didn't know what it was, so he remained quiet, observing Shinso's actions. Shinso attempted to engage Izuku again. "It's truly an honor to be in the same ring as someone as great as you. I wonder why you chose the path of a hero." Izuku now felt that Shinso's quirk revolved around speech. This was a fight, and both times Shinso spoke, he said things that would typically elicit a response. Izuku decided to take a risk and used the Nagi Nagi no Mi, Calm fruit, to create a bubble around himself that acted like a one-way mirror for sound. He couldn't hear anything outside the bubble, but everyone could hear him just fine. "Do you think you're too good to talk to me? I guess the rumors about royals being rude are true," Shinso remarked, trying to provoke him. "You should really watch what you say. Those words could get you in trouble," Izuku replied, surprising Shinso but still making him smirk while sweating. "Walk out of the ring," Shinso commanded. Izuku stood still, aware of how his quirk worked, which rendered Shinso's quirk ineffective. "I said walk out of the ring," Shinso repeated. "That won't work." "I can't hear you," Izuku said, shocking Shinso. "What? That's not fair. You're clearly responding to my words." "Yeah, because I can read lips. I made a soundproof bubble, so your quirk doesn't really work," Izuku explained. Shinso was frustrated. He knew he was physically weaker, but his quirk usually guaranteed him a win. "Now I will release my bubble and walk toward you to throw you out of the ring. You can do one of two things, give up or fight me." "Good luck," Izuku said, lifting 3 fingers and slowly counting down to 0. Shinso panicked but was determined not to give up. He rushed at Izuku, letting out a battle cry as Izuku reached 1 finger. Surprised, Izuku had more than enough time to prepare. Shinso, lacking real combat training, threw sloppy punches that Izuku easily dodged. Finding Shinso interesting, Izuku decided to see what he was made of and delivered an open palm strike to Shinso's gut. Shinso ignored the pain as he kept trying to punch Izuku. Izuku noticed that Shinso would make a great hero with proper training, despite his crude and sloppy movements. His longer reach would be effective in several martial arts, and he was durable enough to withstand a strong strike without faltering. As Izuku dodged a wild right jab, he responded with a punch to Shinso's bicep, wanting to gauge his strength. From the speed of Shinso's punches, Izuku realized the boy needed training to improve his speed, but he also wondered how much strength training was necessary. Izuku knew that the punch to Shinso's bicep had diminished some power in his right arm. When Shinso attempted a left jab, Izuku stepped in front of it. He recognized that continuing the match would be unsportsmanlike, so he allowed Shinso to throw another right jab. Instead of dodging, Izuku grabbed Shinso's arm and, with enough strength, threw him out of the ring. The crowd erupted in cheers, some playfully shouting yeet, which, while amusing, felt a bit harsh toward Shinso. "Shinso is out of bounds, the winner is Izuku Midoriya," the announcer declared. Cheers filled the arena as Shinso sat outside the ring, frustrated with himself. Izuku approached and offered his hand to the boy still on the floor. "Hey, good match." "I don't need your pity, Prince," Shinso replied, sitting up. "No pity here. Even though you were clearly outmatched, you still fought. That's impressive. If only you did some training," Izuku said, noticing Shinso's irritation at having his flaws pointed out after the match. "How about next time I help you train?" This surprised Shinso. No one had ever offered him anything like that before. "Why?" he asked as he took Izuku's hand, and they walked off together to allow the next match to start. "With your quirk, being a hero would be advantageous since many villains tend to talk about their plans. Why not give you a better shot at being one? I know you want to be a hero, given your declaration of war and all that. But why offer your help? You're a prince. Isn't talking to me, let alone helping me, something looked down upon? Maybe in some areas of the world, but we're both people, right? What's wrong with one helping the other? If you want my help, come to the 1A dorms, and we can see what we can do," Izuku said as he walked away. As Izuku left, Shinso found it strange. The Asian royal families weren't very public about their children. While Izuku was seen, it was nothing compared to the visibility of African or American royal families. The most publicly known royal families had set a bad example. In Africa, it was common for everyone to bow and make way for royals, who called themselves world nobles and had a notorious reputation. They had taken over Europe the previous year during one of the annual conferences. Each year, the 7 families would meet to discuss laws and trade. Last year's talks had seen Africa challenge Europe to a duel, with the winner gaining control over both their domains. The Prince of Africa emerged victorious, showcasing a strong quirk and extensive training. Rumors suggested that a similar challenge might occur this year, with Asia as the likely target, as the annual conference was being held in Japan. Next contestants, Robin Nico and Itsuka Kendo, please make your way to the ring. Present mic announced as Izuku entered the 1A area. Robin stood up and made her way toward the ring while Izuku took a seat. It was clear that people were already strategizing for their matches, while those who didn't advance past the second round watched from the sidelines. Izuku glanced around the arena, noting the presence of heroes and media, many of whom were focused on him. Thankfully, as the match began, most shifted their attention to the competitors, though some still lingered on him, which he found slightly irritating for his classmates. Both Kendo and Robin stood in the ring as Present Mike signaled for them to start. Robin aimed for a quick victory, but to enhance her speed, she closed her eyes and crossed her arms. In that moment, Kendo was upon her, launching an unusual punch that didn't connect, but as it neared, her hand grew in size, sending Robin flying backward outside the ring. Izuku found Robin's quirk extremely interesting, especially since he had something similar. What intrigued him more was that even though she closed her eyes, she had remarkable accuracy. He wondered if she might have an aptitude for observation hockey, which made him think about their potential relationship. When Robin returned, she didn't seem sad, though she appeared a bit disappointed in herself. Todoroki and Tokoyami both got up and made their way to the ring. Izuku used the bara bara no mi, chop chop, to remove his head, which startled everyone around him, causing Izuku to laugh as he moved his head toward Eri to check on her. She was enjoying her time with the 5 pro heroes, playing with the snakes in Iwabami's hair while Midnight chatted with the others, oblivious to their surroundings. Izuku brought his head close to Nemuri without any of the pros noticing and whispered, "Bio." This made the pro heroes scream, and Mirko instinctively punched the floating head, causing Izuku to laugh even harder. His headless body seemed to reach for its nose, which startled the class again. Mirko apologized, saying the reaction was worth it, but Nemuri grabbed his head and tossed it back toward the 1A area. As it flew back, one of the 1B girls noticed it, her interest piqued. Present Mike signaled for Todoroki and Tokoyami to start their match. Todoroki launched a large ice attack, trying to capture Tokoyami quickly, but Tokoyami anticipated this and used Dark Shadow to block the ice. Dark Shadow not only defended against Todoroki's attacks but also managed to strike Todoroki directly. Frustrated, Todoroki switched to his fire abilities and noticed that Dark Shadow shrank in size. He launched a small fireball, prompting Tokoyami to dodge, but Dark Shadow grew timid. Seizing the opportunity, Todoroki unleashed a large fire attack, forcing Tokoyami to jump back and inadvertently out of the ring, resulting in his loss. Tokoyami felt down about his exit, but Dark Shadow comforted him, apologizing for the defeat. Next up was Ishido, who waved and winked at Izuku, making him smile and wink back. This small interaction boosted her confidence as she skipped toward the ring. Shiosaki also arrived, though she was not pleased with Present Mic's introduction. Both competitors took their positions in the ring. As the signal was given, Ishido sprang into action, using her acid to skate and enhance her mobility. Shiosaki summoned her vines from the ground, capturing Mina in a cocoon. Everyone thought the match was over, but Ishido melted through the vines, freeing herself. Shiosaki, determined to win, reconsidered her strategy, believing that capturing would lead to victory rather than violence. Emerging from the cocoon in an acid-proof singlet and shorts, Ishido felt confident. However, she became overconfident and failed to dodge Shiosaki's next attack. Shiosaki, still in a prayer-like stance, asked for forgiveness for using violence against someone she deemed unworthy. She wrapped her vines around Mina's wrists and ankles. "That won't work, girlie," Mina said as she was lifted into the air. Just before she could melt the vines, she was thrown out of the ring, giving Shiosaki the win. Mina felt disheartened by her loss, wishing to perform better and impress Izuku with her strength. As Ishido returned, it was clear she was upset about her defeat. Toru and Achiko hugged her, assuring her that she did great in her match. Next, Ida and Yaoyorozu stepped up to the ring. Izuku wondered how this match would unfold. He believed Momo's quirk had the advantage, but Ida's speed could turn the tide in his favor. Both competitors entered the ring, with Momo taking a versatile stance and Ida adopting a runner's position. Present Mike signaled the start of the match, and in an instant, it was over. Ida executed his special move, Recipro Burst, pushing Momo out of the ring. As she rolled on the floor, the staff she intended to create flew off her arm, barely formed. Momo put on a brave face, acting as if the loss didn't matter much as she returned. Ida had been bombarded with questions about his super move, which he enjoyed because of how cool it looked and how fast he could go. Next up was Nami, who was set to face Hatsum. Nobody knew what Hatsum's quirk was, but her array of gadgets was impressive. As Nami entered the arena, she thought this would be a fair one-on-one fight. The moment the match started, Nami charged in, but Hatsum stood still. Just as Nami approached to attack, a strange metal rod shot out from Hatsum's backpack, moving her out of harm's way and causing Nami to trip and fall. Hatsum then activated a speaker connected to her, addressing the audience. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mei Hatsum, inventor extraordinaire." She began showcasing her gadgets, which felt more like a demonstration than a competitive match. Izuku watched, appreciating Hatsum's flair but feeling pity for Nami, who was being used as a prop in a gadget show for millions to see. After about 15 minutes of Hatsum's pitch and Nami struggling to regain her footing, Hatsum simply walked out of the ring, leaving Nami to be declared the winner, though she felt embarrassed. When Nami returned, Robin greeted her with a comforting hug. Kirishima then prepared for his match, and Achiko followed, though her usually cheerful demeanor appeared anxious. Izuku understood that while he could dodge explosions, Uraraka didn't have that luxury. Her quirk wasn't designed for combat. Kirishima's match against Tetsutetsu turned out to be a straightforward fistfight. Izuku decided to head to the waiting area to support Uraraka. As he approached, he used a bit of hockey to sense her presence. He knocked on the door, and Uraraka invited him in, revealing her worried expression. "Worried about your fight?" Izuku asked, and she nodded slightly. He sat down beside her, trying to come up with a game plan while easing her nerves with jokes. Uraraka, however, was hesitant to use any tactics she felt were unfair, wanting to win on her own merit. Izuku respected her determination and continued to lighten the mood. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu's match dragged on, giving Izuku and Uraraka plenty of time to chat. When the match ended in a draw, it was announced they would have a rematch later, possibly in arm wrestling or sumo. Finally, it was time for Uraraka's match. After wishing her luck, Izuku returned to the stands, focusing intently on the fight. As Present Mike signaled the start, Uraraka immediately went on the offensive, closing the distance quickly. Bakugo retaliated with explosions, creating clouds of dust that obscured the view of the match. Uraraka cleverly threw her jacket at Bakugo, who detonated it, giving her an opening to attack from behind. However, Bakugo managed to blow her away, and Izuku felt a surge of frustration. He gripped the arm of his chair tightly, cracking it as he overheard a spectator shouting for Bakugo to throw Uraraka out of the ring. "Boo! If you want to be a hero, stop acting like a villain," the man yelled. Before he could continue, Izuku raised his voice. "This is a match between them. They're both giving it their all. If you think he's just playing with her, go back to hero school. Sit down and let them show you what it means to give it your all." His outburst silenced the heckler and made others reconsider their opinions. Throughout the match, Bakugo taunted Uraraka, claiming she could never beat him. Izuku listened, wishing for the chance to face Bakugo himself to prove him wrong. "Huh? You really think this fight is even? Just give up before I have to take you out," he sneered. Uraraka took a deep breath to steady herself. "Thank you for believing in me, Izuku," she whispered, then shouted, "Release!" The crowd gasped as an immense amount of rubble erupted around her. Each pro who thought Bakugo was simply bullying her began considering a quick hero course to relearn the basics of being a hero, such as not allowing their emotions to cloud their judgment. Bakugo grew angry. Did this extra really have a plan all on their own, and was he truly too focused on keeping that extra out of the way to notice? He raised his arm to the sky, placing his other hand on his wrist. Uraraka rushed forward, wanting to touch Bakugo and win the match. Each second felt slower as Uraraka got closer to victory, and then, boom! Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion that rattled the entire stadium. The force of the blast sent her nearly out of the ring, but she managed to catch herself just in time. Shaken, she struggled to stand, her knees trembling. Bakugo held his forearm, feeling the sting of the explosion. He wanted payback and prepared for a second round, determined to show who the real winner was. Uraraka pushed forward, commanding her body not to give up. She took 2 steps before collapsing. Bakugo seemed indifferent, either unwilling to give up or unable to see her struggle, so Izuku stepped in. He positioned himself in front of Bakugo, holding his arm up and wearing a blank expression, his other hand clenched into a fist. He wanted to confront Bakugo, but he knew that would ruin the moment. "Stop before I make you," Izuku said in a soft, steady voice. Bakugo pulled his arm away and scoffed. Izuku then turned to Uraraka, who was knocked out. "You did amazing, Achiko," he whispered as he placed her on the stretcher used by Recovery Girl. After some time, Cementos finished fixing the arena, and it was time for the second round of fights. Izuku knew his match was approaching, and when it was announced, he jumped over the railing, surprising some students, but he landed smoothly and walked into the ring. Kendo entered as well, feeling nervous about facing him. She was about to try and defeat a prince. Pony had already attacked him once without consequence, so Kendo hoped that if Izuku were to lose or get hurt, she wouldn't face punishment. Both stood in the arena, waiting for the signal. Present Mike gave the go-ahead, and Izuku jogged forward, prompting Kendo to act. She launched a strong punch, which Izuku easily dodged, but she followed up with a left kick. Izuku blocked it with his elbow, but Kendo quickly delivered a straight punch to his chest. Just as it connected, she used her quirk to enlarge her hand, knocking Izuku back several meters without causing him any real harm. Izuku stood up with a big smile. "That would have really hurt if it had done anything," he said, stretching his cheek. "I'm RBB now. Blunt force won't work anymore." Kendo paused, contemplating her next move, and then took a power stance, punching forward. The attack missed, but as time passed, Izuku felt the pain wash over him. Kendo enlarged her hand again, sending Izuku flying backward and rolling on the floor. "Haya Kumigawara Saiken," Kendo exclaimed as he landed. The audience gasped, fearing for Izuku's safety against a royal. The royal families of Japan were shrouded in mystery, often portrayed positively by the media, likely due to the fear of repercussions for speaking negatively about them. The royal families of Africa and America were more well known, with Africa criticized for its treatment of its people and America for its eccentricities. One thing they all had in common was that violence was never accepted. In Africa, it was a crime to even look at a royal, and an attack on anyone of royal blood could be deemed a war crime, often resulting in severe punishment. Izuku slowly got up, coughing up blood, which caused Kendo to panic. Her first instinct was to rush over and plead for mercy for her family, but she hesitated when she heard Izuku laughing. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him. "That was one hell of a punch, Kendo. I'm very impressed with your skill in fishman karate," Izuku said, wiping blood from his mouth as he stood tall. "You used your quirk at the last moment to enlarge your hand and increase the damage. Smart. And it gave me an idea." He raised his thumb to his face and took a deep breath. Then, he bit into his thumb and blew into it, causing everyone to stare in surprise as his arm grew in size. "Bone balloon giant pistol," Izuku declared, now standing with an arm the size of a bus. He threw a punch at Kendo, who could only brace herself and use her quirk to block as much of the punch as possible. Kendo was sent out of the ring and nearly crashed into the wall, but she managed to roll and stop just short of it. Present Mike announced Izuku's victory as he began to blow air like a balloon, eventually landing in the center of the ring, now the size of a toddler. "I did not expect that," Izuku said in a high-pitched voice. He walked back to the seating area for Class 1A, where the girls blushed at his appearance while the boys tried to suppress their laughter. Izuku struggled to sit in his chair due to his small size until Robin grew a hand beneath him, giving him a boost. "Thank you, Robin," he said, causing the boys to erupt in laughter and the girls to giggle. "I hope you return to your normal size before our fight. I don't want to give you an excuse for your loss," Bakugo said angrily, while Izuku shot him an irritated look. "Don't worry, even in this state I can beat you." Bakugo's anger flared, but before he could respond, the next match was about to begin, with Todoroki and Shiosaki already in the ring. Todoroki was furious. After speaking with his father, who doubted his abilities, he was determined to prove himself. The match began, and Todoroki slammed his foot down, unleashing a massive wave of ice that froze Shiosaki and part of the arena. Izuku returned to his normal size as Present Mike announced Todoroki's victory, and Todoroki took a moment to unfreeze his opponent. Meanwhile, Ida and Nami prepared for their match. Izuku noticed the ice Todoroki had created and felt the remnants of it on his own body, which were being melted away by flames. As Nami and Ida entered the ring, Achiko returned from Recovery Girl and sat next to Izuku, thanking him quietly. The match commenced, and Ida took the same stance as before. Nami dodged as Ida ran at her with impressive speed. She stumbled while trying to evade him and attempted to kick, but Ida grabbed her shirt and threw her out of the ring. Next up was Bakugo versus Kirishima. Both wanted to replicate Izuku's earlier move for different reasons. Kirishima found it incredibly manly, while Bakugo aimed to showcase his own skills. Kirishima landed but had to roll to avoid injury. Bakugo jumped further but nearly fell flat on his face, drawing laughter from the crowd. Bakugo, now more determined than ever, stomped into the arena, his hands crackling with energy. Kirishima approached confidently, flexing his muscles. Present Mike introduced them in a way that amused Izuku, who appreciated Kirishima's friendly nature, especially since Eri enjoyed his company. The match began with Kirishima hardening his body and attacking Bakugo. His movements were a bit unrefined, but he showed great determination. Bakugo dodged his punches and retaliated with explosive blasts that Kirishima managed to withstand. Kirishima landed a solid hit on Bakugo's stomach, but Bakugo responded with a powerful explosion that shattered Kirishima's hardening. Seeing Kirishima's defense break, Bakugo unleashed a series of explosions, forcing Kirishima to focus solely on dodging. One final explosion knocked Kirishima to the ground. Believing he had won, Bakugo hesitated to finish him off, thinking Kirishima was done. However, Kirishima got back up and attacked again, but Bakugo narrowly avoided the blow, only receiving a small cut. In retaliation, Bakugo grabbed Kirishima's head and slammed him down with an explosion, knocking him out. It was time for the final 3 matches. Izuku was set to face Todoroki, but they had a 10-minute break. During this time, Izuku chatted with his classmates. Todoroki approached him, wanting to speak privately. They stepped into the hallway, and Izuku asked, "So, what did you want to talk about?" "I need you to fight me at full strength," Todoroki replied seriously. "Why would you want that?" Izuku inquired. "I need to show my father my power, and the best way to do that is to defeat you." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Why does he need to see your power?" Todoroki's anger simmered beneath the surface. "My father saved your mother once during an incident early in his career as a hero. He still sees it as one of his greatest achievements, and because of his strength, the group of villains that wanted her head was defeated. I will show him and everyone that I hold more power, that I will be far greater than he ever was. No man, beast, or monster could ever hope to defeat me." Izuku shook his head in disappointment. "You believe that you have all the power, but in the grand scheme of things, you are weak. You are still in training and are nowhere near the top. I will beat you without a quirk. Then afterward, if you calm down a little, I will show you the technique I used." Izuku spoke as he walked away, but as he stood far away, he turned back. "Oh yeah, Please inform your parents that I wish to speak to them. They can choose the time themselves, I just ask it to be soon. Todoroki didn't like that last part, but he was rather annoyed at Izuku saying that he would use no quirk. However, he didn't have enough time to think before Present Mike announced their next match, and both Todoroki and Izuku made their way toward the ring. Izuku rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck and knuckles, while Todoroki stood stoic as usual. When the match started, Todoroki unleashed a wave of ice that encased Izuku. Some spectators thought Todoroki had overpowered the prince, unsure whether to cheer for the impressive move or boo for defeating him. Izuku quickly freed himself from the ice using one of his training skills, one that anyone could learn if they were willing to endure the hard and painful training process. Shurgan! Izuku yelled as he stabbed his fingers into the ice, piercing it like a warm knife through butter. The ice shattered, and Izuku emerged unscathed. Todoroki launched another wave of ice, but Izuku used Shurgan again to break free. Aizawa recognized the technique. It was one of the 6 powers. Each skill took a long time to learn, and even with a skilled teacher, it was painful. Aizawa had been trained in all 6 and could use them, some with more skill than others. Izuku grew tired of breaking through each wave of ice. Todoroki then switched tactics and shot a fireball at Izuku, who responded with a kick. Rankyaku! A blade of wind shot from his feet, slicing through the fireball and forcing Todoroki to dodge. Izuku then used Saru to appear right beside Todoroki in an instant, shocking him. In a panic, Todoroki unleashed his flames, which Izuku blocked with his arms. Izuku then smacked Todoroki's arm aside and slammed his fist into Todoroki's stomach, nearly making him double over. Not letting up, Izuku delivered an uppercut to Todoroki's jaw, knocking him out. Izuku examined his own body, noticing burns on his forearms and that his shirt had been burned off, revealing strange markings on his stomach. He grabbed Todoroki by the collar and dragged him toward Recovery Girl. Upon arrival, he was met by a appealing girl with mainly white hair and some red spots. She wore a beige turtleneck and glasses, and her expression turned worried as she saw Izuku. I apologize, Prince Midoriya. Please do not punish my little brother, I beg of you. I would do anything for his safety, she pleaded. Calm down, miss. There is no reason for this. I am not going to do anything to him or you, Izuku reassured her. Todoroki's sister looked up, tears in her eyes at the thought of losing her brother. She wanted to thank Izuku, but he stopped her. No need for that. And don't look so sad. You would look even cuter with a smile on your pretty face. This made her blush as she took Todoroki from him. Inside Recovery Girl's office, Izuku spoke with Todoroki's sister, who introduced herself as Fuyumi. Izuku's injuries weren't severe, but Todoroki had a cracked jaw and a broken rib. As they talked, the next match began, with Ida and Bakugo making their way to the ring. Bakugo saw this not as a fight but as a mere step before a beatdown. He had one target, to destroy Izuku. Ida was conflicted, wanting to defeat Bakugo for several reasons. Bakugo had been rude during his time at UA, and his attack on Uraraka was unacceptable. She was a friend, and this would be payback. Even though Ida was a stickler for the rules, attacking a friend warranted some form of retaliation. The match started, and Bakugo took offense immediately. He wanted this fight to be over. Fighting someone fast was boring. He shot forward with an explosion, boosting his speed, and hit Ida with a spinning heel kick. Ida responded with a high kick powered by his engines, landing a hit on Bakugo. Bakugo took the hit but couldn't dodge the high-speed attack. Ida pushed Bakugo away and began running at top speed, while Bakugo kept blasting explosions, missing each one as Ida darted past him, kicking and punching with every pass. Bakugo's anger reached a new limit. He no longer cared about the match or the consequences. As Ida rushed past him, Bakugo unleashed a powerful explosion, propelling himself 5 feet into the air and sending Ida tumbling to the edge of the ring. Once he landed, Bakugo quickly moved to Ida, pinning him to the ground and forcing him to yield, securing his victory. As Bakugo walked away, his hands trembled slightly. Ida, frustrated by his loss, acknowledged that he had managed to land some good hits. As Ida made his way back, he learned there would be a brief intermission before the next match. The arena. required repairs, and Bakugo would also need a moment to regroup. Izuku was returning from Recovery Girl after getting Fuyumi's number when he met up with Ida. "Hey Ida, how did your match go?" Izuku asked, placing an arm over Ida's shoulder. "Oh, hello Izuku. It didn't go as planned, I lost." "Your next fight is against Bakugo," Ida replied. "Don't worry Ida. I didn't want to fight you anyway. I like you too much. Now I get to face Bakugo for his actions. And please, just call me Izuku or Midoriya," he added with a smile. As the next match approached, Bakugo's eyes burned with determination. He was eager to prove his strength and show everyone that he was the strongest. He wanted to demonstrate his superiority over Izuku, the so-called prince, and become the center of attention. Izuku, on the other hand, felt a mix of boredom and anticipation. He was ready to confront Bakugo and show him just how outmatched he truly was. Despite Bakugo's pride, Izuku had come to understand that he wasn't a bad person, just someone who needed a reality check. Meanwhile, Alfred and Jean were busy learning about their classmates and teachers. Although Izuku was initially against it, he felt compelled to comply with his mother's wishes. His curiosity was primarily focused on Bakugo. He wondered how someone could grow up with such overwhelming pride. He discovered that Bakugo had loving parents who cared deeply for him, which made Izuku ponder the influences that shaped Bakugo's character. The match began, and Bakugo charged at Izuku with a massive explosion. The crowd gasped, but as the dust settled, Izuku stood unscathed, his arm briefly glowing. Bakugo's smirk faded into shock. "Oh, did we already start?" Izuku remarked, which only fueled Bakugo's anger. He rushed at Izuku again, but this time, Izuku activated his powers, rendering himself immune to Bakugo's explosions. He remained still as Bakugo's attacks rained down, watching as Bakugo grew increasingly exhausted and frustrated. "Fight me, you weakling! I will show you how outmatched you are!" Bakugo shouted in desperation. "No, Bakugo, I will show you how outmatched you are," Izuku replied calmly before slamming his palm against Bakugo's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Bakugo felt a sharp sting in his chest as Izuku stood over him, emotionless. "I heard you bragging about how much greater you are than Uraraka. But look at you now, on the floor in pain, and I haven't even started trying yet." This only fueled Bakugo's rage further. He attempted to explode again, but it failed, giving him just enough time to get back on his feet. He charged at Izuku, who effortlessly dodged and delivered a powerful right hook to Bakugo's jaw. "That was weak, just like you," Bakugo screamed, charging again. Izuku closed his eyes and used his heightened senses to evade each of Bakugo's frantic attacks. Frustration mounted in Bakugo as he cried out, "I can't lose. I have to win." Izuku realized he had learned much from this fight and decided it was time to end it. He wanted to ensure that Bakugo was knocked out by a strong attack rather than a mere technique. Izuku slammed Bakugo with a clothesline, executing his move, Explosive Lariat. The blast sent Bakugo flying backward, leaving explosion marks on his chest. He lay knocked out of the ring as two medical robots came to take him away. The cheers from the crowd grew louder as Present Mike announced the winner of the first-year sports festival. Izuku, however, was distracted and noticed Eri cheering for him. Later, it was time for the award ceremony. Cementos had made a pedestal for the winners, with Izuku standing proudly in first place. Bakugo, in second place, was forced to wear a muzzle. Both Todoroki and Ida shared third place, though Todoroki looked confused about the outcome of his fight. Upon returning, he saw his older sister smiling at her phone, but she didn't reveal why. All Might jumped down to present medals to each of the winners. He had to put the medal around Bakugo's neck despite his protests. Once the muzzle was removed, Bakugo immediately demanded a rematch. When All Might presented the medal to Izuku, they shook hands, marking the end of the sports festival. It was time for the UA students to head home and start moving into their dorms. As the students changed back into their normal clothing, Kirishima asked Izuku about the abilities he displayed during his fight with Todoroki. Many students were curious, wondering if it was a new quirk. Izuku replied, "I'll explain everything when we get to the dorms on Friday." Tomorrow is free for packing, and then we have classes before moving in. Kirishima gave him a thumbs up, and the others nodded in agreement. Todoroki, lost in thought, also nodded at Izuku, wanting to learn more about his powers. Bakugo, on the other hand, couldn't fully remember the fight. He felt frustrated, convinced that Izuku must have cheated somehow, but he remained silent. As the students finished changing, they continued to ask Izuku about his powers, but he repeated his earlier response. Just then, Mina jumped onto his back, playfully urging him to share more. Izuku, used to her teasing, decided to play along, saying, "If you wait until the dorms, I could reward you then for being such a good girl." Mina's cheeks flushed a deeper pink, but she quickly hopped off and ran away. Izuku walked toward Eri and Nemuri, mentally thanking Nemuri for her playful support. Eri ran up to him and tackled his legs, prompting Izuku to lift her up for a big hug. Nemuri and the other pro-heroines had been watching the festival, and as they approached, Nemuri kissed Izuku on the cheek to congratulate him. Izuku chatted with the pro-heroes, some of whom were curious about the unique powers he had used. Midnight recognized them as part of a technique called the 6 Powers, or Rokushiki. She mentioned that Aizawa could use them too, though he rarely did. Izuku shared a bit about his abilities but promised to explain in more detail on Friday, agreeing to teach them how to use the powers. On their way home, Izuku, Eri, and Nemuri discussed the dorms. Nemuri informed Izuku that he would have a larger room, not just because of his rank, but also due to his relationships and being a guardian. Eri was excited to learn that her room would be right next to Izuku's, connected by a door. Nemuri expressed her longing to sleep in Izuku's dorm, and he took her hand, kissing it gently. "I would be a fool to say no, Nem. You can always sleep in my room." Nemuri blushed, clearly excited. Meanwhile, in the back of a car, Todoroki sat with his sister Fuyumi, who was trying to hide her smile as he appeared downcast. Upon arriving at the Todoroki estate, they were greeted by their mother, Rei, who congratulated Shoto for his performance in the sports festival, saying she had cheered for him the entire time. Shoto felt he needed to share something important with her and their father, Enji Todoroki, also known as Endeavor. Later, after dinner, the entire Todoroki family gathered, waiting for Shoto to speak. The Prince Izuku Midoriya asked to speak to both of you at a date of your choosing. This caused quite a bit of shock among his parents and siblings. The oldest brother, Toya Todoroki, known as Dabi, spoke up. Did he say how he wanted to speak with them? He sounded worried. The middle brother, Natsu Todoroki, who chose to become a doctor instead of a hero, chimed in. Is it about the fight you had with him? Is he upset that you attacked him? Fuyumi, their sister, interjected. No, that isn't it. All eyes turned to her for more information. Enji simply called his daughter's name, and she folded under the attention. After Shoto's fight with the prince, he brought Shoto to RG where I was to apologize. He told me that no such thing would be necessary, and then we spoke a little. I got to know him a bit, and he didn't seem like a bad man. Fuyumi's cheeks flushed slightly, a detail her mother quickly noticed and would inquire about later. When Bakugo arrived home, he was greeted by his parents, who were proud of his second-place finish. However, before they could say more, Bakugo stomped off to his room. He turned on his laptop and watched the last fight of the sports festival, his fight against Izuku. He had no idea how badly he had lost, and viewing it from a third-person perspective made it all too clear. As he replayed the fight, he recalled his words, which brought everything into perspective. It took Izuku's role to show him the impact of his actions. Bakugo realized he would never be a nice guy. He never wanted to be. He craved strength like All Might, like the prince. But why was he so different from them? He wasn't even like Endeavor. Sure, Endeavor was tough on villains, but he toned it down for his fans. After some reflection, Bakugo recognized who he was becoming, the Red Dog, an old ex-hero known for his harsh methods. The Red Dog often resorted to extreme violence against villains without considering the consequences for civilians, which ultimately led to his downfall. Bakugo could now see he was on a similar path, but he wondered why he would choose this route while All Might never did. He knew something had to change. He had to change. Instead of solely focusing on becoming stronger, he would also work on forming bonds, perhaps not friendships, but a rivalry. When Achiko got home, she was surprised to see both her parents waiting for her. Her mother wrapped her in a warm hug while her father gave her a gentle peck on the forehead. They sat down in the living room and chatted a bit. Achiko's mother asked about her school life. "So, sweetie, do you have your eyes on anyone? Maybe that blonde boy you fought in the 3rd round." "What, Mama?" "Not him. I mean nobody." Achiko stammered, trying to hide her embarrassment. Her mother chuckled at her daughter's flustered reaction. However, her father pressed on, "Sweetie, who is it?" When Achiko hesitated, he added that he wouldn't give her the mochi they bought for her, prompting her to give in. "Well, the thing is, I might have a crush on someone, but I don't know if he feels the same or if what I feel is even a crush." "Who is it, sweetie? Come on, you can tell your mom." Her mother encouraged. "Maybe it's that red and white-haired boy. He was rather good-looking." Achiko shook her head again. "It's the prince." She spoke softly, barely above a whisper. After repeating it a couple of times, she finally said it a bit louder than she intended. "It's Izuku." Both her parents were taken aback. It wasn't every day that a daughter revealed she had feelings for one of the highest-ranking individuals in Asia. "Achiko, did you mean the Prince of Asia, Izuku, or someone else?" her father asked, concerned. He knew his daughter was appealing and could attract any boy she wanted, but he worried that the prince might use his status to pressure her. "I do mean him. He is so sweet and kind," Achiko began to explain, but her voice trailed off as she whispered more details too quickly for her parents to catch. Her father's worry grew. What if the prince would take advantage of her? Meanwhile, her mother was thrilled. In her mind, Achiko and the prince were already dating, and her daughter was an official princess. When Mina got home, she rushed to hug her mother. They immediately began discussing the sports festival. Mina and her mother were very open about nearly everything, and Mina had already shared her crush on the prince with her. Of course, she would keep it a secret. Mina's mother initially thought her daughter was joking about having a crush in class, but after seeing the boy in action, she understood better. Happily married for 20 years, she hoped her daughter would find the same happiness, even if it meant exploring relationships in her own way. As Momo stepped out of the limo and entered her house, she noticed her parents were both home and waiting for her. After greeting them, Momo apologized for losing so quickly in the sports festival. Her father reassured her that there was no need to apologize. Both he and her mother were extremely proud of her for pushing herself that far. They spent some time discussing the sports festival and the dorms, with her father mentioning that her new room would likely be smaller. When Ida returned home, he found the house empty, which wasn't unusual. He decided to study the sports festival fights to improve his strength, rewatching not only his own battles but also those of others to gain different perspectives. Just as he finished watching the last fight of the 2nd round, his older brother Tensei arrived home. "Yo Tenya, you're home," Tensei called out. Instead of yelling back, Ida walked out of his room to greet his brother. The two were quite different. Ida was strict and focused on following the rules to become the best hero possible, while Tensei was more relaxed and encouraged his younger brother to have some fun along the way. Time skipped to Friday, where each student sat in homeroom waiting for Aizawa. They chatted about what they had packed and the unpacking ahead of them, sharing stories about how emotional their parents had been. Izuku smiled as he watched Eri draw their little family. The drawing depicted a forest with birds in the sky, showing them having a picnic. Izuku noticed that Eri had labeled him as Papa, with a stick figure sporting a green afro and a big smile. Eri's own stick figure had gray hair and a unicorn horn, labeled Me, while Namuri was represented as a stick figure in a red shirt with purple hair, labeled Mama. Izuku felt a surge of happiness, knowing that Namuri needed to see this. Aizawa walked into the classroom, prompting the students to take their seats and quiet down. Eri waved enthusiastically at him, as she often did when receiving a tasty fruit package from him. Aizawa, known for his tough demeanor, had a soft spot for Eri and waved back. "Today is going to be a very short day of lessons. We will go over the sports festival results and discuss your upcoming internships," he announced. As the students cheered, Aizawa used his quirk to regain their attention. Now, does anyone know the purpose of the sports festival? Kaminari chimed in, to show how cool we are to the rest of the world. This elicited laughter and cheers from the class, but Aizawa was ready to continue. No, Kaminari, that is not the reason, Uraraka said, raising her hand. Aizawa nodded, allowing her to speak. For an internship, right, sir? Correct. During the sports festival, many heroes from all over the world watch each of you compete. The heroes from Japan then have the opportunity to send an offer to 2 students for an internship. This caused Ida to stand up. Sir, is it not normally 1 internship for most? Yes, normally that would be the case, but someone in this class would most likely take away most of the votes, Aizawa replied, glancing at Izuku, who was the focus of nearly all the students' attention. Now take a look at this. Aizawa pressed a button, and names and votes appeared on the screen. Izuku was at the top with 55,000 votes, followed by Todoroki with 4,748 votes and Bakugo with 3,743 votes. Normally the votes would be a little more spread out, but this year those 3 took the spotlight. Aizawa then grabbed a basket from under the desk, containing 20 tablets, and began handing one to each student. These tablets have each of the possible hero internship locations on them. You can check 3 of them. You have until Monday to give us your choice. When Aizawa reached Izuku, he also handed Eri a fruit package. He noticed a drawing with writing on it and managed to hide his smile behind his scarf as he continued distributing the tablets. Each of the tablets requires your name as a username and your school ID as your password. Now then, for the second part of today, we are going to go over the sports festival. Aizawa displayed footage of the festival, highlighting the race and the obstacles each student faced. You all did some good work, but you could improve. Midoriya, your time set a new record, but you wasted a lot of time at the beginning talking to your daughter. Overall, you were impressive. Izuku nodded, and Eri softly whispered, "Sorry, Papa." He reassured her that saying sorry wasn't needed. In the first event, I saw some spots for improvement, but you will learn that over the years at UA. Kirishima, don't put yourself at risk for everything. I understand you want to be an unbreakable shield, but putting yourself in harm's way for everything could get you hurt. For the second event, girls, very good job. Each of you knew your shortcomings and worked together to overcome them. Ojiro, very smart use of your quirk during this event. Bakugo, good work with your quirk, but try changing your hands a little to redirect more force for higher speed. In the third part of the race, each of you took your time to avoid explosions. Bakugo, watch where you're going. You stepped on a landmine simply because you didn't look at your surroundings. Robin, impressive use of your quirk here. I suggest that each of you learn how to move at high speeds while sneaking around. Everyone nodded, understanding that speed would be crucial in future scenarios. During the battle royale, Midoriya, again, smart plan, but them getting past your shield caught you by surprise. Always stay on your toes, even if you're on the winning side. Bakugo, if you fight against a large group, try to retreat. Fighting one against many is never advisable. Todoroki, smart plan closing yourself in and only fighting a select few. Kaminari, don't announce a surprise attack, it could get you into serious trouble. This elicited laughter from the class. Overall, the rest of you acted wisely. Girls, know that teaming up is not always the solution. Sometimes going at it alone is the smarter play. Ida, don't always rush at high speeds, it almost cost you. In the first rounds of the 1v1s, each of you did your best. Ida, very smart idea on holding back on your super moves. Robin, you lost because you lost sight of your opponent. Try to improve on that part. Bakugo, I understand you're not one for holding back, but don't attack someone after the fight ever again, understood? Bakugo nodded quietly. In the second rounds, good job, Ida, you faked out your opponent and that gave you the win. For the rest, all of you did great. In the third rounds, Midoriya, don't use that against your classmates, it could seriously injure them if you're not careful. Todoroki, don't just focus on your quirk. It will get you far, but to go even farther, you need to learn some normal fighting skills. In the last fight, Bakugo, don't let anger cloud your judgment. Power doesn't trump skill. They all nodded in agreement. Now for the last part of today's lesson. You have to decide on hero names. This caused the class to erupt in cheers. A name is important for a hero, so today that is what you all will be doing. Just then the door opened, and Midnight walked in. A good hero name could make or break your career. Aizawa spoke again. I don't really have much expertise in this area. He then laid down and went to sleep. Midnight approached the desk in front of the class. It's time for you all to choose your hero name. This is an important part of each hero's career. Choosing the wrong name could hinder your future before it even begins. Your hero name will show the public what you are. Each of you is going to write your name on this board and then you will present them. This made some of the students excited. Midnight walked past everyone and handed out boards. As she passed Izuku, she acted normal but gave Eri a quick kiss on the cheek. Eri was busy with a different drawing, hiding the one she had done with Namuri for now. You all have 10 minutes before the first person can present. If anyone needs help, you can ask me. She then sat down to grade some homework and tests. The students began discussing and brainstorming to come up with the best names. After 10 minutes, Namuri looked up and began speaking. 10 minutes are up, sweeties. It's time to present. Who will go first? The students looked among themselves for a moment before the always bold Aoyama stood up and walked forward. My hero name is the Glittering Hero. I cannot stop twinkling. Aoyama struck a pose. It's a bit on the longer side, sweetie. Try again, but this time make it shorter. Aoyama nodded and returned to his seat. Robin then stood up and walked forward, showing her board. I think the name Durga would fit perfectly as my heroine name. Namuri held Robin's shoulders. Perfect name, well done, Robin. Robin smiled at the praise. After Robin sat down, Tsuyu stood up and walked forward. I have been thinking of this name ever since I was a tadpole, Froppy. This elicited cheers and laughs from the crowd. The girls and Tokoyami found it cute that Tsu used tadpole instead of saying she was a child. After Tsuyu took her seat, Nami walked up. My name would be Weatheria. Namuri considered it for a moment. Short, easy to say, and informs them a little of your quirk. I like it, accept it. Nami beamed and sat back down. This time, Aoyama stood up again. How about this, mademoiselle? Sparkle. Short and sweet. Accepted. Aoyama sat back down, pleased with his name. Ojiro was next. The martial arts hero, Tailman. Simple but extremely fitting. I love it, Namuri said, gripping her WHP. With Ojiro seated, Kirishima stood up. Red Riot. Kirishima grinned and flexed his bicep. Is that in honor of Crimson Riot? Namuri asked, and Kirishima nodded. You know that is going to be a tough title to uphold. Are you ready for that? Kirishima nodded again, and Namuri accepted the name. Mina walked up, a big smile on her face. Alien Queen. You mean like that scary monster? No, denied. Mina dropped her head in defeat as Izuku mentally noted to watch some scary movies with Namuri. Mina sat down again to rethink her name, giving Uraraka a chance to walk up. I have been thinking about this ever since I entered UA. On the board, it showed Uravity. Oh, I like it. You added your family name, Uraraka, and the point of your quirk, gravity. Accepted. After Uraraka, Ida stepped up. In honor of the Ida name, I want to use Enginium. Namuri accepted it and Ida sat down. Next was Bakugo. Explosion Murder God. No, too aggressive, change it. Bakugo didn't sit down, he just spoke again. Explosion Murder Lord. No, now sit down and change it to something less violent. This time, Bakugo sat down. Each student noticed that Bakugo was rather tame today. Kaminari then stood up, happy about his choice. The stun hero, Charge Bolt. It was accepted, and as he went to sit down, he high-fived Siro and Kirishima. After Kaminari, Siro went. The taping hero, Cellophone. Very clever, Namuri said, accepting it. Mina walked up again, this time more determined. Acid Queen. I like it, Mrs. Shido accepted. Mina cheered as she returned to her seat. Kami then stood up and walked forward. Maburo Mikami. Long but a fun play on words, accepted. After Kami, Momo stood in front of everyone and spoke. I hope to live up to the name, Creati. Creative, accepted. Izuku shook his head at the joke, but it made him and some of the other students laugh a little. Hagakure then stood up, skipping to the podium to show her name. Prism. This caused Mina to speak up. Like those things that change light? Toru responded, yeah, after the sports festival, Nizu wanted to speak to me, and we found out that my quirk doesn't make me invisible. I reflect light in a way that hides me from the visible wavelengths. I should be able to change that once I get a better hang on my quirk. The class erupted in cheers of, that is so cool. Toru's name was accepted, and she sat down. Now it was Todoroki's turn. On his board it simply said, Shoto. Nemuri looked at him, a bit confused. Is it not allowed? It is. Are you sure about this? Todoroki nodded and sat back down after it was accepted. With Todoroki seated, Tokoyami took the chance to show his name. Tsukuyami. I like it, accepted. Tokoyami sat back down, and Sato went to the front. His board read, The Sweets Hero, Sugurman, which was accepted right away. Jiro walked forward quickly, not liking that she had to present her name. Earphone jack. I see, like your quirk. How cute, accepted, Nemuri said, making Jiro blush at the compliment. Now the last two are Bakugo and Midoriya, who will go first. Before Izuku could even stand up, Bakugo stood up. Ground Zero. A fitting choice, as the site of a bombing is often called Ground Zero, and with you being a walking bomb, it's rather appropriate. Bakugo sat down without making a sound, and now Izuku walked up. The students were curious about what the Prince of Asia would use as his hero name. Akuma. Like the devil, Mina yelled out, causing Izuku to chuckle. Yeah, that one. The sword-wielding demon brings misfortune to all that gaze upon him. I plan to arrest and take down all villains that I see fit, and my powers are given from the Sea Devil. But you're not carrying a sword, though, Kaminari pointed out. But I do have swords and plan to carry one. At the moment, it's still getting repaired. I should get it before the internships. This made most of the students excited. Nemuri accepted the name and told Izuku to sit back down. She walked back to the desk and kicked Aizawa to notify him that class was over. Aizawa grumbled something under his breath and got up, giving Nemuri a disapproving look as she waited to go to the dorms with Izuku and Eri. You all have until Monday to give your choice for internship, or else we will choose for you. Class dismissed. Aizawa walked away as the kids started packing up. Izuku arrived at the dorms with Nemuri. Each student had a different reaction to seeing the large building. Achiko and Nami were shocked at the size, while Momo and Ida commented on having a similarly sized building. Izuku and Robin admired the impressive architecture. Midnight then started to explain the dorms. Welcome everyone to the UA dorms, also known as Height Alliance. She opened the door, revealing a large room. This is the common floor. Here, we have a living room and a kitchen. The showers are also on this floor, but they are split by gender. For anyone shy, don't worry. Within the shower room, there are multiple stalls for privacy. This made some of the guys feel a bit more at ease. There is also a bath in both shower rooms. In the common area, there is a laundry room, and last but not least, the courtyard. The rest of the floors are the rooms for you to sleep in. Every student gets their own room equipped with air conditioning, toilets, beds, fridges, closets, and a balcony. We made sure to bring all the boxes you took with you into your room. To help you find your room, we made this sheet. Midnight explained, holding up a sheet that sat on one of the kitchen tables. Wait, why does Midoriya have such a large room, and why is your name on the same part? Kaminari asked, causing Izuku to feel a bit embarrassed, while Nemuri seemed pleased. Well, because I'm going to spend my nights here, of course, she said with a wink. Mina then jumped onto Izuku's back. It's the dorms, so now you're going to tell us about that cool power, right? Izuku looked over his shoulder and noticed Mina had her face next to his, causing her to blush slightly, but she was determined to get something from this. Mina, you shouldn't be so impatient. Only good, patient girls get rewarded. He smiled at her, which seemed to fluster Mina, prompting her to jump off and hide behind the other girls. I did say I was going to show that power more, but we should wait a little since I'm still expecting some others who wanted to know about it. So how about we first move in and then eat something? Everyone agreed and moved toward their dorm rooms. Everyone changed into more casual clothing suitable for training. Most wore sweatpants, except for some of the girls and Ida, who wore shorts. For shirts, it was mostly t-shirts and sleeveless tops. Izuku wore a compression shirt, while Namuri and some of the girls wore CRP tops. They began to unbox their belongings. Izuku and Namuri helped Eri first, ensuring she had everything she wanted. Her room looked like a child's paradise, filled with stuffed animals and dolls, and she even had a gaming system that allowed offline games, which she enjoyed playing. After setting up Eri's room, Izuku and Namuri moved to their own. Izuku didn't have much, just some books, pictures, and swords. Namuri, on the other hand, had more items. The first thing she placed were her flowers on the balcony to ensure they received enough sunlight, followed by pictures and the rest of her belongings. Once they finished, they noticed they had some time left until dinner, and Namuri had a fun idea. How about we have some fun? She jumped onto Izuku, and they both fell onto the bed, laughing. The others finished setting up their rooms around the same time and wanted to discuss dinner plans, but they needed everyone to gather first. In the end, Achiko and Mina were sent to get Izuku, Namuri, and Eri. What do you think his room looks like? Mina asked her best friend. Achiko thought for a moment. Maybe it's fully gold, she joked, making Mina laugh a little. As they reached Izuku's room, they knocked at the door but heard nothing. Izuku, using the calm fruit, had ensured they made no sound. He was so focused on Namuri that he didn't notice the knocking. Mina and Achiko knocked again, but still no response. Maybe they fell asleep? Achiko suggested, to which Mina replied, "Let's check." Without waiting for a response, she opened the door and walked in with Achiko. As they entered, they were taken by surprise. They saw Namuri in her bra straddling a shirtless Izuku, both caught in a moment together. Izuku noticed them and removed the silent bubble around them. Namuri, unaware of the interruption, playfully pressed closer to Izuku. This caused both Mina and Achiko to blush. And Achiko let out a small gasp. Namuri finally turned to see a flustered Achiko and a blushing Mina standing there, unsure of how to react. "Are you both going to stand there, or are you going to join?" Izuku asked, still caught in the moment. Mina seized the opportunity and pulled Izuku's head toward her, kissing him. Izuku, surprised but pleased, kissed her back, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her closer. After a moment, they parted, and Mina smiled. "I wanted to do that for a while now." Encouraged by Mina's boldness, Achiko stepped forward. Izuku looked into her eyes and, feeling a surge of confidence, gently placed his hand on her cheek, guiding her face closer to his. They shared a sweet kiss, and Namuri watched, happy for them. She was aware of their feelings for Izuku and had even discussed it with him before. After a brief moment of silence, Achiko and Mina, no longer holding back, jumped onto Izuku, both kissing him as they settled on the bed. Their playful moment was interrupted by a loud knock at the door. "Midoriya and Miss Kiyama, are you both in your room? We wish to discuss dinner as a group," Ida called from outside. Mina and Achiko blushed, realizing they had strayed from their original task. "Thanks for telling me, Ida. We will be down soon," Izuku yelled back as Mina and Achiko quickly straightened themselves. Namuri grabbed her shirt from the floor and put it on, while Izuku wiped his face, noticing the marks left from the kisses. Just then Eri walked in. Papa, I am hungry," she said, but Izuku was not in the room. Where is Papa?" she asked, looking around. "He's just cleaning up, sweetie, so don't worry," Namuri reassured her. Eri smiled and walked over to Namuri, tugging on her breathes. "Mama, are you okay?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Namuri hugged Eri tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Mina and Achiko found the moment adorable but felt a twinge of jealousy. They too wanted to be called Mama, but that could wait. When Izuku returned, he learned what had happened and felt a bit disappointed he missed the moment. They all walked down together, and as soon as they entered the common room, Mina and Achiko were teased by Nami and Kami. "Why are both of you such a mess?" Nami asked. "Yeah, your hair is a total mess," Kami added. Mina and Achiko tried to fix their appearances while coming up with excuses, but Nemuri chimed in. "Well, what do you expect? My Zuzu is such a great kisser." This made the guys laugh at Achiko's reaction, while the girls blushed, giggling at her attempt to hide behind Izuku. Dinner was served, fried rice with beef, and it was clear to everyone that Achiko and Mina were getting closer to Izuku. The guys exchanged knowing glances, realizing that all the girls had feelings for him. It was tough for the guys who were still single, but they couldn't force the girls to change their minds. 15 minutes after dinner, Nemuri received a text from Aizawa saying that the pros were at the front gate and he would bring them to Ground Alpha. Nemuri informed the rest of Class 1A, and everyone went with her. Izuku had Eri on his back, while Mina and Achiko were being playfully interrogated by the other girls. As they arrived at Ground Alpha, they saw a small group of pro heroes: Rumi, Mirko, Ryuko, Ryukyu, Yu, MT Lady, and Aizawa. All of them wore workout clothing except Aizawa, who was in his hero costume. Rumi wore sweatpants with a top decorated with carrots, while Ryukyu wore similar briefs with a plain shirt. Yu sported tight yoga leggings and a top that accentuated her figure. She was there not only to grow stronger but also to catch the attention of the prince. Izuku noticed Yu right away, just like all the other guys. It was hard not to notice someone like her. He placed Eri down and spoke. "So, everyone here wants to know about the technique I used during my fight with Todoroki, right?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "Wait, Mr. Aizawa, didn't you know how to use this?" Izuku asked. "I do, but I'm not skilled enough yet and wish to learn more," Aizawa replied. "Well, what I used is known as the 6 powers or Rokushiki. Anyone can learn them, but they require hard training. The first technique I used was Shurgon, or finger pistol. It's a close-quarters combat technique where the user pushes their finger into a target at high speed, leaving a wound similar to a bullet wound. Momo, could you create a metal sheet for me?" Momo complied, creating a millimeter-thick sheet of metal. Nemuri held it steady, and Izuku poked it, piercing through. Everyone gasped in shock and excitement. Rumi grabbed Izuku's hand and examined his finger. "What the heck? It's just a normal finger," she said, trying the technique herself but only hurting her finger. "Yeah, I might make it look easy, but I trained for years. To master this technique, you start with sand and paper. You slam your fingers into the sand to harden them, and then you practice on paper." Izuku demonstrated, using tape and string to make the paper float mid-air. "That's it?" Rumi asked, skeptical that this would be enough to pierce metal. Izuku let her try again, but she only managed to push the paper away. After a minute of trying, she exclaimed, "This is frustrating." Aizawa then attempted it and managed to rip the paper, though the hole wasn't neat. Izuku grabbed a new piece of paper and pierced it effortlessly while it floated in mid-air. Now, the second skill I used was Saru, or shave. This allows users to move at extremely high speeds to avoid attacks and strike with greater power. Izuku demonstrated by disappearing from sight and reappearing a little farther away, then returning to his original spot. To do this, you have to kick off the ground at least 10 times in the blink of an eye. I learned this by running in place a lot with weights. Next is Jeppo or moonwalk. This technique lets users jump off the air itself, allowing them to stay airborne longer. You can use it to cross great distances without touching the ground or set up for aerial attacks. At first, some thought it was a joke until Izuku demonstrated, jumping in the air. Rumi tried it and managed to stay airborne for 2 jumps before landing on her backside. Izuku landed and rubbed his legs. I trained by running long distances and jumping with weights. Next is Tekai, or iron body. This technique hardens the user's muscles to the level of iron, nullifying damage from attacks. Zero interjected, "So it makes you unbreakable?" Not quite. With enough force, you can break through. I assume Mirko could break through it with a kick. Rumi felt a surge of pride at the compliment. Izuku hardened himself and let Kirishima punch him, causing Kirishima to hold his hand in pain. I guess saying you have abs of steel isn't just a saying, Nami joked, making everyone laugh. You train this by hardening your muscles and skin. It involves working out and enduring a lot of pain, at least it did for me. Izuku shuddered at the memory of his training with his teachers. Aizawa knew that training was tough, but for someone like Izuku, who had faced villains and challenges before, to shudder at the thought of his trainers was telling. Those were people Aizawa would never want to meet. Now for the last two techniques, Rankyaku or Tempest Kick. Izuku demonstrated by kicking, and a blade of air sliced through a nearby tree. The Rankyaku is a powerful projectile technique where users kick at high speeds, sending out a sharp compressed air blade that can slice objects and cause significant damage. It's not limited to just the feet, it can also be executed with hands or even the neck. People like Ojiro could use their tails, and it might be possible for Tsuyu to do it with her tongue. This training requires speed, which I developed by using large weights to slow me down. Learning Rankyaku, Jeppo, and Soro often happens together since they share similar training requirements. Rumi attempted to try it but wasn't fast enough. She could only produce a small gust of wind. The last technique is Kami-e, or paper art, which allows users to make their bodies extraordinarily flexible to avoid attacks, float, and bend like paper. Training for this technique relies on instinct and extensive stretching. As Izuku helped others learn their desired skills, Shoto asked him to step aside for a moment. Once they were out of earshot, Shoto said, "I told my parents you wanted to speak with them. They asked if tomorrow would be all right." "Tomorrow works for me. Anything else?" "Yes, one more thing. Thank you for helping me." Izuku replied that thanks weren't necessary. They returned to the group and resumed training. When Izuku and Todoroki rejoined the larger group, Todoroki went to his friends to stretch for the real training. Izuku also began stretching and assisted others with their routines. While doing basic stretches with Eri, he noticed some of the girls were trying to loosen up, with a few seemingly putting on a little show for him. Although Izuku lacked experience with women, he could sense when someone was interested in him. He had learned to read people from a young age. It was clear to Izuku that Achiko and Mina had feelings for him, especially around the USJ incident, but he chose not to act on his feelings, wanting it to be their choice and not wanting to pressure them. With the attention from Nemuri and the pro-heroines, he realized they likely had crushes on him as well. He suspected that most of the girls from Class 1A had feelings for him, though he found it hard to read Robin. Nemuri had confirmed that Robin did have feelings for him. After finishing their stretches and warm-up, Izuku prepared to teach everyone the 6 powers simultaneously. First up was Jeppo or moonwalk. Aizawa assumed it would be a heavy leg workout to build muscle for faster movement, but Izuku explained that technique was more important than sheer power. While a certain level of strength was necessary, having power without technique was ineffective. Izuku demonstrated the correct jumping technique slowly and repeatedly. Aizawa knew how to do it but was a bit sloppy. Yu and Nemuri competed with each other and needed more help than the others, clearly enjoying being close to Izuku. He teased them whenever he could. After about 45 minutes of intense training, they sat down, exhausted. Izuku, who hadn't really trained, continued his workout at the request of Nemuri and Mina, doing handstand push-ups. They noticed a mark on Izuku's stomach, prompting Kirishima to ask, "Yo Midoriya, what's that on your abs?" Izuku, still doing push-ups, replied casually, "It's part of my powers. It holds the 9 beasts of the Sea Devil. That's where they are sealed, and that's what I use to summon them." "So you're even stronger than we thought," Siro said, with others nodding in agreement. "Well, sort of. I can use them to increase my power, but they don't make me stronger," Izuku clarified. He then stopped his push-ups and sat down, accepting a drink from Eri. "It's sort of like Dark Shadow, but they're not attached to me." Rumi, still present to chat with her friends, asked, "So what is your power and theirs? I know you mentioned Sea Devil, but what does that really mean?" "Well, the Sea Devil was a story told to children long ago, during a time when the world was overrun by water. There was a pirate. This pirate wasn't like any pirate before. He went by the name Joy Boy, and during his time, he defeated many gods that ruled the world. These gods hated Joy Boy and decided to curse him. They granted him the power of all the previous gods, but it came at a cost. He would lose his life as a pirate. The sea would despise him, and if he came into contact with it, it would drain his power and weaken him. Despite this, Joy Boy was determined to pursue his passion and traveled the seas. During his journeys, he encountered 9 beasts that he defeated and who then swore loyalty to him. On his final trip, Joy Boy confronted the gods who had cursed him, but this time he perished, with the 9 beasts dying beside their emissary on the battlefield. His actions that day shaped the world we live in now. Izuku shared this story, most of them already familiar with it. Yeah, nice story and all, but you still haven't explained your powers, Rumi interjected. Well, I can do a lot, but each of the 9 beasts has one unique ability. Instead of explaining, I'll just show you. I do need to draw blood for this, though. Izuku stepped away and bit his thumb, drawing the kanji for 1. A puff of smoke appeared, revealing a large beast. It was sandy brown with black markings all over its face, body and tail. Its jagged mouth had no tongue, and its eyes were black with yellow irises shaped like 4-pointed stars. Why did you summon the mighty Shikaku, weak human? The beast demanded. This confused most of the onlookers, but Eri approached Shikaku and said, "My papa is not weak." Shikaku, towering over her, sniffed gently, aware of her situation, and turned away, grumbling. This is Shikaku, the One-Tail. His power is sand defense. As Izuku spoke, the blood on his mark disappeared, and Shikaku vanished in a puff of smoke. Izuku then drew on his stomach, this time the kanji for 2. The second beast appeared. This is the 2 tails Matatabi. Matatabi resembled a 2-tailed Bakeneko, engulfed in cobalt blue and black flames. She had heterochromatic eyes, one yellow and the other green. "Hello, Isar Izuku," Matatabi greeted, standing like a tiger. "Everyone, this is Matatabi. She holds the power of blue and black fire. While she can use normal flames, her regular flames are blue, and she can push them to black for a few attacks, but it tires her out." Matatabi demonstrated by shooting a small burst of blue fire. "Wait, blue and black fire?" Todoroki asked, prompting the students to look at him for clarification. "Most fire is red, but it changes color with temperature. Blue is the hottest. My father and brother can use blue fire, but they have to work up to it. Black flames are just as hot, but they can't be extinguished. They burn until the target is completely consumed." This revelation widened some students' eyes in shock. "We will train soon, Matatabi." With that, Matatabi disappeared in a puff of smoke. Next is the 3 tails, Isabu. Izuku drew the kanji for 3. From the smoke emerged Isabu, resembling a large turtle with a crab-like shell and spikes. It had 3 shrimp-like tails and human-like arms, but no hind legs. Its eyes were red with crimson pupils. "Hi," Isabu said simply. Isabu has the greatest defensive body among the sea beasts. With his power, Coral, he can grow and control Coral to attack or capture people. Eri approached Isabu and patted his head, and he used one of his arms to hold her arm, creating a coral flower that she admired. Isabu then vanished in a puff of smoke. Izuku had to reopen his thumb as his wound closed up and drew the kanji for 4. The 4th beast is Son Goku. Son Goku was a red-furred, green-skinned monkey with a gorilla-like build. It had yellow irises and white pupils, spike-like protrusions along its tails, elongated blunt fangs, and 2 long horns curving upward on its forehead. In its mouth, Son Goku had an opening shaped like a dome volcano. Son Goku, king of the sage monkeys, also known as the Great Sage equaling heaven, Izuku introduced, standing alongside the impressive figure of Son Goku, who was now the size of All Might. For short, we just call him Son Goku. The group observed him closely as Izuku explained further. Son Goku can turn his skin into magma for defense, making it nearly impossible to attack him with brute force. Izuku nodded at Son Goku, who then transformed into smoke. He drew the kanji for 5, or go, and continued, "Next is Kokuo." Kokuo resembled a white horse with a dolphin's head, adorned with long horns and red markings under its dark blue-green eyes. "Pretty horsey." Eri exclaimed, rushing toward Kokuo. With Izuku's help, she climbed onto Kokuo's back, who walked around, much to her delight. Izuku elaborated on Kokuo's abilities. Kokuo has a steam ability that can be used for both attacks and defense. When called back, Kokuo returned to Izuku, allowing Eri to dismount before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Izuku then drew the kanji for 6, or Roku. The 6 tails belong to Saiken, who can secrete a corrosive substance, both liquid and gas. Saiken appeared as a large, bipedal creature with 6 long tails and a thick, slimy exterior. Achiko teased Mina, saying, "Yeah, with skin that looks just like yours." Laughter erupted as Mina feigned a pout. Saiken waved goodbye before disappearing. The 7 tails belonged to Chomei, also known as Lucky, Izuku said, drawing the kanji for 7, or Shirchi. Chomei resembled a blue-armored rhinoceros beetle, with 6 tails that looked like green insect wings. "Hello everyone." Chomei buzzed, landing next to Izuku, its size comparable to Achiko. Lucky can use blinding powers and fly at high speeds. It demonstrated its speed before turning into smoke again. Izuku bit his thumb and drew the kanji for 8, or Hachi. 8 tails belonged to Gyuki, a powerful Ushioni with 4 long horns. Gyuki had a muscular upper body and 8 tails resembling octopus arms, which could regenerate if cut off. "Yo, how's it hanging?" Gyuki greeted, fist-bumping Izuku, who was about the same height. "I can use ink to bind enemies." Gyuki approached Eri, who was initially apprehensive but grew more comfortable. "I like this little one. We both have horns," he said, gently touching Eri's horn with his own. "He's badass." Denki and Kirishima exclaimed, earning another fist bump from Gyuki before he vanished in a puff of smoke. Lastly, we have Kurama, but I must warn everyone, he's a real troublemaker. "Eri, come here for a second," Izuku called as Eri returned to his side. He drew the kanji for 9, or Q. With a massive puff of smoke, Kurama appeared, towering like the dorms. The red-orange kitsune had black fur around its eyes and 9 long, swiping tails. Crouching down, Kurama glared at the group, causing a wave of apprehension among them, except for the pro-heroes. "Is that supposed to be scary?" Bakugo said, sounding bored, but he was actually quite nervous as the beast loomed large enough to easily overpower him. Kurama grew even larger, bringing his face close to Bakugo, making even some pros back down in fear, while other students tried to escape. Bakugo was frozen in place, gripped by fear. Then Kurama spoke in a deep, intimidating voice that sent chills down everyone's spine. "No, it was to show how much greater I am than the rest, you snot-nosed brat." Bakugo, feeling the weight of Kurama's presence, commanded, "Back down and change your size now." Kurama growled but complied, shrinking down just as All Might arrived, ready to intervene. "Sorry All Might, that was me. Kurama here wanted to impress everyone," Bakugo explained, as Kurama lay on the floor, eyes closed and curled up like a wolf. Meanwhile, Izuku and All Might spoke with some of the heroes, ensuring that everyone at UA would be prepared for any future encounters. Eri approached Kurama. "Mr. Fox?" she asked. Kurama opened one eye and replied, "It's Kurama, not Fox. What do you want?" "Can I pet you?" Eri asked hopefully. Despite his tough demeanor, Kurama cared deeply for Izuku and his family, so he relented. "If you must." Eri took this as a no and started to walk away, but Kurama's tail gently stopped her, pulling her back into a cuddle. Izuku noticed this and quickly took pictures, as did Namuri. Just as he was about to help Eri, Kurama used his tail to place her comfortably in a tail bed. "Dorm?" Kurama asked softly, waking Eri. "Yeah, thank you, Kurama," she replied, smiling. Kurama walked at the front of the group as they prepared to leave. The pro-heroines informed everyone that it was time to head out, but they still thanked Izuku for the lesson and asked if they could return for more. Izuku agreed, and you gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, whispering a sweet thank you in his ear. Izuku playfully responded with a peck back and a husky, "Anytime," appealing, which made you blush as she walked away, the other heroes chuckling at her. "We should definitely check out the dorms tomorrow," Cammy suggested, with Mina eagerly agreeing. Oh yeah, that would be so fun. We could do that after breakfast, right? We're all free for an hour or so. Everyone agreed to the plan. Tomorrow we tour each other's dorms, and of course, I need to talk with the Todorokis. I should text Fuyumi, Izuku thought as they made their way back. As Class 1A approached the dorms, Nomuri stopped Izuku, Achiko, and Mina before they could enter. Izuku had a feeling he knew why, but he was curious about Nomuri's thoughts. Once they were out of earshot, Nomuri began, I assume you girls know why I separated you from the rest. Achiko blushed and looked at the floor, while Mina grinned widely, also blushing. Both girls nodded, but Achiko's nod was small, while Mina's was enthusiastic. They turned to Izuku, all three of them seeking his response. I'm keeping silent until I hear from both of you. I won't say anything that makes you feel pressured. If you want this to happen or not, it's up to you, he told them, his expression calm. The girls' blushes deepened. Their feelings mattered most to him. If they didn't feel the same way, that would be the end of it. He wouldn't push them. After a moment of contemplation, Mina spoke up, I do want this if you do, her voice shy, which Izuku found adorable. Everyone turned to Achiko, who was suddenly under the scrutiny of 6 eyes. She stammered, searching for the right words. Izuku remained calm, not rushing her. Nomuri smiled gently, radiating patience and warmth, while Mina looked at her best friend with a knowing smirk. Achiko's thoughts raced. One part urged her to follow her heart and accept the love, but another part whispered doubts. You're not worth it. Why would he want someone like you? He couldn't be seen in public with someone like you. These thoughts became louder, and they could see them from the outside. Nomuri, being the teacher, spoke up as she placed a hand on Uraraka's shoulder. What is wrong, Uraraka? It's not the money thing, is it? Mina asked her friend, who simply nodded, feeling ashamed. Money thing? Izuku asked, unsure of the situation. He was aware of money problems, even though there was little poverty in Asia. It still existed. Achiko didn't know how to express her feelings, so she looked at Mina, who took the lead. Yeah, Achiko didn't really grow up with a lot of money. They had it hard. Their construction company doesn't get many jobs. Is that it? Izuku asked, receiving a light smack on the head from Nomuri. This is a big deal for her, so think about her feelings. That's not what I meant. I just thought if that was the main issue, I could hire them. We have some projects we wanted to get done, so instead of hiring a bigger company, we could hire them. I don't want any handouts. That isn't fair, Achiko replied. But that isn't what would happen. I would hire them once. That wouldn't solve anything. If your parents fail the job, then we won't hire them again. And why would money even matter in this? It's not like I'm buying you or that you have to meet some standard to be in a relationship. But what would others think? Achiko stammered, to which Izuku responded simply, forget what others think. Uraraka, this is your decision. It's what you want. Ignore everything else and just say what is in your heart. Taking a deep breath, Achiko finally said, I do want this. With a small smile, Izuku acted after both of them agreed. He moved closer, cupping her cheek to make her look at him, and then kissed her lightly on the lips. She melted into the kiss, and they parted. Mina, unable to contain her excitement, kissed Izuku herself and jumped on him, clinging to him like a koala. They walked back to the dorms, Izuku standing tall with Mina wrapped around his back, her legs around his waist and her head on his shoulder, showering his cheek with kisses. On one side was Nomuri, and on the other was Achiko, who had been blushing for the last 10 minutes. Izuku had been informed by Ida that Kurama had brought Eri to her room and was watching over her. He was also congratulated on his new relationships. The girls were happy for their friends, which only fueled his longing to ask himself about his feelings at a later date. Izuku finally got Mina to let go so he could check on Eri. She was deep asleep in her bed, and true to his word, Kurama was sitting in the room between the window and door, watching over Eri. As soon as he saw Izuku, he disappeared in a poof of smoke. The rest of the night was simple and calm. Izuku spent some time in the common room speaking to everyone and making himself more food, as he had burned a lot of calories training. The meal was more like a full-blown feast, but he called it a light snack. It consisted of 12 scrambled eggs, 500 grams of ground bison, and some white rice. After inhaling the food, he played chess with Momo, while Mina and Achiko cheered during the match as if it were a boxing match. Momo defeated Izuku, but it was a close game. Afterward, Nemuri wanted to go back to the room and cuddle, which Izuku happily agreed to. After saying goodnight to everyone, he went to bed, with Achiko and Mina following. They spent the night watching random movies and enjoying each other's company, eventually falling asleep together. Izuku, being the largest of the group, acted as the base of the cuddle pile. Mina was to his right, her head snuggled against his chest, while Achiko was to his left, sandwiched between Nemuri and Izuku. She had gotten up to retrieve 2 large mittens from her bed, which made Izuku laugh when he saw them. She explained that when she first got her quirk, she was found floating in her room, so her father had gotten her the mittens from her favorite show. Each time she grew too big for them, they got the same ones, only larger. Izuku and Nemuri found it extremely cute. The next day, Izuku was the first to wake up. His eyes took a moment to adjust, but he loved what he saw: Mina's head on his bicep, her body hugging the rest of his arm. Achiko had shifted from her spot next to him to be on top of him, her belly resting on his, her arm almost on his face, her feet over Nemuri, and her head just short of Mina's. Izuku could see her peaceful and happy face. He also glanced at Nemuri, enjoying watching her sleep. Overall, Nemuri was appealing, but she was an ugly sleeper, mouth open, drooling, snoring loudly, and her eyes slightly open. Izuku had already taken a picture of it and made it his phone's home screen. It took some time, but eventually, they all woke up. Nemuri was the last to wake up, greeted by the giggles of her friends. To get back at Izuku, she told them that puppy eyes would get them anything they wanted. Once everyone was downstairs, they gathered for breakfast. After some time, they were all seated and ready to eat. "We gonna do that room thing now?" Nami asked, and everyone agreed. They headed to the second floor on the boys' side. "First up, Siro," Mina announced, taking the lead alongside Kami. "Welcome to Casa de Siro," Siro said as he opened the door to his dorm. The room was neatly designed in an East Asian style. "Ding, bro, didn't think your room would look like this," Kaminari remarked, impressed. After checking out Siro's room, they moved to his neighbor's. Tokoyami tried to speak, but Tsu gently pushed him aside, allowing everyone inside. His room was dark and gothic, illuminated only by a few purple lights. Izuku noticed a sword on display, likely a family heirloom, and some joked about their own middle school phases. "Next up is Sato," Mina said. His room was quite normal, featuring a small kitchen with an oven. "Get ready for the coolest room out there. Don't let the coolness overwhelm you," Denki announced as he opened the door to his funky room, which received mixed reactions from the group. Kami and some of the other girls grimaced, while Siro and Kirishima shook their heads. They quickly left and headed to the third floor to Bakugo's room. He initially told them to leave, but after Siro teased him about being afraid, Bakugo opened the door. His room looked normal, but they spotted some expensive clothing and, to Kaminari and Siro's surprise, romance novels. Momo mentioned she had read the same ones and pre-ordered the next volume, to which Bakugo nonchalantly admitted he had done the same before they were promptly kicked out. "The manliest room ever," Kirishima exclaimed as he nearly kicked down his own door, revealing a room filled with hero memorabilia and workout equipment, including a punching bag. "Gets me pumped up to work out," Achiko said, playfully hitting the bag. "Bienvenue dans ma belle chambre," Aoyama announced as he opened his shiny room. It was bright, with multiple mirrors, glitter posters, and even a disco ball. While it was a bit too glittery for some, the colors matched well. "Mine is nothing special," Ojiro said, showing his plain room, which reflected his personality. Next, they moved to the fourth floor, which had only 2 rooms. The first was Todoroki's, which surprised everyone with its complete transformation. He had changed the flooring, wallpaper, and even replaced the curtains with a sliding door, giving it a distinctly Japanese style. Ida's room was next. "You will find nothing out of the ordinary here," he stated, and true to his word, his room was neat, with one wall filled with binders and books, resembling a library. The other side had a collection of glasses. Why so many glasses? Tfue asked, voicing everyone's curiosity. I need them to see, and I intend to destroy them with extreme training, Ida replied proudly, puffing out his chest. Why not use contact lenses instead of stockpiling glasses? Robin chimed in, causing Izuku to stifle a laugh, while others openly laughed at Ida, who was left speechless. Guess mine is next, Izuku said as they approached his room. It was larger than the others, and they first noticed the massive bed. However, what caught everyone's attention was the array of swords mounted on the wall. The centerpiece was a very large sword with a golden nameplate, Yo. Yoru was a beautifully crafted weapon, resembling an oversized Kriegsmesser with a curved, single-edged black blade. It measured over 2 meters in length, with a hilt designed for two-handed use. The grip was wrapped in white bandage, topped with a large red cabochon, and the golden crossguard was intricately designed, resembling a crucifix with detailed grooves and additional red stones set into the guard. The stones were strikingly different. 3 smaller blue ones adorned the center, with a tiny one topping the middle, flanked by pairs of smaller green gems. At the ends of the arms were 2 unequal-sized stones, the outer and inner ones being blue and green, respectively, separated by singular smaller purple gems. About a third down each flat of the blade, centrally from the crossguard, were languettes, edged like the crossarms. The blade itself was jet black, reflecting its name, Knight, with a perfect, mirror-polished finish and an extremely sharp edge. A strong sheen glinted along the blade, revealing an irregular double-clove pattern shape. The blade possessed a mild, gradual widening in profile until its top third, where it tapered to a sharp point, curving upward with a distal taper toward the tip. Everyone took notice of the blade. It was hard to ignore. Some even reached out to touch it, including Nami and Achiko. Kaminari then asked, "What is this blade? It's massive. Can you even use it?" Izuku stifled a laugh. I can, but it's a strong sword. Sadly, it's not something I can show off without causing some serious damage. Most thought he was joking, but they hesitated to test it, knowing Izuku could turn into a phoenix and ignite at will. Izuku continued, "It's Yoru, named for its dark color. It is one of the Mito, the highest grade of swords. Only 11 swords are as strong as this one, and it's one of the most expensive swords in the world." People understood, but the gravity of it was still lost on them. "So what does this go for, like 10,000 yen or something?" Ojiro asked, expecting much less from a piece of steel. "More like 165 million yen, Izuku replied, eager to capture their reactions. Nami and Achiko quickly withdrew their hands as if the sword were too hot to touch. Some averted their eyes, fearing that just looking at it might cost them. "Why is that here?" Achiko and Nami yelled in unison at Izuku. Robin, wanting to touch the blade, was playfully swatted away by Nami, who was still worried about the price. "What do you mean?" Izuku asked, feigning ignorance, enjoying their reactions. "Shouldn't that be somewhere safer than in your room?" Kaminari questioned, incredulous that he seemed so calm about it. "Do you mean my room on the top floor of a building filled with hero trainees on a heavily secured campus with pro-heroes, including All Might? Plus, inside the room sleeps a pro-heroine and a well-trained prince. I think this might be one of the safest spots it could be," he explained. The group nodded, finding logic in his reasoning. They then visited Eri's room, which was adorably decorated with an army of stuffed animals and games. Among them was a stuffed bear that seemed to move on its own. "What is that?" someone asked. "It's a homie. It's part of my soul put into this stuffed animal. It might sound silly, but I made it to look over Eri," Izuku explained. Eri approached the stuffed animal, and it hugged her. "Hello, Mr. Snuffles," she greeted. "Hello, Princess Eri," the bear replied, lifting her off the floor. "It's just a stuffed animal. How can it protect anyone?" Siro questioned. Izuku encouraged him to try and hit Eri. After some convincing, Siro attempted to strike, but the bear kicked his arm away and delivered a spinning back kick to his face, dropping him to the floor. "It's my soul brought to life. It will protect her." It's not the only safety feature I created for her, Izuku added, leaving everyone in awe of his abilities. It's time for our room, girls. Let's go, Mina announced, leading them back to the third floor where the girls' rooms were located. My room is first and it's way lit. They entered to find a space filled with posters of movies and artists, and a desk cluttered with makeup items, perfectly fitting for Cammy. I guess I am up next. I apologize for the mess, Robin said as she opened her door. The room was plain but filled with books, true to her word about the slight disorder. Izuku noticed that the books mostly revolved around history and myths. Quickly in or out? Only Midoriya can stay, Nami said with a wink at Izuku while opening her door. Her room, like the others, was simple, but Nami had maps and weather information plastered everywhere. For your quirk? Izuku asked, to which Nami nodded. He was impressed. You made these yourself? He inquired, causing her to nod again. Wow, that's incredible. It almost makes me believe your quirk can create these. They look just as good as Sataliot-created maps. This caused Nami to blush, and just when Robin was about to tease her little sister about it, she pushed them all out and acted as if nothing had happened. Jiro's next, let's see what she has, Toru said as they made it to the next level. Jiro opened her door and looked away, clearly embarrassed by what she had in her room. Her room was filled with music items, posters, instruments, and CDs. Mina noticed one of the posters and had to comment, "Oh my gosh, girls, look. It's a poster of Izuku and some band. Our resident punk rock girl has a crush." This caused Jiro to blush and playfully attack Mina, who ran behind Izuku. Jiro then came face to face with Izuku, which made her blush even harder before she ran away. I think it's kinda cute. Plus, it's really cool seeing all these instruments. Can you play all of them? Izuku said, enjoying her reaction to him calling her cute. Jiro, not trusting her voice, just nodded. Before Izuku could say anything else, he and the rest of the class were pushed outside of the room. I am next, woo! Toru exclaimed as the rest of them were ushered out from Jiro's room. Toru's room was pink and filled with plushies and stuffed animals. It was similar to Eri's room, although Eri and Toru had different sets of plushies. It was clear that both would enjoy each other's company. Karo, I am next, came the call as the door opened to reveal a room painted in a very light green, with darker green sheets. The walls were adorned with pictures of her family and her and Tokoyami, giving the room a cozy feel. The last 3 are up. Let's get to it, Nami said as they headed to Mina's room. The door opened to reveal a dark pink and black room, nicely designed with posters and pictures of her and her friends made over the time they had known each other. Next was Achiko. She opened her room quietly. Much like the others, it was plain but well designed, featuring a small table, a TV, and a fan. It felt cozy enough to be homey, with a constellation painted on the wall. Momo was already at the door, looking a little embarrassed. When she opened her door, they saw a massive bed that took up most of the space in the room and looked very fancy. Mina, with nearly no impulse control, jumped on the bed. Oh my gosh, it's just as comfy as Izuku's bed. Everyone gathered. Back in the common room. Man, some rooms were crazy. So who won? Someone asked. I don't know, those rooms were all cool, another replied. Not mine. Mine was girly just as it should be, Toru said, leading to a playful argument about who had the best room, mainly between Nami and Bakugo. Bakugo insisted his room was the greatest, while Nami argued that Izuku's compliment made her room the best. Izuku, however, had something positive to say about all the rooms. I'm gonna head out for a little while. I will be back in under an hour, Izuku said as he walked toward the door. Where are you going, Papa? Eri asked. I wanted to see if they could increase the range on my drone for my bike. I will be back soon. Play with Mama for a little while, okay? Eri nodded and ran toward Achiko. Wanna play? She asked, causing Achiko to blush but agree nonetheless. She was just happy to be seen as a mother figure. Eri wasn't sure if Achiko would be her mama, but Achiko acted like one. Izuku had little skill with hair, and on days when Namuri had to be at UA early, Eri sometimes came to class with her hair a mess. Achiko was always the one who fixed her hair, And Eri really liked the twin tails Ochako could do. The more Eri thought about it, the more she realized that everyone from Class 1A acted like family. She didn't know much about family, but from what she did know and what she had seen, they all had their roles. Izuku was always the protective but kind father figure, while Namuri and the girls acted like nurturing mothers, making sure she had food and looked good. The guys had their own spots too. Kirishima was definitely an uncle, or more of a funkle. The rest of the boys had their roles as well, with Ida acting like a quirky grandpa, always teaching her things she didn't think she needed to know and ensuring she understood how to behave properly. Izuku was now on his way with a smile on his face, heading to the support course. He stopped by his motorcycle to grab his drone, hoping they could upgrade its range. The motorcycle itself had incredible craftsmanship and was very high-tech, but when they created the drone, they focused more on how well it tracked and the video quality. He also hadn't upgraded his bike in some years. As he made his way, he noticed some funny reactions from the students. A big group still acted as if they had to walk on eggshells. He was just happy that his class acted normally. He hadn't really interacted much with 1B. As he approached the support building, he walked past the General Studies dorm when he noticed someone. "I hope you four don't want to become underground heroes. You should work on your stealth," he remarked, turning to the four students who were sort of hiding behind some bushes along the path. It was 2 girls and 2 boys. "You are third, correct?" one of the girls spoke up. "Yes, sorry for following you," she said, bowing deeply, just like the others did. "Don't worry about that. But why were you following me and who are you?" he asked. "My apologies, I am Yu Heya." Yu had short, cropped salmon-colored hair and reddish-brown eyes with long lower eyelashes. She wore a slightly disheveled UA school uniform, her collar crooked, tie loose, and sleeves rolled up. She had tights under her skirt and 2 pink bracelets on her right wrist. This is Nijire Hado. Nijire was a fair-skinned girl of average height with wide, curious eyes. Her long periwinkle hair twisted around itself at her waist and curved inwards around her legs. She had side-swept bangs and 2 short clumps of hair framing her face. The one still hiding is Tamaki Amajiki. Tamaki was a tall young man with pale skin and long, pointed ears. His messy indigo hair stuck out behind his head, and he had thin, tired-looking eyes that were partially covered by his bangs. He usually hunched his shoulders and avoided making eye contact. And last but not least is Mirio Togata. Mirio was a tall young man with a muscular build and several noticeable scars on his lower arms. He had blue oval-shaped eyes and blonde hair styled in a cowlick. "We just wanted to see the prince, sir. We hope we haven't offended you," Yu said, trying to avoid a harsh punishment. "Don't worry, and please, you are my seniors." "There is no need for that, sir," he replied. "Why not? Don't you like it? What do you want us to call you? What is your quirk? Are you strong? Do you like UA?" Nijire shot forward with a flurry of questions, making Yu shocked. "Nijire, remember boundaries," Mirio said, pulling her back gently. "Let's see about those questions. I don't really like the formal stuff. Izuku or Midoriya is fine. My quirk is Sea Devil. I like to think I'm strong, and yes, I enjoy UA a lot." Izuku glanced at his watch and noticed that the Todorokis would arrive in about 30 minutes. He wanted to meet them at the gate. "Sorry to cut this short, but I have to walk toward the support course right now. How about we talk more later? I'll even answer more questions," he said as he walked away, leaving the 4 of them behind. "Well, that didn't go as expected," Tamaki said from behind his bush. Mirio just nodded and smiled. Nijire was happy. Not only did Prince Izuku say he wanted to talk, but he would also answer questions. It was something she didn't often get the chance to do. Sure, she was part of the Big 3, but her rapid-fire questions often deterred many people. However, the prince kept up and didn't seem irritated. Yu was just relieved that nobody got hurt. Yu herself knew very little about the Japanese royal family, which was normal. It was easier to speak about royal families outside of one's own area, and the media could often misrepresent the truth. It wasn't wise to openly insult or badmouth one of the supreme rulers. She had heard stories about other royal families. The current king of America had started off strict, But that changed when he gained a queen and a child. The prince was known for his wild parties. Once, he turned a city into a week-long celebration that accidentally damaged several buildings. Africa had been particularly strict before taking over Europe last year. Yu recalled a story about the prince wanting to travel to gain an extra wife, where a man had sneezed in his presence and faced dire consequences. The Prince of Australia was also known for his unusual decisions, having relocated all the people of Australia into one area. So their whole continent was like one big city. South Africa's ruler was greedy, which left his land impoverished. The king and the prince lived in a golden castle adorned with jewelry, many rings, and chains. They were unaware of Antarctica, except that they were not affected by the cold. The only images they had were of the prince surrounded by penguins while wearing shorts in extreme temperatures. In Japan, it was known that the rulers were kind, but with all the other royalty, it seemed unbelievable. Yu was cautious about the prince, wanting to keep an eye on him for Nijire's safety, not because she found him attractive or had a poster of him in her room, despite what anyone might say. Izuku, on the other hand, felt a sense of familiarity with the prince but decided to focus on his arrival at the support course. He knocked on the door, and suddenly his vision went black. He felt something soft yet firm on his face and heard laughter, insane laughter. Using his haki, he realized someone had mistaken his face for a seat. When he tapped her thigh, she noticed and exclaimed, "Oh hey, I'm sitting on you. Haha." She stood up without looking back and walked into the support department. Izuku sat up, and Power Loader, seeing it was the prince, was shocked. He tried to apologize and urged May to do the same, but she ignored them. She half-heartedly yelled, "Oops," as an apology. "Power Loader, sir, I was wondering if you could upgrade the range on my drone," Izuku said. Just then, May was back on him, examining the drone. "Oh, this baby is great. The craftsmanship is top tier. What do you want on it? Lasers, bombs, maybe camouflage?" she suggested, coming up with wild ideas. "No, just a range upgrade. I can handle the other modifications myself," Izuku replied. "Sure thing, random guy. Come back later." May then got to work. "Don't worry, Midoriya, I'll make sure she doesn't break anything and that the job gets done," Power Loader assured him. Izuku nodded and called out to May, "Yo, crazy lady. If you do a good job, I can get you some cool gadgets to play with." This excited her, and she began working faster. Realizing he was late, Izuku used the Sunasuna no Mi, sand fruit, to fly forward. When he arrived, he saw Achiko and Tsu playing with Eri. He swooped down and scooped Eri up, eliciting a small squeal from her. As they made their way back to Achiko, Eri began to laugh. "I'll come to play soon, sweetie. Just have to talk with Endeavor," Izuku said. "Okay, Papa," Eri replied, returning to play tag with Achiko and Tsu. Entering the dorm, Izuku immediately noticed the Todoroki family, Enji, Rei, and Fuyumi, sitting at the kitchen table with Shoto. He approached them. "My apologies for my tardiness. I had some unexpected interactions." He led the family to an empty room for privacy. "You wanted to speak with us about something. What would that be, Prince?" Enji asked. "Midoriya is fine, Mr. Todoroki." "Yes, I wanted to discuss your youngest. Did Shoto do anything to offend you? If so, we apologize deeply," Rei said, recalling Shoto's behavior during the sports festival. "It's nothing of the sort, ma'am. I just had some questions. Shoto mentioned that you saved my mother. Could you tell me how?" "Of course. It was during my earlier years as a pro. I was ranked 7th at that time, and your mother had an exhibition in Tokyo for an animal relief center. I was one of the heroes acting as security alongside her normal protection detail. A large attack force came from the front, forcing the security detail to respond. When it was just me and 3 others, a second group attacked, and I had to fight while they protected her." "I see," Izuku said, standing up and bowing deeply. "Thank you for protecting my mother." Enji was taken aback. Having the prince bow before him was unexpected. "Now, my other point," Izuku continued, his tone serious. "Shoto told me he wants to show you his strength, to prove he can protect the royal family as well. So my question is, Do you believe that rank is determined by power or earned through effort? It's earned, sir. There are many heroes with weaker quirks who have risen high through training and dedication. Look at Best Jeanist. His quirk is simple fabric manipulation and he is ranked 3rd. Okay, then my second part. Did you abuse Shoto or any of your children? Izuku asked, turning his observation haki up to read emotions and deception. I would never abuse Shoto or any of my children. Why would you ever assume or ask such a thing? Enji replied, his anger rising. I mean no disrespect. It's just that your son acted rather distant during the sports festival and seemed focused on proving his strength to you. I read that could be a sign of abuse. I just wanted to be sure that no such thing happened. Enji understood this, and the group continued their conversation. They asked about Eri, and Izuku informed them that Eri was his daughter after he dealt with Overhaul. After sharing some details about Overhaul's actions, Enji expressed that the scumbag had died far too peacefully. Rei, though less vocal, felt a deep hatred for that man, having interacted briefly with Eri. Earlier, Shoto had gathered his family, and upon returning, they saw Eri playing with Achiko and Tsu. Shoto greeted them as usual, but Eri walked up to Rei and Fuyumi with a smile. Both women crouched down to say hello. Eri pointed at their white hair and then at her own. We have the same hair, she said to Rei, who suddenly felt a strong longing to adopt the child. You are very pretty, Eri said to Fuyumi, who shared her mother's sentiment, but Eri quickly ran back to Achiko and Tsu, climbing onto Tsu's back as she hopped around. Back in the present, Izuku walked the Todorokis out. As they left, Fuyumi whispered into Izuku's ear, I will text you later tonight, before running to the back of her parents' car. Izuku stood there smiling for a moment before turning back to the dorms to spend time with his daughter and hopefully some with his girlfriends as well. What he didn't expect was a couple of new arrivals. As Izuku arrived at the dorm, he found more people than he had anticipated. Most of Class B and Shinso were there, with many speaking to the members of Class 1A, except for Shinso, who remained quiet and alone. Izuku approached and waved to everyone. Shinso and the Class B students stood a bit more presentably. Eri ran past everyone toward her father and hugged him. Papa, can we go play? Hold on, sweetie. Let's get to know these people first, okay? Eri nodded. You're all from Class B, correct? Yes, sir, Class B responded. But what is Shinso doing here? Just a coincidence? No, I am going to join Class B after the internships, Shinso explained, with Kendo adding, Monoma has been expelled. Apparently, he complained to Vlad King about something involving Class 1A. It was deemed unacceptable, and Vlad decided that Monoma's actions since the beginning of the school year had been less than heroic or civil. Izuku nodded. He didn't have super hearing, but with his haki, he could read emotions. While he couldn't read everyone perfectly, someone like Monoma was easy enough. His emotions were mostly rage and jealousy, with some envy and pride mixed in. Izuku gathered that Monoma had been offended by his placement in Class B and felt his spotlight had been taken away. I see. Not to be rude, but why are you all here? We wanted to properly introduce ourselves, Your Highness, Shishida said. The title stuff really isn't necessary. I am just a hero in training, Izuku replied, feeling a bit defeated. I didn't come to introduce myself. I wanted to take you up on your request for training. Cool, but you should try to bulk up a little before I start teaching you how to fight. You're kind of scrawny. Shinso accepted that. When Vlad King and Arisarhead approached him about being transferred to heroics, they also wanted answers. Why hadn't he focused on strength training? Shinso didn't have an answer, he simply hadn't thought about it. His quirk was often praised negatively, with comments like, wow, that quirk would be perfect for a supervillain. Man, you could take over the world with that. But that was never what he wanted. He believed it might be enough to become a hero. But with 1B, he had a workout plan and a diet plan. He was going to start his journey right. Midoriya, how should we address you if you do not want us to use your proper titles? Boaz asked, a little apprehensive. Well, just Midoriya is fine. It's not that I don't want you to use the proper titles. I just think they're a bit silly. Since we're all friends here, let's keep it casual, he replied. 1B felt a level of pride being called the prince by his friend and nodded in agreement. Ibra walked forward and asked if she could speak to the prince in private. They stepped away from the group, and Ibra performed a curtsy. "My name is Ibra Shiosaki. I wish to show my gratitude for your kind words on religion," she said. This piqued Izuku's curiosity. "Religion? What do you mean?" "You spoke about religion during an interview several years ago, during a time of violent acts and heated debates. Your words helped calm things down and allowed me to freely follow my beliefs without ridicule. For that, I am eternally grateful." "Can I ask what religion you follow?" he inquired. "I follow the teachings of the Bible." "I see, Christianity. I've read a little of the Bible but am not fully aware of its teachings. Perhaps you wouldn't mind informing me about them some other time?" he asked. Ibra blushed. "I would be honored. There's no need for the sir part. Just call me Midoriya or Izuku, whichever you prefer." They returned to the larger group and shared a bit about themselves. Izuku discovered some interesting things. Kendo was a motorcycle enthusiast, and Pony was born in the USA but both her parents were from Japan. Yui introduced herself without a filter. "Hi, I'm Yui Kodai, and I'm in love with Midoriya." Most people were a bit shocked, but it did earn her a future date with the prince. Setsuna was obsessed with dinosaurs, something Eri also liked. "My papa can turn into a dinosaur," she proudly said. 1B, not fully aware of Izuku's quirk, found it hard to believe. Izuku, however, had no problem showing it off. He transformed using the Ryu no Mi model, Allosaurus. Setsuna's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never dreamed of seeing a real-life dinosaur. The others were a bit scared, but seeing a 7-meter-tall apex predator up close was enough to make anyone nervous. After a large roar, Izuku turned back, and Setsuna was all over him. "What other dinos can you do? Can you do more animals? Can you do a saber-tooth? Can I ride you?" She fired off questions, and Izuku had to hold her by the shoulders to calm her down. "I can do a couple of dinosaurs and a good amount of other animals." "Yes, I can do a saber-tooth," he said, transforming into Nico no Mi model, Saber Tiger. "Hop on then, Eri gets the neck, sorry." The saber-tooth lay down, allowing Eri to take a seat on his neck, with Setsuna right behind her. Izuku then took off running, making the two on his back even more excited. He was relatively fast, reaching speeds of 45 kilometers per hour. After about 45 minutes of running around, they returned. Izuku also learned that Yanagi and Kodai had been friends since childhood and that she loved scary stories. As they continued to share interests, Izuku discovered more about his classmates. Bando liked making model airplanes, Tetsu shared hobbies with Kirishima, Kemikiri was an MMA enthusiast and sword collector, and Kaibara was a massive movie fan. Kurwar had a fascination with darkness, while Shishida was an avid reader. Shoda, like Kamikiri, was also into MMA, and Tsuburaba was a gamer who had reached the top 500 in Battle Royale games. Fukudashi was a mangaka, and Hananuki enjoyed swimming. Rin practiced Chinese martial arts to honor his heritage. "By the way, why are you here, Miss Midnight?" Rin asked. "Oh, I forgot it wasn't common knowledge yet. Midoriya and I are dating. Well, me, Midoriya, Achiko, and Mina so far." "Wait, you mean Midoriya is dating multiple women?" Kendo asked, a bit shaky, and everyone involved nodded. "So our date is still going to happen?" Kodai asked, relieved when they nodded again. As they continued to chat, Izuku and Kendo made a promise that he would show her his bike sometime. The rest of the day went smoothly. Next Monday, 1A was in homeroom, waiting for Aizawa to start the lesson. Right on the bell, Aizawa entered. All students were already in their seats. "We can start right away, great. You all were on time for your internships, which will happen Friday. I want you all to grow during that week. I will be informed if you misbehave, and punishments will be given." Aizawa then informed them about the rules they had to follow. "You are not allowed to use your quirks unless the hero you interned with permits you. You are not allowed to wear your hero costume in public unless given permission. You will follow any rules your hero has given you. If you notice the hero acting in a way that seems unbecoming, you can inform me or any of the UA staff. This was a test for the students. UA staff had asked some pro heroes to act unbecomingly during the week as part of a staged scenario. The pro would take the student out for patrol, and during that patrol, a sidekick in costume would attack. The pro would then use excessive force or take a bribe. This was to test how the student would react. Would they stay silent or would they act out? These internships are for learning, so don't be afraid to ask any questions. If you don't understand something or wish to be further informed, they will help. Now for your choices. Aoyama will be interning with Glitter. Smart choice, as it's a similar quirk, and perhaps he could help you improve in combat. Ashido will be interning with Black Cat. Perhaps how she moves and fights could give you an extra edge in combat. Azui will be interning with Selkie, which is a great location for you since you are strong underwater. Ida will be interning with Ingenium. I understand you wish to learn under your brother, but don't let him slack off, as I know you wouldn't. Uraraka will be interning with Gunhead, learning martial arts to enhance your combat ability. Very smart choice, Uraraka. Ojiro will intern with Enma, another good choice. He could help you with your tail movement, and hopefully, you could even learn a bit of his fighting style. Kaminari will intern with Shocker. I hope this choice is for her fighting style and not something else. Kirishima will be an intern with Fourth Kind, a good choice for close combat, though perhaps not the greatest for you. Nami will be an intern with Storm, who focuses on weather combat, so I assume that might be a future jump for you. Great idea thinking ahead. Sato will intern with Lunch Rush. This could be a smart choice, but remember that he focuses on helping, not combat. Nico will intern with Centipede. Interesting choice, and I hope you learn a little. Jiro will intern with Death Arms, who patrols a lot, giving you a great chance to learn the ropes. Pay attention to his actions. Ciro will intern with Weber, a good choice for someone with your quirk. Learn not only from his movements but also from where he places his webs and how he uses his entire body. Tokoyami will intern with Reaper, good choice. Todoroki will intern with Endeavor, and I hope he can help you gain better control over that fireside. Hagakure will intern with Origami, smart as you still lack silence during your sneaking. Bakugo will intern with Best Genist. I hope he can help tame your temper a bit. Midoriya will intern with Midnight. Make sure you learn something instead of messing around, okay? Utsushimi will intern with Facade to learn about using surroundings for his quirk. Yaoyorozu will intern with MT Lady, interesting choice. Aizawa informed them about the rest of the week, making sure everything was fixed before they went. The new week started, and the internships began. Izuku had kissed Achiko and Mina good luck and promised they would go on a date after the internships. Most of Class 1A went to the train station. Some took the bus as it was faster. Izuku, on the other hand, drove himself with Nemuri and Eri. He had his costume in the trunk and had packed a week's worth of clothing. Eri wasn't going to stay with them for the week. They would patrol often, so Izuku decided to let Eri stay with Alfred and Jean. He thought Eri wasn't ready to stay with strangers for an entire week, and since she already knew Alfred and Jean, it would be better for her. Seeing Izuku and Nemuri were a little early, they decided to take a small breakfast break. Eri was hungry, so it fit perfectly. Izuku had a simple grilled cheese with some green tea, while Nemuri had a fruit salad. Eri had apple slices and some apple juice. Izuku messaged Alfred that he would bring Eri over in about 10 minutes. Alfred informed him that everything was already set up for the princess. As they arrived at the mansion, Izuku had expected this. In front of them were a large number of maids and butlers. As Izuku and Nemuri drove up, Alfred moved forward. The car came to a stop, and Alfred opened the door for Eri. "Good morning, princess," he greeted the young lady, who didn't know how to react. She had met all the staff before and knew she was not a princess, but this was still strange. Eri's clothing was taken inside along with her. She said goodbye to her parents, feeling scared to be left alone for an entire week, but she knew that nothing bad would happen at the mansion under the guard of Alfred and Jean. Izuku had brought the teddy bear with Eri, but it wouldn't be needed. Jean and Alfred were exceptional fighters, and the maids and butlers were also skilled beyond the average person. Additionally, the senior-ranking maids and butlers had watches that could send out signals to a security team. One of them even had a quirk that allowed teleportation to previously marked locations. The group consisted of strong fighters, all capable of ranking among the top 20 heroes, with the group leaders likely in the top. Izuku assured Eri that they would be there to protect her at a moment's notice. He promised to call her each night around 8, and then he and Nomuri drove to her agency, Midnight's dungeon. Upon arriving, Izuku parked the car and grabbed their suitcases, admiring the taller building with its distinctive name displayed above the entrance. "How should I address you when we start working, Nem?" he asked, wanting to be respectful. "M's Midnight or M's Midnight, dear," she replied. As they entered the agency, the secretary greeted Nomuri with a bow. When she noticed Izuku, her eyes widened in surprise. "My apologies, sir. I had no idea you were here." "Don't worry, miss. I'm here as an intern. I hope we can get along," Izuku said with a smile. Nomuri asked her secretary, Riza, if there were any open cases. Riza checked the computer and replied, "No, ma'am, all of them are closed." "Where are the boys?" Nomuri inquired. "They should be here in 30 minutes, ma'am," Riza answered. Nomuri nodded. "Good. Come on, Izuku, let's get you set up." Izuku followed her through the neat agency, which featured 8 desks arranged orderly. They entered Midnight's office, where a second desk awaited him. "For you. This way, I can personally help you during the day," she said with a smile. Izuku set up his desk with a laptop and some writing tools. After about 30 minutes of paperwork training, there was a knock at the door. "Enter," Midnight called. 4 men in identical suits walked in. They were known as the Midnight Boys, a group of well-dressed young men who functioned as both a hero team and a fan club. "Welcome back, this Midnight," the man with glasses said. "Hello, boys. I want you to meet our intern, Izuku Midoriya, or Akuma during patrol and hero work." Nomuri introduced him. Fuji, one of the boys, exclaimed, "It's you." Ichiro added, "It's the one who took away our MSS." Matsu chimed in, "How dare you show your face after stealing our M's?" Confused, Izuku asked, "What are you talking about?" Naoki then said, "You stole our M's Midnight. She was meant to be with us. No one else is good enough for her." Realizing their frustration stemmed from his relationship with Nomuri, Izuku replied, "Oh, I see. You're upset that I'm dating Midnight." The 4 men nodded vigorously. "Foolish boys," Midnight whispered to herself. The 4 men pointed at Izuku, declaring, "We challenge you to a fight for the love of our eyes." Izuku responded, "It's not really my choice. I can't force her to love me or you." Midnight added, "But I do enjoy the idea of having men fight over me. It would also be a good chance to see how you perform in a fight with your costume and its new addition." Izuku grabbed his case and went to get dressed. He emerged in his hero suit, equipped with a sword that could also function as a club due to its lack of a sharp edge. "Is that the sword?" Nomuri asked. "Yes, it's made from quirk-canceling steel. With the training I've received, I can wield it effectively," Izuku explained as he stepped into the circle. "So how are we going to do this? One-on-one or all at once?" he asked casually. "Since you hold the ISS's affections, you get to decide," one of the boys said. "All at once. Let's get this over with quickly," Izuku replied, taking his stance. The 4 Midnight Boys charged at him. Fuji was the first to attack, throwing a right hook that Izuku blocked with his left hand. He countered with the back handle of his weapon, striking Fuji in the chest. Forced to jump back to avoid Matsu's attack, Izuku was caught off guard when Ichiro slammed a punch into his back, knocking him to his knees. He quickly rolled away as Naoki attempted to stomp on him, cracking the floor beneath. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku used his weapon to strike Naoki, who was momentarily stuck. He delivered a downward slash to Naoki's neck, followed by a hit to his ribs. This caused Naoki to fall to the floor in pain. Before Izuku could finish him off, he was saved by Ichiro, who now had beast-like arms. Ichiro tried clawing at Izuku, but Izuku blocked with his jit. Izuku then delivered a powerful kick to Ichiro's chest, freeing his weapon again. He swiftly stabbed Ichiro in the throat, causing Ichiro to clutch his neck in pain and struggle to breathe. Fuji and Matsu attacked together, coordinating their punches and kicks. Fuji attempted to spit at Izuku, but Izuku managed to dodge it. Fuji's quirk allowed him to spit needles that didn't cause significant damage but carried a toxin that could make people very sleepy or disoriented, depending on his intent. Izuku blocked a high kick from Matsu and used his jit to slam down on Fuji's toes. In that brief moment, Izuku headbutted Matsu, knocking him to the ground, not out, but giving Izuku a chance to make it a one-on-one fight. Izuku then executed a technique called Sanbyakurokuju Pound Ho, 360-pound phoenix, slicing the air and sending a wave that struck Fuji in the chest, knocking him out. Naoki, having recovered from his pain, charged at Izuku with his quirk, strong legs, moving faster than expected. Izuku countered by striking Naoki's ribs with his jit, causing him to lose his balance momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku delivered a high kick to Naoki's neck and then spun around to slam the back handle of his jit onto Naoki's head, knocking him out as well. Now only two remained, and both were in trouble. Matsu had a bleeding nose and a painful head, while Ichiro struggled to breathe. Izuku too felt the effects of the battle. His back ached from Ichiro's earlier attack. Ichiro attacked first, aiming for a bear hug to allow Matsu to strike without aiming. Izuku jumped high, evading the attack, and then stabbed downward with the jit into a pressure point on Ichiro's neck, a technique he had learned from his swordsmanship teacher. This caused Ichiro to lose consciousness. Now it was a one-on-one match, Izuku versus Matsu. Izuku attacked first, eager to end the fight. He swung his weapon from low to high, which Matsu miscalculated, stepping into range just as Izuku swung. Izuku then used his left hand to deliver an uppercut to Matsu and followed up with a strike from the jit to the back of Matsu's neck, knocking him out. Akuma is the winner, Midnight announced with a smile. She had anticipated Izuku's victory but was surprised he managed to win without using his quirk and with only one punch. Well done, you did great work, she said, kissing Izuku's cheek. Now you four, Midnight said, waking the others with water. We are sorry for our loss, Fuji said. Don't worry, sweetheart. It was an unfair fight, but you all did great. You shouldn't feel bad about this loss. I doubt I would win against Akuma, she reassured them. That's not true, You would win. Your beauty alone would defeat him. We will become stronger. They discussed ways to improve their fighting techniques and how to handle a sword. Izuku expressed interest in learning more about paperwork, and they went on patrol a little later. Izuku was recognized by some, just as Midnight was. While Izuku received his welcome from the Midnight Boys, the others from UA were also greeted warmly by the heroes. Aoyama partnered with Glitter at his agency. Glitter, a hero who shot glittery beams from his hands, was a perfect match for Aoyama's style. On the first day, Aoyama was taught to keep moving while training against a dummy. Glitter shot glitter beams at the strength of a strong punch to help Aoyama improve his dodging skills, which had been a weakness during the sports festival. His training focused on maintaining movement and strengthening his core, as the power of the beam depended on it. They would patrol every other day while dedicating the remaining days to paperwork. Glitter, being one of the less reputable heroes, aimed to create a good rapport with Aoyama to make reporting him more difficult. Ashido teamed up with Black Cat, who had a quirk that granted her exceptional flexibility. Though not a battle-oriented hero, Ashido could hold her own using SBMSN holds. Their first activity at the agency involved stretching, where Ashido, already a dancer and accustomed to flexibility, learned new stretches from Black Cat, who was on another level. When they trained, they didn't focus on Ashido's acid, as Black Cat had no experience with those quirks. While doing some light workouts, they chatted. So, Ashido, is your classmate really the Prince of Asia? Black Cat asked. Yeah, but not just a classmate, Ashido let slip without thinking. Black Cat became intrigued. Oh, please tell me more. I can't, not yet at least. It's supposed to be a secret. With that, Ashido, the gossip queen of Class 1A, fell silent. However, that didn't stop Black Cat from trying to uncover the truth. Azuitiyu was tasked with cleaning on her first day. It wasn't something she enjoyed, but she liked her supervisor. Sirius was responsible for teaching Tsuyu the ropes of being an intern. The first order of business was cleaning. A hero agency had to look the part. But they also handled paperwork related to various crimes. For each crime scene or incident, a report had to be filled out. If someone was treated for injuries, that also required documentation. It was overwhelming, but Sirius provided Tsuyu with valuable information. Ida was interning with his older brother, Ingenium. He had been at his brother's agency before and knew the sidekicks there. Ingenium was a respected hero who always prioritized the safety of those nearby, but at the agency he preferred to relax a bit. Right now, he had his feet up on his desk while reading a book. With no open cases or paperwork to handle, and having already sent out 4 groups for patrol, he felt it was okay to take a break. Ida looked at his brother as if he were breaking the rules. "Brother, that is not the behavior of a hero in charge. Remove your feet and sit up properly," the younger Ida scolded. Ingenium chuckled. "Calm down, Tenya. This is a chill zone, so it's not required to be so proper. You're the one not following the rules." After some teasing, Tensei and Tenya engaged in training together. Achiko Uraraka had an internship with Gunhead. The first thing she noticed was that Gunhead looked intimidating but was actually quite friendly. After meeting everyone, she jumped right into learning martial arts from him. Although she wasn't one for violence, she found these martial arts to be special and enjoyed them immensely. She learned a lot on her first day. Ojiro's internship with Enma was also intense. They dove straight into training, as Enma was not one for idleness. He demonstrated his skills to Ojiro, using his tail for various purposes, first as a spring to enhance his jumping height, then as a hook to grab onto anything sturdy. When not holding onto something, he wielded his tail as a weapon. Ojiro was amazed by Enma's skills and began working on using his own tail in similar ways. Enma also suggested the idea of incorporating a weapon, giving Ojiro something to ponder. Kaminari Denki was taken aback when he found himself in an office-type building, filling out paperwork about himself and agreeing to follow the guidelines set by Shocker. He had not expected the serious atmosphere, as Shocker usually exuded a cool and free vibe. Once Kaminari completed the paperwork, he began training. Shocker, a highly skilled lightning user, was determined to help Kaminari gain better control over his quirk. They focused on pushing Kaminari's limits while also finding efficient ways for him to recharge. Tossing himself became a method for charging up, something Shocker had used in critical situations. Kirishima was surprised when he arrived at the hero agency of 4th Kind alongside Tetsutetsu, his 1B counterpart. "What are you doing here, man?" Kirishima asked. "I got an internship with 4th Kind. What about you?" "I got an internship with 4th Kind too." The two of them greeted each other enthusiastically and entered the agency together. Yue allowed both of them to choose the same agency, as 4th Kind wanted them because of their similar quirks. Their training would be the same, but they would start with some teaching, brains before brawn. The 3 of them made their way to a park often frequented by delinquents. The park was littered with trash and junk. We heroes are often seen as protectors or guard dogs. While that sometimes is the case, we are always civil servants. We live to serve the people, and one way of doing that is cleaning up the areas. So get to work. If we clean this junk before 1 o'clock, we will get right into training. With that, both Tetsutetsu and Kirishima started getting to work. Nami's internship with Storm began on a fun note. Storm always started the day with a patrol, and today, Nami joined her agency for that. Storm's quirk was what Nami aspired to have. She could spot weather and climate differences. Though her quirk was weak, Nami knew how to work with the weather. She had put in a request at the support course for a tool that could enhance her abilities, but she had no idea if it was even possible. Storm appreciated Nami's skill, as she could change the weather with a small amount of warm or cold wind, which was impressive for someone like Storm, who was known for her weather manipulation. Sato was still at UA, learning under lunch rush. Although he considered going elsewhere for his internship, he realized that lunch rush's quirk allowed him to create food using his energy, which he often used to help victims and distract foes. Sato wanted to learn more about food rather than training, as he had enough of that at UA. He thought that understanding food sources with high sugar counts could benefit him. He had not expected that Lunch Rush did very little patrolling and spent most of his time on paperwork for other agencies. Robin had her internship with Centipede, a hero who worked for Sir Night-Eye. She chose Centipede because of his skilled use of capture techniques. Her first day involved a quick rundown of what a hero's day looked like at Sir Night-Eye's agency. Thankfully, she wouldn't interact with Sir, as he was on a week-long trip to assist All Might's agency. Robin found it challenging to focus on her training under Centipede, not due to a lack of understanding but because a certain green-haired boy occupied her thoughts. Kyokajiro was a small girl, and her classmates questioned her choice to intern with Death Arms. She didn't have a solid answer, but she admired his dedication to patrols, which was something she wanted to do. Upon arriving at Death Arms agency, he informed her that he conducted 3 patrols each day, with paperwork and lunch in between. The catering staff provided meals to keep up with the energy demands of their work. Weber and Ciro were both easygoing people. Weber was known as a neighborhood hero, often stopping crimes in his area. Ciro had helped capture criminals on 3 different occasions during his first day, once during a patrol, once by rescuing a family, and once by securing an area to keep people safe. He felt overwhelmed by the gratitude he received from the community. Tokoyami was surprised to find himself with a hero named Reaper. He had expected a dark atmosphere, but Reaper's office was colorful. "I see you're shocked to see my office," Reaper said. Tokoyami expressed his surprise and Reaper explained, "I may walk in darkness each day to ensure others don't have to, but I don't want my entire life to be filled with just darkness. Even I need some light to get by. Tell me, Tokoyami, don't you have light in your life?" Tokoyami thought of Tsuyu, who truly was his light, and agreed. "Welcome back, Sho," a woman with flaming hair greeted him. "Hey Mo, where is Toya?" "I haven't seen him yet," Shoto asked Burnin, one of Endeavor's sidekicks. Mo was engaged to Toya Todoroki, and they were planning to get married in October. Toya came running out from the restroom. "Sorry, little bro, didn't expect you so soon." "I am on time," Shoto replied, glancing at his phone. Dabi and Burnin would handle the main part of Shoto's internship, while Endeavor would take them patrolling after a couple of days since he was busy with paperwork and requests to join the search for Stain. The search already included several heroes, such as Midnight, Ingenium, and Eraserhead, but Endeavor planned to intensify the effort. Hagakure's first moments were strange. Origami stood outside waiting for her, but she was already inside. Origami walked right past her, and after a few minutes, a sidekick went outside to find her. Initially, they thought it was a joke, but as time passed, they realized she had simply missed her. During training, Origami asked Hagakure to remove her invisibility so she could watch her movements. Toru explained that she couldn't do that and shared her own experience. "That's simple, sweetie. I had the same problem. When I was 4, I was paper thin." To demonstrate, she turned her hand into a 2D shape, becoming as thin as paper. "This was the case until I turned 15 and learned to control it." Origami and Toru then spent the day figuring out how to manage their quirks. Bakugo had some serious thinking to do. He realized he was too aggressive to become a high-ranking hero and needed to change, but he didn't know how. Best Jeanist had similar thoughts while watching the sports festival, knowing Bakugo would never team up with a lower-ranked hero. The first change was Bakugo's look. He was given jeans instead of his usual breathes with knee guards, and his mask was removed for a more stylish appearance. Bakugo regretted this choice immediately. He wanted to become calmer, but Best Jeanist didn't seem like the right fit at first. However, after discussing his goals, they developed a plan for his transformation. By the end of the first day, Bakugo had a strategy and felt a bit stronger. Kami found that Facade was the best choice for her training. Both used their quirks similarly, and Kami wanted to adopt his fighting style. Facade tricked villains with his quirk and then turned it on them with SBMSN holds. They focused on how to use her quirk with the surroundings, which would benefit her in the long run, even if it didn't show immediate results. Facade's expertise made a significant difference. Yaoyorozu teamed up with MT Lady. While MT Lady was a skilled pro, she often received attention for her appearance, whereas Momo focused on her hero work, sometimes to her detriment. When they arrived at the agency, they sat down to watch TV. Miss Takayama, aren't we going to do hero work? Momo asked. Oh, not yet, sweetie. The best hours for hero work are around 2 to right now. The sidekicks are organizing paperwork. But we have something important to discuss. Momo thought it might be hero-related and felt excited. You're in the class of the prince, right? Momo nodded. Oh, how is he? What type of woman does he like? Do he and that old witch really have a relationship? Why would you want to know those things, ma'am? Oh, I want to get a date with him. Duh. Have you seen him? He is so charming. The day continued with Momo making a deal with MT Lady. If she taught Momo how to be a hero, Momo would answer questions about Izuku. This motivated you to start teaching her everything a hero should know. Izuku and Nomuri started their second day later than usual due to media attention. On the first day of patrol, the media had caught wind of their activities, leading to much public interest. It was amusing to see people argue about approaching Asia's prince while being too scared to offend him. The patrol itself was mostly uneventful, with no real villains daring to show their faces. One villain did appear, but he wanted to be arrested by the prince himself. As Izuku apprehended him, the villain thanked him, which was a first for both Izuku and Midnight. They had never encountered a villain who willingly surrendered. Midnight had a close encounter with a villain who wanted a trade. He would surrender peacefully if he could have a night with her. She, of course, declined and swiftly knocked him down. It was puzzling what went through some villains' minds. The criminal Izuku arrested was not a real threat. He had only committed theft without any violence. When asked if he and Midnight were dating, Izuku and Midnight wanted to keep their relationship private for a while longer. Before Izuku could respond, Midnight interjected, "This is nothing more than a work relationship. If you don't mind, the prince and I need to finish our patrol." This caused the media to back off, respecting the prince's schedule. The rest of the day was normal. Izuku and Midnight worked on paperwork, Izuku filling out forms while Midnight guided him through the process. Thankfully, having been raised as a prince, Izuku was somewhat accustomed to paperwork. When the day ended, Izuku and Nomuri moved to a nearby hotel, a 4-star establishment just a short walk away. Izuku had to complete some forms for an upcoming yearly meeting with the other rulers of the world. This time, however, he was arranging travel information not just for himself, but also for his girlfriends and daughter, ensuring the royal armed guards knew who they would be protecting. It was also important for the other royal families to be informed so they could treat his family with respect. After finishing the forms, Izuku placed them in an envelope and went to bed with Nomuri, who was watching a show about a detective solving crimes in Los Angeles. As they entered the agency the next day, they were surprised to find the Midnight Boys on their knees. "We apologize, Prince Midoriya. We acted rudely yesterday. We will accept any punishment for our actions," they exclaimed in unison. "There is no need for that. I was pleased to see that Nomuri has capable people who care for her," Izuku reassured them. "But come, I need to read some paperwork so we can patrol this evening. It will be fun." With that, Izuku followed Midnight into her office. "Yes, yes, Midnight." Once seated, Midnight placed a set of folders in front of Izuku. "You're chasing the hero killer," she stated. "I am, but more importantly, we're going together. So read up, I don't want you unprepared," she added. Izuku began to read the folder on the hero killer, Stain, who had killed over 24 heroes and injured more than. It was impressive how he had evaded capture for over 2 years. Now that the large group pursuing him had pinpointed his location in Hosu, they could finally hunt him down. There was even permission for lethal force if necessary. As Izuku scanned the search team names, he noted the weapons Stain wielded: 6 combat knives, 12 throwing knives, 2 daggers, and a katana. The katana caught Izuku's attention. It was the other half of a sword he already possessed, the hilt. Stain was wielding the blade of Shusui, one of the 21 great swords, known for its distinctive reddish-purple hamon and elegant design. This was enough reason for Izuku to pursue Stain. A blade of such caliber should not be in the hands of a villain. He wondered if Stain would have such a notorious reputation if he didn't possess such a powerful weapon. "Midnight, the sword Stain wields is one of the blades I am searching for. Please inform the police and the other heroes that it's important to me," Izuku said, feeling conflicted but knowing it was necessary. He typically wouldn't express personal interest in such matters, but this sword was a piece of history that needed to be reunited with its hilt. I already did. When I first read about the blade, I informed the others that it might be one of the ones you were looking for. It only heightened their interest in finding Stain, she replied with a smile. Izuku continued reading the folder, which detailed Stain's movements and fighting style. The 82 survivors had reported being unable to move during their encounters, suggesting some form of paralysis was involved. This information had been gathered by the heroes who were tracking Stain. Before heading to Hosu, they went on a patrol and encountered a real crime. A villain had taken a family hostage, using a small girl as a shield while threatening her mother and sister. I want 1,000,000 yen and a car. You have 30 minutes before I harm them, the villain shouted, squeezing the girl's neck slightly, causing her to scream in fear. Not liking the situation at all, Izuku activated the Pika Pika no Mi, Glint Glint fruit, and moved in front of the villain at light speed. He executed a precise Shurgon, finger pistol, strike to the villain's elbow, causing him to drop the girl as he lost strength in his arm. Izuku then delivered a swift kick to the villain's chest, sending him crashing into the wall, incapacitated with broken ribs and a damaged spine. Are you okay? He asked in a kind and caring voice. The mother hugged her two daughters tightly, thanking the hero for saving them. Izuku noticed a cut on her arm, likely from the villain who was still at large. He activated the Chiyu Chiyu no Mi, heal fruit, and let his tears fall onto the mother and her children, healing their injuries. Izuku had learned to cry on command, a skill inherited from his mother, Izuku Midoriya, who was known for her emotional nature. Izuku, one of the most appealing women in Asia, could dehydrate herself after just 30 minutes of crying. When Izuku was 4, he had cried so hard over a lost stuffed toy that he knocked himself out, causing chaos among the staff as they searched for it. The maids took their hydration duties seriously, with Annabelle, one of the head maids, rushing around to provide drinks. The mother, now healed, looked up at the hero standing before her, surprised to see the Prince of Asia. Midnight and the others approached. Well done. Are you all okay? Midnight asked. Thank you for everything, Prince. I don't know how to thank you, the mother said, tears in her eyes. Izuku crouched down beside her. Just doing the job of a hero. Now, let's get you three off the ground and make sure everything is all right, okay? The mother nodded, moving with Izuku. Midnight had allowed Izuku to use his quirk, making the situation much easier. Only a select few could react quickly enough to an attack at light speed, and Izuku was grateful for his training. He loved that using the Pika Pika no Mi in a specific way would not cause serious harm. As Izuku and Midnight finished their patrol, they headed to the hotel in Hosu, where they would stay for the week while searching for Stain. However, before reaching the hotel, a new villain appeared, targeting Izuku. I finally found you. Now die, the villain shouted, his arms transforming into beastly claws. Izuku coated his arms in haki, using his observation skills to dodge the attacks. Not to sound weird, but what did I ever do to you? He asked, noticing the villain's growing anger. I will kill you and display your head on my car to show everyone I am the man who killed you. Then they will respect and worship me. So, I did nothing and you just want me dead? But you realize that if you kill me, heroes and the police will hunt you down, not to mention the royal army. It would be a hassle for you, Izuku replied. But now that you've attacked me, walking away isn't an option. With that, he punched the villain in the nose, knocking him out and breaking it. Did you have to waste all that time, Akuma? Midnight asked. Sorry. Just wondering why they attack, Izuku replied as they waited for the police to arrive and take the villain away. Once they reached the hotel, they FaceTimed Eri, who was enjoying her time and had made 2 friends, twin maids around Izuku's age, one with blue hair and the other with pink. Now it was time to focus on finding Stain in Hosu. Aoyama had grown as a hero under the guidance of Glitter, who was MSTer at using his quirk. This training made Aoyama a formidable opponent. He had also made plans to talk with Mina about dancing. It pained him to ask for breakdancing lessons, as he preferred something more elegant like ballroom dancing. However, Breakdancing would allow him to spin on his hands or head while shooting out his lasers, making it a useful attack in a large group. Mina had increased her flexibility significantly, able to place her legs behind her neck without discomfort. She practiced kicks with BC and discovered that using a little acid on her leg during a spinning kick made her spin faster, increasing the damage. Mina also learned how to execute a tempest kick and was still mstring Soru. With her newfound skills, she could perform a vertical tempest kick, though it didn't have much impact after a meter. Still, it was a promising start. Azui had played a role in apprehending a drag gang that used the waters for smuggling. Although her contribution was small, it was crucial. She had been hidden in the shadows when Sirius was captured by the gang leader. Azui wanted to help and be a hero, but she knew she wasn't ready to confront the gang leader directly. When the moment came, she jumped out and kicked the villain, freeing Sirius. Both Azui and Sirius called for the hero in charge, Selkie. The gang leader used his squid Quirk to launch a barrage of tentacles at Azui. Just as one was about to strike her, Selkie intervened, shooting water at incredible speeds and knocking the gang leader out with a swift kick. Meanwhile, the Ida brothers were preparing for their trip to Hosu. Tenya wanted to prove to his brother that he was destined to be a great hero by taking down Stain. He intended to follow the rules, but if an opportunity arose, he would seize it. Tensai was excited for another reason. He aimed to acquire Stain's sword and present it to Izuku. He was determined to do this without endangering his sidekicks or younger brother, wanting to do something meaningful for the royal family. Uraraka had been training under Gunhead for 3 days and was making significant progress in martial arts. She enjoyed the training, something she had always wanted to pursue. She began working on a no-gravity hip toss with Gunhead, though it was challenging due to the heavy feeling in her stomach. With practice, she hoped to overcome this obstacle. Ojiro was learning to use a wooden staff, struggling but persevering. He aimed to combine his tail with the staff in the future. His training was tough, especially with Enma pushing him to fight like a pro. Each mistake resulted in a corrective smack, but Ojiro was learning from it. Kaminari was growing frustrated with having to taste himself repeatedly. The process was painful and left him feeling sick, but he was making progress with his quirk. He could now give himself a full body boost for 5 minutes, enhancing his speed and strength while providing a protective electric shield against attacks. Kirishima was considering seeking another internship. While he respected Fourth Kind and appreciated the mentorship, he felt he wasn't learning anything new. Fourth Kind focused more on community service than battling villains, which left Kirishima feeling restless. He wanted to grow stronger, chase villains, and save people rather than just engage in community cleanup. Although he felt guilty for his thoughts, he couldn't shake the longing for more action. Izuku had already stopped and fought villains, and the others had also done impressive things. Nami had so much fun gossiping with Storm about everyone at UA. It was great, plus she was learning a lot from Storm. They had been going on patrol nearly every day. Nami also spoke to Storm about her rather rude behavior toward one of the villains, when Storm had used electricity to shock a small-time mugger. Nami quickly called her out in private, explaining that she didn't want to embarrass her in public as it could hurt her image. While Nami disapproved of the actions, she still respected Storm as a hero. Sato was tired. The lunch rush made it look easy, but preparing hundreds of lunches each day was exhausting. He had spent the whole of yesterday prepping food, starting by washing kilos of rice. After cleaning the rice, he chopped vegetables and then spent the midday making sandwiches, bread, butter, ham, cheese, butter, and bread, over 100 times. In the evening, he cleaned and cut even more vegetables. The lunch rush was responsible for feeding not only 75% of all hero agencies in the area but also some schools. Sato was incredibly smart in his food prep. The bread he used was homemade with special ingredients to enhance its nutritional value. During patrols, he and his partner would talk about food, and he learned more about natural sugars. Robin learned a lot from Centipede and even copied one of his moves, the WHP strike. Centipede would push his arms forward and then smack them like a WHP. Robin could do this too by growing arms on her arms and using them as a WHP. She wanted to improve her Tekai, hoping that if she could harden her arms while using the WHP, It would give her a great combat advantage. Jiro and Death Arms made for a unique duo. Death Arms pushed Jiro to her limits each day, believing that a hero should always be in top shape. It was ironic, considering he was a chain smoker. Jiro felt amazing after helping with a hostage situation, using her quirk to locate both hostages and hostage-takers. She informed Death Arms and his sidekick, who mimicked him, about the situation. Zero and Weber were having a blast. Weber taught Zero how to swing around with his tape, and they began working on a slingshot attack. It wouldn't be an attack he could use all the time, as he needed to place his tape at specific heights and distances for maximum speed. He also planned to learn how to make a net out of his tape, thinking it would be cool to catch bad guys in a big net. Weber decided to teach Zero one of his moves, a short burst of tape and web at high speed to trap a villain against a wall or floor. Tokoyami and Reaper patrolled each night, with Reaper often wielding a darkness weapon that added to his intimidating presence. Tokoyami liked this, as some villains would surrender just at the sight of him. However, when a villain surrendered after attempting to rob a store, Reaper turned his darkness weapon into a spear and stabbed the villain in the leg. Tokoyami stayed quiet at that moment, planning to inform Aizawa later. He didn't like the idea of a hero he respected acting that way and hoped it was just a test. Todoroki was now in Hosu patrolling with his father, who informed him that the prince would also be in Hosu joining the chase for Stain. Hearing this made Burnin, who had never met the prince, stand a little straighter. Todoroki was glad. He liked Midoriya and believed he would make a great leader and hero. Dabi observed his fiancée's behavior and chuckled, knowing the prince should be a great guy based on what he had seen from his family. Endeavor respected the man, which was special, as he believed respect had to be earned. His mother seemed to like him too, and his sister was smitten, providing Dabi with plenty of opportunities to tease Fuyumi. They also knew about the sword, and apparently, Dabi, Endeavor, and Burnin had made a bet on who would obtain it for the prince, with a humorous wager attached. If Endeavor lost, he would have to wear a pink onesie for an entire week while doing hero work, which would be costume-made for hero readiness. Burnin and Dabi agreed to be housemaids for a month if they lost. Hagakure had begun to flicker. To anyone else, it might have seemed strange, but for Origami and Hagakure, it signified progress. She caught a glimpse of herself and it brought her to tears. She looked pretty, or at least that's what Origami had told her. It was extremely difficult to turn off. It felt like she was covered in water and only had a napkin to dry herself. Thankfully, the more she tried, the better it became. It went from a napkin to a hand towel, and she hoped it would get easier with practice. Bakugo was struggling with the changes he wanted to make. He didn't like having to monitor his words and actions constantly, especially when it came to dealing with others. Instead of cursing out a kid who nearly got hit by a car, he merely scolded him lightly for not paying attention. He refrained from insulting a thug who attempted to rob a shop, knowing he and Best Jeanist were right there. Bakugo noticed the change in the people around him and realized he needed to find a balance. He didn't want to remain the abrasive person he had always been. He didn't even like that version of himself. Reflecting on his life only left him more confused. Why had he turned out this way? He looked at his parents. He was more like his mother, who was generally kind and lovely, while his father was different. His mother worked in clothing, and Bakugo knew that yelling at customers wasn't a good business strategy. Meanwhile, Cammy was enhancing the realism of her quirk. She was tasked with tricking one of Facade's sidekicks and needed to create something that stood out while still appearing real. She started with a fridge, but the sidekick saw through it as it was too flat. Cammy realized she needed to improve her object-making skills. By the end of the day, she had crafted a table and chairs that the sidekick believed were real. When he tried to sit on one, he fell right through. Momo learned something valuable from you. No matter the situation, you always prioritized protecting others. During a fire, Momo witnessed this firsthand. Most people had escaped, but a mother and her 3-year-old child were trapped on the 4th floor. You punched through a wall to rescue them, sustaining second-degree burns and cuts on her hand and forearm in the process. She even concealed her injuries from the mother and child to spare them any guilt. This experience shifted Momo's perspective on heroism, and she began training in multitasking, a skill you excelled at. You often enjoyed watching shows while working on her hero forms, all while chatting and teaching Momo about heroics and Izuku. Izuku was in the car, his hand resting on Nemuri's thigh as they drove. The music on the radio drowned out the sounds of passing cars. Nemuri had her hand on his, her eyes closed as she slept peacefully. The trip to Hosu wasn't long, but for them it could take hours, and they wouldn't complain. Upon arriving in Hosu, they headed to their hotel. Izuku had reserved a penthouse suite, knowing the city was large and required good accommodations. This hotel chain was familiar to him, as they provided excellent service worldwide. They approached the front, where the valet driver awaited them, and the bellman quickly retrieved their bags. Izuku and Nemuri made their way to the front desk. Noticing no one was there, Izuku rang the bell. Nemuri was engrossed in the latest updates on the Stain investigation. Apparently, the last hero Stain had attacked, who survived, agreed to attend a meeting that night to provide more information. From the back of the front desk, a short woman hurriedly approached, adjusting her glasses. "I apologize for the wait," she said, not yet noticing who stood before her. When she looked up and saw Izuku's friendly smile, she was taken aback. I apologize for the wait, Your Highness. Please excuse my behavior," she said, bowing, clearly surprised by the encounter. She had heard that Endeavor and some of his sidekicks had checked in, so she knew the possibility of meeting important guests was real. "Don't worry about it. I'd like to check in if that's possible," Izuku replied, ignoring Nemuri's giggles behind him as she found the reactions to Izuku amusing. "Yes, of course, Your Highness. Under what name is your reservation?" "It's under Midoriya." After confirming the reservation, the receptionist informed the bellman which floor to take their bags and handed Izuku and Nemuri their keys along with some hotel information. "Here are the key cards for your room, which is on the 89th floor. We have our own kitchen staff that can provide any meals you want 24/7. You can order room service with the phone. If anything is not up to standard, please let us know. I hope you enjoy your stay." Izuku nodded and thanked the lady. As they made it up to the 89th floor, they entered the penthouse suite. The room was about the same size as the entire floor from the dorm system. It had a great view over the entirety of Hosu, which Izuku enjoyed. It was one of the reasons he appreciated his quirk that allowed him to fly. Nemuri and Izuku settled in, ensuring they had the paperwork on Stain organized. They still had around 2 or 3 hours before they needed to head to the meeting. Meanwhile, Endeavor and his sidekicks arrived in Hosu the day before the meeting to get fully set up and familiarize themselves with the city layout. Endeavor had reserved the entire 88th floor for himself and his sidekicks, a common practice whenever he traveled to a distant city. At that moment, the Todoroki family was split up. Enji Todoroki was shopping with his wife, Rei, and their youngest child, Shoto. Shoto didn't particularly want to shop but had no better plans. Rei insisted they all go together, trying to convince her older son and his fiancée to join, but they had cleverly opted for a day to themselves. Rei was not a fan of the Stain hunt. She was not a fighter and was concerned about the dangers Stain could bring. She worried for her children and their safety. Although she tried to discourage the bet among the heroes, it was clear that everyone was excited to win. She made them promise to avoid recklessness and ensure they returned safely. The Ida brothers had also made their way to Hosu with a couple of sidekicks. Tenya had his agency nearby, so they didn't need to stay in a hotel. They had already visited the office where the meeting would take place, which belonged to Manuel, located conveniently in the center of Hosu. While Tenya focused on advanced hero studies while exercising, Tensei was busy emailing everyone involved in the Stain hunt about the injured hero who would speak that night. He also had his sidekicks patrolling, not just for security but to gather information about the situation. Aizawa had arrived in Hosu a little earlier after finishing up at UA, where he reviewed the grades and results of Class 1A. He had been in contact with each hero that the students were interning with and had heard that they had all improved in their own ways. Now, Aizawa was resting in a motel somewhere in Hosu, exhausted from paperwork and preparing for long night shifts during the search. He was uneasy about some of his hero students joining the search but reassured himself that each student was capable of protecting themselves. Ryukyu had also joined the hunt for Stain, not expecting that Mirko would accompany her. She understood Mirko's motivation. It was a good opportunity to ask Izuku on a date if they managed to find the sword. Ryukyu traveled with Mirko and two of her interns, one being Nijire Hato, known as Nijire-chan, and the other, Yu Heya, known as Griffin. Yu had the ability to transform into a griffin or a griffin-human hybrid, granting her claws, wings, and the ability to fly. Her skin became tougher in her transformed state, and she could ignite her claws, though she couldn't shoot flames. The four of them were in Ryukyu's car, making their way toward Hosu. They would arrive with only about an hour to spare, which would be filled with getting to their hotel and then to Manuel's office. They had little information to contribute to the search, but everyone except Mirko had the ability to fly, making the search for Stain somewhat easier. Manuel was feeling overwhelmed. Hosting the number 2, number 5, and number 10 heroes would stress anyone, but he was also preparing to host the Prince of Asia. He was at a loss, even though his agency was already clean. He double-checked everything, ensuring his sidekicks were ready for the night. They had prepared whiteboards for paperwork and organized extra folders with information. Manuel was determined not to appear unprepared, especially in front of royalty. Izuku and Nemuri decided to spend some time walking about. Izuku chose to wear his face mask and a cap to hide most of his face. This made life easier for him, as no one went out of their way to please him unnecessarily. He recalled a time when he was 7, traveling in China. After a rain, he encountered a large puddle. A stranger laid down in the puddle to prevent Izuku from getting dirty. At that moment, Izuku had no idea how to react but decided to thank the man for his effort. With a mask on now, he felt secure. No one would do anything crazy for a random person. As Izuku and Nemuri made their way toward the city shopping center, Nemuri spoke up. "You set up a date with both Achiko and Mina after the internships, right?" Izuku nodded. "How about I take them shopping before that? Make sure they look great for the date." Izuku thought that was a nice idea but knew Nemuri would have to encourage Achiko a bit to buy the right things. Mina would be helpful with that. "I also have to make sure they match for your double date with them." It was true, both girls wanted to go on a date at the same time and were inexperienced with the fancy stuff. Izuku didn't mind. A date with two wonderful girls was a dream for many. While they didn't buy much, they enjoyed some snacks. Izuku bought a lot of food, and Nemuri took bites of anything that looked tasty. She even playfully bit him at one point. Checking the time, Izuku noticed a new picture Jean had sent him. It was Eri in a cuddle pile with Rem and Ram, all three asleep while watching cartoons. He smiled at the sight of Eri sleeping peacefully. He remembered the terrible things Overhaul had done to her and felt grateful to have helped her heal. With Eri's consent, he had set aside most of those painful memories for when she was older, wanting her to enjoy her childhood without nightmares. They made their way back to the hotel to change before heading to Manuel's office. Nemuri dressed in a new hero outfit that was slightly less revealing but still looked fantastic. Izuku kept his original hero suit but rolled up his sleeves in case he had to deal with Stain. He removed his face mask as they walked to Manuel's office, which was only a 10-minute walk from the hotel. As they approached the agency, some people followed them for a short while, as both Izuku and Nemuri had not been seen in Hosu yet. They reached Manuel's office without any issues. Upon entering, Nemuri was the first to step inside, followed by Izuku, who surprised the secretary. She knew they were coming but was still shocked to see him in person. "Hello, Sir Midnight. Welcome to Manuel's hero agency," she said, her nerves evident. Izuku offered a soft smile to ease her tension. Midnight replied, "Hi. We have a scheduled meeting with Manuel and some other heroes." The secretary directed them to the meeting room, and they thanked her as they walked away, hearing her release a breath of relief. Inside the meeting room, they found they weren't the first to arrive. Aizawa was curled up in his sleeping bag in the corner, the Todoroki siblings were nearby, and the Ida brothers were present as well. "Hello, everyone," Midnight greeted, drawing attention with her updated hero suit. Izuku waved to everyone, enjoying the reactions as he entered. Ida always straightened up and gave a short greeting, thankfully using Midoriya instead of Prince. His older brother Ingenium slowly walked up, most likely to introduce himself. Aizawa opened one eye but closed it right after seeing who it was. Shoto acted normal but gave a wave back. Burnin approached, hoping not to embarrass herself. Toya didn't really know how to act but decided to be as normal as possible. The Todorokis, much like the Tenseis, walked to greet Izuku. "Hello, Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you in person," Ingenium said as he offered his hand. "The pleasure is all mine, Ingenium. It's great meeting so many strong and cool heroes. Just call me Akuma or Midoriya, that is fine," Izuku replied. Tensei nodded and began to speak with Nemuri about her new hero suit, recalling her first one, which had been quite revealing. "Hello again, Midoriya. Hope you have been well," Rei said with a friendly smile. "I have been great. Hope you all are doing well too, Miss Todoroki," Izuku responded. "I would like to introduce my son, Toya Todoroki, or Dabi." Toya offered his hand, expressing it was an honor to meet him. "This is Burnin or Mokamiji. She is engaged to Toya." Izuku shook her hand as well, noticing her nervousness, which caused some to stifle a laugh. They all spoke a little more, getting to know each other better. Endeavor informed everyone that his sidekicks were currently patrolling and would press a panic button if they found Stain or encountered something they couldn't handle. After about 5 minutes, the rest entered the room, which was the Ryukyu agency, with Mirko. Nijire ran right up to Izuku and jumped on him, barely moving him but shocking Manuel, Ida, Yu, and Burnin. "Hi there, Hado," Nijire pouted, poking his cheek. "Not good, call me Nijire," she insisted. Ryukyu and Yu pulled Nijire off his back, much against her will. "Sorry, Midoriya. I apologize for my intern's actions," Ryukyu said, hoping it wouldn't be too bad. "Don't worry about it. Hope you all have been doing great since we last spoke." "Oh, definitely. I've been training with that 6 powers thing, and nothing can stop me," Mirko declared, placing one foot on top of a chair. "How about we start our meeting? Perhaps with that, we can make that woman stop bowing and apologizing," Endeavor suggested, looking at Yu, who was frantically apologizing for Nijire's behavior while Izuku tried to dismiss it. Thankfully, as soon as Endeavor said this, Yu stopped and took Nijire to sit down. Nijire whined about not being able to sit next to Izuku, but it was quickly silenced. Aizawa was chosen to inform everyone, seeing as he had been on the hunt for Stain the longest. "We are on the hunt for Stain. He is dangerous and armed with a weapon. While I know very little about the weapon, I assume Akuma here knows more." Izuku nodded and stepped forward. By the looks of the blade and its handle, Stain uses Shusui. It is a very strong weapon, holding the grade of great. But that isn't all. While the blade itself is strong, it's a black blade, which means it's nearly unbreakable. My advice is to not block any attacks he makes with that sword. It would cut through ice as if it were nothing. The iron body would be like warm butter. I suggest you attack from a distance and try to contact me. No offense, but why would we have to contact you? 3 of us are in the top 10, Endeavor replied. While I do not doubt any of your strength or skill, this blade is just too dangerous to deal with normally. If Stain is only half the swordsman I think he is, it could be a real danger. Miss Todoroki, could you make an ice puppet but make the ice as strong as possible? She complied, creating a human-sized ice puppet, darker than normal ice. Izuku pulled Wado out of his chest, and Yu pulled Nijire down as she was about to burst with questions. Izuku unsheathed Wado and placed the blade on the midriff of the puppet. He then moved the sword forward calmly, and the blade cut through it effortlessly, shocking the onlookers. As the top of the ice fell to the floor, it didn't break or chip, demonstrating its strength. This blade is the same rank but not as durable, so it would deal the same amount of damage. But that was without putting force or skill behind it. We don't know how strong he is, so watch out. He might even be able to shoot out wind attacks that hold the same power as a normal attack. With this, they understood a little better, though they still didn't want to back down, as their own hero pride stood in the way. Izuku went to sit back down. Now for how to find Stain. So far, we have discovered his most likely method for finding his targets. He chooses alleyways that are not visible from the main road but not too hidden so that they would never be found. This would be how we find him. We are going to walk around that area as well in hopes of him attacking us. One person would walk in the alley while we stayed in the shadows. It's dangerous, but it might be our only chance. I might be able to help, Izuku said. How? Nijire asked, her excitement palpable. I can use my Gyro Grio no Mi, glare fruit, to project my vision. I would then get a bird's eye view of an area of about 4,000 kilometers. I would still have to search the area, but it might speed things up a bit. The faster but harder way would be to use observation hockey. What's that? Nijire asked, intrigued. It's a skill only people of the royal household can use or learn. I would sense either killer intent or strength, which would help narrow it down so we might be able to spot him. Well, let's try. It might be worth a shot, and if it doesn't work, we can always go back to walking around, Ingenium said, and the others agreed. Here, we will use these to communicate properly and hopefully catch him quickly, Endeavor said, handing out small radios. Izuku kissed Midnight as she would patrol on the other side while he positioned himself in the middle of the city where the mayor's building stood. Izuku jumped onto the roof of the building with one of the sidekicks who would help him enter. He sat down and began using his observation hockey. While he was skilled, he wasn't as strong as his mother. The technique worked, but the issue was that instead of 1 or 2 strong auras, he detected dozens. We have a big problem, everyone. I count around 30 powerful auras that are radiating killer intent, Izuku reported, sharing the rough locations with the team. He quickly arrived at the first source. It was one of the same creatures that had attacked the USJ, but it looked weaker. It was attacking a hero known as Cow Lady. Just as the Nomu was about to strike, it froze completely in ice. Izuku jumped high and landed on the Nomu, shattering it into pieces. Everyone, the creatures attacking the city are Nomu. They are not alive nor human anymore. Lethal force is allowed, Izuku communicated. He had received this information from the Collective Hero Society, which had taken control of the Nomu's body to study them. They determined that Nomu were half human, half animal, and could not be saved, so for the safety of the people, it was permitted to eliminate them. After calling in, Izuku crouched next to Cow Lady. You all right? Why, sir? Sorry for making you act, sir. Don't worry about it. Even heroes need help sometimes. I need you to help protect civilians. She nodded and ran off to assist the people. Izuku moved from Nomu to Nomu, taking them down as quickly as possible. He used the Hi no Mi, ice fruit, to freeze the creatures and then broke the ice with swift kicks or punches, focusing on speed to protect as many people as he could. Endeavor was also taking care of the Nomu, using powerful jet punches to defeat most of them, sometimes simply burning them. He ordered the others to keep searching for Stain while he handled the rest. The others didn't retreat if they were forced to fight or protect. Rei used her ice to slow down the Nomu, giving Dabi and Burnin the chance to finish them off. Both Ida brothers were searching the alleyways. Since Izuku couldn't find Stain and they weren't strength heroes, they decided to first search their area and then assist the sidekicks. However, as they turned a corner, Tensei was attacked and dropped to the floor. Tenya, run away quickly, he shouted. Before Tenya could react, he was pinned to the ground by Stain, who had used one of his knee spikes to hold him down. Meanwhile, Ryukyu was in her hybrid dragon form, fighting 2 Nomu in a city square. She was fighting 2 of them at the same time while the others were engaged as well. Nijire was battling a flying Nomu that was spitting needles down at the crowd. Yuyu, in her hybrid griffin form, was also facing a Nomu. Each time Yuyu clawed at the Nomu, its wounds healed, complicating her efforts. The Nomu had claws of its own, and since Yuyu didn't heal from her injuries, she had to dodge constantly. Mirko was taking on 3 Nomus a bit farther away from the rest. She used the buildings as springboards to move faster and strike harder. Her powerful kicks caused the Nomus to stumble, and she knew she had to put real force behind her attacks to end the fights quickly. Midnight was just around the corner from Stain and the Itis with Aizawa. I will call out to Akuma and then back you up, okay? Midnight said, receiving a nod from Aizawa. Akuma, can you hear me? It's Midnight. Yeah, what's up? Akuma replied, and Midnight could hear ice breaking and people cheering in the background. We found Stain. You should still know my aura, so please come quickly. He has pinned down both Itis. Aizawa and I are engaging him now. I will be right there, don't worry and please don't get hurt, Izuku said, sounding worried. Namuri put the radio back and jumped to Aizawa. She grabbed her WHP and shot it forward, clapping it against the knife. Stain was aiming for Aizawa's neck. More and more fakes show up. Guess I can just get rid of all of you, Stain said, grabbing Shusui and lunging forward. Aizawa dodged but received a kick to the face, causing him to bounce against the wall and lose consciousness. Stain then dodged Namuri's WHP crack and cut it in half. He charged forward with his sword ready to strike. Namuri barely managed to dodge, but a slice caught the left side of her hair. This didn't look good for her. She used her quirk, knocking out everyone in the area except Stain. He smirked, putting his sword away and drawing 2 new combat knives. For someone as weak as you, I don't even need that blade, he taunted, moving in an instant to stand in front of her with both knives poised. Namuri couldn't react in time, caught off guard by his speed. How are you still awake? She gasped, pain evident in her voice as Stain pressed the blades deeper. I am asexual. Guess that is too bad for you, isn't it? They laughed, causing tears to well in Namuri's eyes as she thought about losing Izuku and Eri, all because she felt weak. Izuku had to reach Namuri. He could sense her nervous aura and didn't blame her. Namuri had been a hero for a long time and had faced many challenges, but what scared her most was the thought of leaving her loved ones behind. She didn't want to abandon Izuku or Eri, especially now that she was up against a formidable opponent like Stain. Determined, Izuku moved quickly, believing that Namuri could handle Stain with her quirk. He would take out the nearby Nomus as swiftly as possible while keeping an eye on her aura. With his jutty in hand, Izuku found the first Nomu just as it was about to attack a woman. Using Sar Shave, he positioned himself next to the Nomu and unleashed 2 Shurgon, finger pistol, strikes. One shot broke its jaw, and the other pierced its brainstem. The Nomu fell lifeless, releasing the woman. Are you okay, miss? He asked, and she nodded through her tears. A sidekick arrived, reassuring her, Don't worry, Thumbsama, I'll make sure she gets to safety. Keep going forward. Izuku nodded and continued. He noticed debris falling towards a grandmother and her grandchild and quickly used Jutty to shoot a flurry of Shurgon, turning the rubble to dust. A sidekick from Endeavor rushed out to assist them, ensuring their safety. Reaching a midpoint near the Ryukyu group, Izuku used Jipo, Moonwalk, to jump up and throw his Jutty with all his strength. He was slightly late, as Yuyu was fighting a Nomu that could regenerate its claws. Just as the Nomu was about to pierce Yuyu's chest, it was suddenly impaled from the side and staked to the ground. Yuyu, surprised by the sudden turn of events, looked to see Izuku had just landed. You okay? He asked, but before Yuyu could respond, Izuku's expression shifted. He went from calm and slightly worried to angry and scared. Namuri! Izuku yelled as he moved through the city with incredible speed. The last thing Yuyu saw was Izuku reaching for a white hilt from his chest. Back in the present, Stain loomed over Namuri, who was pinned down and unable to move. Now you will die first, weakling, he said, pressing the tip of his sword against her stomach. She attempted to kick him, but he swiftly grabbed her ankle and pushed the blade deeper. Namuri let out a scream of pain. You monster! Stain quickly withdrew his blade just as Izuku appeared, filled with rage. He stood above Namuri, holding 2 swords, a long katana named Yubashiri in his left hand and Wado Ikemanji in his right. I will kill you for hurting her, he shouted, charging at Stain. Stain jumped back, but Izuku unleashed blades of wind that forced Stain to dodge again, cutting his cheek as he slammed into a wall. Before Stain could recover, Izuku was on him again, bringing both swords down. Stain blocked with Shusui but was clearly overpowered. The force of Izuku's attack sliced through the floor and wall. You're a coward, Stain. You prey on the weak. Dare to fight me like a man. Izuku challenged, swinging Wado sideways. Stain dodged and moved Shusui into Izuku's stomach. I did, he said with a sick smile, but his expression changed when he felt a blade pierce his own stomach. You missed, Izuku replied, revealing his own wound. Stain jumped back, clutching his injury, but he was now close to Namuri. "Before I fight you, I will finish this hero," he declared. Izuku, fueled by his powers, rushed forward, intercepting Stain just in time to save Nemuri from harm. The fight intensified, with Izuku attacking with newfound speed and aggression. Stain struggled to keep up, sustaining cuts as he threw a smoke bomb to create distance. Realizing he was losing, Stain launched 2 knives into the air, aiming for Nemuri while trying to keep Izuku occupied. Izuku, worried about Nemuri's condition, blocked Stain's surprise attack but heard someone stirring nearby. Both fighters seized the moment. Izuku slashed horizontally while Stain cut vertically, narrowly missing Izuku's eye but leaving a scar. Stain dropped to one knee in pain, but as he prepared to lick his blade, Aizawa wrapped his scarf around it, disrupting Stain's focus. "It looked dirty, so I cleaned it," Aizawa said, getting to his feet despite his dizziness. Izuku seized the opportunity, attacking with both swords parallel to each other. Both laid horizontal. "Naigiri." Izuku shot forward, standing right in front of Stain. "Toro." Both blades cut upward, slicing into Stain's chest. Izuku, who jumped during Toro, continued with Otoro, which was the opposite of Toro. While Toro cut from bottom to top, Otoro went from top to bottom. Stain fell to the floor, barely holding on to his life as the 4 deep cuts were made by Izuku. Aizawa was right above Stain the moment Izuku stopped. "Ekuma, I have him." With this, Izuku nodded, knowing what it meant. He rushed to Midnight, noticing her barely responsive state but sensing her aura. He didn't have much time. He needed to get Nemuri to a doctor. He didn't even sheath his swords, it wasn't important. Izuku grabbed Nemuri and began running. He had healing powers, but he was too tired for that, and none would help with the amount of blood Nemuri had lost. If it took too much out of him, both could lose their lives. Even if he had energy, Izuku knew he wouldn't be able to do much. The wound on Nemuri's stomach was too severe, and he was panicking. He was bleeding a lot himself, with only one eye functioning, and even that was getting shaky. It took Izuku a little while with Soru to reach a hospital. He entered the hospital, which was already in a panic with the number of injured people coming in. The fear was palpable when everyone saw the Prince of Asia stumbling in, a large cut on his face, his suit filled with blood, and carrying someone. "I need a doctor, please save her," Izuku yelled desperately. He didn't know what to do. He was terrified for Nemuri. If he could take on her injuries, he would do it without a second thought. A group of doctors came running out with 2 beds. Izuku placed her on one bed. "Sir, please get on the bed as well." "No, first her." "Go," Izuku said, his worry and fear growing, slowly turning into anger. The doctors rushed to help Nemuri. Izuku followed behind until he was stopped. He let out a scream, his anger boiling over. He felt weak, foolish, and frustrated. Why hadn't he been with Nemuri at first? Why didn't he give them something to protect themselves? He wanted to unleash his anger but couldn't. He couldn't go outside and take it out on the Nomu. They were already close to defeat. While Izuku was fighting Stain, the others were defeating the Nomu. Endeavor and Dabi had warmed up and melted through most of the Nomu. Rei and Burnin eliminated the rest. Nijire discovered the weak spot of the Nomu that shot needles, making the fight easier. Yuyu was already helping, as the Nomu she had trouble with was taken out by Izuku. Ryukyu did something she never wanted to do again. She bit the heads off the Nomu. It was one of the only ways to make them stop. For her, it felt like biting down on a walnut, but instead of a tasty snack, blood came out. She would need a lot of mouthwash after this. Mirko struggled with one Nomu. It was a bad match from the start. She assumed it had a quirk that negated or stopped her blunt attacks. It was a quick fix for Rumi as she bent its arms and legs until they broke or fell off, whichever happened first. The other Nomu in her way were nothing more than insects she could easily crush. With all the Nomu taken down by the pro-heroes, they went to Aizawa, who called out that he had Stain and needed help. All the heroes, plus some sidekicks from Endeavor with first aid knowledge, rushed to him. When they arrived, they were shocked by the sight. Aizawa with a slight head wound, Tenya Ida holding his bleeding shoulder, and Tensai with his legs bandaged. What was worse was Stain, who lay against a wall with cuts all over his body and at least 4 deep gashes on his chest. 3 swords lay next to each other, and the alleyway looked destroyed, with a cracked floor and a lot of blood. "What happened here?" Mirko asked, confused, as the heroes with first aid knowledge began to work. Izuku, shortly after losing sight of Nemuri, collapsed in the middle of the hallway. He didn't have any more energy to keep himself upright, and people were scared to see their prince fall to the floor in a small puddle of blood. Doctors and nurses rushed to help him, determined to keep him alive, while the media captured the moment, eager for headlines. The first would be Prince of Asia injured in villain attack, sure to boost their sales. The second would highlight the villain attack in Hosu, with the prince coming to the rescue. If they gathered more information, they might even speculate about Izuku and Midnight possibly dating. The hospital was experiencing a day they would never forget. A high number of injuries, though none severe, still required medical attention. What truly stood out was that the most high-ranking person in Japan had stumbled into their hospital, injured himself but caring for an even more injured person in his arms. Seeing how much Izuku wanted her to survive, they called their best doctor back on duty while trying to stabilize Nemuri. But then, Izuku collapsed in the hallway, and they rushed to him immediately. The first step was to assess his injuries, but the nurses felt a mix of fear and concern. The head nurse took charge, hoping she wouldn't be reprimanded for examining the prince's injuries. Once he was undressed, they noticed numerous small cuts across his body, including one severe cut that was the source of his significant blood loss. They initially believed they could heal a cut on his face without leaving a scar, but upon closer inspection, it became clear that it would leave a noticeable mark. A few hours later, Izuku was resting in a private hospital room, away from prying eyes. The news of his condition had spread quickly, shocking everyone. While Izuku slept and slowly regained his strength, Nemuri was in surgery. She would survive with scars but no permanent damage. One of her large cuts was dangerously close to affecting her ability to have children. Shortly after Izuku was settled, other heroes arrived. Aizawa, both Ida brothers, Yuyu, and Dabi with Burnin. The others were busy dealing with the remaining villains. Dabi and Burnin were a bit worn out but otherwise fine. Dabi held Wado and Shusui while Burnin carried the last sword. They waited just outside Izuku's room, and as they did, Izuku suddenly shot up in bed, breathing heavily. Dabi and Burnin rushed in, unsure of what to expect. "Where is she?" Izuku begged, trying to stand but feeling dizzy. Dabi quickly helped him back into bed. "Please calm down, Prince. She is fine. She is still in surgery, but she will be okay," he reassured Izuku, who let out a breath of relief. "We also informed the staff to bring her in here after surgery." "I hope that's all right, sir," Burnin added, lifting the sword she was carrying. "Thank you. What about the others? How are Aizawa and Ida?" Izuku asked. "They're all fine. Aizawa did get a head injury, but it's nothing serious. Both Idas are okay. Tensei is currently in a wheelchair, being chased by a speed-walking Tenya, who is scolding him about going too fast in the hospital," Dabi replied, making Izuku chuckle. Then, Izuku's phone began to ring. Dabi, closest to it, grabbed it and handed it to Izuku, noticing who was calling. Izuku answered, and even without it on speaker, everyone could hear his mother's voice. "Izuku, are you okay?" "Mom, please lower the volume a bit," he replied. Izuku spoke with his mother, while Dabi and Burnin excused themselves. "Hello, Mom. I am fine." "But Izuku, I saw the news. You were in a puddle of blood on the floor. How is Nemuri? Is she going to be okay?" "Mom, that was right when I came in. Nemuri was worse off, so I focused on her first, but I just got exhausted and fell asleep. I'm fine now, just a bit dizzy. I will come as soon as I can, baby." "No, Mom, please. We'll see each other in a couple of weeks." "But Izuku, you were injured. Your father and I think it might be time for you to learn a bit more from your teachers." When Izuku heard teachers, he felt a wave of anxiety. "Dabi, don't you think that's a bit much, Mom? I only got injured because of the sword he was holding. It was just bad luck. We don't need to involve everyone." Izuku nearly begged his mother. "No, Izuku, they're all excited to train with you again. It's going to happen, no point in fighting it. Inko smiled, excited about the chance to meet her son's classmates. How about during the meeting with the other royal families? They come with me as well? Izuku suggested, eager to find a solution. This would give him time to prepare for training with his teachers. Inko loved the idea. Oh yes, that's perfect. I will accept that for now. But if you get injured again, I will come down to you. Do you understand? Yes, Mom, Izuku replied, trying to calm her down. I'll call you when Nemuri is back and awake for an update, okay? I also need to call Jean or Alfred, so I'm going to do that next. Say hi to Father as well. They said their goodbyes and hung up. Izuku then called Alfred, who answered on the first ring. Prince, are you all right? Do you need me to come and help? Alfred exclaimed, his voice a mix of concern and urgency. There's no need, Alfred. It's fine. I just wanted to make sure Eri didn't see any of it. How is she doing? Izuku asked. Alfred chuckled. Don't worry, young prince. The princess is being entertained by the twins. If she's not running around playing with them, she's eating or sleeping. We've made sure no one talks about it with her around. Izuku smiled, relieved to hear Eri was enjoying herself. I was thinking, Alfred. It might be smart for Nemuri to start learning hockey, don't you think? There was a brief silence before Alfred replied, I agree. While it might be early in your relationship to discuss something like that, given her injuries, it could be the right action to take. We should talk about it in detail later. Recovery might be more important at the moment. Izuku nodded, appreciating Alfred's support before they ended the call. As he lay in his hospital bed, he turned his gaze to Shusui, who was resting in a chair nearby. His moment of peace was interrupted by a knock at the door. Come in, he called, and the door opened to reveal Aizawa and a man with a dog-like face, whom he recognized from the USJ incident. Mr. Aizawa, should you really be walking around? Izuku asked, concerned. I'm fine, Midoriya, Aizawa replied. Hello, Your Highness, woof. I hope you still remember me, the chief said. Yes, I do. You told me to call you Chief, the police chief, correct? Izuku said as he sat up, wincing at the pain in his gut. Please sit down, don't hurt yourself more. I just came here to get the full story of what happened on your end, the chief said, and Izuku nodded, beginning to explain everything from when they left Manuel's agency. Meanwhile, the world outside was in chaos. Nizu had not anticipated the events involving Izuku and Stain. He had been informed by Aizawa about the injuries sustained by both Nemuri and Izuku and was conducting research on the Nomu that attacked. He needed to determine if the attacks were coordinated or separate. All Might was unaware of the Nomu attack and why it occurred at Hosu, reminiscent of the USJ incident but with somewhat weaker nomus. He utilized his extensive contacts to assist Nizu's investigation, determined that this attack on his friends and the prince would not go unaddressed. Bakugo was shocked when he saw the news. The hero he interned with was equally taken aback. The entirety of Japan, and even parts of Asia, was in disbelief. Bakugo struggled with his feelings. While he wasn't the biggest fan of Izuku, he recognized his strength and wanted to grow to stand a chance against him in the future. Achiko, upon seeing a picture, nearly fell to the floor in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. Gunhead, who was speaking with her, turned in confusion at her gasp. They had kept their relationship a secret until they were sure about it. Mina had a similar reaction, dropping her phone as she read the news. BC also saw the report and, while she knew Izuku and Mina were friends, felt the reaction was excessive. Their relationship had to be more than friendship, but she wasn't about to pry for more information. The other classmates were unaware of the specifics. The news reported on the prince's attack, and the details were quite graphic. Thankfully, they knew he was still alive. In the online comments about the news, there were many reactions. Some people wished for a quick recovery and prayed for his health. Others claimed it was fake news, suggesting the prince was not even in Japan. A small group went so far as to say they wanted the prince to die, labeling him as a cancer that needed to be eradicated. He and the other royals should die so that the others in the world could strive and peace would be within reach. Somewhere in a land far away, a man with a glass of expensive whiskey read a news article, shaking his head in displeasure. Hope you are healthy when we meet again, my friend. I have a present for you, he said, glancing at the table in front of him, where 2 blades lay, one dark purple and the other white. Saying Izuku was worried for Nemuri would be an understatement. Every 15 minutes, he asked one of the nurses how Nemuri was doing and how long the surgery would take. They quickly told him to get back into bed and redo his bandages. Izuku disliked that one eye was covered. It made it harder to see depth. He was not the best patient, though he could have been worse. The nurses had grown more comfortable around him since his first visit. He was friendly to all of them. Despite his attempts to sneak out of bed 6 times, he bumped into the door twice. Just before the 7th attempt, he wanted to ask about Nemuri's condition when Aizawa's scarf pulled him back to his bed. Aizawa and a group of UA teachers entered the room. The nurses told you to stay in bed. I know because I asked, Aizawa said, keeping his scarf around Izuku, who was trying to wriggle free. Young Midoriya, do stay still. You don't want to open up any wounds now, do you? All Might added, calming Izuku down. I just need to check on her. I'll do it calmly. Just let me out before I break the bed, Izuku insisted, while Nemuri, in a weak voice, joked, he is only allowed to do that with me. The scarf released Izuku, and he hurried to Nemuri's side. How are you doing? Can I do anything for you? He asked softly. Fine, just sore, she replied, attempting to turn to look at him but wincing in pain. Izuku quickly stopped her. Don't hurt yourself, you just got out of surgery. Yes, Nemuri, you should let the prince spoil you for a while, Present Mike chimed in, making Izuku look offended. Excuse you, I already spoil her. This gives me a good reason to do it more, he said, making them laugh as he kissed Nemuri on the cheek. Nemuri, I would love to stay, but I don't have much time with this news. I just want to tell you that you can take all the time you need to get back to full strength, Nizu said. Thank you, Nizu, but I need to discuss something with Izuku. She sounded worried. The others nodded, and Aizawa and Present Mike stepped outside while Nizu and the rest returned to UA. Izuku and Nemuri sat in silence for a little while. Izuku took a seat on her bed near her legs, holding one of her hands. He could tell she was struggling with her arms. Nemuri always had a powerful grip, but now it was weak and barely there, which was normal after her injuries. Izuku, I am scared, she said, tears welling in her eyes. He moved closer, ready to face whatever she needed to share. I nearly died there, Izuku. I could have died. But that wasn't why I was scared. I was scared that I would never see you or Eri ever again. She began to cry fully. Don't worry, Nem, that didn't happen and it will never happen, Izuku reassured her. I was powerless against him. If it wasn't for you, I would have died, and I would have been the reason the others died. She had released her gas, causing everyone to sleep. If Izuku had been even a minute later, Stain would have been able to harm them. I know, but that is going to change. I love you, and I will never let you die, Izuku said, determined to teach her hockey. Izuku, I'm not sure I want to be a hero anymore. I don't know if I can bear the thought of losing you or Eri. But I want something else. Anything, Nemuri. I will stand behind you with whatever you want to do. Nemuri stayed quiet, trying to steady her resolve. She slowly moved her hand over her scar. I want a child of my own. Izuku was silent for a moment. Are you sure? Nemuri nodded. I have been feeling this way for a while. I love seeing us together with Eri. I love spending time together as a small family. But after this fight, I almost lost the ability to have children. I was okay with waiting until after UA, but I don't know if I can. I want us to have a child of our own before it's too late. Nem, I love you more than anything. If you truly want this, I am okay with making it happen. I would be a fool to say no to someone like you. But first, focus on getting better and healthy. We will talk about it when you are well. He kissed her hand gently. I'm going to get you some food. But before I go, you need to know this. If you want to have a baby, we have to come out before that. Nemuri nodded, feeling happy about the possibility of their relationship being out in the open. She didn't know how much it would matter if people knew. For her, it would just mean that others were aware of it. She had no idea how many people would try to contact her for various reasons. Prominent figures from all lands would want her favor, and she would start receiving protection. Izuku kissed her and walked out, planning to grab something to eat for both of them. As he left, Aizawa and Present Mike walked in. Izuku went to talk to a nurse about food that Nemuri could eat. The nurse assured him she would get what they wanted, but Izuku insisted he would order from a 3-star restaurant. It was the nicest thing he could do. He had recently learned that fancy restaurants didn't deliver to others. This realization first hit him when he was 12 in China. Hungry for dumplings, he called a restaurant that never dared to refuse him, knowing he was destined for greatness. But now, he couldn't change his actions, so he just ordered food for them both. Nemuri lay on her bed while Present Mike and Aizawa sat in front of her. They could see she wanted to say something. "I need to tell you both something," she said, a silence falling over the room. "Don't worry, we're always behind you. You could tell us you wanted to take over the royal family, and we would help," Present Mike said, giving her a thumbs up. "When I'm back to being healthy, I'm going to retire as a hero. We're also going to try for a child." Aizawa, happy for his friend, used his quirk on Present Mike, who started cheering quietly. "That is so awesome for you, Nemuri. You're going to be a mom." "I'm already a mom, Hisashi. You know what I mean. Are you sure about retiring, Nem?" "I am. I'm going to ask Nizu to stay as a teacher at UA, at least for a little while." "And we will back that request," Aizawa said. "Not only do you have us behind you, but I think you have others supporting you too. I'm pretty sure you have an army of college boys who love watching you teach art," Present Mike joked. It wasn't a secret that the boys at UA had a crush on Nemuri. Her extra classes always attracted them. She was aware of her effect on them. She didn't wear her skin-tight suit for fun. She enjoyed the attention and looked forward to Valentine's Day, when she received chocolates and candy for weeks. "But you're sure about this? You really want to have a child with him?" Aizawa asked. Nemuri smiled. "Yes, Shota. Ever since I've been with him, I've been so happy. Each day feels like a dream, and I fear I might wake up." Aizawa placed his hand on her knee and nodded. "Hisashi, let's go. The princess needs rest." With that, they left, and not even 15 minutes later, Izuku walked in with food. "They said no solid foods, so I got you some soup." "And what do you have for yourself?" she asked with a smile, already knowing the answer. "I got 3 soups and 5 steaks, plus some steamed pork buns," he said, revealing the extra arms he had created to carry the food. "No, you can't have a bite," he teased, making Nemuri pout. She loved steak and she knew he bought it because of her. Izuku placed his food on the table and used his powers to heat her soup a little. "We should also inform Achiko and Mina soon. How about we call them after dinner? We can tell them our plan for when you're healthy. I'm also thinking about teaching them hockey after the whole royal thing." Nemuri nodded while eating her soup, feeling nervous about the royal situation, as Izuku had never fully explained what it entailed. She understood that once a year, each royal family would meet to discuss world problems. Izuku had described it as boring and not fun, where parents would sit in a room and talk for hours or even days. Izuku would hang out with the kids there, some of whom he had good relationships with, while others were quite odd. Nemuri was also aware that Izuku might have to fight, and that the battles would be significant, as each royal family was powerful, and those who sought conflict lived in a world where strength mattered most. She didn't like the idea, but there was no way to fight against it. Nemuri made space for Izuku next to her. He sat down, and together they called Achiko and Mina on a video call. Achiko was the first to answer, already in her pink pajamas adorned with planets and stars. She looked extremely cute to both of them. "Are you okay? Are you still injured? Should I come by?" she asked, clearly worried about Nemuri and Izuku's well-being. "We're fine. Just have to take a small break for a little while." "But your face," she exclaimed, noticing the bandages covering Izuku's injuries. Before Izuku could respond, Mina entered the chat, wearing a casual top. "Is everyone okay? Izuku, what happened to your face?" Izuku was taken aback by the sudden attention. He cleared his throat. "I'm fine, Mina. It's just until we can see Recovery Girl, and before you ask, we're going to UA tomorrow." Nemuri nodded in agreement. She was sore, but her wounds were healing. She longed for a moment to hug Eri. Eri, meanwhile, had no idea what was going on but sensed the extra attention from her caretakers. They were fulfilling her every wish and she loved it. She was having a great time with Ram and Rem, who were teaching her about Minecraft. Eri had a special computer that could handle anything with impressive performance. She was busy building a house with Ram while Rem set up a farmhouse with animals. Eri insisted she didn't want to harm any animals, so Rem created an automatic food farm alongside the barn. Izuku had just finished putting Nemuri into the car. It was still early in the morning, and they were heading to Izuku's house for breakfast. Alfred had arranged for a chef with a cooking quirk to be on duty, capable of making foods that provided various effects. Izuku returned to the car after bringing in the wheelchair and found Nemuri already playing music and messaging people at UA. Recovery Girl had prepared a space for her and set up medical equipment for a checkup. As they arrived at Izuku's house, Alfred was outside with two other butlers. One had hair made of colored glass, and the other had hair resembling nails. Izuku recognized them as Geresu and Tsum, who brought two wheelchairs. Nemuri found this amusing. As Izuku got out, Tsum offered a wheelchair, but Izuku quickly declined. Geresu approached Nemuri, who tried to get out herself, but he gently stopped her. "Do not worry, my lady. You are still injured. Please allow me." With a respectful nod from Nemuri, Geresu lifted her and placed her in the chair. "How is Eri doing, Alfred?" Nemuri asked. "She's doing great. We informed her about you yesterday. We didn't say what happened, but we told her both of you received some injuries," Alfred replied, recalling how tired Eri had been as she filled a backpack with clothing and bandages, determined to help her mom and dad. When she learned her parents would arrive the next day, she decided to wait up all night. It took only 15 minutes before she fell asleep, hugging plushies of Izuku and Nemuri. Alfred took around 100 pictures to send to the queen and the prince. When they entered the house, Eri was waiting in a cute outfit. As soon as she saw them, tears filled her eyes, and she ran toward them as fast as her little legs could carry her. She first went to Izuku, who wore a white t-shirt that read, "Fancy," and sweatpants, with a bandage over his right eye. Nemuri's injuries were hidden beneath her clothing. "Papa, you're hurt," Eri cried, patting his head gently. "Don't worry, Unicorn. I'm fine. It's just a scratch," he reassured her, lifting her up and kissing her forehead. "Did you know that Mama missed you a lot?" Eri turned to Nemuri, who smiled softly and nodded. With tears in her eyes, Eri rushed to her mother. As she hugged Nemuri, the sudden movement caused Nemuri to wince in pain, startling both Eri and Izuku. "I'm sorry, Mommy. I didn't want to hurt you," Eri cried, backing off. "You didn't hurt me, baby," Nemuri said, pulling Eri close again as they were rolled into the dining area, where Eri excitedly began sharing everything she had been doing all week. "Then I and Rem went to fight a giant dragon that was flying around. We had to shoot arrows, and Rem showed this cool trick where she used snowballs to take down the towers. She also used beds that went boom. After that, we got these amazing wings and were able to fly around with fireworks." She excitedly talked about playing Minecraft with Rem and Ram. "When we get back, can we all play together?" she asked, with Izuku nodding and making Eri cheer. Breakfast was quick and tasty, giving both Nemuri and Izuku a boost in stamina for when they finally got to Recovery Girl. As they finished breakfast, Eri's items were already packed and placed in the car. During the drive back, Nemuri and Eri sat in the back while having a video call with Mina and Achiko, who were already back at UA. Izuku and Nemuri would be the last ones to arrive. "You know, girls, now that you're dating Izuku, don't you think you should go on a date with him?" Nemuri suggested, with Izuku adding, "We should really find a good date for that, especially since I promised Momo one as well." He heard a surprised sound from the phone, along with giggles from Nemuri, Achiko, and Mina, and assumed it was Momo. "Well, Chako and I were thinking about it and wondered, could we go on a date together with Izuku?" Achiko asked. "Sure, I don't mind. But before that, how about you all go shopping for some nice dresses?" "My treat," Izuku added before Achiko could decline. He loved spoiling the people he cared about. While Mina was more accepting, Achiko found it hard to accept gifts. "Oh yeah, we could make a whole day out of it. Take Eri with us," Maybe some of the other girls who want to date with Izuku. We could go to a spa, have lunch, and more, Namuri said, hearing some excited responses from the women in the background. Can Izuku even afford it? Achiko asked, still hesitant about relying on him. Don't worry about it. I have a large number of shares in several companies, and I take meteors filled with minerals out of the sky and get a share of the profits, he said calmly. How much does one of those mineral meteors go for? Achiko asked. A good amount, Izuku replied, not wanting to admit he could get millions, even billions, per meteorite, depending on its contents. The ladies continued to chat about their dates and internships. Each of them agreed to join Eri's Minecraft world, excited to spend time with her and enjoy a game to unwind. According to Kirishima, Bakugo might join, but he was a bit irritated after finding out his parents had split up. It wasn't a bad split. Both Mitsuki and Masaru just didn't love each other anymore. They still cared deeply for Bakugo and remained friends. For Katsuki, this news came out of the blue, but for his parents, it had been in the works for 3 years. Masaru would keep the house since it had been his father's, and they still lived together for now, as Mitsuki was having trouble finding a place of her own due to the housing market. While Katsuki didn't hate that his parents had split, he was frustrated they had kept it a secret for so long. When Kirishima asked about it through the door, he grunted a response. Bakugo could be seen as the biggest tough guy in UA, apart from Minoma. However, after hearing Eri's story and seeing what she had been through, he found himself caring deeply for her. He knew 2 things. He had trouble saying no to her, and if anyone dared to harm her, he would protect her fiercely, even if he wouldn't admit it to anyone. When they arrived at UA, Izuku and Eri put Namuri in a wheelchair and brought her toward Recovery Girl, where both were checked out. They received comforting kisses, and their wounds began to heal. Namuri still felt soreness in her arm and stomach but was otherwise healthy. She was told to rest for at least a week. Izuku's eye was fine, but he now had a scar on his face. The wound in his gut had healed correctly, but like all the other attacks from Stain, it left a mark. Izuku wanted to put Namuri back in the wheelchair, but after she jokingly threatened to make him fall asleep and duct tape him to the UA sign, he let her walk. The walk was enjoyable, even though Izuku was concerned about her getting hurt. Namuri felt good, and seeing all the students approach her to ask if she was alright helped. Izuku chased Eri around, who was running ahead of them. When they got close to the UA dorm, they saw the girls sitting outside the dorm room. Eri saw this as a great help. Help, Papa is trying to catch me, she yelled out, still running towards them. Achiko crouched down, and right when Eri ran into her hands, she started running at a faster pace than Eri, so Izuku began to speed up as well. Mina ran past with an Eri-sided doll that Momo had created for all of them, making it look like they swapped people to confuse Izuku. Oh no, what are you going to do now? Namuri said, feigning shock. She knew Izuku had hockey and could find Eri in an instant, but Izuku wanted to have some more fun. He started making his hands fly at high speeds from person to person, tickling them until they gave up. Nami was first, giving up in around 30 seconds. Then came Toru, who was very ticklish and only lasted 10 seconds. Achiko fell shortly after, also lasting around 30 seconds. One by one, each woman fell until only Robin remained, holding Eri in her arms. Slightly out of breath, she looked at Izuku's head and his 2 hands coming slowly toward her, wiggling his fingers with a massive grin on his face. Surrender or get tickled. Never! Eri yelled back as they both started running for Izuku. Just before they could reach him, Izuku grabbed Robin, causing her to let go of Eri, who then dashed for Izuku. Namuri was already seated outside, enjoying the sight. Izuku began tickling Robin, who could do nothing but laugh, trying to hold out. Eri attempted to tickle Izuku, but it didn't work with her alone. It wasn't until the women who had been defeated started working together that they made progress. Momo created feathers for Eri while they all held him down and went to tickle him. However, Robin gave up before Izuku, so he won. Now, Izuku was sprawled out on the floor, his head on the table with Namuri. His hands were near Robin, and his body was a couple of meters behind. The women sat down, and Mina grabbed Izuku's head. Kiri is so going to call this manly, she said, earning giggles from the others. They began discussing their upcoming dates. Achiko and Mina would go together first, followed by Momo, Toru, Jiro, Kami, Nami, and Robin. They planned to go shopping soon for clothing and have fun, then figure out when each date would take place. When they entered the dorm, they were met with worried classmates, but after promising they were fine, everyone calmed down a bit. Aizawa entered the dorm to inform everyone about a royal meeting to be held at UA. None of them would sleep on UA grounds, but in the week leading up to it, some royal houses would inspect the grounds to ensure safety and check on Izuku, as they had expressed concern in a phone call with Nizu. This made Izuku nervous. He hoped those who would come were not the ones he feared. 2 days had passed since Namuri and Izuku returned to the dorms. Namuri was feeling great and able to move without discomfort. She and the other women from Class 1A decided to have a day for themselves. Izuku had just brought in his large SUV, which he dubbed Tank, due to its sturdiness. It had enough space to seat all of them comfortably. Namuri would drive with Momo and Robin in the front, while Achiko, Nami, and Mina sat in the next row with Eri. The last row had Toru, Kami, and Jiro. They had invited Tsu, but she had already made plans for a family day with Tokoyami and her siblings. The SUV was special. It could withstand nearly anything. During testing, Izuku had attacked it multiple times with his quirk, and the vehicle had held up, keeping everyone inside safe. The frame was made from one of the strongest materials on Earth, and the main metal was a special quirk-enhanced material called Wappa metal, which was heat, cold, and weather-resistant. If Izuku wanted them to be safe, this was the car for it. In the dorms, Namuri ensured they had everything they needed. Each woman checked to make sure they had their ID. They didn't need any money, as Namuri would use Izuku's card to pay for everything. The ladies had planned their day. First, clothing shopping at a high-end store for dresses for their dates, then lunch, toy shopping for Eri, and some new headphones for Namuri, as her old ones were broken. Finally, they would spend a few hours at a spa to relax. Izuku entered the dorms and saw all the girls, each dressed casually. Namuri wore black jeans with a rip at the left knee and a white shirt, paired with sneakers and a small bag containing her keys, wallet, and phone. Achiko wore a white sundress that reached just above her knees, with a jean jacket and a light brown bag over her shoulder, while the rest of the girls also wore sneakers. Mina and Kami wore outfits similar to Namuri's, with Mina in blue jeans and Kami in a black CRP top. Momo opted for a red turtleneck, a multicolored skirt with a small brown belt, black stockings, and a small handbag. Jiro sported a deep purple shirt with a ripped stomach and black leather briefs. Toru chose a pink skirt that reached from just under her bust to the middle of her thighs, paired with white leggings and a white shirt adorned with black dots on the sleeves. She completed her look with fingerless gloves and a bracelet. Nami wore an orange skirt that reached her knees, featuring circles with a white outer ring and orange center, along with a white V-cut t-shirt with horizontal blue stripes. Robin selected purple jeans and a light purple blouse, leaving the top buttons open. Eri wore a red dress with a white undershirt and black leggings, carrying a cat bag over her shoulder. Each woman looked stunning, with Eri being the cutest of them all. As Izuku saw them, he smiled. "I see you're all ready to get going," he said. "Yep, so hand it over." Namuri replied, making Izuku chuckle. He retrieved his wallet and handed her a card. "Use it wisely, ladies." Namuri joked, recalling a time when a certain prince nearly bought out a store for his daughter, causing Eri to laugh. Izuku waved off the laughter, reminding Eri to behave before settling on the couch as the girls headed out to the tank, leaving him to relax and watch TV. "Oh my, look at the car!" Toru exclaimed excitedly. "I know he said it would be big, but I didn't expect this," Robin admitted, admiring the SUV. "Let's get going, girls," Nami said, leaning against the side of the car. They climbed in according to their pre-discussed order. During the ride, they shared ideas for potential dates. Achiko and Mina decided on dinner and a movie, with dinner at a fancy restaurant and the movie at Izuku's house, which they both preferred. Nami suggested a boat trip, a great idea according to Namuri, while Robin thought of visiting a museum. Momo loved the idea of brunch with Izuku, followed by a few hours in the park, which the girls agreed on. Toru was still undecided but considered a theme park, while Kami was excited about the prospect of a club outing, and Jiro was set on a concert date. With their date ideas in mind, they knew it would be easier to find the right outfits. They arrived at the shopping center, which was semi-busy, but thankfully found a spot near the entrance. As a group, they made their way to a high-end women's clothing store. Some of the girls felt out of their element inside, with Achiko and Nami nearly fainting at the prices of some dresses. Doubts about spending Izuku's money surfaced, but Nomuri reassured them it was perfectly fine since he had suggested it. Eventually, they each picked out a dress, though some wondered why they needed one for dates that weren't fancy. Nomuri understood that this would be more than just one date, no matter how much they tried to deny it. Nomuri chose a bright red spaghetti strap dress that hugged her hips perfectly, with a leg opening and a front that fell just past her scar. Though she was self-conscious about it, Izuku insisted she looked amazing. Achiko selected a pink dress with an open back, made of layers of light pink fabric. Mina picked a simple yet stylish black strapless dress. Momo fell in love with a gold-colored dress that had a wide skirt and a leg opening, perfect for showcasing one of her necklaces. Jiro chose a black dress with a wide skirt that fell just below her knees, featuring see-through white fabric with black dots, giving it a starry night appearance. Toru, like Achiko, chose a pink dress. It was strapless, with a skirt that wrapped into a large bow at her hip. She paired it with long white gloves. Kami opted for a sparkly red dress that had an open front, accentuating her figure. The dress featured long sleeves and hugged her tightly around the knees before flaring out just above the ground. Nami selected a purple dress with spaghetti straps that showcased her figure, tapering down and leaving her hips exposed. The sides were wide open, with the fabric hugging her body thanks to the purple thread. Robin wore a lilac-colored dress with a closed neck and an opening at the chest, featuring no sleeves and a leg slit adorned with small blue flowers. As they approached the cashier with their dresses, some of the girls were shocked by the total price. Before anyone could suggest choosing different dresses, Nomuri stepped in and paid. Once the dresses were bagged, the girls began to chat. "I kind of feel bad about this," Nami said, rubbing her arm. She had never had much money. Before being adopted by Robin's mother, she lived in poverty, which worsened when a local crime boss killed her mother. Though they were better off now, Nami still loved shopping and dreamed of being able to buy whatever she wanted without worrying about the price. "Don't worry, Nami. This is a pretty normal shopping trip for us," Nomuri reassured her, glancing at Eri, who nodded in agreement. "Now, let's take these to the car and keep going." They headed toward Tank, though some still felt uneasy about the day's events. After dropping off their bags, they continued shopping, heading to a toy store for Eri, who excitedly ran around pointing at everything she wanted. The girls found her enthusiasm infectious, and Nomuri picked out a nice headset that was highly recommended. As they wandered, Nomuri encouraged the girls to pick out anything they wanted. Initially hesitant, they were swayed by her words. "I could always call Izuku to ask if it's okay. He'd probably buy the whole store just to avoid any issues," she joked. With that, the girls decided to go ahead and make their purchases. With their bags filled again, they returned to Tank, surprised to find it only halfway full. For the next 90 minutes, they explored various stores without a specific plan. They visited a music store for Jiro but left empty-handed since nothing new interested her. They also browsed a couple of makeup stores, where Kami, whose mother was a beauty specialist, explained the basics to Achiko and Nami. When it was time for lunch, they chose a new Italian restaurant. Most of the girls ordered pasta, with Achiko and Mina opting for spaghetti bolognese, Jiro choosing pasta alfredo and Nomuri ordering a pizza to share with Eri. Nami and Robin went for risotto, while Toru selected a simple soup and Momo also chose pizza. The meal was delightful, and they all agreed they wanted to return. During lunch, the conversation shifted to Nomuri, Achiko, and Mina's relationship with Izuku. "So when do you plan to go public?" Kami asked, genuinely curious. Although Izuku was seen as a single young adult, he was actually a father in a relationship with 3 women. "We were discussing it. Izuku plans to make a statement this week, but there's no rush," Nomuri replied, looking at Achiko and Mina. "I'd be okay with people knowing," Mina said, with Achiko giving a shy nod. Nami encouraged Achiko to be more open about it. You know, you should really embrace this, she said with a smile. I know, but I'm scared of what the public will say about me being from the countryside, Achiko admitted. Do you really think the public will criticize one of the future queens, especially the future pro-hero Uravity? Cammy laughed. I'm not much better off, Mina added. I think only Momo would match up in terms of background. I could fit in too, not as fancy as Yamamo, but still on the fancy side, Cammy chimed in. After lunch, the ladies wrapped up their shopping and decided to visit a spa. Which was so much more than a spa. When they entered the building, they first went for a bath with a special soap that provided a relaxing and stress-reducing scent. After enjoying the bath, they moved to a different room where some of the girls received massages while Eri and a few others sat in massage chairs. All the masseuses were female, which made the women feel more relaxed and calm about receiving a massage. After the massages, they went into a sauna to sweat a little, enjoying the feeling as the sweat washed away their nervousness and any unwanted feelings. Following the sauna, they took quick showers to clean up before indulging in pedicures, having their nails done, their hair styled and face masks applied. This special treatment wasn't cheap, but with all the stress that left their bodies, they didn't care one bit. Just after lunch, Izuku sat on the couch in the common room, watching a random show without much interest, unsure of what else to do. Some of the other guys from Class 1A had come by, but they all had plans or were just hanging out. He was pulled from the TV show by a knock at the door. When he opened it, he saw Shinso. Yo, that offer to train still standing? Shinso asked. Yes it is, Izuku replied. With that, they headed off to train together. Izuku welcomed Shinso into the 1A dorms and changed into a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. As he went to his room, Kirishima and Bakugo walked by and saw Shinso. Yo, Shinso, what are you doing here, bro? Kirishima called out friendly. During my match with him at the sports festival, he said he was okay with training me, so I'm here to take him up on that offer. I needed to bulk up a bit, Shinso explained, showing off his newly muscled frame. So, you and Midoriya are going to work out? Can we join? We were going to do the same, Kirishima said, with Bakugo nodding in agreement. He wanted to train with Izuku without using their quirks and hoped to learn more about the 6 powers. Sure, I don't mind. It's up to Midoriya, Shinso said. What's up to me? Izuku asked as he came into the common room from the stairs. If it's okay for us to join you, Kirishima clarified, and Izuku nodded. The more, the merrier, right? We could invite more. I'll post in the group chat for the guys. Shinso, why don't you invite some from Class 1B as well? Sure, I'll ask. I don't think anyone is really busy, Shinso replied. Let's go to Gym Omega. It's a nice open field with some outdoor training equipment. Should be great, Kirishima suggested, and everyone agreed. It only took 15 minutes to jog there. Once they arrived, all 4 were warmed up and the responses were in. From Class 1A, only Todoroki and Ida showed up. The rest apparently had plans other than working out. From Class 1B, Kendo, Setsuna, Yui, Tetsutetsu, Kamakiri, and Pony arrived, wanting to train as a group but arriving at different times. As they reached Gym Omega, they noticed 5 people already working out. Izuku recognized all 5 from the same day: Nijire, Yuyu, Tamaki, and Mirio, along with Mei. Yo, Midoriya, you gonna work out as well? Mirio called out, and Izuku nodded. Mei paused her bicep curls and looked at him for a moment, her eyes widening. You're the drone guy, she exclaimed, causing Izuku to laugh and nod. Izuku Midoriya at your service. How is the drone, by the way? Mei laughed, still processing the name. Oh, it's great. I was able to take it apart and put it back together just fine. Should be able to upgrade the range without much problem. Just have to design a better stabilizer and router. Izuku nodded, not fully understanding her technical talk. By the way, what are you doing with the big 3? He asked. Oh, well, Nijire is my big sister, so every once in a while, we work out together, Mei said with a laugh, returning to her workout and jotting down blueprints simultaneously. Really? I never would have guessed, with you having 2 different names and not really looking like each other. Yeah, I look more like our mom, and she looks like dad, but we do have our similarities. Nijire chimed in, laughing as she playfully emphasized her features. Guess we will leave you to enjoy your workout with your sister, Izuku said, moving a little away to give them privacy and joining his own class for training. Bakugo and Kirishima had already started with some weight training. Don't think I have to help you bench press, right? Izuku asked. Nah, Tetsu helps enough with that. I need some combat help, Bakugo replied. Well, at first, I guess thinking of a good weapon for you to use would be best. Most heroes who don't have a quirk that helps them in combat use weapons to gain an advantage. Have you thought about what weapon you want to use? Izuku shook his head. Not really. I thought I could get far with my quirk and just learn to fight. Well, how about some knuckle protection or something that gives your punches more impact? Bakugo suggested. Maybe a gadget to give you more power. With that, both Mirio and Mei perked up, Mei for the gadget and Mirio for the power. Well, that can be for another day. Let's work on some simple takedowns and stuff. Shinso nodded, and they both started training. Izuku picked up a wooden dummy knife used for training, and they began practicing. Izuku attacked with the knife while instructing Shinso on how to block, deflect, and take down an attacker. They managed to perform 4 takedowns before the others arrived, just in time to see Shinso twist Izuku's wrist and flip him onto the floor, belly down. His arm bent at an uncomfortable angle. Come on, Shinso, bend it a little more and it will break, Izuku said, his tone surprisingly calm. Shinso snapped back, and the newcomers gasped as Izuku's arm returned to its normal position when Shinso let go. What? Setsuna exclaimed, eyes wide. How did your arm not break? Izuku stretched his cheek in response. RBB powers. It's what I used against Kendo. Great for training basic fighting. My body keeps its normal shape and bends further without hurting or feeling weird. He demonstrated by bending his leg in an unusual way, causing Pony to look away. Please never do that again, Midoriya-sama, Pony said. Sure, but you know that Sama isn't really needed. I'm fine with being called Midoriya or Izuku. Of course, Midoriya-sama, but it's only normal for someone like you to be addressed in such a manner. Izuku accepted this for the moment, and everyone returned to training. Shinso worked with Kendo and Tetsu on martial arts, focusing on improving his hip toss and shoulder toss, which needed refinement. Bakugo teamed up with Kirishima, Todoroki, and Ida to work on their quirks, moving a bit away due to Bakugo's explosions. Izuku was left with Setsuna, Yui, and Pony, as Kamakiri didn't need help with holds and takedowns. Yui wanted assistance with escaping a chokehold, so Izuku positioned himself behind her and applied a rear naked choke. He asked if she was ready, telling her to tap if it was too much. After she gave the okay, Yui struggled to escape, but Izuku maintained his grip, making it difficult for her. She began to turn blue, and when she tapped his arm twice, he released her, allowing her to breathe again. You should never squirm in a chokehold. Get your hands on the wrist and pull yourself out. Also, remember you can attack the person directly. They tried again, this time with Izuku guiding Yui through the motions. However, Yui pulled out a small pin from her pocket, enlarged it to the size of a sword, and pierced Izuku's leg, causing him to lose his grip. To their surprise, the pin passed right through him as he transformed into a machi-like state. Smart move, you. Very smart. Let's try one from the front, Setsuna suggested with a wink to Yui that Izuku didn't notice. Sure. Izuku grabbed Yui from the front, hands around her neck. Do you want me to overpower you as well, like a real attack? Yui responded with a soft nod. When given the signal, Izuku applied force and pushed her down, taking a position on top of her. Expecting panic or struggle, he was taken aback when Yui ummed and weakly fought back. You okay? Izuku asked, surprised. He released her, not anticipating that Yui would quickly jump up and pin him down in an armbar. I will, right? She teased. Yeah, and I can assume in more ways, Setsuna laughed. Let's do some real training instead of playing around. They shifted focus to serious training. Setsuna excelled at disarming people but was still improving her combat skills with Yui's help. Yui relied heavily on her quirk, making her less adept at regular fighting, but she was also making progress. After some time, Yui managed to escape most holds that Izuku put her in. The earlier had been part of her strategy and part of her genuine feelings, which she later shared with Izuku. She also inquired about their date, and he assured her that he hadn't forgotten, even if it might take a little while. Setsuna made a deal. If she could take down Izuku, she would get a date after Yui. Izuku nodded, and after a brief, playful struggle, he let her win. It wasn't that Setsuna wasn't strong. Izuku had simply trained extensively in escaping and applying holds under the guidance of his rigorous teachers. He was so happy he could turn to simple RBB, seeing as most of his teachers loved pushing him on the floor. Some even did it with hockey, making him go face-first kind of painless. How about we do some one-on-ones? No quirks, just a simple fight. Should be fun, right? Kendo suggested, with the others asking if they could join as well. Nobody saw a problem with it. It could be fun. That could be enjoyable, Setsuna said. I am always up for a good fight, Tetsu and Kirishima added, laughing as they bro-fisted each other. So what would be the rules? No quirks, what else? Ida asked. No low blows or sneak attacks, Mirio suggested, loving the idea of just going head-on. When do we know if someone lost or won? Ida continued. Knockout or tapping out. We could even have a ref for TKOs because I doubt Bakugo or Kamakiri could call it quits. Like I would lose, Bakugo stated smugly. I mean, you could face one of the big three. That would just mean I get that title ahead of time, Bakugo responded to Kirishima, who just laughed at the antics of his buddy. What about me? I don't really have that much fighting skill. Don't worry about it, Hatsum. It's not like we all are as trained as some here, Setsuna said, looking over to Izuku, much like the others. What? I can't help that. I was a kid when I was told to train. Now let's see who goes against who. Who is going against who? Mirio asked as he rolled his shoulders. We can always just draw lots, Izuku suggested, with everyone agreeing until they realized they didn't have any lots. Good idea, but we got nothing for that, Kendo said, while Izuku held out his hands, and out came enough wooden sticks with numbers on the top. Izuku had used the Udo no Mi, wood fruit, to make the sticks. He also created a wooden bucket, placing the sticks inside and putting a wooden donut top on it, leaving the numbered ends sticking out. Let's do it this way then, Izuku said with a smirk as he grabbed one of the numbers. Although we are uneven. Well, we don't have to do a tournament type. We could just do a normal fight, like fighting whoever you want to fight. Might be a little much for some people though, Todoroki said, looking at Izuku, who seemed eager to fight him. Well, I will be okay with it. I don't mind having a good spar, even if it's against 16 others, Izuku replied, with everyone also being okay with it. Izuku did mention he wanted to see Shinso fight before him so he could learn from it. Shinso went and fought Kirishima as the first match. Both took a fighting stance, with Kirishima's being far better than Shinso's, which was a bit sloppy. Izuku gave the signal, and Shinso moved forward, keeping his guard up. He came right in front of Kirishima in a few steps and started with a right hook that Kirishima dodged under. He then avoided a left jab and responded with a right hook to Shinso's ribs. The punch did significant damage to Shinso, but it gave him a good opportunity for a right jab and a low kick against Kirishima's knee, which stopped him for a moment. Kirishima's pause earned Shinso a straight jab to the nose, which he was able to tank. Kirishima regained his stance and landed a combo, a right hook to the ribs, then a right hook to Shinso's chin, finishing with a left straight punch that knocked Shinso down. I give up, Shinso called out, now in pain. Fight me next. Tetsu called out as Shinso walked out. Kirishima agreed, as it wasn't manly to back down from a fight. As they fought, Izuku let out a couple of encouraging words to Shinso, who felt better right away. Well, you did decent against Kirishima. You just have to focus more on technique before trying to fight someone like him. That or consider using a weapon, Izuku told Shinso as they sat and watched Tetsu and Kirishima trade blows. I know, but I don't really know what to use. Why not use Aizawa's scarf? Try asking for a couple of lessons with it. He agreed it might be perfect for him to use and could help him learn extra techniques later on. I would also suggest, after you learn more from Aizawa, to consider using tonfas. They are great for close combat, Kendo added as a suggestion to her newest classmate. I want to fight Midoriya next, Mei said just as Kirishima hit the floor. Sure thing, Izuku replied, jumping up and walking to the designated fighting area. He took a broad stance, legs wide and slightly crouched down, one arm on his back with an open palm, the other aimed toward Mei with an open palm. Get ready, Izuku said, his tone oddly intimidating toward Mei, who stood there with a nervous smile, hoping for a carefree fight rather than a massive defeat. Bring it. Mei sounded unsure but went for it nonetheless. After Mirio gave the signal, Izuku returned to a normal stance with a laugh. Don't worry, I'm not going to do something like that. Yet. He walked towards her, and she took the chance to throw a left punch, but it was sloppy. Izuku dodged it easily and grabbed her wrist with his right hand. She then tried a right hook to make him let go, but Izuku stepped forward and placed his arm on her back. Mei began to blush as she noticed they were standing in a tango position. Unsure of what to do, her face turned even redder. Izuku stepped forward again, and now they stood in a tango dip. I do prefer this over a normal spar, he said, making Mei blush even more. You ready to give up yet, or do you still want to do the spin? I give, Mei said, and Izuku let her go with a laugh. She quickly hid behind her big sister, who was laughing and asking to be next. But that wasn't on the agenda as Bakugo walked in right away. We're going now, princess, Bakugo said, taking a wide fighting stance. Sure thing. Just don't cry when you get kicked on your butt, Izuku responded with friendly banter. Bakugo started with a slightly failed attack, moving faster than normal but lacking the speed needed to connect. He was right in front of Izuku and attempted an uppercut, which Izuku dodged, responding with a punch that Bakugo blocked and turned into a hip throw. Izuku rolled through it, and Bakugo didn't let up. Izuku blocked all his attacks. When Bakugo threw a left jab, Izuku countered with a hook to his ribs. From there, it was downhill for Bakugo, but he managed to land a hard punch right to Izuku's nose, making it bleed. With a missed right hook, Izuku locked in an armbar, forcing Bakugo to tap out. Bakugo stayed in the hold longer than necessary, and Izuku had to overextend his arm a bit, which would need healing. Instead of complaining, he used the Tori Tori no Mi model, Phoenix, to heal himself. I'm taking a small break, Izuku said as Kendo stood up, wanting to go around herself. Nijire also stood up to face Kendo. As soon as Mirio gave the signal, Nijire started moving. Kendo was surprised by Nijire's speed, which Izuku noted was a less effective version of Shave, similar to Bakugo's. Nijire didn't give Kendo a chance to establish control. Kendo could only dodge and block. In terms of fighting without quirks, they were evenly matched. Kendo had more technique, but Nijire had more experience in fights. While not a brawler like Mirio or Yuyu, Nijire could still deliver a solid beating. Kendo didn't like being pushed back and needed an opening. After blocking a vertical chop with her elbow, she found her chance and connected a palm strike right below Nijire's armpit, knocking her off balance. Kendo then executed a hip toss perfectly as Nijire hit the ground. Kendo went in for a triangle choke, which she managed to apply, forcing Nijire to tap out. After the fight, both girls excitedly praised each other's skills. Who wants to fight me next? Kamakiri asked, with Mirio raising his hand. No one else did, so it was Mirio versus Kamakiri, who felt slightly intimidated. As Kirishima gave the signal, both rushed in. Mirio held back slightly, but it was still an uneven match. Kamakiri had no trouble dodging but refused to do so, and each punch that connected hurt. Whenever Kamakiri landed a punch, it seemed like Mirio didn't even feel it. After a right elbow strike to the side of Kamakiri's head knocked him out, the match was over. I want next, against Midoriya, Setsuna said, with Pony and Yui agreeing, leading to a playful argument about who would go next. We can always do 3-on-1. I'd be okay with it. You think you can handle 3 women at once, hotshot? Setsuna teased with a wink, implying a double meaning. Oh, you bet I can, he replied with a smirk and a wink as he made his way to the ring. The others started to cheer as Setsuna laughed and blushed while the three of them entered the ring. This time, Izuku took a serious stance, determination in his eyes. Pony rushed in first, aiming to headbutt Izuku. He placed his palm on her head, kicked her legs out from under her, and slammed her head into the ground. He then dodged a kick from Setsuna by rolling, but Yui aimed for him, and as soon as he stopped, he received a kick to the side of the head. This nearly made him fall, but with a handstand jump, he landed on his feet, ready to face them. The two of them were right on him. He kicked Setsuna in the gut and blocked Yui's punch. As Setsuna came back for a punch, Izuku placed Yui in the way, making her take the blow to her back. Izuku pushed Yui right into Setsuna. This gave him a moment as both of them fell to the floor. He took a deep breath and took a stance again. Both got up, nodded, and rushed forward together. He dodged a straight punch, which allowed him to grab Yui's arm, lifting it in the air and pushing hard, making her fall to the floor. He then ducked under a punch from Setsuna, which gave him a free hit to Setsuna's neck, knocking her out. "Guess it's just us now," Izuku said as he walked out of the way of Setsuna, making sure not to stand on her by accident. "Better, more NTMT this way," Yui said with a small smile. Yui rushed forward and started with a front kick, which Izuku caught with his hand, lifting it and making her do a split. Much to Izuku's surprise and enjoyment, she wasn't affected. "You are very flexible," Izuku said as Yui's leg was nearly at 115 degrees. "You don't know half of it." "I do a lot of yoga," Yui replied with a light blush as she stood under Izuku's gaze. Can you stop staring and let go of my leg?" she asked, and Izuku let go, apologizing. Yui rushed forward again, trying to knee Izuku, but he dodged and placed her in a chokehold. Yui started to struggle, but Izuku used more force and knocked her out as she wasn't tapping out. "Demon, that was a lot of effort," Izuku said as he used the Ito Ito no Mi, string fruit, to drag the three knocked out ladies out of the ring. "I have to head out. I need to get ready for my family dinner. Let's go to me." "By the way, next time we have to spar, Midoriya," Mirio called out, looking at his phone as he started walking away. This made everyone check the time. "Yeah, I think it's time for a shower and dinner. I will take them with me. But we should really do this some other time," Kendo said as she placed Yui on her shoulder. Tetsu did the same, carrying both Setsuna and Pony. "Agreed. We should always eat on time, as a proper meal is essential for a healthy lifestyle," Ida said as he and Todoroki began making their way back home. The walk there was short, but on their way, Izuku received a text from Namuri that she was having dinner with the girls at a fancy restaurant. Izuku texted back that they should share no expense and get whatever they wanted, and if possible, to order a nice big dessert for him. Namuri agreed, saying it was already her plan to do so. At home, Izuku took a quick shower, which honestly took more out of him than most things. After the shower, he made dinner for himself, which was 6 massive bowls of fried rice with ground bison and hot sauce. He then spent the rest of the day sitting on the couch, playing video games with Shiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Bakugo, with whom he was starting to become friends. Izuku was on the couch enjoying some TV as he was alone in the common room. Bakugo, Shiro, Kaminari, and Kirishima had gone back to their rooms after playing 4 games and getting bored. Izuku stayed in the common room, waiting for the girls, and seeing it was getting around 9, he expected them back soon. Around 15 minutes after 9, Izuku heard a car stop near the dorms. It didn't take long before the dorms opened, and in came all the ladies. First was Robin, carrying many bags. Then came Namuri, who was carrying 2 chocolate cakes in containers, each with writing on them, one saying Izuku, and the other, 1A. Mina and Momo followed, both carrying around 5 small packets of extra food, including chocolate-covered strawberries and risotto. Then came Achiko, who was carrying a sleeping Eri. The other girls were all carrying their own bags. Izuku noticed them and got up, speaking softly so as not to awaken Eri. "I hope you all had fun today." "Yes, we did, after getting past our little shyness about spending your money," Namuri said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. "I'll take Eri upstairs," Izuku said as he summoned 8 tails of Gyuki. "Can you take Eri and tuck her in?" Gyuki gave a thumbs up, knowing his voice was often loud and didn't want to wake the little princess. Are you sure you didn't mind? Momo asked, with some of the girls also wanting to know his thoughts. I don't mind, I just hope you all enjoyed yourselves today. We did, although I do feel bad. That dress was really expensive, and it's not like I'm going to wear it that often. I'd be afraid to, Achiko said, and Izuku hugged her, lifting her slightly. If you don't stop that, I'm going to take you shopping, and that means you're getting a full store as your closet, he said, making Achiko blush deeply, but she nodded. Nami leaned toward Kami, Mina, and Nemuri and asked, Hey, he wouldn't do that, would he? Nemuri nodded. He did for Eri and even tried buying a makeup store for me, but I was able to stop him. It was their second trip as a family, with Eri only being with them shortly. Izuku had used one of his powers to look like Aizawa, so he wouldn't be disturbed. They first went to Toy World. Izuku told Eri to get whatever she wanted, but she was scared he would become angry, so she only grabbed one cheap doll. Izuku insisted she should choose more, saying he wouldn't mind. Eri still hesitated, so he ended up buying everything, including 2 sets of trucks for all the items, and had Alfred and another butler drive the trucks. The other girls listened to the story, and even Izuku could hear it. What they heard made them smile at the thought of how good a dad Izuku was. When we got to a makeup store, I wanted mascara but couldn't find the right one at the right price, so I went with nothing. Izuku thought I believed he spent too much, so I didn't want anything. Thankfully, I was able to persuade him not to buy a whole makeup store. This made them laugh, and Izuku looked embarrassed. He placed Achiko down and playfully threw Nemuri over his shoulder, making her gasp and laugh. Sorry, ladies, but I feel like I need to punish Nemuri, Izuku said with a polite smile, causing the girls to blush. He grabbed 2 chocolate-covered strawberries and ran off with Nemuri, waving to the still blushing ladies. The next morning, Nemuri and Izuku were in bed. The covers were thrown aside, and Izuku lay on his side behind Nemuri, one hand on her hip. He was gently holding her close, and they shared soft kisses. Nemuri, I'm close, Izuku told her as he increased the pace. Their connection deepened, and they shared an NTMT moment filled with affection. Afterward, Izuku kissed Nemuri on her forehead, and though he still felt energized, he noticed Nemuri needed to rest. Don't strain yourself, Nem. Just relax for the afternoon, he told her as he got up to head to the bathroom. Izuku opened the medicine cabinet and grabbed a little red box, taking 2 pills. He filled a cup with water for Nemuri and grabbed 2 small towels, one wet and one dry, to clean her up after their morning together. Once Nemuri was cleaned up and feeling a bit better, they made their way to the showers, though Nemuri had some trouble walking. Had a good morning? Nami asked with a knowing smirk, and Nemuri nodded as she walked over to the showers. Mom, are you okay? Eri called from the coffee table, where she, Achiko, and Robin were playing Minecraft together. Yes, honey, I just tripped and hurt my ankle. Don't worry, it will be okay after I have a shower. She then asked Achiko to keep an eye on her phone while she confirmed an interview. What interview? Kirishima asked, upside down on the couch while playing a game with Mina. Oh yeah, it's an interview about what happened with Stain and where our relationship is going to be public, Mina explained, showing Kirishima a word he had to guess. Fuku, guess that's going to be something new, Kirishima said, trying to guess the word. Kangaroo, he asked, which was correct. Are you guys nervous? Nami asked Mina and Achiko. Kind of. I just hope the reaction isn't negative, Achiko admitted, still worried about how people would perceive her background. I doubt they would do that. I heard a story from my parents about the current Queen of Asia, who also grew up on a tight budget and now funds a lot of homeless shelters and activities for the less fortunate, Ida chimed in, placing his book down to join the conversation. Would they even have the guts to talk about their prince's choice or go against a future queen? Azui added, opening her laptop to join Eri. What the heck are you extras talking about? Bakugo asked as he entered the common room with his and Kirishima's laptop. Yo, Bakugo, you came, Kirishima greeted. Duh, you texted me to come, shitty hair, Bakugo replied, giving Kirishima his laptop and taking a seat on the couch. But what were you all talking about? What about the queen? Oh, Midoriya is going to have an interview today where he is going to discuss his relationship, and we started talking about how they might talk negatively about Yururika's background. The public is too scared for that. They didn't say anything when the current queen got into a relationship while still poor, Bakugo said. How would you know? Nami asked, confused. Well, my mom used to be friends with her, Bakugo replied, placing his laptop on the couch and heading to the kitchen for a drink while downloading Minecraft. Wait, your mom used to be friends with the queen? I mean, they still kind of are. She does a lot of clothing redesigns for them, he said as Izuku walked out of the shower. Wait, your mom is Michan? Who? Bakugo asked, puzzled by the nickname. Oh yeah, nickname. Blonde, rather young-looking, married, loves to play volleyball. Yeah, that sounds like my mom. How do you know her, and why do you call her Michan? Bakugo asked, confused and a little irritated. And she isn't married anymore, he added, sounding a bit down. Oh really? Well, your mom did a lot of my clothing for royal events, like suits and stuff. But I only heard her first name, and when we first met, that was too hard to say, so I went with Michan and it stuck, he said, smiling as he remembered one of his first crushes. Not that Bakugo needed to hear that. Wait, that means you were that green-haired fool who was madly in love with her, weren't you? Bakugo said, almost laughing as he recalled the stories. This got everyone on alert as Nemuri just got out of the shower herself. What? Yeah, the old hag often said I should behave like what was that dumb nickname? Aichan, that was it. Yeah. Each time you would do what she asked, you'd have a flower for her. This was met with laughter directed at Izuku, who was rather embarrassed about the whole deal. I am so going to get the old hag here. That is going to be so flipping funny, Bakugo said, nearly cursing but catching himself. He grabbed his phone to text her. Izuku, your interview is going to be at 3, so you have 5 hours left, Ochiko said, giggling at Izuku's embarrassment. Thanks. Izuku sat down to answer some emails. I really hate this part of being royalty, he said, defeated, as Nemuri sat next to him. What? These emails. I get dozens of emails from businesses and country officials. This is awaiting you as well. They want to gain favor with the royal family for more fame. I've even had some offers to marry their children. Some dude even offered for me to have a relationship with his wife, Izuku said, recalling the strange memory. The others laughed while the girls wondered what odd requests they might receive in emails. So what can we expect? Nemuri asked. Izuku thought about it for a second. Well, I can't be fully sure, but I am pretty sure you will receive business deals from here to Tokyo. You will get all sorts of free things like plane trips, hotel rooms, and other weird offers, Izuku said, showing one of those emails to Nemuri. Hello, Sir Midoriya-sama. My name is Goru. I am the CEO of Taka Industry. Now that you are of legal age, I wanted to ask if you were interested in possibly marrying one of my daughters. Some of the other higher-ups at Taka also have appealing daughters, all ready for marriage. If you are more into older women, we also have high-ranking older women who are interested in marriage. Hope to hear back from you, and please have a blessed day. Nemuri laughed as the man had sent many pictures of the women, some wearing clothing that left little to the imagination. Izuku sighed as he sent a polite response indicating he was not interested in marriage with those ladies. He then spent the rest of the 5 hours responding to emails and playing games with his classmates. Hello and welcome to News Japan. I am your host Haruto Daro, here as always with the lovely Sarah Wu, a man with the head of a boar said, introducing his co-host, a appealing woman with long blonde hair in a fancy red dress. You could also see her quirk as her arm was robotic with a screen and blinking lights. Today we have quite a bit happening. First, we will have an interview with Prince Izuku Midoriya. While that is exciting by itself, we have more. Yes, we do, Daro. Not only will we speak with the prince and ask him all sorts of questions, but we have also received some news. Both the queen and king are on their way back to Japan and should be arriving sometime this week, Wu said, glancing at her arm. Plus, the other royal families should also enter Asia either at the end of this week or the beginning of next week. But let's get right into the interview we are all waiting for, Daro said as they turned their attention to the large screen at the back, which showed Izuku with a smile on his face. Hello, Thank you for having me. It's our honor to have you here with us today. I hope you are in good health after your injuries from the fight with Kaizome Akaguro, also known as Stain. Yes, I am in good health. Although I did sustain this, he said, pointing at his scar. Nonsense. It fits well on your face and makes you quite handsome, Wu said, with Izuku thanking her while chuckling. It was clear to Izuku that the woman was trying to flirt with him, which was also evident to Nomuri, who gave him a knowing look while she, Eri, Ochako, and Mina waited for Izuku to call them over. About the Stain incident, you were there studying under Midnight, correct? Yes, I took my internship with Midnight, and during that time, she was part of the group that confronted Stain. How is she doing? I heard she also received some injuries, and there have been rumors that you were the one to bring her to a hospital. How much of that is correct? Daro asked. Yes, Midnight received several injuries, and I did bring her to the hospital. Do you happen to know if she is still injured, or has she already recovered? Wu asked. Yes, Recovery Girl was a great help for both of us, and Midnight is now back in full strength. There have been a lot of rumors surrounding both of you, with the main one being that you are in a relationship. If it's not too personal, could you tell us if that is true? Yes, Midnight and I have been in a relationship for a while now. With this, Izuku signaled for Nomuri and the others to join him. I am in a relationship with these 3 appealing women, and this here is my daughter. As Izuku said this, it was clear that they were shocked beyond belief. I am sorry, sir, but could you please say that again? I believe there was some interference, Daro said. Of course. This is my daughter Eri and my 3 appealing girlfriends. We were not aware that you had a daughter. Who is her mother, if I can ask? I'm not sure. I adopted her after an encounter with a villain. Since that day, I adopted her, and I don't regret it for a single second. As for her mother's, it seems like she has plenty of those. Izuku smiled as he turned Eri to face the camera. Well, hello, princess. How are you doing today? I'm fine, thank you. What should we call your girlfriends? Wu asked, ready to write down names for research. Well, who better to introduce them than themselves? Izuku said, first pointing at Nomuri. Hello, I am Nomuri Kiyama. Hi, I am Mina Ishido. Hello. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Well, you have been dropping some rather large bombs on us. I assume that is the last, right? Daro said as the rest started researching everything. Izuku looked at Nomuri, who gave a smile and a nod. Well, speaking of surprises, we do have one more piece of news. Nomuri and I are trying for a child. This was enough to make them all stop searching and go wide-eyed. Right at that moment, the news went crazy. In those 8 worlds, the media room exploded in chaos, as did all the homes that were watching the news live. As Izuku and his small family enjoyed the sights of shock, excitement, and disbelief, everyone began tweeting about this news. That is amazing news. So we should be expecting a small prince in about 10 months. Yes, if everything goes well, then that should be the case. Now, I do hope you all don't mind, but we have done some small research about both Miss Ishido and Miss Uraraka, just so we know a little about them. We expected as much. So what do you want to ask? Now, I mean this with the utmost respect, but we have come to find out that Miss Uraraka grew up with rather tight financial circumstances. Yes, I am well aware of that. Well, you might be aware of it, but do you believe this might be a case to become wealthy? Ochako looked down embarrassed. That is not the case. First and foremost, she or any of my friends are not like that. While I do enjoy spoiling my friends, she has shown that she does not like it when I do that with her. I would appreciate it if those types of comments could remain unspoken. This startled the man, and he began apologizing to both Ochako and Izuku. Izuku placed his hand on Ochiko's leg in assurance. She placed her hand, -1 pinky, on his hand and squeezed it. Izuku answered more questions directed at him and the ladies. They asked about some of the girls' hobbies, food, music, anything at all. While the beginning of the interview might have been a little uncomfortable, it changed quickly as they became more relaxed. Izuku was asked if he had his eyes on more ladies, which was met with a laugh as Nomuri spoke. "Oh, I have some plans for this one here," she said, wrapping her arm around his neck. More questions followed, mostly trying to find out who they had in mind. The first guesses went to Izuku's classmates and Nemuri's friends, such as Emi or Rumi, which went unanswered by anyone. It took around 20 minutes. As Izuku was asked about his classmates and how they were treating him nicely, he felt grateful to have friends. He was also asked about his teachers, especially All Might, who remained the #1 hero despite Izuku's growing reputation. After the interview, Izuku, Nemuri, Achiko, Mina, and Eri headed to the common room, where they found all the students watching the interview. To Izuku's surprise, there were a couple of new guests. Upon entering the common room, Izuku made eye contact with one of the guests and went from happy to terrified. "Hello, kid," one of the guests said with a smile. "Hello, teacher," Izuku stammered, attempting to sneak toward the door. The woman he referred to as teacher was tall, with a slender yet well-toned figure, fair skin, sharp dark eyes, and long black hair styled in box braids. Just as Izuku thought he might escape, he bumped into one of his second teachers. "You're not trying to go anywhere, are you?" the elderly man asked. He was tall with a strong build, round glasses, and facial hair. A scar ran over his right eye, a reminder of past experiences. "No, of course not. I just forgot something in my room. Let me go get it real quick," Izuku said, hoping to make a quick exit. But as he backed away, he encountered his third teacher, who was also in the room. Now, you can always get it later. It's time to introduce the lovely ladies and that little princess, don't you think?" He had spiky silver hair, dark gray eyes, and a relaxed expression, with a mask covering most of his lower face. Izuku felt cornered with nowhere to hide. But then he had an idea. "Eri, come here for a second." This prompted his teachers to gather around. Kakashi-sensei, could you please remove the mask? Eri is still a little scared of them." "Oh, is that so?" Kakashi replied, crouching down. Eri, who was indeed a bit frightened, nodded. Kakashi removed his mask, revealing a kind smile. "Is this better?" he asked, and Eri gave a small nod. "Well, Eri, this is Izumi Curtis, Silver's Rayleigh, and Kakashi Hataki. Or as I like to call them, Teacher, Rayleigh, and Kakashi-sensei. They were some of my teachers in fighting." Each teacher crouched down to make Eri feel more comfortable. Izuku thought this would be the perfect time to escape, but as he attempted to run, Nemuri grabbed his ear. "Ouch!" he exclaimed as she pulled him close. "Did you really offer Eri up to make your escape?" "No," Izuku protested, though it was clear that was his plan. He felt a harder pinch in his ear from his teacher. "You don't want to talk with your sweet teachers," she said sweetly, but Izuku could only hear the teasing in her tone. "I would love to talk with Ichika in person, and I wouldn't mind talking with you over the phone, but every time we see each other, you do this," Izuku said, still hanging on as she held his ear. "Why are you scared of that housewife?" Bakugo said, unimpressed that his rival was so intimidated. "You fight her then, Pop Rocks," Izuku shot back, making Rayleigh chuckle at the nickname. As if, "I don't want to take on that old lady or those old geezers," Bakugo replied. "Watch your mouth, kid. You're way out of your league," Kakashi said, pulling out a book from his pocket. "Bring it then, young man," Rayleigh challenged, standing back up with Eri sitting on his hand, laughing as she was effortlessly lifted. Izuku's teachers and classmates made their way to an open gym, with Nemuri having the authority to allow its use. Izuku walked a little behind everyone, while Nemuri and the girls enjoyed sharing stories about him, and Eri got to know the three new people. All three of Izuku's teachers had known him for a long time. Rayleigh had been with the royal family since Izuku's grandfather became king, starting in the royal army and working his way up. Izumi began her role when Inko entered the scene, and Kakashi joined when the current king, Hisashi, was crowned. They all trained Izuku in combat, each focusing on different aspects. Rayleigh specialized in haki and its infusion within weapons. While he was a kind old man, Izuku had endured many tough lessons under him, leading to nightmares. Izumi was his combat instructor, with a strong emphasis on weapons, particularly swords. Kakashi, however, was focused on using quirks. They arrived at an open area that resembled the arena where they had fought during the sports festival. Rayleigh stepped into the ring and waited for Bakugo, who soon joined him. "Are you sure you want to continue with this, young man?" Rayleigh asked, offering Bakugo an out. "What old man? Scared I'll kick your butt too hard?" Bakugo retorted, a grin on his face. Rayleigh just laughed. "First to give up, get knocked out, or get kicked out of the ring, Gio?" Izuku announced, giving the signal. Bakugo rushed forward with an explosion, rotating his hands as he aimed a spinning heel kick at Rayleigh's head. Rayleigh countered by grabbing Bakugo's foot and delivered a powerful palm strike to Bakugo's stomach, sending him flying back and nearly out of the ring. However, Bakugo managed to catch himself with another explosion. Rayleigh sighed. "Was that all you had?" he taunted Bakugo, who quickly got back up and charged again. This time, instead of a spinning heel kick, he attempted a wide high kick, which Rayleigh dodged by ducking. Bakugo then spun for a leg sweep, but Rayleigh jumped over it. Midair, Bakugo smirked and aimed both palms at Rayleigh, unleashing a large explosion. "Ha, I got the old man," Bakugo exclaimed, the smoke obscuring his view. "Yeah, I don't see him there anymore." "Good job," Rayleigh replied, placing a hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Surprised, Bakugo tried to react, but it was too late. Rayleigh tossed him out of the ring. "I'm impressed. I didn't expect to use Jeppo," Rayleigh said, signaling for Izuku to enter. Izuku stepped up, with Eri cheering him on. "Quirks or no quirks?" he asked. "Not for now," Rayleigh answered. As Nemuri gave the signal, Izuku used Shave, teleporting right in front of Rayleigh to deliver an elbow strike. Rayleigh blocked it with his forearm and aimed a strike at Izuku's gut, which Izuku caught by the wrist. He attempted a wrist lock, but Rayleigh escaped and flipped Izuku over. Izuku jumped back, but Rayleigh stayed on him. They exchanged blows for a while, neither landing a solid hit as they blocked and deflected each other's attacks. Finally, Izuku feinted with an elbow strike and connected with a straight kick to Rayleigh's arm. "I win, old man," Izuku laughed, and Rayleigh nodded, stepping back. Izuku was ready to continue, but Izumi entered the ring. "You ready for a second round, brat?" she asked, cracking her knuckles. "You know I would, but I just remembered that I, still have to wash my homework," Izuku tried to joke, but Izumi wasn't having it. She clapped her hands together, summoning 2 stone swords from the ground. "Then I'll make this quick," she said, rushing forward with Shave. Izuku had no time to call on a weapon, so he used Haki on his arms and prepared to fight. He held his ground well, but unlike Rayleigh, Izumi didn't hold back. She delivered a powerful front kick to Izuku's chest, sending him flying out of the ring and rolling a few meters before coming to a stop. "Really?" Izuku mumbled as he got up and dusted himself off. "Can I fight you next?" Shoto asked, and Izumi nodded sweetly. Shoto entered the ring, and with a signal from Kakashi, they began. Shoto shot out a wave of ice, prompting Izumi to drop her swords and clap her hands together onto the incoming ice. The ice exploded as she used her quirk, knocking Shoto out of the ring without causing him any injuries. "What the heck was that?" Kirishima asked, confused. "That's her quirk. It's called alchemy. By clapping her hands together and touching something, she transforms it into whatever she wants, given the materials are there." She turned the water in the ice into a steam explosion that knocked him out, Izuku explained, having seen this happen before. "Well, we would love to hang around, but we have some work to do. We still need to check the surroundings and the mansion where the king and queen will stay," Rayleigh said, waving as he walked off. "They will pop by tomorrow, I believe," Kakashi informed Izuku and the others. For Izuku, this meant he would see his parents, but for everyone else, it was a meeting with the king and queen, the 2 highest-ranking people in their part of the world. The rest of Izuku's day was rather uneventful. He had a discussion with the teachers at Nizu's request about the king and queen, ensuring they had everything they wanted or needed. Izuku wasn't sure what to expect, as his parents never really wanted anything special. When he returned to the dorms, he was bombarded with questions about his parents, how they should act, if there was anything they weren't allowed to do, and how they should greet them. Izuku had just reassured everyone that if they were friendly, everything would be fine. His mother was a kind woman who preferred helping others over standing by. The girls were nervous, especially since they had feelings for Izuku, and now they were about to meet his parents. They gathered in Momo's room, brainstorming a game plan to make a good impression. They needed to play to their strengths, and as they prepared, their anxiety grew. Meanwhile, Inko and Hisashi sat in the back of the SUV, reviewing the names of people at UA. Inko, however, was more focused on the girls who were dating Izuku, trying to get to know them better. The next day, Izuku was waiting at the gate for his parents alongside Nizu, All Might, Midnight, Eri, Achiko, and Mina. Each of them wore neat outfits, Nizu in his finest suit, All Might in his hero attire, Eri in a dress adorned with cartoon apples, and the others in stylish casual wear. After a brief wait, the SUV arrived, and the doors opened. First out was Inko, looking stunning. Then came Hisashi, who resembled Izuku, though he had a small beard and black hair, while Izuku's hair had a hint of green. "Hello, father, mother. How was the car ride?" Izuku asked as his mother rushed over for a warm hug, inspecting his face with concern. "Oh baby, look at this," she said, worry in her voice. "Mom, fine. How about I introduce you all?" Izuku replied, moving to shake hands with his father and then to his friends. "First, these are Principal Nizu and All Might. It's an honor to meet you both," they said with bows. "Welcome to UA," Nizu said, with Inko also bowing slightly. "Thank you for taking care of my baby boy. I know he can be a lot to handle, but still, thank you," Inko added. Nizu and All Might were soon paged and had to leave, which Inko and Hisashi understood. "Well, Mom, Dad, this is your granddaughter, Eri. Eri, these are my mom and dad." Inko and Hisashi were eager to spoil Eri, but they noticed she seemed scared, so they kept their distance. "Hello," Eri said, her voice small. Normally more confident, she felt intimidated by the girl's excitement about meeting Izuku's parents. "Hello, sweetheart. What a pretty dress you have," Inko said, kneeling to Eri's level. "Thank you. I like your pretty hair," Eri replied, feeling a calming presence from Inko. "Do you like apples?" Eri asked, testing the waters. "I do. Do you like them?" Inko responded. Eri nodded enthusiastically. "I love apples. They're my favorites. I like candy apples. Papa says they aren't good for my teeth, but I still get to eat them." Hisashi crouched down near Inko. "What a pretty princess you are. Did you know I have a present for you?" he said, signaling for Jean to bring a briefcase. "When I found out you were joining our family, I had this made for you. It took a little longer than I wanted, but now I can finally give it to you." He pulled out a sparkling tiara adorned with diamonds and rare gemstones. Eri's eyes lit up, and she asked him to put it on her. With a big smile, Hisashi placed the tiara on her head. "Papa, how do I look?" Eri asked Izuku, who could only smile and give her a thumbs up, utterly speechless. "Now, last but not least, Mom, Dad, these are my girlfriends, Namuri, Achiko, and Mina." The three girls bowed in greeting. Inko approached with a serious expression, causing the girls to feel a bit intimidated as she scrutinized them, until she turned around to Izuku. "They are so pretty, Izuku. You're going to make the cutest grandbabies," she squealed as she started hugging the three ladies. "How about we meet your other friends? It should be a good time for Eri to eat lunch if she hasn't already." "No, she has not. We were waiting for you," Izuku responded as Eri ran up to Inko to be carried, which Inko gladly did. Eri began playing with Inko's hair while asking the girls all sorts of questions. As they walked toward the dorms, Inko was ahead, asking Namuri, Mina, and Achiko questions with Eri in her arms. Izuku lagged a little behind, talking with his father, Hisashi, and Jean. "So, I want to know, how did you all first meet my baby boy?" Inko asked the girls. She was aware of how Izuku met Namuri since she was a teacher at the school he attended, but she wanted to know about the other two. "I think Achiko should be the one telling that story. For me, I just ran toward my friend to tease her about the big guy she was talking to," Mina said, shifting the focus to Achiko. "Oh, well, I just met him." No, sweetheart, give me all the details. "I need to know them," Inko insisted, prompting Achiko to nod and take a deep breath. So, I woke up that day super nervous. The entire train ride over, I was trying to control my breathing. When I arrived at the UA gates, I was shaking. But then, when I took my first couple of steps, I saw someone fall next to me. I reached out to stop them with my quirk. To my surprise, it was this tall boy in a hoodie with a face mask. When I talked to him, he didn't respond, but we were all nervous. Then Mina pulled me away, and I didn't think I would see the guy again. But during the exam, both Mina and I heavily overused our quirks. We were pinned to the ground when this massive robot, the size of an apartment complex, punched down toward us. Out of nowhere, this figure stood in front of us, shielding us from an explosion we didn't even know had happened. That was Izuku saving us. Oh my god, that is so cute. But Izuku shouldn't be nervous during those exams. He has fought things more dangerous than a simple robot, Inko said, with Izuku nodding and looking embarrassed. Yeah, it wasn't the exam. I just didn't expect to see someone that pretty, Izuku admitted, causing Achiko to blush even more as Inko squealed, and Hisashi and Jin laughed. That is beyond cute. Now, what about first dates? Inko asked. Only me so far, but the girls do have a plan for their date, which will happen later tonight, Achiko replied. Oh, first, what was your date like? Oh, it was wonderful. He picked me up in such a nice suit. We had a peaceful drive and arrived at this massive mansion. There was this huge garden, and we went inside to eat. The food was amazing. It might have been the greatest hamburger steak I ever tasted. Then we ended it by just watching TV. So, what is your idea for the date? Inko asked. Oh, it's kind of like that, but we would eat at a restaurant and then watch a movie at home. Oh, that is also very sweet. Just thinking of it makes me a little jealous of you. Hey, we go on dozens of dates whenever we are somewhere, Hisashi chimed in. I know, honey, Inko said, rolling her eyes, which made the girls giggle. What do your parents think about you dating Izuku? Achiko asked. Oh, well, my folks are okay with it. They were shocked when I said I had feelings for him. Although my mom joked that I was becoming a princess, Mina said with a laugh. My parents were a little shocked and confused, but they have no problems with it. Why do parents normally have a problem with it? Achiko wondered. Yes, although my parents weren't with us when I started dating Hisashi. From the stories I heard, the queen before me had a lot of troubles with her own family, more so because they weren't seen as royalty themselves. I just had my friends. I had 2 friends. One of them you should have already met, Izumi Curtis, and the second was Mitsuki. They didn't believe me at first, but when I showed them Hisashi, they were very supportive. While the girls continued talking, Hisashi was discussing the upcoming event with Izuku and Jin. Izuku, about the World Council meeting, I've been doing some talking, and there's about a 90% chance you will have to fight at the upcoming meeting. Because of how his country operates, I've had some difficulties finding out much about what he has been doing this past year. So if you fight him, be prepared for things you might not expect, Hisashi said seriously. Do not worry, father. I have been preparing for a whole year. I even have plans for after I win. I know what he can do and what he will try. Sheik won't be able to win like he did against Bjorn. I know how he won against Bjorn last year was a dirty trick, and I know that Bjorn was your friend. But do not let your emotions get the better of you. While Bjorn might have lost his leg and arm, you might not be so lucky. The only reason Bjorn is still alive is because of the guards that stepped in and us sheltering him. I know, father. But I have people to live for. I will do what is necessary to make sure everything turns out great. You won't even know all the plans I have for them. Oh, now you have me intrigued. Do tell me one of them, I am curious. Okay, so first off, I plan on putting Bjorn back in power. I know because of the law that we can't make him one of the royal families, but I plan on making him the leader of the area. That way, we don't have to continue returning them every week. I also plan to do the same thing in Africa, but I won't say who I have in mind. For Africa, I plan on using their vast desert to put solar screens up and harvest far more energy from the sun. That way, we could lower the prices of electricity around our area. Oh, that is a good plan. But before making any big plans, focus on the task ahead. Sheik will be an incredibly hard obstacle to overcome, Hisashi told his son as they approached the door of the 1A dorm. When they opened the door, they were surprised to find that 1B was also present. The small royal family watched as 37 students reacted in various ways, some visibly startled. Inko and Hisashi, accustomed to such reactions, found it amusing. Some from 1B knelt and kept their eyes on the ground, while others stood straight, almost saluting. Thankfully, 1A had been warned ahead of time, but 1B had arrived just after Izuku moved to the gate. "My apologies, your highnesses. We were not aware of your arrival," Shishida spoke, hoping not to offend them. "Do not worry. You can stand up and relax. Nothing bad will happen," Inko reassured them. "So, are you all in my son's class? It seems like quite a large group for one class." "No, your highness. We are in the other class. We just came by to say hello and hopefully figure out what to do during the upcoming events," Kendo said, trying her best to sound calm. "It's all right. You can just call us Mr. and Miss Midoriya. We are here to see our son and his classmates." "Oh, we could never use such titles with two of your status," one student replied. "Well, if I were to order everyone in this room to call us that, would that be more acceptable?" Inko offered, giving everyone a way out. "Well then, Mr. and Miss Midoriya, if you could please excuse us, we have to return to our dorm for other matters," another student said. Inko and Hisashi nodded, holding back laughter as they watched 1B nearly rush out of the room. Inko noticed that with her haki, the students visibly relaxed once they were out. "Oh, my apologies, Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya. Please have a seat. Can we get you anything? Perhaps some tea or water?" Ida asked. "Oh, you shouldn't have to do that. Izuku, can you make me a cup of tea? You know how I like it," Inko requested. "Sure thing, Mo. It will only take a second." Izuku grabbed a heat-resistant bowl and washed his hands before using the Netsu no Mi, heat fruit, to heat the water to the perfect temperature for his mother. "I hope he isn't a massive pain. I know how he can be sometimes," Inko said with a laugh. "He has been a great student, hero, and even a friend," Ida replied, unsure if he could truly consider Izuku a friend. "That's good to hear," Inko said. "Of course, I wasn't the main one causing problems. That was Kakashi-sensei or Alfred. They always blamed me." Izuku spoke, but his mother could easily tell if he was lying. "Now, if the girls could please come with me, I have some questions for the lovely ladies," Inko said as they moved outside. The girls were a little nervous but followed. Once they left the room, Hisashi leaned back. "Oh boy, your mother is putting on quite the show," he remarked. As soon as the door closed, Inko stood with Eri. "Now, I understand that some of you feel a certain way about my son, is that correct?" Not for me, ma'am. I'm currently in a relationship with one of our other classmates," Tsuyu said. "Oh, my apologies. You can leave or stay on this side if you prefer," Inko said, gesturing to her side. Tsuyu moved closer, curious about what would happen next. "Now, anyone else not having feelings for my son?" Inko asked. None of the girls moved. "Please be aware, I am happy to see that my son has attracted such appealing women, but if you are here for fame or riches, I will not hesitate to protect him. Ma'am, please know we never wish to hurt or betray your son. We all have grown quite attached to him," Robin said. "I can sense your emotions, and when I mentioned betrayal, I could tell you all despise that idea," Inko replied. Ma'am, how can you do that? Is it your quirk?" Nami asked. "No, it isn't. It's something called haki, which is only learnable and usable by members of the royal family. While it might be possible to learn it outside the royal family, there are significant consequences." "Oh, so are we allowed to learn it, or would that have to wait until after marriage?" Nami asked again. "Well, it would have to wait until you start dating my son, but after that, yes, you could learn it. I would even insist on it. I don't want my future daughters-in-law to be harmed when there's a way to prevent it." Ma'am, how can reading our emotions save our lives?" one girl asked. "Dear, hockey is much more than that. Here, let's go back inside so I can show you," Inko said as they quickly entered the dorm. "Izuku, can you turn to smoke for me?" She grabbed a walking cane and stood behind him. With a swift swing, she knocked his head off, but it immediately turned to smoke. Not even a second later, Izuku's head was back. Now, ladies, with hockey, this is possible. She smacked Izuku on the head, causing him to exclaim, "Ow." The girls responded with an amazed, "Oh." Both parents decided to talk with the kids a little longer before excusing themselves. After Inko and Hisashi left, Achiko and Mina prepared for their date. They stepped into the shower, scrubbing themselves down and using some of Momo and Nemuri's shower supplies, which they found to be the best. By the end, they felt refreshed, especially after using Nemuri's relaxing body scrub. Once they finished, they moved to Mina's dorm, where the other girls were waiting. Nami and Robin began brushing Achiko and Mina's hair while the others focused on clothing and makeup. Achiko opted for a simple makeup look and chose a dress she had bought on their girls' day. She also needed something for the movies, aiming for a CC outfit. She picked tight yoga leggings that accentuated her legs and a CRP top that would keep Izuku's attention. With Achiko ready, they turned to Mina, whose hair was already done. She also chose to wear her dress from the girls' day, looking for every opportunity to showcase it. For the movie, she decided on snug shorts and a fitted shirt that highlighted her figure, hoping to keep Izuku distracted from the film. Both girls packed a small bag with clothes for the movie and some extra sleepwear, even though they didn't expect to need it. They made their way downstairs, where Izuku was already prepared. He wore a nice suit and a golden Rolex, a birthday gift from his friend, the Prince of America, Jordan Strongarm. He had his wallet, phone, and keys for his Ford Mustang Mach-1, which had just enough room for 3. Izuku had taken extra care to clean up, showering twice to calm his nerves. He had called ahead to reserve a private table at the restaurant and confirmed that everything was in order. Alfred, his trusted assistant, had prepared everything for their movie night, including popcorn and mochi for the girls to take back to the dorm. Later that night, Izuku was asleep in bed, facing upwards, while Achiko lay on his side, slightly snoring. Mina was on top of them, her leg positioned near Izuku's face. They all slept peacefully until Izuku's phone rang, waking Mina first. She tried to get up but accidentally pressed down on Achiko, waking her and kicking Izuku in the face. Now all 3 of them were awake, and thankfully Mina rolled off. Izuku grabbed his phone, his face hurting, not ready for a foot in the face to wake up. "What?" Izuku asked, not sounding too friendly. "Well, good morning to you as well, my love," Nemuri said with a giggle as Izuku groaned and sat up. "Hey honey, sorry for the rough morning, we were awake late." "Oh my. I just wanted to call you and tell you Alfred stopped by. He mentioned that our protection detail will show up just before dinner. He thought you were here, so try not to be too late," Nemuri said, noting it was around. "Don't worry. We'll just get some breakfast, take a shower, and head back. Want anything?" "Oh, could you get me some of those dumplings from that place I like?" "Of course." "See you soon," Izuku replied, hearing Nemuri blow a kiss before hanging up. He looked back down and saw both of them sleeping again, but to Izuku's surprise and enjoyment, both had turned around and were spread out comfortably. "Hey, wake up. We still have things to do," he said as he moved out of bed, using his smoke fruit. He didn't want to disturb his girlfriends, who just groaned, still tired. "I don't want to move, I'm still sore from last night," Mina said. "It's not my fault. You guys got competitive," Izuku laughed. "But come on, let's take a shower and a small soak in the hot tub. It'll feel better for you girls." "Carry us, please," Mina begged, and Izuku rolled his eyes but kept a smile on his face. He used his smoke powers to lift them, bringing them closer as both leaned into his chest and kissed him on the cheek with a thank you. When they arrived at the bathroom, which looked more like a normal bathhouse due to its size, they were set down on the floor. "What the heck, why is it this big?" Achiko nearly screamed, astonished at the sheer space. She nearly fainted when she saw the tub was bigger than most pools. "No idea, but I was thinking of adding an extension. Open this wall here and create an area for those nice nights when you just want to soak and chill," he said, and Mina loved that idea. They cleaned themselves and soaked for about 15 minutes in the hot tub. "I never want to leave," Mina and Achiko said while relaxing in a massage chair, waiting on Izuku with their bags. "We should come back here more often. I don't think I could live without this anymore," Mina said just as Izuku came in. We can always come back from time to time. If you want anything for during the bath, we can set it up. I've been thinking of a coffee machine that can make iced coffee and milk coffee. With that done, they all got dressed and made their way to Izuku's car. What do you want to eat? I wouldn't mind a sandwich. I've been craving a BLT lately, Mina said, and Achiko agreed. They drove to a great sandwich place nearby the restaurant Namuri wanted. Are we going to eat inside? I mean, we could, but I don't mind. Well, let's order to go, then get back to you sooner. Sure. If you girls order a sandwich, I'll go get some dumplings for Namuri. Get me something good, Izuku said, handing them some cash before walking off to get the dumplings. It didn't take long before they were back in the car. On the drive toward UA, Mina and Achiko decided to eat their food, even feeding Izuku his sandwich. As they arrived at UA, they went straight for the dorm. Right away, Achiko and Mina were pulled off by the other girls, likely to be interrogated. Izuku went to the dining table and checked on Eri, who was on her laptop playing games. Hey sweetie, how did you sleep? Really good, Papa. Mama Nem and I watched this show about a boy with an arrow on his head. It was really funny, she said, smiling as he gave her a forehead kiss. He decided to join Eri for some games. After about 30 minutes, the girls were released, and they all walked out of the girls' side. So, Izuku, who is this protection detail that is showing up? Are we the only ones getting them? I'm not sure who it is, but I do know they'll protect all the classes in case something happens, he replied. But how do you think your date went? Well, Nami, I believe you already know how it went. Are you jealous of them? He said with a smirk. Oh, absolutely, but I can wait to blow your mind, she said with feigned confidence. In all honesty, from what she heard from Achiko and Mina, he had given her a good scare, but she was told they would completely enjoy themselves. The rest of the day, Izuku spent resting and scrolling on his laptop. To everyone else, it looked like he was doing nothing, but he was reading up on the latest information about the royal families. Each of them had arrived and was on their way toward UA. He was also learning more about Sheik, the Prince of Africa. Everyone was sure he would have to face him, and while he had faith he would win, he worried he might not come out of it unscathed. Sheik was powerful and lived in a world focused on battles and strength. His quirk allowed him to transform into animals, but he only chose a tiger, a decision that was seen as an insult to Izuku. When they were around 14, Izuku had chosen a dragon as his transformation, which he used to fight the Nomu. The Prince of Antarctica praised Izuku for his choice, as he, Izuku, and the Prince of America were best friends. Sheik, wanting to be seen as the greatest, chose the tiger, knowing that in Japanese stories, tigers often fought and defeated dragons. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Ida, being closest, opened it to reveal Alfred with two men behind him. Oh, hello. Please come in, Ida said as they entered. Hello, young prince. We hope we are not intruding, one of the men said. Izuku recognized him immediately. The man stood tall, wearing a black coat draped over his shoulders, a white buttoned shirt, and well-fitted breeches. He had red hair, a small stubble, and a saber at his side. Next to him stood another tall man with gray hair slicked back and a large scar on his left temple. He wore a black V-neck shirt, loose breeches with pockets, and a spiral-patterned cloak, along with a rifle tucked into his sash. Yo Shanks, Beckman, I didn't know you were going to act as the protection detail, Izuku said, standing up to greet them. That was the point, Prince. Only we, the king and queen, knew, in case there was a problem. Now, instead of getting chummy, how about you introduce us? Sure. Kirishima, can you get Bakugo and Ojiro? Sure thing. In the next minute, Alfred went to Eri to check on her, and the others came down. Well, everyone, these two will take care of us this week. They are the leader and second in command of the red-haired guard, the top security of the royal family, red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman. Both men waved. I could explain their quirks, but I feel they could do that better, Izuku continued. I'll go first, Shanks said. My quirk allows me to alter my own will and infuse it into objects. I can also send out a wave of willpower that can make weaker-willed people lose consciousness. This pistol can fire as much as I want without the need for ammo or gunpowder. Sir, how strong are you? We are more than capable of protecting you all. Most classes get one member of our guard, but since this class has both the prince and the small princess, we decided that our 2 strongest members should suffice. In terms of a fight, we rank just around All Might. No way, there's no way you're as strong as All Might, Bakugo interjected. All Might has more raw strength, but in a real fight we rank with him. Of course, the young prince, if he lets loose, is stronger, but we are here to ensure he doesn't have to act. So you're here to babysit us? Bakugo asked. No, we won't babysit you, but we will be nearby in case something happens. But if you 2 are the strongest, who is protecting the king and queen? Most of the time, they will be around the prince, but when that is not the case, the prince's teachers and heroes will be protecting them, along with some other members. We will come by tomorrow to bring you with us to the gate to greet the other royal families. This was a request from Nizu. With that, the 3 of them left. Yo Izuku, what was that sword he was using? Oh, that is Griffin, one of the 12 supreme grades, or at least a quirked copy of it. There is a member of the red-haired guard who can perfectly copy 4 weapons at once, one of them being Griffin. But let's eat dinner. My baby needs his strength for tomorrow, Nemuri said, squeezing Izuku's cheek before heading to the kitchen with Robin to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, all the other classes of UA stood near the gate, many wearing their UA uniforms, though it wasn't required. Izuku wore normal jeans and a white button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Next to him stood Nemuri, dressed similarly but with black heels and a blazer. Achiko wore a suit resembling the UA outfit, while Mina opted for jeans and a colorful shirt. Eri wore a princess dress and the tiara given to her by Hisashi. Standing at the gate were Inko, dressed in an appealing outfit with a cape, and Izuku's father, Hisashi, in a simple black suit. They were surrounded by guards for safety. The first car to arrive was a large limo, clearly meant for the American royal family. The door opened, revealing a tall, well-built man who greeted Izuku enthusiastically. Following him was a stunning young woman with pale skin, large light blue eyes, and long silver hair. She wore a blue earring symbolizing the American royal family, along with an open-backed blue shirt, a pink necktie, and a short white skirt. Next was a fair maiden with purple eyes and medium-length brown hair styled in twin tails, dressed in a short orange dress with black shorts. The third woman was slim and attractive, wearing a revealing fur-collared coat and thigh-high boots. The fourth had long blonde hair tied with a blue ribbon and a striking gold battle outfit. Finally, a tall, slender woman with long black hair and dark brown eyes wore a revealing red blouse and a loose sarong. Yo Jordan, how was the trip? Hope it wasn't too bad, Izuku said. It was fine, especially with my lovely wives keeping me company, Jordan replied, introducing his family. The Queen of America, Mary, noticed Izuku's scar and expressed concern. Don't worry about it, Miss Armstrong. It looks worse than it is, Izuku reassured her. Inko greeted the American family warmly, and they exchanged pleasantries. Izuku introduced his girlfriends, Nemuri, Achiko, and Mina, along with his daughter, Eri. Jordan joked about Izuku causing trouble, and introduced his wives, who greeted everyone as more cars arrived. The next car was a regular one, and a man with light blue skin stepped out, joking about being late. Jordan laughed, and Izuku asked about the trip. Kureo's parents followed him out. His mother was small and cheerful, while his father resembled a frost giant. Hello, Miss and Mr. Yoten, Izuku greeted. Just call us May and Emer. With your promise of protection against Sheik, it's the least we can do, Emer said. Izuku insisted he was happy to help, but Kureo expressed concern about facing Sheik. A wave of cold air swept through the area, prompting Eri to ask why it was cold. Kureo explained his quirk allowed him to manipulate ice, which brought down the temperature. Izuku quickly used his powers to warm Eri up as more cars continued to arrive. Out came a very large man adorned with gold chains and rings on his hands. It was the King of South America. Accompanying him was his son, who looked like an average man except for the large black wings on his back. His wings matched his hair, and like his father, he wore a lot of jewelry. Hey Amedeo, Mr. Garcia, welcome to you. Izuku greeted them with a wave, joined by the other royal families. Hello, Izuku. Thanks for allowing us here. It has always been a wonder to me how the heroes are trained in Japan, Amedeo replied, taking in his surroundings. Following the South American royal family was the representative from Australia, a single individual. He was the oldest of the new age of royals at 29, wearing shorts and boots with no shirt, showcasing a patch of chest hair that resembled Australia. He wore a hat adorned with crocodile teeth and was the acting king of Australia, Michael J. Dundee. His father, Paul, had been very sick and was still recovering. "Hello, Mike, you forgot your shirt again," Jordan teased, prompting Michael to look down and burst into laughter. "You're right, huh?" A sleeveless leather vest appeared, and he put it on. "See, better, right?" "Yes, but you should pay attention to it. You might be durable, but you can still get sick," Izuku said, a hint of concern in his voice. Then the last car arrived. A man dressed in tribal clothing stepped out, adorned with a necklace made from various teeth. Behind him was another man in a suit with tribal markings on his face and a fancy crown. "Hello, Sheik, Mr. Shiki. Where are your wives? Should they not accompany you on such a trip?" Izuku inquired. "Do not concern yourself with their situation. They do not matter, they are only considered my wives because of their looks. You, with the bunny ears, will also be my wife," Sheik said, directing his gaze at Mirko, who was acting as security. "Sheik, she will be no such thing. You are nothing but a guest, so hold your tongue. Or I will remove it," Izuku warned. Sheik stood tall and glared at Izuku, who remained unfazed. "I, Sheik, son of Shiki the Golden Lion, challenge Izuku Midoriya, Prince of Asia, to a duel for the right to rule Asia." This declaration shocked some, but Izuku, Jordan, and Kureo merely chuckled. "Ah, the dumbass couldn't wait until tomorrow," Jordan said, pulling out his wallet to pay Izuku and Kureo each $100. "Watch your tone, boy," Sheik retorted, but Jordan scoffed. "Sheik, I accept your challenge, but know that I will not hold back. You have shown blatant disrespect for human life. When I beat you and you don't surrender, I will make sure you regret it," Izuku said, his demeanor shifting. "I will gut you like the sad dog you are and take your women for myself," Sheik shot back. A wave of intense anger radiated from Izuku, causing the floor beneath him to crack and the clouds above to part. "If you ever speak about them again, I will end you right here. From this point on, if you dare open your mouth against one of my people, I will crush your heart and turn your body to ashes," Izuku declared, standing right in front of Sheik. "Calm down, bro. Let's save that for later," Jordan urged, along with Kureo, who held Izuku back. "It's not like I would want a woman who has been used anyway," Sheik taunted, prompting Izuku to break free and kick Sheik hard in the chest, sending him crashing into the UA wall. Izuku's forearms became scaly as Jordan and Kureo struggled to restrain him, now using their quirks. Rayleigh and Shanks joined in to support Izuku, with All Might standing behind him. Jordan's arms glowed slightly, his skin hardening, while Kureo grew slightly and emitted smoke. "Izuku, calm down. Save it for later, you can handle this later," Jordan urged, and Izuku took a deep breath, returning to his normal form. As Izuku and the other royals made their way to UA, the other classes were allowed to leave. Shanks accompanied Izuku while Beckman stayed with the rest of Class 1A. Once they reached the dorms, a collective sigh of relief was heard. "What was that?" Bakugo exclaimed. "That was so tense, I felt scared," Ciro admitted, slumping down. "That was the young prince's haki. Only those with royal blood are born with it, and his is very powerful," Beckman explained as he sat down and lit a cigarette. "Sort of. The young prince is a kind and caring boy," as the Antarctic royal family said. He promised to help them, as Kureo was a weak child. Sheik, however, was aggressive and mean. They have been butting heads for years now. The young prince is strong, and everyone knows it. He has been praised each year for his abilities, while Sheik never received recognition for anything special. This led to Sheik's resentment towards Izuku. Last year, he even challenged Bjorn, who may be among the weakest of the royal families but is friends with Izuku. "It would send a strong message," Beckman continued. "Does he really just get wives like that?" someone asked. "They aren't wives, they are treated more like servants," Beckman replied, his expression serious. But do not worry, tomorrow their lives will start looking up. Do you really think Izuku will win? Nami asked. Yes, Prince Izuku is very powerful. With him prepared, he will undoubtedly win. I just hope he doesn't cause too much damage to the surroundings, Beckman replied, as everyone wondered what kind of destruction Izuku could unleash if he didn't hold back. Izuku entered the empty classroom and threw a table across the room, letting out a frustrated scream. Sheik had already gotten on his nerves, but that was only part of it. Izuku had learned that Sheik had shamed one of his wives into sleeping outside with a chain around her neck. She wasn't the best cook, but she was still forced to prepare a meal that day. Sheik claimed it tasted like dog food, and if she cooked like one, she should sleep like one as well. In the hotel, they had followed Alfred's orders and didn't show any women to prevent Sheik from claiming a new wife. Bro, are you good now? Jordan asked, one of the people who had gone with Izuku to prevent him from confronting Sheik. I'm fine, thanks for stopping me. I lost control. Don't worry about it. That's what buddies are for, right? If you're good now, I'm going to check on my parents. Stay out of trouble. Izuku, what happened? You're normally never that short-tempered, Nemuri said. She had seen him angry before, but this was something new. She had never witnessed his haki being that strong. Yeah, and what was with the ground cracking? I can explain that, Lady Ishido, Jean said as he walked in. Each person has haki, but the royal families possess a gene called the D gene. This gene allows the use of conquerors' haki and enhances their abilities. The D gene reacts to the D gene in other royalty, which is why Prince Izuku can use his haki so effectively. Izuku tried to keep his breathing under control. By the way, why did you call me Lady Ishido? Nemuri asked. Because you are in a relationship with Prince Izuku. Normally, I would ask which title you prefer in a more informal setting, but with so many diplomats arriving, proper titles must be used. So then we are all ladies? Izuku asked. Yes, Lady Uraraka and Lady Kiyama. That is correct, Jean said with a smile, causing the three ladies to feel a bit embarrassed. Well, Lady Prince, we should head toward the meeting room, Jean suggested. I understand, Jean. Let's go. Izuku stood up, stretched his back, and took a deep breath, nodding as Eri walked toward him to be carried. After a short walk, they entered the room where the teachers were already seated. Sorry for the wait. Now shall we begin? Izuku said, sitting down next to his mother with Eri on his lap. Great. Normally, today is just a greeting so that tomorrow's discussions with the other country leaders go more smoothly, but it seems today is different, Hisashi said as he stood. Today, Sheik has challenged Izuku to a fight. The winner will hold power over Asia, Africa, and Europe, which has significant repercussions for all of us, Hisashi explained. How do you mean? The King of America asked. Well, trading will change. Currently, trade with Europe and Africa is nearly non-existent, Hisashi continued. Because needing help is for the weak, Sheik interjected. But regardless, if Izuku loses, which will happen, Sheik interrupted. If that happens, trading with Asia will decline. However, if Izuku wins, trade will resume with Africa and Europe as well. So I would like our main focus to be on that tomorrow, Hisashi concluded. That point won't be brought up because he won't be alive then, and you'll be running away scared and pathetic, Sheik taunted. Please refrain from such talk. You can speak, but do not address our host in that manner, Australia's new king said, as Sheik scoffed. Well, that's it for that. The fight can take place today if both parties agree. I'm fine with that, father, Izuku replied. Do you not need time to say goodbye to your family? Hisashi asked. I am fine with fighting you now, so bring it on, Izuku said confidently. No fighting here. Now that the fight has been agreed upon, I shall give the floor to Dwayne Strongarm, King of America, as I am personally involved. Thank you, Hisashi. Dwayne stood up and cleared his throat. Now then, since both parties agree to fight today, we need to pick a time and location. I suggest 4 p.m. Do both of you agree? Izuku nodded, and Sheik also agreed. Good. Now I suggest we bring Nizu in to find a suitable location for this duel. Jean stood up and went to get Nizu. I was told you needed me, Nizu said humbly. Why is that rat here? Sheik sneered. Please show some respect toward my principal. He is allowing us to be here, so keep your comments to yourself, Izuku responded sharply. My apologies, Nizu. We would like to know if there is a location for this fight. It will take place today at 4 p.m. Oh, of course. The location where the sports festival took place is available. Is that acceptable? Nizu suggested. Yes, that will work fine. Will you need anything else from me? This time, Hisashi spoke up. Yes, could you arrange to record and stream the fight like how the sports festival was handled? Yes, but may I ask why you would want that, sir? Nizu inquired. This news will affect the world. Thus, they have the right to know what happens, Hisashi explained. Of course, sir. I will ensure that it happens. Nizu then left to start making calls. The meeting was adjourned to give both parties time to prepare and get their affairs in order. Izuku went with his parents toward the dorm of Class 1A. When he arrived, Izuku could taste the heaviness in the air. Midoriya, what is going on? Nami asked nervously. I am fighting Sheik today and I want to tell you all something in case something happens. They don't talk like that, Midori. You still have to take us on a date, remember? Nami added, her concern evident. I know, and I don't believe I will die, but I won't feel good if it does happen and I can't say anything. I want to thank all of you for my time here at UA. I didn't grow up feeling like the kids I saw on TV. I didn't have any friends in my day-to-day life. So, thank you for allowing me to be your friend. Bakugo interrupted, what's with all the sappy stuff? You're not my rival for being a wuss. You're going to kick that rude guy out of UA, and the only one who should be kicking your butt will be me. Inko laughed at Bakugo's words. Oh, Katsuki, you're a spitting image of your mother, you know that? Izuku said, smiling. I have been told, Your Highness, Bakugo replied, a bit embarrassed. I've known your mother for ages now. I was there at your birthday. I'm the one who sends you all those presents each year on your birthday. Call me Inko or if you prefer, Auntie. Bakugo nodded, still feeling a bit shy. But I do agree with Bakugo, though not as harshly. You are a Midoriya. You are the strongest in our class and most likely our school. You won't be stopped by this Sheik, Todoroki said. The class then talked a little, trying to help Izuku in any way they could. The three girls were with Eri, who was more prepared for this but still terrified. There was a knock on the door, and Izuku went to open it. It was Mike, the King of Australia. Yo, can I talk with you for a moment? I apologize for the timing. I understand if you want to spend it with your family. No, it's all right. What can I do for you, Mike? Izuku asked as they walked a little away from everyone. First off, I wanted to bring this up personally. I want to ask Dr. Kureha. She is the best in the world and exactly what my father needs to make a full recovery. Of course, anything for your family. Was that it? Izuku replied. No, the second thing I wanted to discuss is that Sheik wants me to bend a knee to him after he fights you. What? Izuku was shocked. You, Sheik, and Jordan are the top fighters among us. With you taken down, Sheik has free reign over most of us. He came with an offer. After he defeats you, I will have to bend a knee and he will let me live and rule. I would just have to send 100 appealing women to be his wives and give my loyalty on TV. I want you to know I will do it, but not for him. I will bend a knee to you after you defeat Sheik. I believe it to be the best course of action for my people. All I ask is to remain as the figure of Australia. Why would you want that? Izuku asked. I guess that is a fair question. But you rule Asia. After defeating Sheik, you will rule Europe and Africa too, which means you will rule most of the world. You already basically rule Antarctica with them being under your protection. That is why I believe the world would be in a better spot with one king, one to rule over everyone, without the rivalry of royal families. Fine, I accept your offer, and you can continue to rule. That works out even better. Why? Mike asked. I plan on putting Bjorn and someone else in charge of Europe and Africa. Now you are just added to that list. I believe life will get a lot better for my people. Well, I will try my best to make sure that happens, Izuku promised. Thank you, my king. Mike said with a teasing bow as they both laughed and walked back. Izuku returned to share the news with everyone. This made Kaminari, Shiro, Nami, and Toru call Izuku the ruler of the world and bow to him, making everyone laugh. While they were busy de-stressing, Izuku and Eri, who was scared for her papa, were unaware that Sheik was calling his father about his plans. He mentioned the future wives he envisioned and asked his father to arrange a new spike in the garden for Izuku's head. What neither of them knew was that the person Izuku had appointed as the next ruler of Africa was already working behind the scenes to take control the moment they heard the news. They planned to arrest the old royal family, who were currently untouchable due to the laws they had put in place, but once dethroned, they would finally get justice for all those they had wronged. Nizu was filled with dread. He needed Izuku to win, as Sheik would execute him otherwise. The moment Nizu entered the room, his instincts screamed at him to flee, but he focused on getting everyone ready. All Might had sprinted toward the sports festival location with Cementos to prepare for the fight. He was calling media crews and news stations to report on the event, and he had even been told that classes were allowed to come if they wanted to watch the fight. After Izuku entered the room again, there were some questions about what had happened, but he told them it wasn't important. He then kissed his girlfriends and his daughter on the forehead, informing them he was going to the roof to think for a little while. Although they would have preferred to stay with him longer, they understood, and Izuku walked off. He made it to his room and jumped up to the roof, where he laid down and watched the clouds, clearing his mind. The fight he was about to have would be difficult. Sheik had been an adversary for years, someone he had grown up with. While Sheik had changed, they had shared fun times in their youth. Not only that, but Sheik was strong. However, Izuku wasn't just fighting for himself this time, he was fighting for most of the world. About 30 minutes before the fight, Alfred and Rayleigh came to get Izuku. He walked with them silently after saying goodbye to everyone. As soon as he walked off, Jean, Shanks, and Beckman arrived. "We are here to escort the royal family to the arena," Jean said, with Inko nodding and moving with Hisashi. After a short walk, they stopped and looked back. "Come on girls, we can't be late." "What?" one of them asked. "You are now part of the royal family," Jean explained. "Do not worry, one of your teachers will come by soon to see you all." Achiko, Mina, Nemuri, and Eri went with Inko and Hisashi. As they approached the arena, they were surprised to see many leaders of cities and countries bowing or taking a knee in respect as they walked by. Mina whispered to Jean, but Inko overheard. "Does that happen a lot?" she asked. "Oh, it does, sweetie. It's a sign of respect. You shouldn't worry too much about it. After a while, you'll get used to it." After a short walk, they arrived at the arena, and to the girls' surprise, there were appealing wooden chairs with soft pillows for them. A young man with bright yellow spiky hair in a butler outfit stepped forward as he noticed their surprise. "Is there something wrong with the chair, Lady Uraraka, Lady Ashido, Lady Kiyama?" No, it's fine, thank you." "It's my honor. Is there anything else I can do for you?" Eri spoke up softly. "Can I get an apple juice, please?" "Of course, princess. Anything else?" When they shook their heads, he stepped back and, in a flash, was gone, only to return 30 seconds later with a glass of apple juice and a straw. "Here you go, princess. Freshly made apple juice. I hope you like it." Eri took it with a smile. "It's really tasty, thank you, mister." The blond man bowed deeply in response. While they waited, they saw the stands filling up. Perfectly spaced out were boxes for the royal families. They noticed Jordan giving them a big wave and a thumbs up, showing he had faith in his best friend. Antarctica gave a smaller wave, but his face was filled with confidence in their friend. Each royal family greeted one another as they sat down in their nice seating areas. They also saw classes entering, with 1A and 1B seated nearby. Nemuri noticed the 2 hero classes of the 3rd year placed near Antarctica. The rest of the area was filled with diplomats from various countries, including the Prime Minister of Japan and the President of Russia, all waiting for the fight. Cameras and news crews were filming the area, and several camera drones flew around capturing the crowd and the arena. First out came Sheik, wearing shorts and a chain with animal teeth, no shoes on his feet. He entered the arena with a sick smile, cracking his knuckles and back, eager for the fight. He couldn't wait to finally get rid of Izuku. In his land, strength was valued above all, and Sheik was still the king. No one was stronger than him, and he intended to prove that by defeating Izuku. Izuku then made his way toward the arena, wearing only shorts. A seal adorned his stomach, along with a small scar from where Stain had stabbed him. He looked serious and calm as he approached the arena, the tension in the stadium palpable. The students were too anxious to cheer for their fellow hero trainee. Kakashi was acting as the referee, his normally relaxed demeanor replaced by seriousness, as the life of his student was on the line. Like all the maids, butlers, and helpers of the royal family, he was ready to do whatever it took to ensure Izuku's safety. "Are both fighters ready?" he asked. "Yes, now go away so I can kill him," Sheik replied, causing Kakashi to clench his fist. "I am Kakashi-sensei, and I agree. Please leave the ring." "Do not interfere," Izuku said, receiving a nod from Kakashi. "Then begin." Kakashi jumped out of the ring, landing right in the middle of the 1A group. Izuku and Sheik both transformed. Izuku began to grow scales, turning blue, and developed a tail. His fingers sharpened into claws, and he grew larger. His legs became more animalistic, and his face transformed, sprouting horns from the top of his head. He utilized the Uo Uo no Mi, model Surayu, Fish Fruit, model Azure Dragon. Sheik's skin turned silver, his hair became white and larger, and his face morphed into that of a tiger. His fingers also sharpened, and his muscles grew more defined. They both shot forward, their hands interlocked, creating a strong wind. They struggled to overpower each other, but their strength was evenly matched. Frustrated, Sheik kicked Izuku in the chest, sending him back slightly. Before Izuku could regain his footing, Sheik attacked with a sideways claw strike. Anticipating the move, Izuku grabbed Sheik's wrist and flipped him to the ground with incredible force. Izuku straightened his hand, his sharp nails resembling blades, and stabbed downward. However, he hesitated for a moment, allowing Sheik to dodge, causing Izuku's hand to pierce the ground and become stuck. Seizing the opportunity, Sheik escaped from under him and slashed Izuku's chest with all 5 fingers, leaving shallow cuts. Gasps filled the air, but Izuku remained standing. His Azure Dragon form made his skin tougher, and the attack only resulted in minor scratches. "Is this the strongest you can be?" "How pathetic," Sheik taunted, taking a better fighting stance. Meanwhile, Izuku's wounds began to heal, the bleeding stopping quickly. Without responding, Izuku dashed forward, using Shave to move faster than Sheik anticipated. He landed a powerful punch to Sheik's gut, sending him crashing into the wall, creating spiderweb cracks. Sheik staggered out, nearly retching from the impact. Angered that the fight was dragging on, he lunged at Izuku, transforming his hand into a blade to strike. Izuku sidestepped, receiving only a superficial scratch, and took advantage of the opening. He poured his haki into his fist and punched Sheik squarely in the face, sending him crashing into the wall again, his head spinning from the blow. Sheik, now filled with rage, transformed further, his skin shifting from silver to gold, and his muscles expanding. He charged forward with renewed speed, attempting a dropkick. Izuku blocked it, but the force still sent him back, causing a bloody nose. "With this new power, I will defeat you, and then I will take down the others," Sheik declared, his anger palpable. Izuku felt a surge of rage but quickly regained his composure. He wiped the blood from his nose and drew the symbol of 9 on his stomach, gaining an orange glow. This glow manifested as 3 new tails, the maximum he could maintain while in his normal form. The initial wound from Sheik had healed completely. Izuku charged at Sheik, who, overconfident in his newfound strength, failed to dodge or block. Izuku slashed Sheik's chest with an open palm, causing him to collapse and cough up blood. "Surrender now, Sheik, and I will spare your life," Izuku urged. Sheik rose defiantly, declaring, "I will not lose. I will conquer you and your country." Having heard enough, Izuku, with a heavy heart, leaped forward, channeling all his haki into his arm. He stabbed Sheik in the chest, ending the fight instantly. "You fought well, Sheik. I'm sorry it turned out like this," Izuku murmured softly, though no one else heard. The area fell silent, everyone in shock. Gently, Izuku laid Sheik's body down, and the yellow-haired butler appeared. "Please give him the proper respect, Minato," Izuku requested. "Of course, young lord," Minato replied, and with a flash they were gone. Then, the rulers descended: Dwayne Armstrong, ruler of America; Emer Jutten, king of Antarctica; Amadeo Garcia Sr., king of South America; and Michael J. Dundee, acting king of Australia. They approached Izuku and, with a knowing nod, took a knee before him. "All praise Izuku Midoriya, formerly known as Prince of Asia, now known as Izuku Midoriya, Prince of the World," Dwayne proclaimed, a smile crossing his face as he recalled his son's earlier suggestion. Shortly after Achiko, Mina, Nemuri, and Eri left with the royal family, Aizawa arrived to pick up Class 1A. Much to their amusement, Aizawa had cleaned himself up. His hair was combed back, he was shaven, and he stood tall in his hero outfit, which had a more polished vibe than usual. "Move it, we don't want to be late," Aizawa said, his tired demeanor still evident in his voice as they made their way to the arena. Halfway there, they encountered Class 1B, who were visibly nervous. Unlike Class 1A, they didn't interact with royalty regularly, making the situation even more daunting for them. Aizawa and Vlad King guided them to a seating area where they looked around, surprised by the number of unfamiliar faces. "Who are all those people? I've never seen them before," Kaminari asked. Momo chimed in, "Those are leaders of different countries." "Wait, isn't that like Izuku?" Toru asked, not well versed in politics. "Well, it might be easier to think of it as a business. Imagine Izuku as the CEO, and the country leaders as branch managers. They oversee different parts," Momo explained. "Oh, like mini-bosses before you fight the main boss," Setsuna added, trying to grasp the concept. Yes, I think so," Momo replied, uncertain since she hadn't played many games. They then saw Sheik enter the arena. "That guy looks tough," Bakugo remarked. "Don't talk about the prince like that," Ida cautioned, concerned for Bakugo's potential punishment. "You didn't disagree though," Siro pointed out, and many in UA shared Bakugo's sentiment. Meanwhile, at the back, the heroes were nervously watching. Ryuko, Rumi, Emi, and you were anxious about the possibility of Izuku losing. They had heard troubling rumors about Sheik, and so far, those rumors seemed to hold true. "Look, Midoriya looks way tougher, though. He's going to win," Kirishima said, trying to remain hopeful despite his own nerves. The atmosphere felt tense, and he didn't want anything to happen to his friend. They jumped in surprise when Kakashi suddenly appeared in their area. "Sorry about that, miscalculated," he said, watching the fight begin between Izuku and Sheik. "Sir, do you think Midoriya will be okay?" Nami asked, her voice laced with worry. "Do not worry, young lady. Even if the prince were to lose, many of us, myself included, will protect him with our lives," Kakashi assured them, his seriousness evident. Kakashi nearly jumped in as Sheik seemed to strike Izuku, prompting gasps from the girls and his friends. For a moment, they feared Izuku had lost, but when he turned around unharmed, they collectively exhaled in relief. Then, a collective shout of shock erupted as Izuku punched Sheik into a wall, causing it to crack. The force was reminiscent of All Might, and witnessing such power from their normally calm classmate left them in awe. Those who had sparred with Izuku felt grateful he had held back during their matches. Hisashi and some advanced users of Haki watched wide-eyed as Izuku began to use Ryu, an advanced version of armament Haki. Instead of merely coating his hands, he let it flow over them and into his attacks. However, it was clear he still lacked full control, as the Haki didn't fully penetrate Sheik, but it was still an impressive display. Izuku took a dropkick from Sheik but managed to absorb the impact, which surprised everyone. That was from a blocked hit. "He's not playing around anymore," someone exclaimed. "I'm getting worried. I know Midoriya is strong, but Sheik just got a massive power boost. Mr. Kakashi, do you think Midoriya will win?" "I do. When he's serious, I don't think many can beat him," Kakashi replied, considering the range of powers Izuku could wield. If he ever chose to embrace darkness, he would be a formidable opponent. Then it happened. Izuku pierced Sheik's chest. For many, it was the first time witnessing such brutality. The sight was shocking, and some struggled to keep their composure. Not only had Izuku killed someone, but he had taken down a member of the royal family, which carried even greater implications. Izuku had won, becoming the ruler of Asia, Africa, and Europe. Then, in a surprising turn, the remaining royalty approached the fighting ring, and the atmosphere fell eerily silent. To much shock to find the words, as they heard the news, Izuku was no longer just Izuku, Prince of Asia. He had transformed into Izuku, Prince of the world. This meant he was now one of the most important people globally. Nobody knew what to do, but they followed the lead of everyone else, bowing and going down on one knee. Confusion filled the air as they wondered what this would mean for their relationships. Suddenly, one of the men stood up, his hand morphing into a bone sword as he lunged at Izuku. "This is for killing my prince." A loud bang echoed from above the arena, and a bullet shot toward the man, exploding into a net before it could harm him. He fell to the ground, and before he could recover, butlers and security were already in place between him and the royal families. The person who had fired the shot leaped down, revealing a striking woman with dark blue and pink hair. Her elbow transformed into a sniper, and as she approached, Izuku recognized her as Kana Tsutsumi, known by her former hero name, Lady Nagant, one of his oldest crushes, alongside Mitsuki. She bent a knee before Izuku. "Hello, Prince," she greeted. "Hello, Kana. Nice of you to show up," Izuku replied with a smile. Shanks removed his coat and placed it over Izuku's shoulders. "Your arm, sir," he said. "Thanks. We should head back. I feel we have a lot to talk about." "Very smart idea. You must be confused," Dwayne added as they began to move back. Everyone headed to UA, where classes 1A and 1B gathered in a room close to the royal families to talk with Izuku afterward. Izuku, however, was in the bathroom scrubbing his arm clean, doing it aggressively until Alfred, with a soft smile, took the cloth from him to help. With his arm now clean, he made his way to the royal families, where he was instantly embraced by Eri, his girlfriends, and his mother, all worried for him and understanding the pain he felt from taking a life he had known for years. He sat down in front of the other royal families. "Now, you must be wondering why," he began. "I am. Why do this? Why trust me like that?" Dwayne responded, "I believe we all have different reasons for it. But for myself, I think the world is in too much chaos, too much arguing over who is more worthy of what. With one king accepted by everyone, that talk has to be removed. Now, my king, I would like to know what you are planning," Jordan said teasingly, making Izuku chuckle. "Well, the news has been around the world for at least half an hour. I believe my plan has already started," Izuku said, standing up with a smile. "I thank you for putting your faith in me. I will do my best to ensure all our people are happy, healthy, and taken care of. For those who believe this change will bring them freedom, I must apologize and ask you all to remain in control, continuing as the leaders of your countries." You are looking at this much like how international companies work. There is one main building, which for this example shall be Japan, where you, the CEO, stays. Then within the same area, in this case, Asia, there are many smaller companies still owned by the main one, the leaders of each country. In different areas, such as America or Europe, you have a different main building with its owner, but they still work under that CEO, correct? Izuku confirmed. "So who do you have in mind for Europe and Africa, as both previous leaders are gone?" one of Jordan's wives asked. "For Europe, I plan to put Bjorn back in charge. Jean, please send a car for them." "Of course." "Then for Africa, I have a new person I met on our last trip there. She is a princess, the daughter of Cobra Nefertari Vivi. She and I share many of the same beliefs regarding ruling a country, and I believe she is the perfect woman for the job. Now you should tell your friends while we discuss other matters. They deserve to know you are all right." "Yes, please excuse me." Izuku left with his girlfriends and Eri, moving to his class. He entered to see them looking at him for any indication of what to do. "Yo guys, you all good?" Izuku said casually. "No, we are not. We thought you died, and then you were okay, and then you went like second state or something, and now you're king of the world. What the? They yelled in a chaotic chorus. Calm down. It doesn't change anything between us. I am still Izuku Midoriya, and hopefully still a friend, he reassured them, though he felt uncertain. His title of Prince of Asia had already made it difficult to keep friends, and now being the Prince of the world would complicate things even more. Of course, we are still buddies, one of them said. And we are still going on a date. This just makes me want to try harder to impress you, Nami joked, making Izuku laugh. While I would love to stay here and keep joking, I sadly have to stand before the masses and explain everything. But what happens with the others? Do they have to move out or something? No, the world will stay mostly the same, and I won't really be king of the world for some time. They basically have until I become king to make any changes. They can do it faster, but it only takes effect when I officially take the throne. Well, go face the masses, oh future king of the world, Toru joked, bowing and making Izuku chuckle as he moved with his girlfriends to where everyone else was, dreading the thought of being on camera in front of billions of people. It was nerve-wracking. Izuku and his friends entered the room filled with news crews and independent reporters, all eager for answers about the recent events. He offered his hand to Eri and the girls to help them up safely, following closely behind them with Shanks and Alfred. Izuku approached the podium and cleared his throat, placing both hands on the table as he surveyed the room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Hello everyone, thank you for taking a moment out of your busy days to be here. I apologize for the wait. I know you all have questions about what has happened today, and while I'm happy to answer them, I first want to apologize to everyone here. During my fight with Sheik, I was sadly forced to use deadly force, and if that caused anyone any trauma or problems, I deeply apologize for that. He bowed his head slightly. After the fight, the other royal families bent a knee to me, announcing me as king of the world. This is something new, something that hasn't happened for many centuries. I understand this is a shock to everyone, including myself. I will now take some questions. Hands shot up in the air, and Izuku pointed to a woman in the front with red glasses. Hello, sir. I am Elaine from Royal Reports. My question is, what will happen with the other royal families? When they give up their power, what will you do with them? A very good question, Izuku replied. The world is a big place, and while I could travel from country to country day in and day out, I have a family that has roots here in Japan, much like myself. So, if I could, I would prefer not to keep traveling. But I plan to keep them in power. My goal is for the world to remain mostly the same. Each continent will keep their royal family, the Armstrongs will stay in control in America, etc. Once a year, we will have a meeting all together. He continued, as for Europe and Africa, there will be changes. First of all, Africa will be freed from its current power system. Your rank in the world will no longer be judged solely by your strength. That stops now. It will be like the rest of the world from now on. I met a kind ruler and his daughter during my travels in Africa, and I plan to have her take Sheik's spot. Her name is Nefertari Vivi, daughter of King Cobra Nefertari. Alfred then pulled out a laptop, connecting to a video call with Vivi, who appeared in elegant clothing. It's an honor that Prince Midoriya has placed his faith in me. I shall try to live up to his hopes, she said nervously, clearly overwhelmed by her first time on such a platform. Izuku encouraged her, Please go ahead, Vivi. She looked anxious but took a deep breath, regaining her composure. The plan Prince Midoriya and I came up with is to help everyone. By placing large solar panels in the desert, we can generate enough power to sustain more than half of the entire world, if not more. Izuku smiled as Vivi spoke passionately about the plan. After a few minutes, he gently interrupted, That is enough for now. Our plans are not yet final, so we should avoid saying anything that could be proven false later on. But don't worry, when we have a real plan, there will be a formal announcement. We have more to discuss. He held back a laugh as he noticed Vivi shrink a little in her seat. Now you have met the future Queen of Africa. My choice for Europe is a man well known to many already, the previous Prince of Europe, Bjorn. As Bjorn entered the room, he was a tall man with long brown hair in a braid and a brown beard. A scar marked his face, and he walked with a slight limp, indicating he was still recovering from past injuries. Bjorn approached the podium, bowing respectfully to Izuku and his family. Izuku extended a hand and pulled him into a one-armed hug. "Good to see you, buddy," he whispered into Bjorn's ear. Izuku turned to the media alongside Bjorn. "Bjorn, over a year ago you were the Prince of Europe, loved by your people. What happened?" one of the reporters asked through a barrage of questions. "I'm not sure if I'm still a prince," Bjorn replied. "But after my loss last year, Prince Midoriya ordered one." "I have a surprise for you." "What?" Izuku asked, confused as he hadn't even greeted anyone yet. "Bring them in, please," Jordan called out, and the doors opened to reveal a cart being pushed in, something hidden beneath a white cloth. It was positioned next to Jordan, who thanked the man and stepped back. "Let's call it a gift for becoming king of the world," he said, gesturing for Izuku to take a look. Izuku walked toward it, grabbed the cloth with his right arm, and pulled it free. To his surprise, it was 2 swords, but not just any swords. "How did you get both Enma and Aim no Habakiri, Jordan?" Izuku exclaimed as he unsheathed both blades, holding them in his hands. Aim was a moderately curved katana with a golden trefoil-shaped tsuba. It has a white color scheme matching its heaven motif. Its kashira and kojiri are both gold, with its sheath lacquered solid white, similar to its tsuka, which features 3 chords. Both the saya and tsuka have simple light 5-petaled flower motifs on each side. Enma is a moderately curved shobu zukuri-style katana with a lilac and gold color scheme. Like the Aim no Habakiri, the tsuba is trefoil-shaped, with each lobe holed in the middle and thickly ridged. The tsuka is lacquered solid lilac, as is the saya, both embellished with simple golden, 5-petaled flower motifs. The kashira and kojiri match in appearance, featuring large trefoil cutouts to complement the tsuba. The kojiri has an additional wide, knobbed ring above it. As he held both blades, a purple aura enveloped Enma, covering Izuku's arm and the sword like a flame. The same occurred with Aim, but it was a white aura. Izuku's arms turned black along with the swords, and his well-trained arms felt weak, shocking the girls. "Izuku!" they screamed, trying to help but were stopped by Inko and Hisashi. "Don't worry, Izuku knows what he has to do." Izuku stood tall, focused on his hands with intensity. He took deep breaths and, with a loud yell, the aura disappeared, and his arms returned to normal. Though out of breath, he smiled. "Thank you so much for this, Jordan. They are even greater than the stories told about them," Izuku said as he sheathed both blades. He fell to one knee but was quickly helped up by Mike and Kureo. "How shameful, a hero in training brought to his knees by some metal," he joked as he was seated by them and Achiko, who pulled up a chair. "Now that everyone is here and that is over, should we get started?" Hisashi asked, with Izuku adding, "We are still missing Vivi. She should be with us." "Ah, I almost forgot. Let's get her on a video call," Hisashi replied. A laptop was brought in with Vivi on the screen. With that, the first meeting started. Each of them had a paper outlining the points to be discussed, so they knew what to expect. They all moved to the auditorium, filled with leaders of various countries and a large screen for those who could not attend in person. The rest of the day was filled with brainstorming. While it was somewhat tedious, it helped everyone understand what others were doing, particularly regarding trading for food and supplies. For Izuku, this year's meeting meant something more. He carefully noted what certain countries had in abundance and what they were trading. He observed that each region had something unique that, if traded wisely, could be beneficial. This continued for the entire week. Achiko, Mina, and Eri stopped attending after the second day, not out of boredom but to study for their upcoming exam. Izuku felt confident in his abilities and didn't feel the need to study more than the weekend before the exams. For Class 1A, studying was a challenge. When Achiko and Mina joined them to study, and Eri came to draw, Class 1B also joined in. Even with more people to share the burden, it was still a struggle. Robin, Momo, Ida, Kendo, Shishida, and Shota helped while studying themselves. Some students were absent, as Bakugo took Kirishima with him to learn through physical activity, combining workouts with study sessions, which helped Kirishima a bit. The others benefited from Momo and Robin's teaching, while Ida was more of a strict guide, asking for answers while Momo and Robin patiently walked them through each step to ensure understanding. Thankfully, Aizawa was clear about his expectations and what parts would be included in the exams, which was a great help compared to previous teachers who had not provided such clarity. Meanwhile, the teachers were discussing plans without Nemuri. "Are you sure about this, sir? Do you really think it's the best course of action?" Vlad King asked, to which Nizu nodded. "Yes, I'm quite sure. Robots don't provide much of a challenge. I think our best option is to face the students directly." "What about young Midoriya? It's clear he possesses many strong abilities that could pose a challenge," Cementos remarked, receiving nods from the other teachers. "Considering he will likely be targeted by villains, I have an idea that could be quite entertaining," Nizu said with a mischievous smile. "Spit it out, bossman. What do you have in mind for our royal listener?" Present Mike inquired. "Well, we are going to fight the students, small teams against a single teacher. These teams will consist of individuals who may not work well together, either due to poor chemistry or being overly familiar with one another. However, Midoriya adapts effortlessly, complementing his partner like water filling a space." "That's true, Nizu. So what do you have in mind for him?" Nizu placed several files on the table, showcasing various pro heroes such as Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Hawks, Mirko, Ryukyu, and others. "Why not have the king of the world face off against the world?" Nizu concluded with a chuckle.